In the year 2130 of the Dragon Star calendar, novels about rule-based ghost stories became extremely popular across Dragon Star, and many different styles of these stories emerged. In 2131, rule-based ghost stories quietly arrived on Dragon Star, randomly selecting lucky individuals to enter the stories. Those chosen could obtain items and soul coins within the ghost stories, which could be used to purchase various items in the ghost story mall. If they failed, they would die, and strange events would begin to happen in reality. At first, everyone on Dragon Star thought that it would develop in the same way as the novels, but when people began to gather statistics and truly understand the rules of the ghost stories, they realized that the ghost stories were completely different from the lighthearted, humorous versions in the novels. Although the ghost story mall did indeed have many advanced items that could help Dragon Star develop, the prices were ridiculously high, and the soul coins given as rewards for completing the stories were pitifully few. After only 1 or 2 completions, it was impossible to buy anything useful, let alone the items and technologies that could bring great development to Blue Star. High death rates, torment, and fear were the harsh realities, and the possibility of a star's destruction was a constant threat. Even if one cleared a level, there was always the next one. Being chosen by the rule-based ghost stories meant you were already dead. Ha 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 ha. 3 years, and yet 3 more. 12 years. I'm almost a god of magic. But I've finally been chosen. In a deserted temple hidden deep in the mountains, a young man wrapped in a black robe looked at the number on his wrist, his face full of excitement, crying tears of joy. Number 87654321. This meant that Wang Lin was the 87,654,321st person to be chosen. In this era, where everyone else feared being selected by the rule-based ghost stories, Wang Lin was different. He had long been eagerly awaiting to be chosen. As it turns out, Wang Lin had crossed over to this world 12 years ago, 3 years before the rule-based ghost stories arrived, and he came with an incredibly powerful and domineering system. But it was a Necromancer system. And at that time, the world was peaceful. When he first arrived, there were no monsters or ghosts, let alone rule-based ghost stories. In such a peaceful world, how could the creations of a Necromancer system be accepted? It was clearly destined to be seen as heresy. Getting a Necromancer system was already something, better than nothing. Life is full of difficulties, and it would surely be useful one day. Worst case, he could develop quietly and use it secretly. But the system turned Wang Lin into a lich, with a withered, pale face, skinny bones, hollow eyes, looking like a longtime addict, someone who could be tracked by many people as soon as he stepped outside. He even had a bounty on his head. The worst part was that his eyes reflected the eerie blue fire of souls, and even wearing 2 pairs of sunglasses couldn't hide the glowing blue light. This was a disaster. How could he even go outside? How could he face anyone? This damned system gave him no chance to show himself. If someone discovered this appearance before the rule-based ghost stories began, he would be seen as a heretic, either burned in the furnace, put on the operating table, or made an enemy of the whole world. Once the rule-based ghost stories began, he would be directly classified as part of the eerie lineup. Even if he showed value and goodwill, he would still be treated as an outcast. If it weren't for the system saying he would eventually be able to return to a human form, or the tempting potential of the system's power, Wang Lin might have already given up on life. Fortunately, his past life had been one of a famous orphan from a literature academy, with social anxiety, no parents, no friends, truly isolated, and alone. So, nobody would contact him, nor would anyone care. But this attention-grabbing appearance, like having 3 piles of shit on his head, really made Wang Lin feel helpless. Luckily, when he crossed over, he was in a small city on the edge of a mountain. Wang Lin quietly hid in this deserted temple deep in the mountains, living a life like being trapped in a dead end. But the appearance of the rules-based ghost story gave Wang Lin hope. He knew that he couldn't integrate into the world of the living. So, why not play a solo game? Integrating into the eerie world was impossible, and it would always be impossible in this life. But unfortunately, there were so many people on Blue Star, and he was just one among over 9 billion people. Even though the rules-based ghost story never picked children or the elderly, even though 9 years had passed, the chance of being selected was only 1 in 100. Just being chosen was already like winning a prize. He waited, and waited, and waited. 3 years passed, then another 3 years, and another 3 years. He waited so long that he was about to turn into a death god of necromancy, before he was finally chosen. For others, the rules-based ghost story was undoubtedly terrifying. But for Wang Lin, who was already close to becoming a death god necromancer, the rules-based ghost story wasn't a terrifying hell at all. Instead, it was a sacred place for cultivation, and also a luxurious all-you-can-eat feast. Because he could devour ghosts to speed up his cultivation, and becoming a death god was just another new threshold in the system. As Wang Lin eagerly waited, 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, everything went black, and Wang Lin found himself in another room. Immediately, a cold voice echoed in the room. "Congratulations, lucky carbon-based baby, welcome to the rules-based ghost story. The first ghost story you will experience is called A Happy Family, difficulty level F. Completion rule: please live in this family for 7 days. You now have 5 minutes to prepare. After hearing the voice of the ghost story, Wang Lin began to look around the room. It was all pink and cute, very girly. There were even a pile of pink, adorable plush toys on the bed. On the pink door of the room, there was a piece of paper with the family's rules written on it. Rule 1, you are a big sissy, please don't violate your character. Rule 2, you dote on your younger siblings, and within your capacity, you cannot refuse any request from your younger brother or sister. Rule 3, in case of danger, you can ask your sister for help. She will assist you, but you must pay a price. Rule 4, your mother loves her children dearly, please don't make her sad. Rule 5, do not open the door for the neighbors. Rule 6, the authority of the head of the family cannot be challenged. Rule 7, if relatives visit, you must treat them well. Rule 8, you must go out to earn money at 8 a.m. every day, and you must earn at least 50 nether coins each day. Rule 9, you must return home by 8 p.m. every day and hand over your earnings. Rule 10, after dinner, you must walk the dog for 1 hour. The time deviation must not exceed 5 minutes. Rules and regulations are different. Rules are set by the ghost story. If you don't meet the requirements of the rules, it's considered a failure, and the consequences of failure are that you won't be protected by the ghost story's rules. All eerie entities can attack you for no reason until the ghost story ends half an hour later. If you're still alive by then, you can leave the ghost story. Regulations are set by the eerie entities. If you violate or fail to meet the requirements of the regulations, the ghosts can kill you. Of course, whether it's rules or regulations, neither is impossible to complete or avoid. It's just that the difficulty level differs. Chapter 2, just use your brain. A big sissy, huh? You dote on your little brother and sister, huh? You treat relatives well, huh? Earn money, huh? Hand over earnings, huh? Walk the dog, huh? After reading the family's rules, Wang Lin's previously beautiful mood was instantly destroyed. Just moments ago, he had been excited, but now his forehead veins were throbbing, and his fists were clenched tightly. He could tolerate the pink, girly room, but making him serve the eerie entities like a slave, and pretending to be a sissy? Where could he put the face of a necromancer? This was humiliating. Knock knock knock. Brother, teach me how to do my homework. As the 5-minute preparation time ended, the pink door was knocked on right on time. Knock knock knock. Outside the door, the ghostly little brother leaned against the door, mimicking the sound of knocking, impatiently shouting again, "Brother! What are you doing? Hurry up and open the door to help me with my homework." Hearing the voice, Wang Lin directly opened the door, looking down at the 10-year-old little ghost with half a collapsed head and stitches on his neck, and coldly said, "You want me to help you with your homework? Are you sure?" Ding, the little ghost answered impatiently, raising his head to look at Wang Lin, wondering if this person would be tasty. It would be best if he were a beautiful young lady, that would make him even more delicious. Ding ding ding. But when the little ghost saw Wang Lin's appearance, he immediately stuttered. His voice trembled as he could not even get the next words out after the first ding, and at this moment, his legs were shaking uncontrollably. He could not tell whether this cheap older brother would be tasty or not, but he knew for sure that in this cheap older brother's eyes, he was definitely delicious. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, with a pale complexion even more ghostly than a water ghost, his hair was as dry as a zombie's, and his sunken eyes reflected eerie blue flames, radiating a ghostly blue light. Necromancer. A word that strikes extreme fear in countless ghosts rose in the little ghost's mind. P.S. To clarify, both the world of monsters and the world of the living are not singular, meaning they exist in multiple worlds, so ghosts know what a necromancer is. Looking at the frightened little ghost in front of him, Wang Lin gave a cold, sinister smile. "What ding? Of course, I can't trouble you, older brother, I'll just do my homework myself. You rest well. I won't disturb you." The little ghost's voice trembled, speaking in broken sentences, awkwardly turning to leave, his legs shaking like a baby taking its first steps. "Don't rush to leave, my foolish little dumpling. Come, brother loves you, brother will teach you how to do your homework." Looking at the trembling little ghost trying to leave, Wang Lin sinisterly said, stretching out his withered hands. One hand snatched the homework from the little ghost's hand, and the other grabbed his half-collapsed head, twisting and yanking it off, while kicking his body flying out. Keek. Doing homework, just bring your brain, no need to bring your body. Don't dirty my pink and puffy room. Wang Lin let out a sinister laugh, holding the homework and the little ghost's head, turning back into the room and kicking the door shut behind him. Kaka. With his head held by Wang Lin, the little ghost's teeth kept chattering, making a sound like a fast keyboard being typed. From the emphasis on the words pink and puffy, he could hear a lot of anger. Kaka, brother, the little ghost's brain was spinning wildly, his voice trembling as he hurriedly said, "Decorating the room was my sister's idea, it has nothing to do with me." Nothing to do with you? Wang Lin's voice turned grim. He shoved the little ghost's face against the doorframe. My dear little brother, let me first teach you how to read. You should be able to read this first one, right? Think carefully before you say it, or else your homework will include a new task today, how to feed your own but with your feet. I only did the second one, the first and third were my sister's ideas, the fourth, fifth, and seventh were my mom's ideas, the sixth, eighth, and ninth were my dad's ideas, and the 10th one was the dog's idea. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the little ghost's voice trembled even more, and he immediately sold out his entire family, even blaming the dog. After speaking, he felt it wasn't enough, so he quickly added, it's fine if you wipe it off. You can write the rules, brother. You can write them. Ah. At that moment, outside the room, the ghost mother, who had heard the door slam, saw the little ghost trembling on the floor, emitting a mournful ghostly scream, and immediately stormed towards Wang Lin's room. It's over, it's over. Hearing the ghost mother's scream outside, the little ghost's mind was filled with fear rather than relief. Sure enough, in the little ghost's desperate gaze, Wang Lin opened the door again. His gaze shifted to the ghostly mother, who had rushed to the door, her face dripping with pus, long hair flying, and holding out a pair of pale, ghostly hands as if to smash the door. A necromancer. A necromancer who turned themselves into a lich. When the door opened, the ghost mother, about to fly into a rage, saw the soul flames reflected in Wang Lin's eyes. Instantly, it felt like she had fallen into an ice pit. Her anger was extinguished in an instant, her movement stiffened, and she forced a smile onto her face. Looking at the stiff ghost mother, Wang Lin's voice was dark, just in time, I want to see my lovely sister at the dinner table. Also, you should wash your face. Or it'll ruin my appetite. With that, Wang Lin shut the door again. He didn't care at all about the rules on the door. He opened it just to say those words. Staring at the door that was slammed shut, the ghost mother didn't feel anger from breaking the biggest taboo. What she felt was fear and unease. Compared to Taoist priests, monks, light warriors, thunder messengers, and light elves, necromancers were definitely the most feared existence by ghosts and monsters. This fear was even printed in the textbooks of ghost education. They would rather face off one-on-one with the Heavenly Master or be beaten by a group of 18 bronze men than encounter a necromancer, let alone a high-level necromancer who could transform into a lich. Brother, no, master, please just treat me as if I'm nothing. Your matters, no, my own matters, I can handle it myself, how could I trouble you, master, you just rest. Back in the room, the little ghost's eyes were full of pleading, his voice trembling with tears, speaking words of flattery. What kind of thing was this? After thinking about it for so long, finally, it was his turn to be involved in the rule-based ghost story, and he was looking forward to his first time eating meat. But, he matched with a necromancer. This was no different than matching with a king in a bronze league, and that king was using hacks. Why couldn't the rule-based ghost stories match people based on their level? Why would it pull in a necromancer, let alone a high-level necromancer who could transform into a lich? Now look at this, the necromancer didn't even need to summon anything, everything was ready as a self-service buffet. He. My dear little brother, didn't you ask me to help you with your homework? How could a loving older brother refuse such a simple request from his cute little brother? Let's see what the first question is. Wang Lin chuckled, and that laugh immediately made the little ghost, whose head had shrunk to just a skull, feel his scalp tingle. His upper and lower jaws clicked as if typing on a keyboard. The first question, discuss the making of a human skin lantern? After reading the question, Wang Lin let out a sinister laugh, this homework is too low level. Today, let me teach you how to make something high-end and classy. Brother, still, just do it according to the question please. The little ghost's heart trembled, and he immediately stammered when he heard Wang Lin's words. He didn't want to experience a necromancer's homework. Good little brother, we won't make those low-end things, they'll ruin my reputation. Let's make an advanced ghost blue lantern. You need to listen closely. First step, find a ghost for the materials, someone like you, a little ghost, would work. Second step, twist off the ghost's head. The little ghost didn't even wait for Wang Lin to finish, hearing his sinister voice, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted in fear. Chapter 3, The Overwhelming Will to Survive. TCH, with that kind of courage, trying to make ghost tools? Looking at the fainted little ghost, Wang Lin curled his lip in disdain. In the years he had been a necromancer, he had done many necromancer-related projects. As for the materials, they were, of course, summon ghosts, no need to spend money, and they could be eaten afterward. Wang Lin lifted the little ghost by the skull, walked away from the desk, and opened the door to leave the room. This ghost house was of a medium size, and Wang Lin's room was at the very end of the corridor. Walking down the 5-meter-long corridor, the left side was the living room, and the right side was the dining room and kitchen. At this moment, Ghost Mom nervously stood in the dining room, her face already cleaned and makeup applied, looking presentable. Yet, her body still trembled, clearly still gripped by fear. And at the dining table, Wang Lin also saw his adorable little sister, a cute girl with double pigtails, but only the upper half of her body remained, the torn clothing still bearing tire marks, telling the tragic tale of how she died. She was shivering uncontrollably, placed inside a 1-meter diameter plate, with a red apple stuffed into her mouth, surrounded by fruits and fried food, making it seem like a roasted pig banquet. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, Ghost Sister shuddered even more violently, yet she still tried to give Wang Lin a flattering look. Wang Lin threw the little ghost head he was holding aside and sat down on the main seat at the table, pulling the apple out of Ghost Sister's mouth and taking a bite. He squinted, looking at her mockingly. "My dear sister," our little brother said, "the first rule is that I'm a big sissy and cannot break character. Should I demonstrate the orchid gesture for you right here?" Hearing Wang Lin's words, Ghost Sister trembled as she spoke. "Brother, you're the most manly. I was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously." Hee hee hee. Wang Lin let out a sinister laugh. "Joking is great, I love jokes. Let me tell you one." With that, Wang Lin stretched out his other hand. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." Whoa whoa. Seeing Wang Lin's withered hand reaching out, Ghost Sister couldn't hold it in anymore, crying as she begged for mercy. Wang Lin's movements suddenly halted, his gaze shifting to the door where his ghostly little brother was sneaking in, holding his head down and tiptoeing. "My dear little brother, it's almost time for dinner, what are you planning to do?" The little ghost brother trembled, forcing a smile on his face as he said, "My most respected brother, I have to go to extra lessons. I won't eat with you." "Oh. Extra lessons." Wang Lin suddenly became serious. "It seems my little brother thinks I can't tutor you? That really hurts me. Does my little brother think I'm this useless in his eyes?" Crack, crack. Hearing Wang Lin's self-deprecating words, the little ghost brother's teeth chattered again, quickly defending himself. "Brother, you misunderstand. My respect for you is like the endless, rushing river, like the flood that cannot be stopped. You are the bright moon lighting my ghostly life path. To have such a learned and talented brother like you to tutor me is such an honor. But my small homework really isn't worth bothering you for. I wouldn't dare take up your precious time, and the fees for the extra classes have already been paid. If I don't go, it would be such a waste, and Mom would be heartbroken." As he spoke, the little ghost brother looked at Ghost Mom, his large, watery eyes filled with pleading, hoping she would help him out. Facing her son's pleading gaze, Ghost Mom immediately turned her head to the side. Actually, taking a day off once in a while is not a big deal. Seeing Ghost Mom's averted gaze and hearing her words, the little ghost brother's heart immediately sank. He trembled as he continued, "Dad will get mad when he finds out. All right, come over and eat. After dinner, I'll tutor you properly." Wang Lin interrupted the little ghost brother's words. He squinted his eyes, dangerously eyeing him. "Or do you really think I'm not qualified?" "Not at all. To have you, my brother, tutor me is an enormous honor. Your knowledge is like the bright moonlight, illuminating for miles. How can the faint light of those tutoring teachers compare to it?" Without waiting for Wang Lin to finish, the little ghost brother said loudly, his face full of righteous anger. Then, he immediately jogged to the dining table, bowed 90 degrees to Wang Lin, and tearfully said, "Thank you so much, brother, for your guidance. With the cultivation from the elder brother, the younger brother will surely become a ghost admired by other ghosts, and will repay the elder brother's cultivation with an endless flow of gratitude in the future." Is this really my younger brother? Is this really my son? Looking at the younger ghost so quickly flattering, the younger sister ghost and the mother ghost were stunned. Usually, they had never seen him speak so smoothly. "My dear little sister, let's continue talking about you." Wang Lin's gaze once again turned to his sister's plate on the dining table, and he extended his withered hand again. Seeing Wang Lin's hand reaching out again, the younger ghost sister quickly said, "My respected brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I have deep admiration for you, far beyond any other ghost. If any other ghost dares to disrespect you, even my own mother, I would fight her to the death. How could I ever do such a thing? You must have misunderstood." "Oh." Wang Lin's hand paused again. "So, you admire your brother so much, huh? But I've been a bit tight lately." Hearing Wang Lin say this, the younger sister ghost immediately spoke with righteous indignation, "If brother needs anything, how can I just ignore it? I have 300 hell coins, and of course, I'll help you, brother. Do you think I can leave the table now? That's a bit too little. For me, it's like a drop in the ocean. It's better to just eat a meal." Wang Lin shook his head, and his withered hand was even closer to the younger sister's head. Seeing this, the younger sister ghost quickly added in panic, "Brother. I just remembered. I still have 200, and my little brother will definitely help you too, right, little brother? Yesterday, you told me you still had 500 New Year's money." Younger brother ghost. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, the younger brother ghost immediately said with an unyielding expression, "That's right, if brother needs help, how can I pretend not to know? I will certainly help you with all my strength." Wang Lin smiled, "You really are my good brother and good sister. Come, get off the table and eat." The younger sister ghost breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, quickly floating up from the plate and landing nearby. Seeing that both the younger brother and sister ghosts had escaped disaster, the mother ghost also relaxed and immediately brought the prepared feast to the table. Boiled chicken, roasted duck, carp with noodles, braised pork, steamed buns, there were at least a dozen dishes, and even a bottle of wine. Looking at the feast on the table, Wang Lin didn't say anything more and started eating immediately. 12 years, exactly 12 years. Since he crossed over, he hadn't been able to face people. For 12 years, Wang Lin had either been starving or eating ghosts, and it had been 12 years since he ate anything that could be called decent food, let alone such a luxurious meal. "I'm back." Wang Lin was eating happily when suddenly the door opened from the outside, and a ghost father, dressed in blue work clothes, with broad shoulders and a large waist, walked in with a stern face. Seeing their father return with a stern face, the ghost mother and the two younger ghosts quickly blinked and signaled with their eyes. "What's wrong with you all? Did sand get into your eyes?" Seeing the three ghosts signaling him, the ghost father didn't think too much, still maintaining his stern face. His gaze turned to Wang Lin, who had already lowered his head and was eating, and his face immediately sank, showing the ghostly expression one gets before dying. He angrily shouted at Wang Lin, "Who told you to start eating first? How dare you sit at the main seat? Do you still recognize me as the head of the family?" Wang Lin raised his head and gave the ghost father a gloomy look. What did you just say?" "Ah." Seeing Wang Lin's expression, the ghost father instantly trembled, his ghostly demeanor vanishing in an instant, and he changed to a flattering face. "I meant to say that I came back late and made you wait. It's my fault, so I should be punished. I can't eat, I'll go back to work overtime. I'll work hard to make money." After speaking, the ghost father immediately turned around and tried to run away. "Sit down and eat." Seeing the ghost father's immediate change of attitude, Wang Lin's voice was hoarse, but he spoke calmly. This even though Wang Lin's voice was not loud, the ghost father's steps immediately stiffened, and he turned back, hesitating as he looked at Wang Lin. To be honest, he did not want to eat with a necromancer at all. That could very well turn into eating him, or even eating his entire family. But now, he didn't dare to leave. He knew he had no ability to escape from a high-level necromancer. Either sit down and eat, or get on the table, you choose. Wang Lin took a bite of the chicken leg and chewed, his gaze mocking as he looked at Ghost Dad. Gulp. Ghost Dad swallowed nervously and cautiously sat in the seat originally intended for Wang Lin. The chair had been coated with glue by Ghost Brother, meant to make the one chosen make a mistake. But now, sitting in this chair, he didn't dare show the slightest abnormality. "Stop dawdling, eat." Wang Lin spoke again and continued eating heartily. Gulp. Watching Wang Lin eat so deliciously, the four ghosts sat trembling, not daring to make any move. They usually couldn't afford to eat such food, because these things from the living world were very expensive in the world of eerie tales. But now, none of the four ghosts dared to move their chopsticks, not even daring to look at Wang Lin eating so greedily. They were afraid that this high-level necromancer, who was enjoying his meal, might casually toss them into his mouth too. Wang Lin, however, didn't care. After eating and drinking his fill, he calmly spoke. Rule 8, you must go out to earn money every day at 8 a.m. and earn at least 50 underworld coins. Rule 9, you must return home by 8 p.m. every day and hand over your earnings. Upon hearing this, Ghost Dad didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately took out 200 underworld coins and, with his head lowered, respectfully handed them to Wang Lin. "This is all I earned today from working. Please accept it." "Accept it? So little? How can I accept it?" with a smile. Wang Lin's voice was deep, carrying a strong threat. Hearing this, Ghost Dad trembled again and quickly looked at Ghost Mom. Ghost Mom immediately shuddered and hurriedly said, "There are 18,000 underworld coins at home. I'll bring them right now." With that, Ghost Mom rushed into the room. In a moment, she came back holding 2 thick bundles of underworld coins and respectfully handed them to Wang Lin. "These are all the underworld coins we have at home. Please accept them." "That's more like it," Wang Lin said with a smile, accepting the coins. He continued, "Rule 10, I need to take the dog for a walk." Before Wang Lin could finish, Ghost Brother immediately said, "How can we trouble the noble elder brother with walking the dog?" "I'll do it. I'm good at walking dogs. I love walking dogs. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't walk a dog for a day." Ghost Sister quickly said, "I'll go instead. Brother still has homework to do, we can't delay his studies. Let me go. I really enjoy walking dogs." Ghost Mom said, "Your brother has homework, and you don't even have feet. How could you go? Walking the dog should be my job. I'll go." Ghost Dad said, "I raised the dog, so of course, it's my responsibility to take it out." Looking at the 4 ghosts competing to take the dog out, Wang Lin simply continued to speak calmly. "Rule 10 is for me to walk the dog. It's just right to help with digestion. Where's the dog? Upon hearing Wang Lin truly wanted to walk the dog, the four ghosts were immediately overjoyed. Of course, it was better for the necromancer to go out rather than them going alone. But when they looked around, there was no sign of the dog in the house. The four ghosts immediately left the table and went to find the dog. It turned out that when the dog realized Wang Lin was a necromancer, it immediately ran off to hide. If it weren't for Rule 10 preventing it from leaving the house alone, it probably would have run out of the house. After a while, a 1-meter long, pitch-black, vicious-looking dog was dragged over by the four ghosts, leaving deep scratch marks all over the ceramic floor. Looking at the resisting eerie dog, Wang Lin said calmly, "It seems you don't want to go for a walk with me. But in my eyes, there's no useless ghost, dogs are no exception." Upon hearing this, the resisting eerie dog immediately stopped struggling, even walking over to Wang Lin's feet, sticking out its tongue and looking at him with a fawning expression. Between being actively useful and passively useful, it decisively chose to be actively useful. The ghost brother, seeing this, immediately brought the dog leash, tied the dog up, and respectfully handed the other end of the leash to Wang Lin. Wang Lin took the dog leash and walked straight ahead. Phew! Watching Wang Lin walk out and close the door, the four ghosts inside immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If you ask them why they were so afraid of Wang Lin, of course, it's because compared to those races that restrained them, and even the Taoist priests, monks, and other professions that specialize in dealing with the strange, necromancers were not only included in textbooks but also stamped with a terrifying label. Others might spend half a day in a single day researching how to deal with or eliminate them. Necromancers, on the other hand, would spend a whole day researching how to enslave them, eat them, and play with them until they died. The most crucial part is that necromancers live for a long time. Moreover, compared to the former's methods mostly being preventive or eliminative of ghosts, there are few methods for controlling ghosts. Necromancers are absolutely the ones who know ghosts best, even more than the ghosts themselves. Necromancers not only have many ways to prevent and eliminate them, but also many ways to enslave, torture, and play with them, and these ways have no upper limit, only a lower one. Encountering the former might only result in dying once more, but dying a good death, and even without needing to risk one's life. But if they encounter the latter, it will definitely cause the ghosts to die a few more times. Being eaten is the best outcome. If chosen as research material, even dying a good death would be a luxury. And turning oneself into a lich is a symbol of a necromancer's strength. PS equals side note. Equals group messages, etc. equals dialogue. Equals inner thoughts. This is commonly used, so I'm explaining it to the respected readers. PS, the rules of clearing a ghost story are set by the ghost story itself, it's a hard requirement. The rules are created by the eerie in the dungeon. The two are different. Chapter 5, Walking the Dog at the Neighbor's House. Who made you spit it out? Don't you know you should eat elegantly? Look at what you've done. How can we continue eating? Sorry I couldn't hold back, I'm willing to make up for it, I'm willing to offer a sacrifice. In this house, you can't say you couldn't hold back or couldn't do it. Didn't you read the rules? Do you think what we're eating is hard to swallow? Since you think our food is hard to swallow, then we'll eat you. Wang Lin had just taken a few steps out the door with the dog when he heard harsh scolding from the neighbor's house. This is the house. Stopping his steps, Wang Lin said coldly, lifting his foot toward the neighbor's door. Bang! The next second, a loud crash sounded as the thick wooden door was kicked open by Wang Lin. The sudden loud noise froze the three ghosts inside for a moment. Seeing Wang Lin walking in with the dog, the ugly ghost male protagonist immediately flew into a rage. You dared to kick it, well kicked. I've never liked this door. You've worked hard, here's 500 ghost coins as your reward. Please accept it. The furious ghost man had only spoken 4 words when he saw Wang Lin's withered face and his eyes reflecting eerie blue flames. Instantly, he was so scared that he retracted his ugly ghost form, trembling as he took out 500 ghost coins and offered them with a fawning expression. The ferocious ghost woman, who had already raised a kitchen knife and was about to attack the girl in the house, and the ghost child with a vicious face, showing sharp fangs, also instantly started trembling. Seeing Wang Lin enter, the girl curled up on the ground trembled even more, feeling even more despair. Another strange one has come. Wang Lin, taking the ghost coins offered to him, glanced at the terrified girl. She looked around 18 or 19, not very pretty, but she seemed quiet and delicate. Wang Lin said nothing, directly walking toward the eerie dining table. When he saw the food on the table, Wang Lin immediately furrowed his brows. The table was divided into 4 portions, 3 of which were fragrant candles and a small piece of cake the size of a biscuit, while the other portion was a plate of soil with a strong smell of blood, topped with worms and maggots. Both the appearance and the smell were utterly nauseating. They were really trying to push him to the edge. Eating these things wouldn't kill him instantly, but they would certainly cause a severe illness, and if he forced himself to swallow them, even if he managed to vomit later and rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump, there was a high chance he'd still fall seriously ill, or even die. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the male ghost, his voice hoarse and chilling. "I've been disgusted. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Hearing Wang Lin's grim words, the male ghost immediately broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, constantly apologizing while trembling and hurriedly cleaning up the mess on the table, not forgetting to shout at the terrified female ghost owner, "Hurry up and make food for the master, it must be sumptuous." "Ah. Okay. The female ghost master snapped out of her stupor, quickly responding, trembling as she was about to run to the kitchen. However, in the next second, a withered hand suddenly landed on the female ghost master's shoulder. "I don't like waiting, you can be my meal." One sentence, and the female ghost master was so scared she revealed her ghostly form, her body completely blackened, clearly having died from a fire ghost. Thud. The male ghost, who was hurriedly cleaning the table, immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, "Master, my whole family was burned to death, we smell like charcoal, we're not tasty. Please spare us. We have paper money, we are willing to use it to buy our ghost lives." "Charcoal smell? Perfect, I've been craving barbecue lately." "Cook-eek." Wang Lin's hoarse voice spoke the eerie, hopeless words, followed by a sinister laugh. In the next moment, Wang Lin grabbed the female ghost master's hand and with a force, directly shattered her ghostly body into green smoke. He took a deep breath through his nostrils, inhaling all the green smoke into his nose. These ghosts would stop at nothing to torture and force living people to break the rules. Their unpredictability was a regular operation, and if a living person broke the rules, they would be cruelly tortured, eaten, and even turned into various ghostly tools. So when Wang Lin ate them, he had no pressure at all. Besides, he was a necromancer, a lich, eating ghosts should be a regular meal for him. "Kid, run. I'll fight you to the death." Watching the female ghost master being shattered and consumed, the kneeling male ghost master also became furious. With a loud shout, he revealed his blackened, oozing, smoking ghostly form and leaped from the ground, pouncing toward Wang Lin. Looking at the oncoming evil ghost, Wang Lin merely sneered in disdain. A mere evil ghost, back when he first became a necromancer, he was already feeding on evil ghosts. The next second, Wang Lin opened his mouth, and a strong sucking force appeared from it. The attacking evil ghost rapidly shrank and was instantly sucked into Wang Lin's mouth. Crunch, crunch. Wang Lin chewed a few times, and immediately a crisp sound echoed from his mouth. Gulp. Crunchy. Looks like I need to remember to carry some cumin and chili powder next time. With a gulp, Wang Lin swallowed the evil ghost that had been chewed into pieces, muttering to himself before his gaze turned to the boy ghost, about 7 or 8 years old, who was now so scared that his ghostly form had appeared, and tears and snot were pouring from him. "Don't eat me, don't eat me." Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, the boy ghost, whose spirit had already collapsed from fear, began to cry and beg for mercy. He wanted to run, but at this moment, he was so terrified that he couldn't even stand up. Looking at the collapsed little ghost, Wang Lin's gaze turned to the living girl who was equally frightened. "Don't be afraid, I don't eat people." However, upon hearing this, the girl was not reassured in the slightest, on the contrary, she was even more terrified. These words, coming from the eerie Wang Lin's mouth. "It's just like how I don't eat beef." Looking at the even more terrified girl, Wang Lin straightforwardly asked, "What's your name?" Zhang Si. The girl said cautiously upon hearing the question. "As long as I don't die this time, I will definitely take revenge. When I grow up, I will go to the world of the living, eat lots of people, become a powerful ghost king, and seek revenge on you." Seeing Wang Lin talking to Zhang Si, it seemed as though they had already ignored him. The boy ghost lowered his head, his face filled with disgust, his eyes full of hatred, and he silently swore in his heart. "Oh, I almost forgot, there's one more. I ate your whole family, of course I can't miss you, a whole family of ghosts should be together in one piece." Suddenly, Wang Lin's gaze turned towards the trembling little ghost, and with a quick grab, the little ghost shrank and flew into Wang Lin's hand. Then, in front of the girl, Wang Lin began to munch on the little ghost like a carrot, while saying to the girl, "Don't be afraid, I'm just out for a walk with my dog, and casually hunting some wild game. Oh, now that this family of ghosts is finished, their rules are also void. As long as you don't go outside into other strange areas, surviving this time won't be a problem. You can even look for their secret stash, should be around 10 to 8,000, ha ha ha." After finishing, Wang Lin habitually let out a sinister laugh and dragged the paralyzed dog away. Watching Wang Lin leave, Zhang Si, the girl, was already trembling in fear. As Wang Lin stepped outside, he saw neighbors around opening their doors and peeking out. After all, with such a huge commotion, it was impossible not to hear it. However, when Wang Lin walked out and looked around, the ghostly neighbors quickly shut and locked their doors one after another, each faster than the last. Humph. Looking at these ghost neighbors locking their doors, Wang Lin lightly laughed, then slapped the door wall, leaving a withered palm print, before dragging the weak dog away. The palm print emitted a faint blue light, and in the center of the print, there was a gray bone about the thickness of a pinky finger burning with eerie blue flames. This was essentially a tag. With this palm print and bone, before this weird tale ended, these eerie beings in the neighborhood would dare not enter. Even if some daring ones did, he would notice immediately. Chapter 6, The Weird Tale of the Mall. This one will do. Soon, Wang Lin stopped in front of a ghostly household, raised his foot, and opened the door in one smooth motion. Inside, the ghostly old woman looked at Wang Lin entering with the dog and quickly put on her most kind expression, saying in a flattering manner, Master, there's nothing here, no living people. Perhaps nervous, the old ghost spoke with a stammer. Ha! Wang Lin lightly laughed, and finished eating the unfinished little ghost in his hand in one bite. His gaze turned dangerously towards the old ghost. My dog told me, you're a fierce ghost who has been dead for 100 years, and you even have human bones at home. You should know, my favorite thing is playing with bones. Or is my dog lying to me? Hearing Wang Lin's words, the old ghost shuddered and quickly flattered, yes, there are bones. As she spoke, the old ghost swiftly dragged a large bamboo basket from the foot of the bed, inside which were some bones and 2 skulls, some even with teeth marks. As long as there are bones. Wang Lin simply said in a flat tone while looking at the bones in the basket. Just as the old ghost let out a sigh of relief, Wang Lin suddenly raised his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the old ghost, shrinking her and pulling her into his hand. Without waiting for her to beg, he squeezed hard, crushing the old ghost's body, then opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring her shattered 3 souls and 7 spirits. For ghosts like this, Wang Lin couldn't be bothered to say much. With a wave of his hand, the bone ring on his thin, withered fingers flickered with a faint light, and all the bones in the bamboo basket disappeared without a trace. Dog, you say? Which one should be next? Wang Lin's hoarse voice asked the eerie dog. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the dog immediately shuddered. It had never told Wang Lin that there were human bones here, but now Wang Lin's meaning was clear, to betray the other ghosts in the community. The dog dared not speak. If it truly betrayed them, the consequences were beyond what a mere eerie dog like it could bear. Once the necromancer left, the eerie beings in the community would definitely vent their anger on it. Seeing the dog tremble and remain silent, Wang Lin simply said calmly, in my eyes, there is no useless ghost. If a useless dog is lost, no one will care. Or should I start a research project and explore your purpose? 307. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the dog immediately jolted and spat out a number. He, good dog. Wang Lin laughed sinisterly, dragging the lifeless dog away. The soul should be scattered, that dead dog from house number 250 is betraying us. That necromancer is looking for ghosts that have eaten people. In the neighboring ghost household, a ghost man pressed against the wall heard the sound from next door and quickly took out his phone, sending a message in the ghost owners group. What's going on? Is there a necromancer in our community? Are you kidding? How could a necromancer appear in our community? It's in our building S, Unit B, it came from house number 250. It seems like a living person chosen to participate in the eerie talk, I saw it with my own eyes. I also saw it. It's not just any necromancer. It's an advanced necromancer who has turned himself into a lich. I'm already packing my things, getting ready to run. Everyone, hurry up and run. I'm going, I need to hurry too. My house is participating in an eerie talk, there's a living person, what if I can't run? Waiting for a reply, it's urgent. Although I haven't eaten anyone, I'm still running. Even though I'm not in Building S, it's still better to run first. As this message appeared in the ghost owners group, the group instantly exploded. In the Chuanlu community, each ghost resident, upon seeing the message, quickly began packing to flee. Those ghost residents involved in the eerie talk were so panicked that they were nearly crying. To them, the necromancer was the very embodiment of terror. A necromancer who had transformed himself into a lich was even greater horror. They were living in a low-level eerie community, where the strongest eeriness was just the level of vengeful spirits. If that necromancer got angry, the whole community would not be enough to satisfy his wrath. Moreover, the necromancer was protected by the rules of the eerie talk. As long as he didn't take action against those powerful eerie beings couldn't deal with him. Soon, all the eerie beings that could run in Chuanlu community fled, while those who couldn't escape due to their involvement in the eerie talk hid at home, trembling in fear, scared that the terrifying necromancer might suddenly kick open their door. At the same time, those participating in the eerie talk in the community felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Although they didn't know why, these eerie beings in their homes became inexplicably quiet, not daring to make any noise. Even if they accidentally violated the rules, these eerie beings turned a blind eye. Any rules that required them to go out were also actively cancelled by the eerie beings. But soon, they found out why, because in the following days, they all had the honor of seeing Wang Lin walking his dog to their eerie households. Ignoring Wang Lin's eerie appearance, his actions were truly impressive to them. As Wang Lin went from house to house walking his dog day by day, the ghosts in the community gradually disappeared, and the number of ghost coins in Wang Lin's hand increased. Meanwhile, the news of a high-level necromancer entering the eerie talk quickly spread throughout the eerie circle in Shabi County. For a moment, the strangeness of Shabi County made the ghosts feel unsafe, like avoiding a plague. The powerful strange beings tried to reduce their time outside, and the weak ones stayed indoors unless absolutely necessary, fearing they might encounter something unexpected. The entire strange county became eerily quiet, so much so that it was almost impossible to see a ghostly figure. Ding, congratulations, lucky carbon-based baby number 87654321, you have successfully completed the difficulty F-level rule ghost story Happy Family. Reward, 500 soul coins. You now have half an hour to make purchases. 7 days later, with the cold voice of the ghost story echoing, it also announced that Wang Lin's rule ghost story dungeon had ended. Immediately, a 32-inch light screen appeared in front of Wang Lin, displaying an operation interface. This was the Ghost Story System Mall. After completing a ghost story dungeon, players would have half an hour to purchase items from the mall. Of course, if a player hadn't completed the ghost story but was lucky enough to survive, that half hour would be a chase time. Any strange being could disregard any rules to hunt the survivors. But of course, if they survived this half hour, they could leave the ghost story. With the light screen appearing, Wang Lin's soul coins were all converted into numbers and displayed on the operation interface. 1,537,562 soul coins. Although the reward for completing the dungeon was only 500 soul coins, Wang Lin had gathered more than 1.53 million soul coins. Like online shopping, the Ghost Story Mall's interface had various categories, ranging from items of the primitive era to futuristic technology. There were also cultivation techniques, magical items, and herbs. It could be said to cover everything. However, the items inside were very expensive, and the purchasing power of soul coins was comparable to that of the Japanese yen. One egg would cost 30 soul coins, an ordinary handgun would cost 100,000 soul coins, a regular car from Dragon Star Technology would be priced at over 1 million soul coins, and space stations or spacecraft would be counted in hundreds of billions or even trillions. And for a living person to earn soul coins in the strange world, it was like grinding with a bitter knife, working hard all day long to earn maybe just a few dozen soul coins. After browsing for a while, Wang Lin bought a beautifully crafted handgun, some Taoist books, clothing, and some everyday items like tents. His 1.5 million soul coins were almost all spent. Chapter 7, Returning to Dragonstar, the abandoned temple is robbed. Inside the dark, dilapidated temple, Wang Lin suddenly appeared, accompanied by all the items he had purchased from the Ghost Story Mall. Ding, welcome home, number 87654321. The next random ghost story time will begin now. White represents the one's place, black represents the tens place. Good luck. Just as he returned, the cold voice of the ghost story echoed in Wang Lin's ears, and in front of him appeared 2 dice, one white and one black, each with 10 sides numbered 0 to 9. At the same time, a square wooden box materialized in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed the dice and casually tossed them into the box. The dice rolled around, finally stopping. The white die was 1, and the black die was 0. Ding, unlucky carbon-based baby, your next ghost story time is 24 hours later. Please prepare early. The cold voice echoed again in Wang Lin's ear, as if pitying his misfortune. That's really unlucky. Didn't roll 2 zeros. Wang Lin sneered and began packing up his items. In the dark forest at night, 2 ghostly figures floated into the abandoned temple where Wang Lin was. That's right, these 2 were the strange beings sent from the ghost story world into the living world. When a living person fails and dies in a ghost story, corresponding strange beings are sent into the living world. They can exist in the living world for the same amount of time as the ghost story's dungeon completion time. At the same time, these strange beings also have various tasks once they enter the living world, such as collecting items, searching for things, unsealing seals, creating monsters, disguising, assassinating, lurking, hunting, and so on. However, these strange beings are not bound by as many restrictions as living people in terms of their tasks. It is common for large-scale deaths to occur. After the 2 ghostly figures entered the dilapidated temple, they immediately saw the supplies and the Taoist priest's belongings placed in the corner. Someone actually lives in this ruined temple. And it's a Taoist priest. I didn't expect to find such wild game out here in this desolate wilderness. Perfect for a meal. We can take these things back too, and collect a lot of soul coins. The 2 ghostly figures exchanged a glance and swallowed, as these items could be worth at least 50 to 60,000 soul coins. Although there were Taoist priests' items here, they weren't afraid at all. Given Longqing's barren cultivation environment, the lack of resources, and the incomplete foundation, the cultivators here were generally low-level, and couldn't possibly deal with the 2 powerful ghosts. The 2 ghosts then drifted toward the room in the dilapidated temple. Entering the room, the 2 ghosts immediately saw Wang Lin sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating with his eyes closed. The moment they saw Wang Lin, their hearts instantly turned cold, and their ghostly bodies involuntarily trembled. Those sunken eye sockets, that withered body, that pale skin like a water ghost, the zombie-like gray-white hair, and the glossy black nails, along with the various ghostly instruments made from solid, eerie materials, some of which were even burning with a ghostly blue flame. They had initially thought that the person in the temple was just a worthless Taoist priest, but to their surprise, it was a necromancer. And from the looks of it, he had already transformed himself into a lich. This was definitely a high-level necromancer. This was something far beyond what the two small ghosts could handle. Even the Ghost King would have to avoid this person. They exchanged a glance and dared not even breathe, their mission forgotten, slowly floating back out, afraid of alarming this terrifying necromancer. I didn't expect that at night, the supper would come to me. Luckily, I was just researching a new topic and was thinking of summoning two of you. You've arrived just in time. No need for me to summon you. At that moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and his hoarse voice echoed in the room. Thud. Hearing these words, the two ghosts immediately knelt down. Master, Master, we were blind to not recognize your greatness. Master, please spare us. We are willing to follow your orders. The two ghosts repeatedly cowed out and begged for mercy, their ghostly bodies trembling even more violently now. Do you think I would lack subordinates? He. Wang Lin said in a hoarse voice, letting out a sinister laugh. It's over. The two ghosts' hearts sank completely, and they turned to flee, hoping against hope to escape with their ghostly lives. However, before they could float away, two gray, semi-transparent soul chains shot out from Wang Lin's sleeve, wrapping around the two ghosts and immediately rendering them immobile. The two ghosts immediately wanted to self-destruct their ghostly bodies, preferring to have their souls scatter than fall into the hands of the necromancer. After all, this necromancer had just said he would use them as a research subject. That would be far more painful than having their souls scattered. However, in the next second, a six-pointed star symbol appeared on their foreheads, preventing them from even self-destructing their ghostly bodies. Bound by the soul contract seal, they were utterly incapable of resisting, and even self-destruction became a distant luxury. Sigh. Looks like my dream of cultivating immortality is really never going to happen. By the way, what were these two ghosts doing here in this poor wilderness? I was just thinking about cultivating immortality earlier and completely forgot to ask. Several hours later, Wang Lin, picking his teeth, sighed helplessly. As an Eastern person, cultivating immortality was his first choice. After exchanging Taoist books, Wang Lin naturally wanted to try if he could balance cultivating immortality as well. But unfortunately, after more than 10 hours of research, Wang Lin felt helpless. Maybe other necromancers could cultivate immortality, but for himself, as a system-bound necromancer, it was impossible to also practice immortality cultivation. As for giving up the system to practice immortality cultivation, not to mention that the system was already completely bound to him, it was something that couldn't be abandoned. Even if he could abandon the system and pursue immortality cultivation, it would be forsaking the root for the tip, something like throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds, which was not something Wang Lin was willing to do. After realizing that immortality cultivation was hopeless, Wang Lin finally remembered to ask the two ghosts about their purpose, but unfortunately, their 3 souls and 7 spirits had already scattered almost entirely. No useful information could be obtained. Since the rule-based Strange Tales arrived 9 years ago, Wang Lin, having too much free time, often went out at night to gather materials, naturally knowing many things that only ghosts and monsters would know. Forget it. Wang Lin shook his head, no longer thinking about the purpose of the two ghosts coming here, and simply began reading Taoist books. Although immortality cultivation was hopeless, reading Taoist methods, gaining some knowledge, and learning feng shui techniques could still be of use to him. Once he restored his human form and could re-enter human society, he could use these techniques as a cover to earn some money. Although living people's money wasn't as useful as ghost coins, at least it was part of their lives and could bring some fun. He could also mimic some seemingly magical techniques to act as if he knew them or research some related and similar magical arrays. Eternal life is always so boring. Chapter 8, Strange Tales Ghost Blind Dates. Ding! Lucky carbon-based treasure, welcome to the rule-based Strange Tales again. The second strange tale you will experience is the Hotel Blind Date Conference, difficulty level E. Now, the clearing rules are announced. Rule 1, you must live in the hotel for 5 days. Rule 2, you must attend every blind date event. Rule 3, within 4 days, you must successfully hold hands and marry a ghost. You now have 5 minutes to adjust to the environment. In the hotel, Wang Lin heard the cold voice of the strange tale and showed a strange smile. A beauty contest, interesting, with my looks, I must be very competitive. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin's eyes fell on the rules posted at the head of the bed. Hotel-wide rules. Rule 1, you cannot directly refuse your blind date. Rule 2, please always be elegant and polite. Rule 3, mealtimes are 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 5 p.m., with a late-night snack at 9 p.m. Meals last for 1 hour, and you must attend them all, arriving early at the restaurant. Rule 4, blind date times are 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 6 p.m., please arrive early. Rule 5, every night at 10 p.m., there will be a movie. You must attend, and only sit in odd-numbered seats. You cannot change seats during the movie. Rule 6, after 12 a.m., you cannot stay outside your room. Rule 7. When meeting your blind date, ensure your clothes are neat, appearance is clean, and there are no unpleasant smells. If you have body odor, using perfume is allowed. Rule 8. The time for entering the bathroom each day should not exceed 70 minutes, and each time should not exceed 20 minutes. Rule 9. Do not allow anyone into your room, but you can go to other rooms. Rule 10. If there is a knock on the door, you must open it within 20 seconds, no matter when. Rule 11. From 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., do not make any loud noises that disturb other guests. Rule 12. If you see anything strange, believe that it is normal. Rule 13. There will be an outdoor activity on the 5th day. You must participate. After reading the rules, Wang Lin curled his lips and glanced at the clock on the wall. At that moment, the time in the strange tale world was 6:10. Which meant he still had 50 minutes to prepare himself. Wang Lin immediately got up and walked toward the bathroom. Since becoming a necromancer and living in a dilapidated temple, Wang Lin had mostly waited for rain or summoned water ghosts for bathing, and he hadn't used body wash or a bathroom in a long time. Meanwhile, in the odd-numbered rooms of the hotel, people who had been teleported there began to hurry to wash up. Everyone was cautious and rushed. Rule 7. When meeting your blind date, please keep your clothes tidy, your appearance clean, and ensure there is no unpleasant smell. If you have body odor, using perfume is allowed to cover it. Rule 8. The time spent in the washroom each day must not exceed 70 minutes, and each session must not exceed 20 minutes. These two rules seem simple, but in reality, they hide a mystery, because strange things do not allow for simple regulations. In the bathroom, Wang Lin washed up slowly, and before he knew it, time had exceeded 20 minutes. As the time surpassed 20 minutes, what flowed down from the lotus shower was no longer clear water, but dark red blood, with a strong smell of blood. Looking at the blood on his body, Wang Lin's face instantly darkened, and he raised his gaze to the deep red shadow that suddenly appeared on the wall. As Wang Lin looked up, that deep red shadow trembled, and the bright red blood instantly turned back into clear water. However, it was too late. Wang Lin reached out and directly grabbed the water ghost from the wall. It was a female water ghost. Then Wang Lin skillfully twisted and wrung the water ghost, turning it into a towel and began to scrub his slim body. Surprisingly, it was much better than using a washcloth, and the water kept flowing endlessly. Another 20 minutes later, Wang Lin finally put on clean clothes, deliberately enveloping himself in a large black robe to hide his face, and walked out of the washroom, leaving only the water ghost huddled in the corner of the bathroom, shivering and doubting her ghostly existence. Upon exiting the room, Wang Lin glanced around and happened to see a male ghost server pushing a cart coming over, so he directly asked, "Where is the restaurant?" "Rude, why should I tell you?" The ghost server arrogantly rolled his eyes, not even looking at Wang Lin, casually replying as he pushed the cart away. "Do you think I can just tell you where the restaurant is? Don't you understand common human courtesy? If you don't tell me, I'll just eat right here." Wang Lin stretched out his bony hand to block the ghost server, tilting his head to roll his eyes as well, but instead of white, it reflected the soul fire in his eyes more fiercely. Seeing the soul fire in Wang Lin's eyes, the server immediately trembled all over. He quickly said, "It's on the left, on the 7th floor's very left." "Is that it? Your emotional intelligence is quite low. Don't you understand common human courtesy?" Wang Lin said with an unsatisfied look, glancing at the cart the ghost server was pushing, which had several baskets filled with various pastries and fruits. "Master, please, accept this." The server trembled, hands shaking as he respectfully presented a basket of pastries and a basket of fruits to Wang Lin. "Say thank you." Wang Lin took the basket, still keeping his gaze on the ghost server. "Thank you." The ghost server quickly replied obediently. "That's more like it," Wang Lin said with satisfaction, turning around and going back into the room with the pastries. Seeing Wang Lin enter the room, the ghost server ran away pushing the cart, using what seemed like the fastest speed in his ghostly life. "Xiao Zi, what's wrong with you?" Seeing the ghost server so flustered, a young female ghost manager who happened to walk by curiously asked. This was a chain hotel, and even if a celestial master or a high monk came, they wouldn't be flustered. "I don't want my salary, I quit." The ghost server shouted loudly, abandoning the cart as he ran towards the stairs, letting everything in the cart scatter all over the ground. "What kind of madness is this?" The female ghost manager muttered in dissatisfaction, waving her hand to cast a gust of wind to restore the cart before heading towards the elevator. It was almost 7 o'clock, and she still needed to organize the breakfast activities for the day. Entering the elevator, the eerie manager pressed the button for the 7th floor, and the elevator door slowly closed. However, the next second, the elevator door opened again, and Wang Lin walked in, looking down at his phone. Seeing that Wang Lin was still in the mood to read a novel at this time, the female ghost manager immediately teased, "A living person. You really are not anxious at all. You still have the mood to read a novel. There are only 3 minutes left, and you're not afraid of any malfunction in this elevator? Being late is against the rules. You could lose your life." After the words were spoken, the elevator indeed malfunctioned, and the light showed third and fourth floors, stopping at the third floor and a half. Seeing this, the ghostly manager suddenly said gloomily, "Oh no. It seems you're going to lose your life." "What are you saying? I didn't hear clearly." Wang Lin looked up at the ghostly manager. "Sigma, degree. Seeing Wang Lin's true appearance, the ghostly manager couldn't help but tremble and quickly forced a smile, saying, "I'm also going to the 7th floor, let's go together. We definitely won't be late." This was not about him losing his life. Being squeezed into the same elevator with a necromancer clearly meant she was the one in danger. The stopped elevator also trembled slightly, and the next second, with a bayou, it jumped 3 display lights in 1 second, directly stopping at the 7th floor. Ding, 7th floor, arrived. Arrived. Hearing the elevator's vibrating prompt, Wang Lin continued to lower his head, looking at his novel as he walked out. Phew. Watching Wang Lin exit the elevator, the ghostly manager let out a sigh of relief. Now she finally understood why Little Lee ran so fast. If he didn't hurry a bit, he would truly lose his ghostly life. What could a chain hotel do? This was already a powerful necromancer who had transformed herself into a lich. "Manager Shang, time is running out. If you don't go out now, you might miss it," the elevator reminded the ghostly manager. The ghostly manager looked at the open elevator door, her face darkening, but she had no choice but to brace herself and walk out. At this moment, she had made up her mind that the breakfast event must focus on harmony, friendliness, simplicity, speed, and safety. Oh no! The next second, the ghostly manager seemed to remember something and hurriedly floated toward the dining hall. Wang Lin lowered his head and walked to the entrance of the dining hall, where a ghostly waiter immediately blocked him. "You need a number tag to enter." While speaking, the ghostly waiter looked at Wang Lin with delight. There was only 1 minute left. If he could just make things difficult for this living person, he would surely be late. What's going on? Wang Lin looked up at the waiter blocking his way. The proud ghostly waiter's smile instantly froze on his face, his hands trembling as he quickly handed over a number tag, saying, "This is your number tag, the dining regulations are on the left. Please go in." Wang Lin took the number tag handed to him by the ghostly waiter, didn't even look at the regulations, and directly walked into the dining hall. After Wang Lin entered, the ghostly manager hurriedly floated over. Seeing Wang Lin's back entering the dining hall, her expression immediately changed, and she quickly went to check the dining hall's regulations. Regulation 1, no vomiting. How can you possibly set so many rules that would scare the soul out of someone? This is going to ruin lives. After reading, the ghostly manager became even more anxious. She had organized several strange matchmaking events. How could she not know what the kitchen staff was planning? If it were before, she would definitely think the rules were too few, but now she wished there were no rules at all. Chapter 9, Getting Used to Eating Ghosts. The dining hall was probably about 800 square meters, currently accommodating around 300 people and ghosts. Wang Lin lowered his head and walked into the dining hall, casually found a dining table, and sat down. Seeing Wang Lin sitting down with his head lowered, the people and ghosts at the table were stunned. The dining hall had rectangular tables, each seating 6 people, with 6 stools, but there were only 4 number tags on the table, and now all 4 number tags had someone sitting on them. There were 2 ghosts, 1 male and 1 female, and 2 humans, 1 male and 1 female. Sitting in the wrong place is a violation of the rules. Seeing Wang Lin take a seat, a slick-haired little ghost next to him came back to his senses and let out a series of laughter. He never expected that before it even began, there was someone violating the rules. And he had come right up to him. Wang Lin was so immersed in the novel he was reading that he forgot his surroundings, only remembering he came for breakfast. Hearing the ghost's voice next to him, without even looking, he simply raised his hand to grab, pulled, opened his mouth, and started chewing. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound echoed in the quiet restaurant. Looking at the little ghost with half of its ghostly body bitten off, and at Wang Lin munching away, the remaining 2 at the table, 1 ghost and 1 human, were left dumbfounded. Not just them, even the other people and ghosts around were staring in disbelief. The ghost waiter who was planning to come over and cause trouble quickly halted his steps, clearly realizing this wasn't someone easy to pick a fight with. The female ghost manager who rushed into the restaurant trembled in fear, quickly taking out her phone to make a call, knowing very well how terrifying this character was. At this moment, besides the crunching sounds coming from Wang Lin's mouth, there was no other sound in the restaurant. Feeling the sudden silence in the restaurant, Wang Lin couldn't help but look up, noticing the dumbfounded eyes all around him. After a moment of realization, he said apologetically, "Aha. Sorry, I'm used to eating ghosts." When he spoke, I thought it was breakfast being served. After speaking, Wang Lin continued to lower his head to look at his phone, still munching on the half-eaten ghost in his hand. Though he said he was sorry, his actions showed he didn't feel any remorse. He continued to eat without a care. In the next second, the ghosts at the surrounding tables instantly drifted away, all looking at Wang Lin in horror. When Wang Lin looked up, if they weren't mistaken, this guy was a necromancer, and he had transformed himself into a powerful lich. The people around the tables didn't flee, but their faces were filled with fear. This guy looked like a ghost and was eating ghosts. He was definitely a very scary character. Watching the ghosts around flee and panic only reinforced their beliefs. If it weren't for the restaurant's rule that once seated, they couldn't move around freely, they would probably have left. Manager Shang, what do we do now? A female ghost waiter walked over to the female ghost manager, her teeth chattering as she asked. In this situation, clearly, they were merely low-level evil or fierce ghosts who wouldn't dare to handle such matters. They couldn't handle it either. Even a powerful ghost would just be adding a side dish to him, they were merely a snack. What can we do? Quickly go tell the kitchen, get everyone to wake up and bring out the good stuff, we cannot let him go berserk. The female ghost manager said with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on Wang Lin, who was munching on a ghost while enjoying his novel, thinking quickly about a countermeasure. Seeing that the ghost Wang Lin was holding was nearly finished, Manager Zhang could only brace herself and walk into the restaurant, shouting, "Is everyone settled at their seats as per their cards? Seating?" Upon hearing the shout, Wang Lin finally realized, glancing at the sign he had picked up and the seat at the table. Then, surveying his surroundings, he stood up and walked towards a table with a missing person. That table already had a male ghost, a female ghost, and a woman in her 30s seated. Seeing Wang Lin coming toward them, everyone at that table, ghost and human alike, were shocked. Looking at the empty seat and then at Wang Lin approaching, they immediately knew Wang Lin was part of their table. Even the two ghosts were trembling at that moment. Sure enough, Wang Lin walked over and sat down directly. Continue reading the novel. At this moment, at this table with two ghosts and one person, even the air itself dared not breathe. The female ghost, Manager Zhang, saw that Wang Lin's attention was entirely on the novel, seemingly having no intention of causing a scene, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She hurried to the central podium of the restaurant. First of all, welcome everyone to our ghostly hotel for the monster-themed matchmaking event. Our ghostly hotel has been established in the ghost realm for 1,000 years, with 23 chain hotels spread across 13 major and minor ghost towns. The board consists of ghost generals, and the 3 deputy directors are all over 1,000 years old, powerful ghosts. The other hotel and branch managers are also all over 500 years old, and the deputy managers are more than 100 years old. Our 13th branch has 900 rooms and more than 400 ghost employees. Manager Zhang, the female ghost, continued to blabber on with her opening speech, emphasizing how strong the hotel's background and power are, and how many formidable ghosts they have. While speaking, Manager Zhang occasionally sneaked glances at Wang Lin, hoping to see his reaction. She wanted the hotel's strength to stabilize this terrifying necromancer, and for that, she even exaggerated a bit. Unfortunately, Wang Lin only kept his head down, staring at his phone novel, completely ignoring her words. On the other hand, the others in the restaurant listened with their hearts racing. After exaggerating the hotel's strength and influence, seeing no reaction from Wang Lin, Manager Zhang no longer dared to boast and could only helplessly conclude, "Finally, thank you again for participating in our monster-themed matchmaking event, and I wish everyone finds their other half. Now, breakfast begins." As her words fell, the prepared waiters began serving dishes to the people and ghosts in the restaurant. In front of the ghosts were mostly incense candles and a small amount of pastries and fruits, and some ghosts could have a bit of meat dishes, but the portions were very limited. In front of the humans were plates of food that either looked disgusting or emitted nauseating smells. Eating these would not kill you, but it certainly wouldn't feel good. Looking at the disgusting food on the table, those who had attended the ghost stories a time or two were okay, they had seen such scenes before. But those attending for the first time almost vomited, having to cover their mouths and force their regurgitated food back down. Because if they vomited, it would mean death. When the dishes arrived at Wang Lin's table, a full 8 ghost waiters tremblingly brought up dishes like roasted duck, pork knuckle, cakes, and fruits. Everything looked delicious, filling the rectangular table to the brim with many servings. Even the people and ghosts at Wang Lin's table benefited, not having to eat the incense candles and disgusting food. Of course, the condition was that they dared to fight Wang Lin for the food, otherwise, they could only watch. Looking at the lavish food on Wang Lin's table and then at the candles and the pitiful fruits and pastries on their tables, both humans and ghosts around were filled with envy. Gazing at his delicious spread, then at the inedible food in front of the other tables of living people, Wang Lin couldn't help but ponder. Chapter 10, Summoning Skeleton Soldiers. Gazing at his delicious spread, then at the inedible food in front of the other tables of living people, Wang Lin couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, helping these people was merely a small effort for Wang Lin, truly something he could do with just a lift of his hand. However, he was a necromancer. If he helped them directly, wouldn't it seem like he wasn't evil enough as a necromancer? Gaig. Just as Wang Lin was still hesitating, a sound of vomiting came from the corner table on the left. A delicate girl of flowering age, catching a whiff of the nauseating smell on the table, couldn't hold it any longer. Even though she was desperately swallowing back the taste of her own vomit, each time she thought about having to swallow it all again, she couldn't hold it anymore and finally spit it out. "You vomited." Hearing the voice, the two ghosts sitting next to the girl immediately revealed their blood-soaked, pus-dripping faces and let out bloodthirsty laughter. Two other ghost waiters immediately walked over, holding knives, forks, axes, and saws. Clearly, they were ready to dismember her on the spot. The people in the restaurant, upon seeing this scene, quickly lowered their heads, trembling with fear, not daring to make a sound, all aware that these four ghosts were going to harm the girl. But no one could help her. The ghosts, one by one, let out sinister laughter. So noisy. Seeing the girl about to be torn apart by the four ghosts, and hearing the sinister laughter from the other ghosts in the restaurant, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and spoke coldly. The three words instantly made the whole restaurant fall silent, as if a needle had dropped. The four ghosts, who were about to strike the girl, froze in place, terrified, not daring to move. At this moment, they remembered that there was a soul mage in the restaurant, one so evil that even ghosts feared him, whose mood was unpredictable. "Do you all want to die? Interrupting my meal, get out of here now, or I'll feed all of you to my three-headed dogs." Wang Lin's cold voice echoed throughout the restaurant. After speaking, Wang Lin waved his hand, and 30 skeleton soldiers, wearing old and tattered armor, their bodies covered in faint blue flames, emitting a cold, deathly aura, with their eye sockets burning with eerie blue fire, and blackened bones, appeared out of nowhere. "Chop up those four who made the noise." After summoning the skeleton soldiers, Wang Lin casually gave the order. "Roar!" Upon receiving the command, the 30 black iron skeleton soldiers immediately let out a roar, raising their rusty battle knives and charging at the four ghosts. Although these skeleton soldiers were physical beings, their bodies emanated deathly aura and murderous energy, with soul flames burning on the rusty battle knives. They caused immense damage to the ghostly forms. Seeing the skeleton soldiers charging towards them, the four ghosts who were about to commit murder immediately turned pale with fear. "Master, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Master, please don't kill me." Seeing the skeleton soldiers rushing toward them, the male and female ghost customers immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. The two ghost waiters turned around and fled through the back door of the restaurant, praying the hotel would buy them some time. The 30 skeleton soldiers immediately split into two groups, one batch chased after the two fleeing ghost waiters, while the other batch rushed at the two ghost customers. No matter how much the ghost customers begged for mercy, the skeletons raised their battle knives and struck. Fight to the death. The two ghost customers, realizing begging was useless, immediately revealed their ghostly forms and fought back desperately. Unfortunately, two fists couldn't beat four hands, and how could their bare hands fight against 30 hands and 15 battle knives? As soon as the two ghosts kicked down two skeleton soldiers, several battle knives struck them, immediately knocking them to the ground. Then, the remaining skeleton soldiers swarmed in, continuously swinging their battle knives and pulling at the severed ghost bodies, devouring them. As they consumed the ghosts, the soul flames on the skeleton soldiers grew brighter, and the deathly aura around them intensified. Watching this scene, the ghosts and humans in the restaurant couldn't help but shudder, not daring to make another sound. One by one, the ghosts tiptoed out of the restaurant, including the waiters. Although these skeleton soldiers were only made of black iron, roughly equivalent to 10-year-old evil ghosts, most of the ghosts in the restaurant were stronger than a single skeleton soldier. Even for someone like Manager Zhang, who could easily wipe out these skeleton warriors alone, there was still a danger. But next to her was a lich, a powerful undead sorcerer, who would dare to deal with those skeleton warriors. If they angered this undead sorcerer, it could summon a three-headed dog, and forget just the ghosts in the restaurant, even the ghosts of the entire hotel would be devoured. To them, this undead sorcerer refrained from doing so merely out of caution regarding the rules of the uncanny tales. As for the rules set by ghosts, in front of the strong, they were worthless. Who would dare to enforce the rules? Anyone attempting to stir up trouble would effectively be looking for death. The people in the restaurant wanted to leave, but due to the restaurant's rules, they dared not easily walk out without finishing what was on their tables. "Stop. Kick those people out." Wang Lin called out to the sneaky ghost, Manager Zhang, with an unhappy expression. "Yes, yes." Manager Zhang hurriedly responded and yelled angrily at those around her, "Did you hear? Your dining time is over. Hurry and leave the restaurant." Once driven out, the people in the restaurant sighed in relief, quickly getting up to leave cautiously. 9 years of uncanny tales had accumulated a lot of experience for people. In situations where dining was interrupted due to strange demands, breaking the rules was considered void. The strange beings all knew that this undead sorcerer was a living person. But people did not know this. They believed Wang Lin was strange and a very powerful one at that. Now they could stay away from that black-robed being and avoid eating that disgusting food. They certainly could not ask for more. Watching the restaurant quickly become empty, Wang Lin finally began to feast. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Wang Lin went straight up to the 8th floor of the hotel. Here, there was a large banquet hall, the location for this blind date. When Wang Lin arrived, there was not a single person or ghost in the hall. He found an empty seat and took out his phone to continue reading while waiting. "Sir, can you help me survive this uncanny tale?" Just as Wang Lin was getting engrossed in his reading, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Surprised by the voice, Wang Lin turned his head coldly to look at the young man in front of him, letting out a chilling laugh. Hee hee. "Aren't you afraid I will eat you?" Under Wang Lin's icy gaze, the young man felt incredibly nervous but forcefully maintained his calm, saying, "Of course I'm scared. But in this tale, if you can't clear the level, you will still be eaten by the uncanny beings. The rule of this tale requires a successful handholding within 4 days and a marriage. The chances of survival are too low, and for many, it is a certain death tale." Wang Lin nodded. "You are so sure that I will help you survive this tale? Instead of immediately eating you?" The young man firmly stated. During meals in the restaurant, the tables are allocated by one male ghost, one female ghost, one man, and one woman. If you look carefully, it's easy to see that the sir is a living person. Being a living person naturally means you have living needs. You are extraordinary, unaffected by mundane matters, but the mundane can help you avoid some issues. I also have some modest savings. I hope you can help me." After saying this, the young man respectfully placed a white bank card on the table, pushing it towards Wang Lin. "There is 10 million in this card. Please, sir, save my life." Looking at the bank card on the table, honestly, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Even 10,000 could turn brothers against each other, let alone this was 10 million. "You can take it back." But after a moment of hesitation, Wang Lin pushed the card back to the young man. Chapter 11, The Ghost Blind Date begins. Seeing Wang Lin push the money back, the young man became anxious. "Sir, wait." Wang Lin raised his hand to interrupt the young man. "From now on, just follow me. Don't worry about the hotel rules." But the rules of the ghost story must still be followed. Wang Xiaosong. As he spoke the last words, Wang Lin directly said the name of the young man in front of him. Although Wang Lin had been living hidden in the deep mountains and forests, he still kept himself updated on the outside world through his phone. He certainly knew about this nationally famous rich young master. "Ah!" Wang Xiaosong was stunned for a moment before reacting, suddenly filled with joy. Thank you. "No need to thank me," Wang Lin said calmly, "just sit next to me. Big brother, still." After sitting down, Wang Xiaosong pushed the bank card in front of Wang Lin again. He was still a bit uneasy since the person in front of him wouldn't take his money, and he even started calling him Big Brother. In fact, the main reason he dared to come and seek protection from Wang Lin was that in the restaurant, after that girl vomited, when the 4 ghosts were about to take action, Wang Lin suddenly shouted and then drove everyone away. He analyzed that Wang Lin was actually helping them. Seeing Wang Xiaosong pushing the bank card again, Wang Lin simply said, "I don't need money. Just leave me a contact number. When I need something done, you can spend money for me." With his current ghostly appearance, money was even worse than paper money. Let alone talking about a bank card. Not to mention that he couldn't go to the counter to withdraw money. Even if he had money, he had nowhere to spend it. If he wasn't careful, he might expose himself or leave a trace. For now, it was better to let Wang Xiaosong handle any spending affairs. Later, when he returned to his human form, he could use the things bought with the grim coins earned in the ghost story to make a lot of money without exposing himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaosong understood quickly and hurriedly took back the bank card, pulling out a business card and respectfully handing it to Wang Lin. "Alright, big brother, here's my business card. Just let me know if you need anything." Wang Lin took the card, glanced at it, and then stored it in the bone ring. Then he pushed a bone ring to Wang Xiaosong. "This ring contains 4,000-year-old mummies with decent power. They can deal with ghost generals. If you encounter danger in the future, just bite your tongue and let some blood drip on it, and they will follow the commands of the person wearing the ring. But don't carry it with you when nothing's happening. It's ominous and can lead to a short life." Wang Lin was not worried at all that after leaving the ghost story, Wang Xiaosong might not keep his promise. Wang Xiaosong was not short-sighted, but there was still a chance he could die in the next ghost story, so Wang Lin still gave him some protection. Hearing Wang Lin say that the mummies in the ring could deal with ghost generals, Wang Xiaosong was instantly shocked and quickly took the ring with both hands, carefully placing it on his index finger. This was his essential tool for survival in the ghost stories from now on, and it meant even more than that. A few minutes later, people and ghosts gradually began to arrive in the banquet hall. Those who entered and saw Wang Xiaosong daring to sit with Wang Lin all showed surprise in their eyes. Following that, according to the rules of the banquet hall, people sat on the left side of the hall, while ghosts sat on the right side. Only Wang Lin and Wang Xiaosong sat in the middle. "Big brother, it's specified that people sit on the left and ghosts on the right. Should we move to the left?" Seeing the scattered arrangement of people and ghosts, Wang Xiaosong quickly asked Wang Lin. He had carefully observed the rules of the banquet hall upon entering. People on the left, ghosts on the right, was one of the regulations of the banquet hall. "Ha!" Wang Lin chuckled lightly. "What rules?" He hadn't even looked at them. The female ghost, Manager Zhang, walked in punctually and glanced at the two people talking in the middle before decisively ignoring them. She even resolved not to provoke Wang Xiaosong during this ghost story. Upon reaching the podium, the female ghost Manager Zhang said a few shortened opening remarks and then announced, "Now I will declare the rules for the first blind date banquet according to the seating arrangement. From the left side, invite a ghost, then sit in the middle to get to know each other. If it fails, both sides return to their original positions. Please follow the banquet hall rules during the process. Come on, I'll take you to pick one." After hearing the ghost manager's nonsense, Wang Lin smiled cheerfully at Wang Xiaokan and stood up, directly walking to the right. Seeing this, Wang Xiaokan felt nervous but hurriedly followed Wang Lin's pace. Watching Wang Lin walk to the right, the ghost at the front on the left quickly sat back down. The ghosts on the right looked at Wang Lin and Wang Xiaokan as they approached, all hurriedly lowering their heads, just like students afraid of being noticed by the teacher during roll call. Especially the female ghosts, their heads nearly touching the ground, their necks becoming long from bending. Amid the tension of the ghosts, Wang Lin directly approached the first male ghost at the front on the left side, smiling as he said, "Let's get to know each other. Are you suitable to become a ghost device?" The male ghost being questioned was instantly startled, trembling, and with a flattering expression, "Master, I am a male ghost. Let's just forget it. So you are rejecting me. The rules clearly state that you cannot refuse a matchmaking partner." He. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and finished speaking with a sinister laugh. Upon hearing this, the first male ghost's heart sank immediately, and he hurriedly explained, "No, I." However, before the male ghost could finish his plea, Wang Lin had already seized him, pulling him apart with force until he turned into smoke, inhaling through his nostrils. "Did you not know that refusing me comes with a price?" Smacking his lips, like exhaling smoke, Wang Lin murmured in dissatisfaction, his gaze shifting to the second ghost in line, which was also a male ghost. Upon feeling Wang Lin's gaze on him, the second ghost's heart felt cold. Clearly, he could not refuse, otherwise, this necromancer would eat him. For the sake of ghostly life, sacrifices must be made. Between purity and ghostly life, the second ghost decisively chose ghostly life, smiling widely at Wang Lin. "Why do I feel you don't respect my profession?" Looking at the male ghost displaying a fawning smile, Wang Lin's face turned dark. The second ghost's smile immediately froze on his face. What happens when a ghost encounters a powerful necromancer? Of course, they feel fear. I didn't. Before this ghost could explain, Wang Lin had already raised his hand to grab him, shrinking him down to hold in his hand, taking a bite. "If I don't demonstrate, you won't know what I do." Wang Lin murmured again, looking at the third one, a female ghost. "Please don't be interested in me, please don't be interested in me." At this moment, the female ghost was so frightened that her complexion turned pale, revealing the ghostly form from her tragic death in a car accident, still smelling of blood and gasoline, desperately praying that her miserable appearance would make this necromancer dislike her. Hotel Universal Regulations: when meeting a matchmaking partner, ensure clothes are tidy, appearance is clean, and there are no strange odors. Wang Lin said in disgust, slapping the female ghost's head, which sent her soul scattering. Opening his mouth, he inhaled and consumed another ghost. Then Wang Lin turned his gaze to the ghosts behind. Upon seeing this, all the ghosts on the left hurriedly straightened their postures, hiding their ghostly forms and masking the strange smells. Manager Zhang, the female ghost, felt even more anxious. She realized that just as they were having trouble finding someone according to the regulations, this necromancer was now using the hotel's rules to trouble them. He was clearly toying with them, just as the books say, necromancers are full of malicious humor and have no moral boundaries. This was clearly treating this bizarre rule talk as a sacred place for cultivation. Even if the weird ones followed the hotel rules like humans, this necromancer would still act against them. Ghosts can ignore ghost rules, but they still must follow the rules of bizarre tales. Chapter 12. I hate this soga. Watching as 3 more ghosts were eaten, the remaining ghosts suddenly became more obedient than ever, each sitting up straighter than the living people on the left. The people on the left stared in shock as Wang Lin devoured 3 more ghosts, their eyes wide open again. At this moment, they finally realized that this strangely powerful person they thought was supernatural was actually a living human, which is why he invited the ghosts on the right. Maybe, perhaps, he was even helping them. At this time, those who seemed extremely dangerous and fed on humans became the food themselves, and their situation was even more perilous than that of the living. Because this powerful and eerie person clearly did not need to wait for the strange to break the rules before taking action against them. Wang Lin paid no attention to what the crowd on the left was thinking, directly focusing on the 4th-ranked ghost, a male ghost. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the male ghost was so nervous that he was drenched in water. He was a drowned water ghost. Just in time, I'm thirsty. Wang Lin slowly uttered these 4 words. Hearing this, the water ghost nearly melted to the floor. Looking at the empty water cup on the table, he quickly filled it up and respectfully presented it to Wang Lin. "Sir, please. Know your place, say thank you." Wang Lin nodded with satisfaction, took the cup, and drank it all in one go. The nervous water ghost did not hear Wang Lin's words clearly, thinking Wang Lin was thanking him, and quickly replied, "You're welcome." In the next second, Wang Lin grabbed the water ghost and stuffed him into the cup, frowning and saying, "I praised you for knowing your place and reminded you to say thank you, yet you dared to say you're welcome to me." Looking at the water ghost trapped inside the cup, the other ghosts immediately became alert. Wang Lin shifted his gaze to the fifth-ranked ghost, a female ghost who looked quite decent. He immediately walked over with Wang Xiaozong to stand in front of her. Seeing Wang Lin approaching, the female ghost quickly came up with an idea. She stood up and politely bowed to both of them, then said respectfully to Wang Xiaozong, "Hello, I am Wang Xiaochun, very nice to meet you. Shall we go to the middle to get to know each other?" Wang Xiaozong was dumbfounded. He was just following the boss around like a lackey, and now the ghost was inviting him. He dared not break the rules and refuse. Wang Xiaozong couldn't help but look at Wang Lin with pleading eyes, hoping Wang Lin would get rid of this ghost too. Wang Lin chuckled, "Since she thinks you are great, why not go to the middle and get to know each other a bit? After all, we must follow the rules, go ahead." Hearing this, Wang Xiaozong could only nervously walk to the middle table with the female ghost. Every matchmaking must occur before the fourth day for marriage. This is a bizarre rule, so this process could not be avoided. With Wang Lin's intimidation, the female ghost shouldn't dare to harm him now. After arranging Wang Xiaozong, Wang Lin couldn't be bothered to deal with the remaining ghosts anymore, directly inviting the sixth-ranked one, "This ghost, let's go to the middle table to get to know each other and discuss the making of ghost utensils and cooking methods for ghosts." The ghost in sixth place looked at Wang Lin, his legs trembling, his mouth quivering, unable to spit out a single word. Although he looked somewhat soft and appeared feminine, he was a male ghost. But telling the necromancer in front of him that he was a male ghost was something he didn't have the guts to do. But if he accepted the necromancer's invitation, he had already made it clear they would discuss making ghost utensils and cooking. Once he opened his mouth, the other party would know he was a male ghost, and it would likely turn from discussion to practical application, or he would be the material. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Seeing the male ghost unable to utter a word for so long, Wang Lin's gaze turned dangerous, and without waiting for the ghost to argue, he raised his hand and crushed his ghostly form immediately. Swallowed his soul. Then Wang Lin's gaze turned to the girl ghost hanging in seventh place. Bang bang bang. Seeing Wang Lin looking at her, the seventh-ranked girl ghost without a word knelt down and began to bow to Wang Lin. The sound was crisp and loud, cracking the floor tiles. "Come with me," Wang Lin lazily said, leaving one sentence before returning to the middle table, sitting down at the table behind Wang Xiaozong. Even though the girl ghost was terrified, she did not dare to disobey Wang Lin's words and could only tremble, moving step by step to sit at Wang Lin's table. Wang Xiaozong, who hadn't started the process yet, quickly perked up her ears, wanting to see how Wang Lin would begin. "Do you have a car?" As soon as the girl ghost sat down, Wang Lin got straight to the point. The girl ghost shook her head, trembling as she replied, "I'm very sorry, not at the moment." "Do you have a house?" The girl ghost shook her head again. "I'm very sorry, I don't have that either." "Do you have 100 trillion ghost coins in savings?" The girl ghost continued to shake her head, carefully saying, "I'm very sorry, I only have 30,000 ghost coins." "Wang Lin, you have nothing, you came out to set up a ghost date? Get lost." "Thank you, I'm very sorry I couldn't satisfy you." The girl ghost, hearing this, quickly expressed her thanks, then really rolled back to the ground. Wang Lin walked to the left, casually finding a spot to sit down. The girl ghost opposite Wang Xiaozong saw this and quickly followed suit, cautiously asking Wang Xiaozong, "Do you have a car?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaozong, who was about to imitate, was instantly dumbfounded. Didn't Wang Lin ask first? How did it become the girl ghost asking him? But the banquet hall's rule was that no one could lie and must answer questions, so he could only brace himself and say, "I have 36 cars." As soon as Wang Xiaozong finished speaking, the girl ghost stood up and bowed to him, saying apologetically, "I'm very sorry, I don't like people with cars, and since you have so many, we're even less suitable." Seeing this, Wang Xiaozong felt a huge sigh of relief, quickly stood up and bowed in return, "I'm very sorry I couldn't satisfy you." Then Wang Xiaozong and the girl ghost each returned to their seats on either side. Soga. The man in the first position on the left saw Wang Lin and Wang Xiaozong finish the process easily, suddenly realized, and then walked to the right with a confident look on his face. "I hate this Soga." Looking at that confident man walking by, Wang Lin suddenly blurted out a sentence. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the originally confident Yamamoto fell to the ground in surprise, his body trembling uncontrollably. If he was very confident just now that he could get through the first date process, then now Wang Lin's one sentence directly sentenced him to death, and next, he would surely become the target of all the ghosts. Indeed, Yamamoto looked up and saw that the ghosts on the right, upon hearing Wang Lin's words, were all looking at his fallen self with gleaming eyes. This sentence undoubtedly sent a signal to these ghosts: whoever killed this little idiot would be in good standing with the Ghostmaster. Yamamoto trembled as he got up from the ground. Under the eager gazes of all the ghosts, he cautiously walked to the girl ghost in fifth position on the right and said timidly, "Hello, beautiful lady, I am Yamamoto, may I invite you to get to know each other?" "Of course, you can." The girl ghost replied with a gloomy smile, getting up from her seat and walking to the middle with the trembling Yamamoto. "You ask first." As soon as they sat down, the girl ghost revealed her swollen, rotting ghost face, smiling and extending her rotten, foul-smelling tongue to lick. "Hee, no, I'm quite fond of you. Would you refuse me?" The female ghost said with a smile, her tongue licking Yamamoto once again. Yamamoto's forehead beaded with cold sweat. How could he dare to respond? But he couldn't outright refuse, so he could only grit his teeth and ask again, "That depends on our conversation. Do you have a house?" The female ghost laughed and asked again, "No. Do you prefer being braised or steamed? Sashimi and barbecue are also options?" Yamamoto's forehead was now dripping with even more cold sweat. This was clearly aimed at eating him. Yamamoto was even more cautious, his brain spinning wildly as he carefully said, "I usually like to eat sashimi." Upon hearing this, the female ghost extended her long tongue to lick Yamamoto again, teasingly saying, "Eating raw, huh? I like it too. I think we are quite suitable." Yamamoto stammered, racking his brain to finally come up with a polite refusal. "I believe the spark of love can't simply collide based on food preferences." The female ghost smiled and asked again, "So do you prefer mustard flavor when you bathe? Or do you like mustard flavor?" Chapter 13, The Purpose of the Ghost Blind Date. "I see." Looking at Yamamoto drenched in cold sweat, Wang Lin suddenly said to himself with a smile. Wang Xiaosong, hearing Wang Lin, curiously asked, "Big brother, what do you mean?" Wang Lin cheerfully said, "If ghosts want to eat us, they don't need this tedious and troublesome matchmaking event, so I've been wondering what the purpose of this ghost blind date was since we entered this strange tale. Now I've figured it out." "What is it?" Wang Xiaosong hurriedly asked. The people around who hadn't yet found a partner quickly perked up their ears. After all, figuring out the real purpose of the blind date was crucial to their survival. It's a match for a ghost marriage. These ghosts are genuinely looking for husbands and wives. This is about long-term coexistence, which is why there's this matchmaking event to select partners. Wang Lin said casually. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The rule requires successful handholding within 4 days, and for a ghost marriage, doesn't that mean there's no way out? Looking at the pale faces around him, Wang Lin nonchalantly said, "It's just an F-level difficulty tale, it's not to the point that ordinary people have no way to live. Whether it's handholding or ghost marriage, it's not necessarily meant for someone to be picked. On the contrary, handholding means you are under the protection of the matchmaking ghost, so other ghosts won't trouble you. Of course, you still have to choose your ghost partner carefully and interact with caution. After all, by the 4th day, whether you can live or die will depend on your ghost partner. If you choose poorly, there really will be no way out." Wang Xiaosong seemed to have caught a flaw in Wang Lin's words and asked curiously, "But if that's the case, why are there still various rules to hunt us? Wouldn't it be better to let us all live and have ghost marriages?" "Ha!" Wang Lin scoffed, "People choose a partner with great care, and ghosts do too. Moreover, ghosts exist longer than humans, so they are pickier. Didn't you notice the characteristics of the rules? They're all about lifestyle requirements or adapting to ghostly conditions, designed to eliminate inferior individuals. The ones who survive are the quality individuals." After hearing Wang Lin's analysis, everyone looked enlightened. In an instant, some faces were filled with worry, while others were lit up with joy. Seeing those with joyful faces, Wang Lin didn't say much more. Seeing Wang Lin didn't want to continue, others started to walk towards the ghosts, making this matchmaking event feel a bit like a recruitment fair. As everyone rushed over to get to know the ghosts, Wang Xiaosong quietly asked Wang Lin, "Big brother, do you think they understood what you just said?" Although Wang Lin had explained clearly, Wang Xiaosong still felt that things were not that simple. "I think not many understood." Wang Lin replied lightly. "This is a ghostly blind date, meant for an marriage, and these ghost candidates don't even know how long they have been dead. They exist in an environment of strange tales, and not many of them are brave warriors." Then, Wang Xiaosong stammered a few times but ultimately didn't say the words, asking Wang Lin to save others. Seeing how those eerie beings were so afraid of Wang Lin shows that he is definitely not an easy opponent. To agree to protect oneself through this challenge probably also considers the fact that one has wealth and connections in the world of the living. Having only just found shelter, it was even less appropriate to make further requests. Around the two, several others who hadn't taken action listened to their conversation and couldn't help but lower their heads in disappointment. Did they not understand that with Wang Lin protecting them, it was basically safe to pass through this E-level difficulty strange tale? But they believed they didn't have Wang Xiaosong's wealth and connections, so they dared not approach Wang Lin for protection. After all, Wang Lin left them with a very terrifying impression. This was a presence that even the eerie beings feared and trembled at. Clap, clap, clap. Not long after, the female ghost manager Zhang clapped her hands, looking at the pairs who had successfully held hands, smilingly said, "It seems this blind date event organized went very smoothly. In the first round, everyone found their desired partner. I hope everyone can enjoy the activities ahead and have pleasant interactions. Now, there's still more than 2 hours until lunch. Everyone can walk around, but remember to follow the hotel's rules." Hearing the manager's words, Wang Lin said to Wang Xiaosong, "Let's go." Everyone returned to their own rooms. Less movement, fewer mistakes. After saying this, Wang Lin didn't wait for Wang Xiaosong's response and directly got up to leave the banquet hall. Following Wang Lin out, the corners of Wang Xiaosong's mouth curled slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that with Wang Lin to protect him, along with the ring given by Wang Lin, he was basically safe. This was actually said for the others to hear. The remaining people heard what Wang Lin said as he left and looked at each other, each finding excuses to bid farewell to their blind date partners, quickly following after him out of the banquet hall. Wang Lin was right, less movement, fewer mistakes. The eerie beings were also exchanging glances with each other, then one by one, they returned to their rooms. At this moment, they weren't thinking about how to devour someone they didn't like. Surviving in this strange tale instance involving a necromancer was their primary concern. Of course, there were some exceptions among the eerie beings. Some cunning ones had their eyes fixed on Yamamoto Iko, their brains whirring with thought. Without a doubt, taking down this little brat could win favor from the necromancer. Though the necromancer had limits and no limits, the situation was currently stronger than the person, and they could only hope that the necromancer's favor would be useful. Feeling the malicious gazes from those eerie beings, Yamamoto Iko, whose back was already soaked in cold sweat, felt even more like he was sitting on pins and needles. He could already foresee what he would face. He would definitely be the target of all the eerie beings' fury. Now, he was like dancing on a pile of eggs. If he broke any, it would certainly lead to his demise. Thinking this way, Yamamoto Iko dared not hesitate. He immediately dashed out of the banquet hall, rushing toward Wang Lin's departing figure. Right now, his biggest chance of survival was to get this being that even the eerie creatures feared to protect him. To survive, he decided to go all out. No matter what the other party's demands were, he would definitely agree. "Your Excellency, please spare the beanbag." Hearing the elongated, pleading shout from behind, Wang Lin could not help but turn around. He saw Yamamoto Iko madly rushing over. When Yamamoto Iko saw Wang Lin look back, he didn't have time to slow down, and immediately knelt on both knees, hurriedly crawling to Wang Lin's feet. Watching this scene, everyone around, whether human or strange being, couldn't help but pause their hurried steps, wanting to see how Yamamoto Iko pleaded, and even more so, how that terrifying undead mage would respond to Yamamoto Iko's plea. Perhaps they could imitate it too. Chapter 14, I Don't Like Dogs. Under the gaze of many eyes, Yamamoto Iko hurriedly crawled to Wang Lin, then began to bow repeatedly in front of everyone, causing his forehead to bleed after just 2 or 3 bangs. He pleaded, "Noble sir, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I will be your most loyal dog from now on, and I will do whatever you ask." Wang Lin coldly watched Yamamoto Iko continuously bowing, giving a cold smile, and dismissively waved his hand. In the next second, a large amount of gray smoke suddenly erupted around, and a dozen filthy and repulsive zombie dogs emerged from the smoke, their mouths dripping with foul saliva, glaring hungrily at the kneeling Yamamoto Iko. "I don't like dogs, and you don't have the qualification to be my dog. Moreover, you've disgusted me again," Wang Lin said coldly, turning to leave, leaving behind 3 words in Yamamoto Iko's desperate gaze: "Tear him apart." With Wang Lin's command, the dozen filthy and repulsive zombie dogs charged like ravenous wolves towards the kneeling and desperate Yamamoto Iko. "No!" Yamamoto Iko could only let out a desperate cry before being overwhelmed by the zombie dog's bites. Watching Yamamoto Iko being frantically torn apart by the dozen filthy and repulsive zombie dogs, people averted their gazes. Sure enough, the previous thought was unrealistic. This guy, even feared by strange beings, is definitely not a good person. The strange beings also lowered their heads. Yes. This is an extremely evil undead mage. How could he be easy to deal with? They all must be extremely careful in this haunted quest. In a moment, whether human or strange being, they all firmly decided to be extremely low-key. They must not attract the attention of that terrifying guy. The female ghost manager watched Wang Lin's departing figure, her whole ghost trembling. What the book said is true: every undead mage is an extremely evil being, a terrifying fellow with a limit to evil but no limit to terror. I wonder if the board can deal with him. Thinking this, the female ghost manager took out her phone again and dialed out. "Beep, the phone you dialed is powered off, please try again later." Underscore? Hearing the voice from the phone, the female ghost manager was instantly dumbfounded. She hurriedly changed to another contact number to dial, but the result was still the same. The voice still said, "The phone you dialed is powered off, please try again later." Unable to believe it, the female ghost manager continued dialing the phone, but no matter which contact she dialed, even other hotel managers' phones, the result was always the same: "The phone you dialed is powered off, please try again later." Could it be that even the 3 millennium evil ghosts dare not face this undead mage? Why did the haunted tale drag such a terrifying person into the quest? By the time the banquet hall was left with only herself, the many powered-off calls finally extinguished all remnants of hope in the female ghost manager's heart. Even if the female ghost manager was unwilling to believe it, she had to accept the fact at this moment, they had all been abandoned. At this moment, a deep despair rose in the female ghost manager's heart. She wanted to escape, but having already participated in the ghost story chapter, she could not leave. Although she knew that the necromancer who could transform herself into a lich was very powerful, she did not know that even if she exaggerated the abilities of the hotel managers in the restaurant, it was still far inferior to the lich. Or rather, she had not boasted enough. Levels of ghosts: 1 ghost, 2 fierce ghost, 3 evil ghost, 4 ferocious ghost, 5 malevolent ghost, 6 vicious ghost, 7 ghost commander, 8 ghost marshal, 9 ghost king, 10 ghost emperor. There are more levels after that. Levels of necromancers: 1 junior mage, 2 intermediate mage, 3 senior mage, 4 great mage, 5 magus, 6 grand magus, 7 mage lord, lich, 8 grand mage lord, great lich, 9 saint of magic, lich saint, 10 god of magic, lich god. Necromancers can easily battle above their level against the strange. The protagonist is close to the strength of a magic god and comes with a system, allowing for even greater leaps. On the other side, Wang Lin and Wang Xiaozong, leaving the banquet hall, were the first to arrive at the elevator. Ding! The 7th floor has arrived. Accompanied by a crisp ding, the elevator reached the 7th floor. Before the doors opened, strange voices could be faintly heard discussing inside. When we get downstairs, we must time it right, and we cannot let those living have a chance to rest. We must keep their spirits on edge at all times. The more tired their spirits are, the more opportunities we will have. When we knock on the door, we should all be fierce. We must make a big noise. We cannot allow those living to have a chance to catch up on sleep. Inside the elevator, 4 ghostly aunties pushing carts filled with fresh bed linens were discussing how to conduct room service. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. The 4 ghost aunties could not help but raise their heads to look at the slowly opening elevator doors. Each of them showed a fierce and strange expression, eagerly waiting for a living person to enter the elevator. Planning how to scare the living entering the elevator. There are rules about the strange settings in both the elevator and the stairs. Of course, this is not important for the protagonist. As the elevator doors slowly opened, what first caught their eyes was a figure wearing a large black robe, with a gaunt face, pale skin, and eyes reflecting a ghostly blue flame, a lich. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the fierce and strange expressions of the 4 ghost aunties gradually turned to terror, and their ghostly bodies began to shake like chaff. Keek. Looking at the 4 terrified ghost aunties, Wang Lin wore a strange expression, letting out a series of eerie laughs, and even licking his lips with his tongue as he stepped into the elevator. Seeing this, Wang Xiaozong was frightened by the 4 ghost aunties but still closely followed Wang Lin's steps. Ah, a lich. In the next second, 4 piercing ghost screams echoed in the elevator. Watching Wang Lin step into the elevator, the 4 ghost aunties immediately let out horrific ghostly cries, trembling like chaff as they slumped in the elevator. Crunch, crunch. Amidst the terrified and piercing cries of the ghost aunties, the elevator doors slowly closed, while just listening, the elevator's prompt sound was filled with uncontrollable tremors and fear. As the elevator door slowly opened, the emaciated figure of Wang Lin, dressed in a loose black robe, was gripping a ghostly woman with one hand and crunching on her. Ah whoa. Ah woo. Seeing the scene inside, the 2 ghostly service staff's piercing and ferocious screams suddenly stopped. Wang Lin slightly raised his head, his eyes reflecting the ghostly blue flames of the soul, looking at the 2 ghosts outside the elevator, their expressions transitioning from fierce to bewildered, and finally turning into terrified ghostly faces. Looking at the 2 ghostly service staff outside, Wang Lin's expression was wicked and mocking, letting out a chilling laugh again. Ah lich. Hearing Wang Lin's chilling laughter, the lewd male ghost service staff let out a shrill, terrified scream. He turned and ran. The cute female ghost service staff rolled her eyes back and fainted on the ground. Watching the fleeing male ghost service staff, Wang Lin's finger twitched slightly. A semi-transparent soul chain, burning with ghostly blue flames, shot out from the elevator, binding the fleeing male ghost service staff in an instant. The male ghost service staff, bound by the soul chain, felt as though he were frozen in time, instantly halting all movements, his terrified gaze revealing deep despair as he was quickly dragged into the elevator without any ability to resist. Gulp. Watching the lewd male ghost service staff being pulled into the elevator by the soul chain, and seeing the evil and terrifying lich inside, the remaining ghost service staff and ghostly tools on the 2nd floor couldn't help but tremble in fear. One by one, they quickly tossed aside their tasks and vanished cleanly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the corridor of the 2nd floor became empty. Snap, snap. Looking at the weird beings on the 2nd floor fleeing desperately, Wang Lin finished off the ghost service staff, and led the trembling Wang Xiaozong out of the elevator. Clearly, even though Wang Xiaozong knew Wang Lin wouldn't harm him, he was still quite scared by Wang Lin's actions of brutally gnawing on the ghost in the elevator. Noticing Wang Xiaozong's body shaking involuntarily, Wang Lin's mouth curled into a wicked smile. He raised his hand and shrunk the female ghost service staff in his palm, offering her to Wang Xiaozong, speaking in a hoarse voice, "Want one? It's invigorating. After eating, you won't tremble anymore." Gulp. Seeing the female ghost handed over by Wang Lin like a carrot, Wang Xiaozong's throat involuntarily swallowed. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "No thanks, I'm not hungry." "You eat it, big brother." Even though it wasn't Wang Xiaozong's first time participating in a strange tale, he had eaten disgusting food made by weird creatures and witnessed ghosts eating humans, but seeing someone eat a ghost was a first. Let alone being asked to eat it. Just looking at that ugly, oozing ghostly face was enough to wake him up. He absolutely couldn't bring himself to eat it. Seeing Wang Xiaozong's face full of rejection, Wang Lin also hid his mischievous side, swallowing the shrunken female ghost service staff and saying, "Go back to your own room. Shut the door and rest well. I don't think any weird beings will dare to come to this floor now." "Oh. Okay." Hearing this, Wang Xiaozong felt a sense of relief, hurriedly nodded, and opened the door to the adjacent room before rushing inside. It turned out, he lived in this room right next to the elevator. "My buffet has begun. Delicious weird beings, are you all hiding well? I'm coming to find you, he he he." As soon as the door to Wang Xiaozong's room closed, Wang Lin muttered to himself, releasing a chilling laugh. His hoarse and sinister voice echoed in the silent corridor of the second floor, and the hasty, hiding weird beings felt even more terrified upon hearing Wang Lin's husky and gloomy words and his chilling laughter. Crouched and shivering in the dark corners, their hearts kept praying to not be found. "Found you. Thirsty little creature. He he he." In the middle of the corridor, Wang Lin stopped in front of an automatic beverage vending machine, letting out a hoarse and sinister laugh. Next to this vending machine, there were some bizarre regulations, both real and fake. The protagonist can ignore them, so they won't be mentioned, but Wang Lin didn't care at all. Wang Lin only cared about the rules of the horror story scenario. As for the rules set by the strange beings inside, they would be spoken through power. Bang bang bang. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the vending machine immediately shook with bang bang sounds, spilling out various drinks all over the ground. However, Wang Lin didn't even glance at the drinks scattered on the floor. He raised his hand and placed his palm on the nearly trembling vending machine. With a mere gesture, a fat little ghost, about 7 or 8 years old, swollen and bloated from being soaked, was pulled out of the vending machine. Spare me, I don't taste good. Please drink the drinks on the ground, I'm soaked and stinky, I'm not tasty. Spare me. Spare me." The little ghost, filled with terror, cried out for mercy, flailing its arms and legs wildly, desperately trying to escape Wang Lin's grip. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to the little ghost's pleas, ignoring its desperate struggles. With his other hand, he conjured a long hollow bone, which pierced straight into the little ghost's chest amidst its horrified gaze. Suck! Like the sound of a straw sipping water, in the terrified eyes of the other hiding strange beings, the bloated little water ghost was reduced to just a shriveled ghostly skin in a mere breath. Casually throwing the remaining ghostly skin aside, Wang Lin suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the ceiling at the end of the corridor. There, a green ghost face emerged, staring in horror at him. Seeing that Wang Lin was looking at him, the green ghost face instantly changed color and quickly vanished into the ceiling. Still daring to look, "You obviously don't take me seriously," Nether Ghost missed. A cold and merciless voice sounded, and with a wave of his hand, billowing black-gray smoke erupted from Wang Lin's wide sleeves, quickly reaching the spot below the vanishing green ghost face. In the next moment, dozens of eerie green skeletal claws shot out from the smoke, darting into the ceiling. Then, a green-headed ghost with green hair and sharp tusks was dragged out of the ceiling by the dozens of eerie green skeletal claws. Spare me. I'm only responsible for turning the lights on and off, I don't want to die again. Someone save me. Please, spare me. The green-headed ghost struggled desperately, shrieking, begging for mercy, and calling for help, ultimately looking in despair as it was pulled into the dark gray smoke extended by skeletal claws. Crack crack. As the green-headed ghost was dragged into the smoke, the sounds of cracking echoed within. Clearly, something terrifying in the gray smoke was chewing the green-headed ghost up. Listening to the cracking sound from within the smoke, the remaining ghosts trembled with fear, and no ghost dared to peek out again. My delicious buffet, you better hide well. Your friendly necromancer is coming. Being found means being eaten. He he he. Wang Lin mocked as he spoke, once again letting out a sinister laugh, and stepped deeper into the corridor. In an instant, the strange beings shivered even more. It was as if they were the living ones participating in the horror story scenario, trembling and hiding from the monster's search, while Wang Lin was the terrifying ghost. Looking for them. So, he is the Lich Master? In room 1 on the second floor, Wang Xiaozong leaned against the door, calming his heartbeat, secretly noting this term that could make even the bizarre tremble with fear. Do we need to go in? At the staircase of the second floor, a group of people hurried down from upstairs, listening to the eerie voice coming from behind the door. They exchanged fearful glances, and for a moment, none dared to push open the door to the stairwell. Even their voices trembled unconsciously. Although they knew that the guy in the oversized black robe was alive, the voice coming from inside was truly chilling. If even ghosts were terrified, they were certainly scared too. As for those ghostly customers also residing on the second floor, not a single one dared to come down at this moment. Just as humans would avoid ghosts, knowing that a powerful lich master, transformed from a person, lived on the second floor made the ghosts retreat even further. Chapter 16, Tension from Reality. On the second floor of the hotel, the ghosts that could run had already fled, and those who were trapped in various objects were quickly cleaned out by Wang Lin. But Wang Lin did not return to his room. Instead, he wandered around the hotel. Unlike the other chosen living people who were forced to be cautious in the eerie tales, Wang Lin had long been hoping to be selected and came specifically to devour the strange beings in the tales. Of course, Wang Lin's main targets were those strange waiters and ghosts attached to objects. As for the ghostly customers, as long as they didn't come to him, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. After all, the third rule of the eerie tales stated, must successfully hold hands within 4 days and carry out a ghostly marriage. He would still need them to appear later. As Wang Lin wandered through the hotel, all the eerie beings in the ghost hotel became nervous, carefully hiding and not daring to make any extra movements. They were even more cautious than the living people who entered the eerie tales, afraid of being found by Wang Lin. For a moment, compared to the strange beings in the eerie tales, Wang Lin became the ghost that wandered and sought targets, ready to cause trouble at any time. Longxing. In the Dragon Kingdom, Yunzhou, the bureau for handling the eerie Yunzhou branch building, 3rd floor. Under the watchful eyes of soldiers stationed every 3 steps, a young and beautiful female secretary, dressed in a sharp business suit, hurriedly crossed the heavily guarded corridor, arriving before a peachwood door engraved with symbols. After passing the instrument check and the soldiers' questions at the door, the thick peachwood door was finally opened, and the female secretary hurriedly stepped inside. Behind the door was a spacious and bright conference room filled with various talismans hanging on the walls, with even the walls etched with mysterious lines and illustrations. At this moment, dozens of people in different attire were sitting inside, clearly engaged in a meeting. As the peachwood door opened, the entire conference room suddenly fell silent, and dozens of pairs of eyes turned to look. Feeling the invisible pressure from the gathered gazes, the female secretary was accustomed to it, quickly walking into the conference room. She approached the elderly man in Taoist robes sitting at the head of the table, respectfully handing over the documents in her hand and whispering, "Minister, urgent information." A powerful eerie presence appeared in yesterday's completed eerie tale copy. The intelligence department estimates it is at least a fierce ghost and could very well be a malicious ghost. Hearing this, the elderly man in Taoist robes furrowed his brow, immediately taking the folder from the secretary's hand and swiftly reading through it. The first page of the folder prominently stated, "In the community where the happy family story takes place, a powerful eerie presence has appeared." Next, there is a photo of a strange person. This person wears a loose black robe, his skin is pale, his face is withered, a wicked smile, in his gloomy eyes reflects a strange blue flame. This is Wang Lin's photo. Just seeing this image and Wang Lin's evil smile, the old man in the Taoist robe furrowed his brows tightly, his fists unconsciously clenched. The emergence of rule-based weird tales has caused tremendous casualties worldwide, and threatens the very existence of humanity. In the 9 years since the rule-based weird tales have appeared, nearly 90 million people around the world have been selected to enter the rule-based weird tale copies, and only 1 in 10 survives a year, resulting in huge losses. After failing in the corresponding copies, strange beings from those copies will descend into reality for a period, resulting in a minimum of 700 million casualties. This is a bloody number. Moreover, the number of people chosen by the rule-based weird tales is still increasing year by year. All countries have long been forced to vigorously encourage childbirth to maintain their population. But this is just a way to delay humanity's extinction, not a solution to the crisis. To cope with various weird tale copies and the strange beings descending into reality, various forces have exhausted all methods. Exploring ancient times, training warriors, teaching sex in schools, mechanical humans, bioengineered humans, and even merging the strange. To increase the power against the strange, certain forces have even developed evil practices, using living sacrifices, reaching the extreme in their desperation. But the most important thing is intelligence. Increase the survival rate of those entering the weird tale copies. And the main way to explore the world of weird tales, to obtain information on weird tales and copies, is from those who survive the copies narrating their experiences, and from letting those who participate in the weird tales carry special hidden cameras into them, to bring back images. This photo was taken as a screenshot from the footage captured by a participant carrying a special hidden camera. However, despite all efforts made by various countries, those who can survive to enter high-level copies are still very few, and even fewer manage to return alive from high-level copies, so the intelligence on powerful strangeness is scarce for all countries and forces. At this moment, the strangeness in the photo is something he has never seen before, and it has never been recorded. But just from this image and wicked smile, one can sense the power and evil of this guy. The Taoist robe elder's gaze moved down the photo, where it was written below, in the Happy Family copy, a strangeness that even the strange beings fear has appeared. This strangeness rapidly seeks to devour other strangeness in the happy community. Even vengeful spirits tremble in fear before it, and are devoured without any resistance. However, this strangeness did not harm the living in the copy, suspected to not belong to the Happy Family copy. Looking at the content written below the photo, the Taoist robe elder frowned even tighter. If it can make vengeful spirits tremble in fear and devour them without resistance, it shows that its strength far exceeds that of vengeful spirits, at least at the level of malevolent spirits. It is very likely to be a millennia-old evil spirit. Moreover, its ability to devour other strange beings evidently possesses the power to strengthen itself. Such types of strangeness are often more dangerous among similarly ranked strangeness. And after a participant fails in a weird tale copy, a corresponding strangeness from that copy will descend into reality for a period within 100 days, with the duration in reality being the same as the time needed for the failed copy. Without a doubt, the strangeness in the photo is extremely powerful, and once such strangeness descends into reality, the casualties it will cause are undoubtedly massive. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as hundreds or thousands, even more. Over 10,000 is not impossible. More importantly, no one knows when this strange occurrence will appear in reality or where it will show up. It is almost impossible to prevent in advance. I just hope it is true, as the intelligence speculated, that the strange occurrence does not belong to the Happy Family instance. After reading the document, the old man in Taoist robe sighed silently in his heart. He raised his head, his eyes sweeping around the conference room at the men, women, old and young, all wearing different outfits and emanating a powerful aura, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, the intelligence department has sent urgent information that an unprecedented strange occurrence appeared in the Happy Family instance that ended yesterday. This strange occurrence is powerful enough to devour its own kind, and it is estimated to be at least a fierce ghost, with a high chance of being a malice ghost. The intelligence also indicates that this strange occurrence did not attack the living participants of the instance, suggesting that it does not belong to the Happy Family instance. As he spoke, the old man in Taoist robes looked serious and once again surveyed the captains in the conference room. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the captains turned somber. Seeing the serious expressions of the captains, the old man in Taoist robes continued, "But this is not a reason for us to relax. Once this strange occurrence appears in our world, the casualties could reach the thousands, or even more, so we must be prepared to face its emergence in reality." Following this, the old man in Taoist robes spoke sternly to the secretary, "Little Zhang, play the footage." At the same time, similar things were happening in other factions. Because everyone was facing the same danger, the intelligence among various factions was largely shared. Chapter 17, Worried Wang Xiaozong. Time quietly passed during Wang Lin's wandering hunt. As the clock on the wall was about to strike 12, those hiding in the stairwell had no choice but to brace themselves and gather towards the restaurant on the 7th floor of the hotel. The strange customers hiding in the dark corners also crawled out like thieves, looking around cautiously, trembling as they walked from the corridor to the restaurant on the 7th floor. For a moment, the living and the strange beings went upstairs together. Despite being a predator and prey, the situation seemed orderly and harmonious. Clearly, now not only the humans but even the strange beings were being extremely careful, even more so than the living. Because the strange beings' thoughts were now in close agreement with those of the living participants, that is, to cautiously survive in this instance with a powerful necromancer. Be honest, be a decoration, and must not attract the slightest attention or displeasure from the necromancer. After all, as long as the living followed the rules and regulations, they could survive, but they were different. The rules set by the strange beings had no binding force on the necromancer. Even if the necromancer violated the rules, they lacked the strength and courage to cause trouble. In the hotel's restaurant, the gathered people and strange beings sat quietly like obedient students in their seats, their eyes nervously fixed on the entrance of the restaurant, not daring to make the slightest unnecessary move. Just like students who made mistakes and were waiting for the teacher to arrive. The strange waitstaff in the restaurant stood in a row, trembling slightly with their heads bowed, like prisoners about to be reviewed by a warden. Amid the tense weight of all the humans and ghosts, Wang Lin arrived at the restaurant almost right on time. As Wang Lin entered the restaurant, both the humans and strange beings lowered their heads, carefully staring at the table in front of them, not daring to make any movements for fear of attracting Wang Lin's attention. Looking around at the cautious people and the strange beings in the restaurant, Wang Lin coldly scolded, "Chefs and waiters stay, the rest clock out and get lost. Don't block my sight." Upon hearing Wang Lin's scolding, the people and ghosts in the restaurant were not the least bit displeased. They looked relieved as if granted amnesty, quickly getting up and stepping carefully in line to exit the restaurant. Even the female ghost manager of the hotel was no exception. Even though she was the one in charge of the hotel, and one of the strongest strange beings here, she had no courage to provoke a lich. Soon, only the strange chef and waiters were left in the restaurant. They looked dazed, their heads spinning, feeling as if their ghostly lives were suspended over a deep abyss, engulfed in darkness, and their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Wang Lin casually sat at a dining table, scanning the trembling strange waiters standing in place, slightly frowning. As Wang Lin's gaze casually swept over, the strange waiters felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their hands and feet shook even more violently. Though frightened, there were still a few clever ones among the strangeness. A smart ghost waiter noticed Wang Lin's slightly furrowed brow and felt a jolt in his heart. He quickly tugged at a nearby companion. "What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and serve. You really want to get eaten? Go ask what he wants." After saying this, the clever ghost kicked his companion beside him. The kicked chubby ghost finally came to his senses. Without thinking much, he nervously ran toward Wang Lin, bending over respectfully and asked, "Esteemed mage, sir, what would you like to eat?" Seeing this cautious, sweat-covered chubby ghost, Wang Lin was even more displeased. He grabbed the chubby ghost and immediately sucked him into his mouth. Wang Lin's actions instantly made the other strange beings even more terrified. After devouring the chubby ghost, Wang Lin unhappily scolded the remaining strange beings. "What else do you need to ask about food? Hurry up and bring me the best food. If it's not good, I'll eat you." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the strange waiters and chefs tensed up even more, each hurriedly rushing into the kitchen, drawing upon all their cooking experiences from their lifetimes, striving to ensure there wouldn't be a single flaw. In no time, the kitchen was bustling with activity. Various delicious dishes were being lined up and brought to Wang Lin's table by the strange beings. Wang Lin did not disappoint these strange beings. Any dissatisfaction with the dishes served would result in him eating the waiter who brought them. In an instant, the strange waiters became even more jittery, moving cautiously, while the strange chefs in the kitchen were extremely careful, adopting the most serious attitude, afraid to make any mistakes. On the other side, after leaving the restaurant, the strange beings and the living returned to their respective rooms, all letting out long sighs of relief, as if someone who had been drowning finally reached the shore. But this was just a brief moment of respite. Then, each of them fixed their gaze on the clocks in their rooms, quietly waiting, and for a time, no one dared to step out of their rooms. Wang Lin's presence brought immense pressure on the strange beings, making them act with extreme caution, which in turn made the already oppressed living feel even more stifled, turning this incident into a lifeless affair. Necromancer, what level of being is he exactly? In room 201, Wang Xiaozong, who returned from the restaurant, played with the bone ring in his hand, lost in thought. This wasn't his first time participating in a rule-based horror story. He was somewhat able to face horror scenarios and strange beings calmly, and due to family reasons, he knew more about rule-based horror stories and strange beings than ordinary people. However, this time's situation was still something he had encountered for the first time. It was also something he had never heard of. Without a doubt, the big brother he had just recognized was incredibly powerful. So powerful that all the strange beings in the hotel shivered in fear, behaving themselves, even giving up on troubling and hunting the chosen living people. It was as if the strange beings had received the script of these chosen living people, and could only live carefully, hoping to pass through the ghost story instance safely. From the fear shown by these strange creatures, he estimated that Wang Lin was at least more powerful than the 1,000-year evil spirit the strange manager spoke of. It was even possible that he was the legendary ghost general. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to act so recklessly. But more importantly, this big brother he had just recognized was likely a living person, or at least existed in the world of the living. This indicated that he might have been cultivated by some evil organization through very wicked methods, and Wang Lin's image and actions made him feel that his guess was correct. To be protected by such a powerful existence was good news for him. At least he could feel safe in this instance. But for the entire living world, this was not good news. A being so powerful and terrifying living in the world of the living could bring dangers that far exceeded the strangeness appearing in the ghost story instance to the world. Behind it existed a dark, evil, and powerful force that could undoubtedly bring even greater harm. Chapter 18, The Scene Changes. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, standing out in the quiet environment, making the already silent setting feel even more oppressive and inexplicably tense. Originally, the existence of this clock was to pressure the nerves of those selected into the instance, but now even the strange beings felt incredibly oppressed. They developed a strong dislike for the clock on the wall. The clock turned amidst the tension of the living and the strange beings, and as the hour hand moved quickly towards 1 p.m., the living and strange beings in the room had to take a deep breath and bravely step out of their respective rooms, gathering towards the hotel banquet hall. In the restaurant, amidst the torment of the strange chefs and strange waiters waiting, Wang Lin, who was well-fed and satisfied, finally stood up and left the restaurant. Watching Wang Lin's back as he exited, the remaining half of the strange beings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground without any dignity. It was only then that they realized, even though they had become strange beings, their backs were still soaked with fearful cold sweat. In the banquet hall, the living and strange beings who had entered early sat quietly in their respective seats, nervously waiting for the beginning of this matchmaking event. Previously, this matchmaking banquet was a feast for the strange beings, as well as a life or death choice for the living. But now, this banquet had turned into a feast for Wang Lin alone, and the situation for the strange beings was even more difficult than for the living. As the living and strange beings waited in agony, Wang Lin, dressed in a large black robe, finally arrived late, sitting beside Wang Xiaozong. With Wang Lin's arrival, the entire banquet hall instantly became even more silent and oppressive. Gulp. As the time reached 1 p.m., the ghostly manager nervously glanced at the quiet Wang Lin in the center, swallowed hard. She had to steel herself and stand on the stage again, announcing, "The second matchmaking conference now begins, please feel free to act." This time, the ghostly manager briefly finished speaking and hurriedly left the stage, not even bothering to announce the matchmaking rules. She didn't dare to utter a single unnecessary word. As the manager of the ghost hotel, the ghostly manager knew very well that from the beginning of the ghost story instance until now, over 100 strange beings had been devoured by that terrifying undead mage. And this was only half a day's time. There are still 4.5 days of torment to endure. With the announcement from the female ghost manager, the bizarre beings in the banquet hall all quietly lowered their heads, staring at the table as if there were beautiful paintings on it. Survive if you can, hide if you can, and do your best to reduce your presence. This has become the unanimous guideline for all beings in the ghost hotel. As for eating people, there were no beings left to even think about it. They didn't dare to think. The living people cautiously turned their eyes towards Wang Lin. If Wang Lin did not move, no one dared to move. They regarded Wang Lin as their backbone, yet feared his power and terror. After all, Wang Lin had left them with an impression that was no kind-hearted. For a moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became quiet and oppressive. Feeling the focused gazes on him and the oppressive atmosphere in the banquet hall, Wang Lin slightly furrowed his brow, then silently stood up and walked toward the middle table. "You, come here." Casually pointing to a female ghost on the right, Wang Lin sat down in the middle seat. The ghost pointed out by Wang Lin immediately shook like a leaf, her eyes wide with fear. Under the watchful eyes of other beings filled with sympathy and relief, she had no choice but to force herself to walk timidly, step by step, toward the seat beside Wang Lin. The rest of the beings collectively breathed a sigh of relief. In this banquet, they were like fish in a fishbowl. Whoever was pointed at by Wang Lin was very likely to be eaten, or even turned into ghostly tools, worse than death. "Sit still. If you disturb my nap, prepare to be made into materials." Looking at the trembling female ghost who had approached him, Wang Lin said fiercely, then laid his head on the table and fell asleep. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the female ghost became even more nervous, carefully and quietly sitting in the seat next to Wang Lin like a statue. Seeing Wang Lin take the lead, the living people on the left exchanged glances before quietly moving towards the right side where the beings were. As the beings on the right saw the living approaching to invite them, no one dared to refuse, each one hurriedly agreed, pairing up with the living, fearing they would be left out and become the substitute for the female ghost beside Wang Lin. The people and ghosts sitting in the middle were all very quiet, sitting in silence, waiting for the end of this blind date banquet. For a moment, the banquet hall, which should have been filled with threats, noise, and blood, was exceptionally quiet, even harmonious. The scene was completely different from before, like a harmonious painting. Just by being there, he made all the beings give up on the idea of eating people, honestly and quietly coexisting with the living. What kind of terror is he? This guy is likely to exist in the world of the living. Should I try to contact him? This guy's strength is at least comparable to that of a fierce ghost, perhaps even on par with a ghost general. He must not appear in our country. Behind Wang Lin, several pairs of eyes quietly studied his sleeping figure, their thoughts swirling, each one different. Time quickly passed in everyone's silence. As the clock on the wall chimed the hour, everyone's breaths grew tense. All gazes turned to Wang Lin, who was dozing at the table. Under the tense watch of all beings and the living, Wang Lin slowly woke up, stood up, and silently left the banquet hall. Watching Wang Lin's departing figure, both the living and the beings collectively sighed with relief. The next moment, the banquet hall resonated with soft murmurs. But unlike before, this time, the beings were harmoniously conversing and discussing with the living, as if negotiating a partnership. They had begun to realize that the terrifying death sorcerer wandered around hunting beings, but only targeted the ghostly service staff of the hotel. They did not actively target those ghostly customers because of the rules of the Strange Tales quest. The rules required participation in every matchmaking event, successfully holding hands, and having a ghost marriage. Although the Necromancer ignored the strange being's regulations, it still followed the rules of the Strange Tales quest, clearly wary of failing the quest and being hunted down by other rule-breaking beings. At the same time, that terrifying Necromancer was subtly caring for these living people, otherwise, it would have long since begun hunting them down. After all, the Necromancer needed only to leave a few ghostly customers alive to complete the quest itself. So they still had a way out. The rules of the Strange Tales served as their talisman for survival. By collaborating with the living, assisting them in completing this quest, they could continue to live under the hand of that Necromancer. As the strange beings actively cooperated, the living people naturally felt pleased and even discovered that Wang Lin had intimidated all the strange beings, actually helping them subtly. Chapter 19, A Path to Survival on the Fifth Day. With the strange beings and the living people reaching a cooperation, the following dinners, midnight snacks, and matchmaking events became incredibly harmonious. Even the horror movie that was supposed to air at 10 p.m. was replaced with a romantic comedy. For a time, both sides interacted harmoniously, the strange beings no longer frightened or harmed anyone, and no one died or was punished for violating hotel rules. It felt just like being in the world of the living. In this situation, Wang Lin naturally felt relaxed and no longer roamed around hunting the strange beings. It was a way to give feedback to the strange beings. Seeing Wang Lin no longer wandering and hunting them, the strange beings became even more confident in their guesses, and their interactions with the living grew more harmonized, even leading some knowledgeable or specially talented strange beings to help the living with their illnesses and issues. Some even directly took living people as apprentices, patiently teaching them various kinds of knowledge. The next 3 days continued like this, and it was even more harmonious and loving than in the world of the living, making one feel that this was not a Strange Tales quest but a perfect world of kindness where everyone was a cared-for protagonist. On the evening of the 4th day, the banquet hall was adorned in festive decorations, and under the grand preparations of the hotel's strange staff, the ghost marriage process was about to begin. Dressed in suits and bridal gowns, the living people sat on the left side, each nervously clenching their fists, quietly waiting for the impending verdict on their lives. Today was the 4th day of the quest, and on this day, everyone had to meet the requirements of the Strange Tales rules, successfully holding hands and having a ghost marriage. Although everyone had successfully held hands after cooperating with the strange beings, and they had promised that the ghost marriage was just a formality, after which they would live together for 1 day before parting ways when the quest ended, with the living people returning to the world of the living and the strange beings enduring until the quest was over. But just the words ghost marriage sent chills down everyone's spines. Everyone knew that the strange beings' promised day of living together after the ghost marriage was essentially holding them as hostages. Moreover, nobody dared to be certain that the strange beings would keep their promises, as ghostly words were inherently untrustworthy. Similarly, the strange beings, also dressed in bridal gowns and suits, were more nervous than the living. Because they all knew that their value ended here, whether they could survive the end of the quest depended entirely on the mood of that necromancer and how much these living people mattered to that necromancer. In these 3 days, to increase their chances of survival, they made every effort to interact with the living, even flattering them. All to leave a good impression, hoping that a living person would speak a few good words for them. But despite doing much, even humbly trying to please, the atmosphere was still tense and eerie, without a hint of confidence. The necromancer is the embodiment of evil, synonymous with disaster, and has never been an easy presence to deal with. In the tense waiting of everyone and the eerie beings, the clock's hour hand finally pointed to 8 o'clock in the evening. The female ghost manager stepped onto the banquet hall stage with the microphone, first nervously glancing at Wang Lin sitting on the left, taking a deep breath before addressing everyone. "I am very honored to be the host for your shadow marriage. In these 4 days, everyone has interacted harmoniously, helping each other and creating many beautiful memories. I am honored to witness that everyone has successfully found their partner, and I thank you all for your support and understanding of my work." Upon hearing this, the living and the eerie beings couldn't help but secretly curl their lips. If it weren't for that terrifying necromancer intimidating them, it would have been strange for them to interact harmoniously and help each other. Wang Lin also frowned slightly. He has never liked meaningless chatter, and he liked it even less after becoming a necromancer. Seeing Wang Lin frown slightly, the female ghost manager's heart skipped a beat, gripping the microphone tightly, hastily ending this unnecessary opening remark and announcing, "I believe everyone is eager, so let's begin the process of the shadow marriage. Please welcome the first pair of newcomers to the stage." As she finished speaking, the first pair of living and eerie beings sitting on either side stood up together, holding hands and walking to the stage. As the two appeared on stage, a warm applause erupted in the banquet hall. The female ghost manager took the contract from an eerie waiter nearby and handed it to the two newcomers, smiling as she said, "Congratulations to both of you, from today on, you are united in marriage." Looking at the shadow marriage contract in the female ghost manager's hand, Wang Lin immediately frowned. Noticing Wang Lin's frown, Wang Xiaozong, who was always paying attention to him, quickly whispered, "Big brother, what's wrong?" The people around them also quickly perked up their ears. Wang Lin explained softly, "That is a real shadow marriage contract. What should we do?" Although not very clear, Wang Xiaozong hurriedly asked. Wang Lin thought for a moment and replied casually, "In the Strange Tales copy, there are no certain death situations, just follow the process." "Ha! A boring trick." After finishing, Wang Lin scoffed disdainfully inside and simply lay down on the table for a little nap. In terms of playing with contracts, though the necromancer isn't an ancestor, they are definitely a master of this art. Anyone who signs a shadow marriage contract, even if they can return alive, will eventually die, but under the rules of Strange Tales, shadow marriage contracts must be signed. Whether one lives or dies depends on the 5th day. Seeing Wang Lin napping on the table, Wang Xiaozong didn't dare to ask any more questions. The people around felt even more afraid to ask, yet their hearts grew even tenser. Seeing Wang Lin simply take a nap on the table, the eerie beings all breathed a sigh of relief. Time slowly passed as the pairs of newcomers took the stage for their silent performances. In the blink of an eye, it was Wang Lin's turn. "You, come up here with me." Wang Lin's partner was still that female ghost chosen at noon on the first day. After pointing to his partner, Wang Lin walked directly onto the stage, darkly stating to the female ghost manager, "You have one sentence to say, if you say one more word, you are finished." "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing Wang Lin's grim expression, the female ghost manager didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and quickly responded. Then she saw the chosen female ghost hurriedly come up to the stage and immediately announced, "Congratulations to the two newcomers on successfully binding in shadow marriage." After speaking, she quickly presented the shadow marriage contract. Wang Lin carefully looked over the contract and very straightforwardly signed his name, watching over his partner as she signed her name after. He then strode off the stage. Seeing Wang Lin return, Wang Xiaozong hurriedly asked again, "Big brother, what happens after we sign the contract?" The surrounding people also perked up their ears, waiting for Wang Lin's answer. This time, Wang Lin did not hold back and directly said, "The contract must be signed. The true way to live is on the 5th day. As long as we can successfully get the mysterious entity to dissolve the contract, we will be fine." After saying this, Wang Lin once again lay down on the table and took a quick nap. Hearing this, Wang Xiaozong and the people nearby all changed their expressions. They thought that after reaching an agreement with the mysterious entity and signing the ghost marriage contract, they only needed to survive the last day to return alive, but they did not expect that they also had to get the mysterious entity to dissolve the contract. Chapter 20, The Simplest Way to Live. Time passed gradually as pairs of newlyweds took the stage, and after Wang Xiaozong and the others who heard Wang Lin's words sign the ghost marriage contract and returned to their seats, they all became restless. In the creepy story dungeon, there wouldn't be an unavoidable death, but the difficulty was different and varied for each person. Although Wang Lin had pointed out a way to live, with only one day left, getting the mysterious entity to give up the contract was easier said than done, almost impossible for them. So when they returned, all their gazes were fixed on Wang Lin. If anyone could clear this dungeon without a doubt, it would be Wang Lin, this powerful and terrifying necromancer. With just one word from him, even if the mysterious entities were unwilling, they would have to obediently give up the contract. Now, they could only place their hopes on Wang Lin, hoping he could lead them through the dungeon. But in their eyes, Wang Lin was not an easy person to get along with. Wang Xiaozong wasn't worried, because he had a partnership with Wang Lin, and Wang Lin would definitely take him through. However, looking at the expectant and pleading gazes around him, Wang Xiaozong gritted his teeth and finally forced himself to ask Wang Lin softly, "Big brother, can we not dissolve the contract?" Wang Lin, hearing this, explained with rare patience, "After signing the ghost marriage contract, you can negotiate with the mysterious entity. Even if you don't dissolve the contract, you can still return alive. But using this method to return alive means the mysterious entity can find you in the world of the living through the contract time and again, and it could even endanger your family and harm your neighbors. Unless you are stronger than the mysterious entity. Or can persuade the mysterious entity again. Or find a powerful protector. Otherwise, you will die sooner or later." Hearing Wang Lin's words, everyone's faces changed dramatically. This was essentially treating oneself as a target. This way to live was worse than dying in the dungeon. Some people even became resolute, determined in their hearts. If they could not dissolve the contract with the mysterious entity, they would rather die than return alive with the contract. Wang Xiaozong thought of even more. Seeing Wang Xiaozong's changed expression, Wang Lin continued, "Of course, if you can find a stronger being to protect you, asking them to help you eliminate the mysterious entity you are contracted with. Or find someone skilled in this area to help you dissolve the contract. Or wait for that mysterious entity to die, and then the contract will automatically dissolve. Or you could truly make that mysterious entity fall in love with you, willing to restrain itself for you too." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaozong's face instantly turned bitter. This method only suited extremely selfish people. Or people with strong connections. Wang Xiaozong forced a smile and asked, "Big brother, how can we make the mysterious entities give up the ghost marriage contract?" Wang Lin smiled and answered, "It's simple. Either use your eloquence to negotiate with them and get them to dissolve it voluntarily. Or rely on strength to defeat them. Or use cunning to turn them against each other." Wang Xiaozong was suddenly speechless. All three ways were nearly impossible for them to accomplish. "Big brother, are there any other ways to live?" Wang Xiaozong asked again, unwilling to give up. He also understood that Wang Lin didn't really need to worry about not clearing the dungeon. Now explaining so thoroughly to myself is actually telling others how to survive this level and its pros and cons. For this, he is also very willing to cooperate. Wang Lin shook his head, "Not for now, why are you worrying about this? You don't need to do anything, just wait patiently for the level to be cleared." "Oh." Seeing that Wang Lin didn't want to continue speaking, Wang Xiaozong also stopped asking. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Clearly, this terrifying yet outwardly cold and inwardly warm being was going to make a big move. Time continued to pass as everyone waited patiently, and close to midnight, the last pair of newlyweds finally signed the marriage contract. For a moment, everyone's strange gazes quietly gathered on Wang Lin. With the marriage contract signed, the amulets of the strange beings disappeared. Whether they could continue living now depended entirely on the terrifying necromancer's thoughts. Those who had already signed the contract looked at Wang Lin with hope, wondering if he could cancel the contract, depending on what Wang Lin would do next. Under everyone's and the strange being's watchful eyes, Wang Lin patted Wang Xiaozong's shoulder and said with a smile, "The simplest way to survive is to take them out now." He. After finishing, Wang Lin let out a chilling laugh. Hearing Wang Lin's words and that chilling laugh, the last glimmer of hope in the strange being's hearts shattered. Despair enveloped all the strange beings. Indeed, even if they cooperated well, even if they humbly sought to please, this necromancer wouldn't spare them. Just as their ghostly words were utterly untrustworthy. "Let's fight." On the stage, the ghostly manager shouted loudly and flew straight to a living person on the left. Other strange beings saw this and rushed out from their positions, lunging toward the living people present. But despite the situation going out of control, not a single strange being dared to fly towards Wang Lin. They all knew their own limitations. Their weak strength couldn't even hurt the terrifying necromancer, let alone get close, or they would easily be captured. They only wanted to kill a living person before being wiped out by the necromancer. Even if this broke the rules of the strange tales, it didn't matter, as they knew no one would live today. Watching these suddenly violent strange beings, the living people sitting on the left instantly turned pale. "Let's fight." With a shout, a bald man stood up first, holding a rusty saber, standing at the forefront. Along with the bald man's shout, immediately more than a dozen men and women among the living stood up, holding brooms, guns, swords, and other weapons, showing a clear posture of readiness to fight. Humph. Seeing this, Wang Lin merely snorted coldly. In the next second, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire banquet hall. Under this terrifying pressure, tables and chairs shattered, walls cracked, and the strange beings who had sprung up from the ground plummeted to the floor, unable to get back up. Those standing in front of the crowd, ready to fight to the death, gritted their teeth and struggled to hold on under this horrifying pressure. In the ceiling of the banquet hall, a huge mass of black mist appeared out of nowhere and quickly spread. 3 pairs of ghostly blue beams shot out from the black mist, shining on the strange beings. Before everyone's eyes, 3 enormous black dog heads emerged from the black mist, followed by a stout, massive creature with claws as sharp as knives and full of muscle extending out from the mist, followed by a bulky gray-black body full of explosive muscles. It's the 3-headed dog. Seeing the gigantic creature appearing from the black mist, the ghostly manager's eyes widened in terror as she gasped. The fierce light in the eyes of the strange beings disappeared in that moment, leaving only profound despair. It really is the Hellhound. That necromancer can truly summon the Hellhound. Their temporary counterattack was nothing but a joke. At this moment, even the living could not stop trembling. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, a 15-meter-tall, muscular creature with 3 fierce dog heads and eyes burning with eerie blue flames landed in the banquet hall. Chapter 21, Making Reality Even Tenser. Once again, I was lucky to survive a bizarre tale instance. In the villa area of Linshan, in a secret room carved with runes and filled with various exorcism items, Wang Xiaozong returned and looked around the familiar environment, mumbling to himself in relief. Although he had clung to a big shot during this bizarre tale instance and faced little danger, Wang Xiaozong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Though there was no danger, the pressure from that necromancer was much greater than any he had ever faced in previous bizarre tale instances. At the same time, he was certain that the necromancer's power definitely reached that of a ghost general, or even more terrifying than that. The eerie things in the banquet hall were countless. That female ghost manager was a fierce ghost, yet these menacing eerie beings could not even move before the Hellhound, merely watching helplessly as they and their companions were swallowed whole. If the Hellhound was this terrifying, how much more so was Wang Lin, who summoned the Hellhound? Xiaozong, it's so good that you came back alive. Hurry and change your clothes, Dad has already arranged a blind date for you. Before Wang Xiaozong could calm his complex emotions, a concerned voice came from behind him. Upon hearing the words behind him, Wang Xiaozong's expression immediately fell, and he turned to the speaker helplessly saying, "Dad, I just got back alive, and you're rushing me to go on a blind date, isn't that a bit too fast? At least let me rest a bit first." Behind Wang Xiaozong was a middle-aged man nearing 60. This was Wang Xiaozong's father, Wang Dalin. Wang Dalin shook his head seriously and said with righteous conviction, "No way, if one day you die in a bizarre tale instance, wouldn't I be left without descendants? How am I supposed to face your grandfather after I die? Hurry and get ready, don't waste time. The sooner you settle down, the sooner you give me a grandson, then I can relax, and even if you die, I won't be without heirs. That way I can face your grandfather." Listening to his father's earnest words and seeing his father's already gray hair, Wang Xiaozong gritted his teeth, held back his urge to retort, and finally replied helplessly, all right, I'll go. But let me confirm the time for the next bizarre tale first." After speaking, Wang Xiaozong picked up the black and white dice and tossed it into the box. The dice rolled around in the box before finally stopping. Seeing the 2 nines on top, Wang Xiaozong let out a sigh of relief. Wang Dalin quickly leaned over. He couldn't see the bizarre tail box and, noticing Wang Xiaozong's relieved expression, eagerly asked, "How many days apart?" Wang Xiaozong smiled and said, 99 days, now you aren't anxious, right? Wang Dalin looked at Wang Xiaozong with a skeptical expression and asked, "You're not lying to me?" Wang Xiaozong quickly raised 3 fingers in assurance, saying, "Of course not, I swear I'm not lying, it's really 99 days. Wang Dalin shook his head in disbelief, resolutely saying, "No, you've lied to me before, hurry and get ready, we're leaving soon, I'm only giving you 20 minutes. Wang Xiaozong. Though quite speechless, Wang Xiaozong hurriedly said, "This won't do, I have very important information to report." Before Wang Dalin could ask further, Wang Xiaozong spoke up first. "A very powerful and terrifying existence has appeared in the bizarre tale, and I estimate its strength is at least that of a ghost general." What? A ghost general? Hearing Wang Xiaozong's words, Wang Dalin couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately after, he looked at Wang Xiaozong with a face full of doubt. "Ghost general, you didn't lie to me, did you? Why didn't you die inside?" The ghost general, that was currently the strongest Eerie level that had appeared on Blue Star, occurring only 5 times in 9 years, each time causing at least tens of thousands of casualties. If such a terrifying Eerie were to appear on Blue Star, it would surely bring another disaster. Wang Xiaozong. Although he felt quite speechless in his heart, Wang Xiaozong still explained, "I survived entirely thanks to his protection." Hearing this, Wang Dalin glared at Wang Xiaozong as if he were mad with disappointment. "You might as well have died in there." Wang Xiaozong. Feeling speechless once again, Wang Xiaozong finally realized where the problem lay, and quickly rephrased his words, explaining, "That was a living person. Their estimated strength is comparable to that of the Ghost General. I suspect they are trained by some dark organization, but they should still retain some humanity." Then, Wang Xiaozong detailed his experiences in the Eerie Tales to Wang Dalin. After listening to Wang Xiaozong's account, Wang Dalin's expression became serious, and he immediately said, "This matter must be reported immediately. Come, follow me to see Old Su, you will personally tell Old Su." With that, Wang Dalin unceremoniously grabbed Wang Xiaozong and dragged him out of the secret room, not giving Wang Xiaozong a chance to say another word. It turned out that ever since Wang Xiaozong was chosen by the rules of the Eerie Tales, Wang Dalin had specifically built this secret room for Wang Xiaozong to use when entering the Eerie Tale instances. Yunzhou, Eerie Response Bureau. It was still that heavily guarded conference room. Secretary Zhou Qingqing hurriedly walked into the meeting room, where a meeting was in progress, holding a folder. This time, sweat even formed beads on her forehead. Ignoring the serious gazes of dozens of captains, Zhou Qingqing quickly approached the elderly man in a Taoist robe seated at the head of the conference table and whispered in his ear, "Minister, urgent information, 20 minutes ago, an E-level Eerie instance called ghost matchmaking finished, and the returning people urgently reported back. In that instance, a being claiming to be a necromancer appeared, suspected to be a powerful Eerie existence, at least at the level of a murderous ghost, and very likely to be a ghost general." Hearing the term ghost general, the elderly man in a Taoist robe trembled all over, his expression became extremely serious, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Ghost general. This was a term that left a deep impression on him. 5 years ago, the ghost general that appeared in Long Country caused casualties of 30,000 people and killed 3 deputy ministers, 12 general captains, and over 100 squad leaders. He had participated in that battle, and to this day, it left only 2 words in his memory: brutal. Zhou Qingqing did not notice the elderly man's odd behavior and continued to report quietly. Moreover, according to the accounts of those who returned from the instance, that self-proclaimed necromancer seems to belong to the chosen ones in the instance. The intelligence department suspects they are likely cultivated by some dark organization. Upon hearing Zhou Qingqing's account, the elderly man's expression grew even graver. He immediately raised his hand to stop Zhou Qingqing from continuing and seriously addressed the captains. "The meeting is paused, everyone, please step out and wait." Upon hearing this, the captain stood up with serious expressions and consciously walked toward the exit of the conference room. At that moment, each of them felt heavy in their hearts. What could make Elder Zhang behave this way? It was clear that the rushed Secretary Zhou must have brought very bad news. A tough battle was about to arrive. Chapter 22, Eerie Tension. Once all the captains had exited and the door to the conference room closed again, the elderly man in the Taoist robe directly took the folder from Zhou Qingqing's hands. However, upon opening the folder, the elderly man's brows furrowed even deeper at first glance. The first page of the folder was a picture, set in a restaurant filled with people and eerie presences. The eyes of both the people and the ghosts in the restaurant were all focused on the center of the picture, their faces filled with shock and fear. Next was an enlarged image. The person in the photo was dressed in a large black robe, resembling the strange Wang Lin, who was grabbing a ghost to devour it. Surrounding him were other strange beings, all looking at Wang Lin with eyes full of terror, their expressions packed with deep fear. Below the 2 images was a brief description, summarizing the situation at the time. Following that was another picture. The background was a banquet hall, and in the center stood a gigantic and terrifying 3-headed giant dog. Next to the giant dog was Wang Lin in his black robe. In front of the three-headed beast was a group of strange beings trembling on the ground, unable to move. Next was another short description. The description stated that this three-headed giant dog was known as the Hellhound. Just mentioning its name could instill fear in the strange beings. Because the report was made in a hurry, the content of the information was not extensive. After quickly scanning through the information, the expression of the old Taoist priest became unusually serious. At the same time, there was a hint of relief on his face. Undoubtedly, the massive three-headed giant dog in the picture was absolutely a ghost general level of strange creature. Moreover, even among ghost generals, it was a very powerful existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for its mere aura to keep all the strange beings in the banquet hall completely motionless, including many fierce ghosts. Similarly, the black-robed man capable of summoning this terrifying three-headed giant dog was definitely not weak, otherwise, he couldn't control such a terrifying creature. His strength was likely at the ghost general level too. Two ghost generals, existing in the real world, suspected to be cultivated by some dark organization. This was undeniably bad news. But the intelligence also contained some good news. The description indicated that the man who called himself the undead mage appeared to be fierce and extraordinarily evil, but in reality, his ferocity and wickedness seemed more directed at the strange beings. In fact, he might even have goodwill towards the living beings selected for the dungeon. Not only did he indirectly save a living person about to be eaten by a strange being at the beginning, but he also intimidated all the strange beings, forcing them to cooperate with the living to help them clear the dungeon to save their own lives. Later, seizing the opportunity to explain to Wang Xiaozong, he detailed the ways and pitfalls of clearing the ghost-dating dungeon to the others and ultimately wiped out all the strange beings within the dungeon. He resolved everyone's concerns. Thanks to him, the number of deaths in that dungeon did not exceed 5, while the rest of the hundreds all cleared it. Moreover, in the previous Happy Family dungeon, his relentless hunting of the strange beings may have also saved people indirectly. From these actions, this so-called undead mage, if not benevolent, might still possess some humanity. As for why he did not openly help the living in the dungeon, there should be some concerns. And concerning the little scum that was killed, that should be a matter of personal likes and dislikes. From this, it seems he was likely from Dragon Country. Of course, all of these are merely his subjective speculations. Regarding the specifics, even as the branch leader of Yangzhou, he wouldn't dare jump to conclusions. After all, these are two powerful ghost general level existences. The destruction and harm they could cause could be counted in the thousands. The only decisive action he could take as the branch leader was to report the intelligence, and when the other party appeared, he could try to make contact first. After all, these are two terrifying existences at ghost general levels, whose potential destruction and harm were exceptionally significant. Additionally, comparing to the strange beings in the creepy storytelling dungeon, there is undoubtedly greater potential for communication. After quickly analyzing in his heart, the robed elder immediately instructed his secretary, Zhou Qingqing, notify the intelligence department to classify this information as S-level top secret. And report it immediately. Also, have the intelligence department send the detailed video at once. Furthermore, summon the task force leaders to the small conference room to wait. The other leaders should remain on standby at all times. Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing immediately responded and hurriedly left. Watching the departing secretary, the robed elder closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Those anomalies were so fearful of this self-proclaimed necromancer, and the strange beings even referred to him as Lich in Terror, indicating that they recognized the necromancer. Perhaps this could be used to test something out. Ding, carbon-based treasure number 87654321, congratulations on returning alive. It's time to randomly determine the next horror story time. White for the units, black for the tens, good luck. In the ruined temple, as Wang Lin just returned, the cold voice of the horror story echoed in his ears once again. At the same time, a white and black pair of 10-sided dice and a square wooden box reappeared before Wang Lin. I hope for a 00. Picking up the dice, Wang Lin muttered a prayer like a gambler and then tossed the dice into the box. The dice rolled in the box and slowly stopped under Wang Lin's expectant gaze, the white die showing 0, and the black die showing 1. Ding, unfortunate carbon-based treasure, your next horror story time is in 10 days, please prepare early. Pray to come back alive next time. The cold voice of the horror story echoed in Wang Lin's ears, seemingly pitying Wang Lin's misfortune. It is indeed quite unfortunate. I have to wait for 10 days. Next time I'll have to throw with my left hand. Wang Lin looked at his right hand, which he used to throw the dice, full of disdain as he muttered. Compared to others, who wished for time to be as long as possible, Wang Lin only hoped for time to be as short as possible, wishing he could immediately jump into the next instance. After all, with his current appearance, entering the living society is unrealistic. He can only lonely scroll on his phone. It would be better to go into the horror story instance and play solo. He could also gain strength to make efforts to restore his human form sooner. Then, Wang Lin began to pack up the spoils from this horror story. Among them were the spoils obtained after killing anomalies, mostly ghostly items. Of course, these ghostly items were completely trash for Wang Lin. He only brought them back because his space ring was large enough, and these items still held some value. Additionally, there were 2 large boxes of ghost money. There were also various supplies exchanged after clearing the instance. The Ghostly Hotel was a chain hotel in the world of horror stories, and with the hotel's cash and the ghostly customers and staff's ghost money, Wang Lin's ghost money totaled over 8 million. In the world of horror stories, on the street where the Ghostly Hotel is located, under the blood-red moonlight, dozens of anomalies at least at the level of killer ghost hovered in the air, their expressions serious as they watched the lifeless Ghostly Hotel. Under their serious gazes, another killer ghost flew out from the Ghostly Hotel. It reported to the leading armored ghost among them. City Lord, that necromancer has left, and all anomalies in the Ghostly Hotel have vanished. They must have been devoured or contracted, no remnants of the undead have been found. The armored ghost nodded slightly and commanded, "Tear this hotel down completely. We must check it thoroughly, and we cannot allow that necromancer to leave any contracts or coordinates." Hearing the ghost general's words, a nearby killer ghost's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "City Lord, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Upon hearing this, the ghost general shot a sideways glance at the speaking killer ghost, a faint killing intent spreading. The speaking killer ghost's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly stated, "I wouldn't dare." "Humph. Good that you know." The ghost general snorted coldly and turned to fly away. Chapter 23. In the dark forest, a group of more than 10 people hurriedly ran through the brush with flashlights in hand. In the weak beams of the flashlights, this group looked disheveled, each gasping for breath, their bodies marked with various wounds and bruises. "Master, those ghostly things are chasing us too closely, they will catch up to us soon. This way of escaping is not a solution." Among the rushing crowd, a handsome young man around 30 took a moment to glance at the red compass in his hand and shouted anxiously to the old Taoist in front who was leading the charge. Hearing the young man's call, everyone's faces changed. Upon hearing his eldest disciple's voice, the old Taoist running ahead quickly replied, "Everyone, hold on a bit longer. I remember there's an abandoned temple up ahead, we can fortify ourselves there, and we will be safe until dawn." At these words, everyone gritted their teeth and continued to run desperately. Roar! Behind them came a confusing and chaotic roar. Hearing this faint roar behind them, the old Taoist hurriedly turned to take a look, only to see pairs of scarlet eyes flickering in the darkness. Seeing this, the old Taoist's face grew heavy, he hesitated for 2 seconds and shouted, "Athen, we will stay behind. Block them. Ah Chen, take them and escape to that abandoned temple. Use the temple for defense." "Okay, senior brother." A middle-aged fat Taoist in the group immediately responded. "No way, master, senior uncle, if we go, we all go together." However, upon hearing the old Taoist's words, the more than 10 young people immediately protested. "Shut up." The old Taoist shouted angrily at his disciples, "The night road is hard to walk, especially in these deep mountains and forests, those ghostly things can see in the dark and know no fatigue. I must stay to hold them off. Otherwise, no one will escape." In the group, another skinny middle-aged Taoist quickly said, "Senior brother, you inherited the master's skills the most, you should take the disciples and leave. Let me and Athen stay." The old Taoist scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Whether you have poor skills or not, you think you can stay? Can you escape if you stay? I am the eldest disciple, I mastered the master's skills the most and have the strongest strength. Even if I stay, there is hope to escape. I will catch up with you. Athen." After saying this, the old Taoist called out to the fat Taoist, and the two of them stopped. "Let's go. Don't let our senior brother's sacrifices be in vain." Seeing this, the Taoist called Ah Chun could only grit his teeth. He shouted for his unwilling disciples to continue fleeing in the dark forest. The two left quickly took out the few remaining talismans and ink lines from their bags and, with the weak moonlight, quickly set them up among the surrounding trees. Roar! In just over a minute, the pairs of scarlet eyes in the darkness had closed in on the two. Under the light of the flashlight, they turned out to be a group of rotting animal corpses, their appearances horrifying. These decaying animal bodies seemed thoughtless as they charged straight into the talisman net set up hastily by the two Taoists. Zizzizizi. In an instant, a sizzling sound rang out in the forest. One by one, the rotten animal corpses came into contact with the talisman net and ink line, as if a candle had touched a red-hot wire. The decaying flesh bubbled up with a large amount of white smoke, with some even being split in two by the ink line. The skinny middle-aged Taoist named Ah Chen was hurriedly running through the night with more than a dozen young disciples. Each disciple looked dejected, gritting their teeth in frustration to keep going. Finally, after who knows how long, the group finally arrived at the dilapidated temple mentioned by the old Taoist. Looking at the ruined temple sitting under the moonlight ahead, they had no time to think and hurriedly rushed in. However, once they entered the temple, everyone's gaze was instantly frozen. Under the light of the flashlight, various bizarre ghostly items were piled up in the courtyard of the temple. In the middle of the temple, there were even 2 suitcases placed on the stone table. Seeing so many ghostly items, everyone's face changed dramatically. For a moment, no one dared to move an inch. In the darkness, the 3-meter-tall corpse king gazed at the 2 Taoist priests struggling among the corpse group, revealing a chilling and terrifying smile. As long as he devoured these 2 Taoist priests today, he could surely advance to become the iron-armored corpse king. Just as the corpse king fantasized about advancing to iron-armored corpse king, suddenly, a ghostly blue light lit up in the dark forest and expanded in an instant. When the corpse king noticed this ghostly blue flame, it was already sweeping towards him like a storm. Wraith. Seeing the ghostly blue flames rushing in, the corpse king was filled with terror and could only exclaim 2 words before being engulfed by the flaming storm. In just a breath's time, the ghostly blue flames covered an area of thousands of meters. In the terrified gazes of the 2 Taoists, the ghostly blue flames deliberately avoided them and instantly engulfed all the corpses attacking them. To their astonishment, those corpses, under the cover of the ghostly blue flames, couldn't even struggle and fell one after another to the ground, motionless. The ghostly blue flames came swiftly and extinguished quickly. In just a few breaths, not a trace could be seen in the forest, not even a single tree or blade of grass was ignited, leaving behind only countless lifeless corpses on the ground. The middle-aged fat Taoist looked in shock and fear at his senior brother, swallowing hard. "Senior brother, what is this?" The old Taoist's face was grave, his tone serious. "We might have encountered someone even more powerful." Although the ghostly blue flames arrived quickly and departed just as fast, he still felt a bone-chilling cold from it. Combined with the corpse king's exclamation of wraith, it was evident that the being responsible was likely no righteous person. Although they had been saved, the 2 Taoists felt no joy. Instead, they stood back to back, more vigilant, scanning their surroundings. "I'm just passing through, no need to be nervous." In the midst of their extreme tension, a hoarse voice drifted softly from the darkness. Upon hearing the voice, the 2 Taoists quickly looked in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing in the darkness. Let alone find the speaker. Recalling the words just spoken, the 2 Taoists not only did not relax, but became even tenser. Anyone who could extinguish the corpse king and so many corpses in a breath's time definitely possessed powers far beyond that of a minor ghost. What bad luck! Time to move. In the dark forest, Wang Lin, who had just summoned the boss, strolled through the dense jungle, muttering to himself. Now, the ruined temple was no longer livable, he had to find a new place to stay. Fortunately, the rule-based tales had emerged for 9 years now, many abandoned places had appeared, making it far easier to find a home than it had been 12 years ago. Chapter 24, The Dark Sacrifice. Yun Prefecture, Huanchan Village, named so because it is surrounded by mountains on all sides. Before the arrival of the rule-based tales, this village was already a desolate old man's village due to its remote location, surrounded by mountains and hard-to-navigate roads. After the arrival of the rule-based tales, all the elderly villagers who could leave did so, those who could not have all died. Not even the electrical system had anyone left to repair. Now, it was already a wasteland. Houses were in ruins, and weeds grew everywhere. At night, it was shrouded in pitch darkness, sinister and terrifying. But tonight, Huanchan Village was different. Tonight, there were over 100 cars parked in the desolate village. In the center of the village stood a 4-meter-high platform. Beside the high platform stood a 3-meter-tall bronze cauldron, with fierce flames burning below. Inside the cauldron bubbled a thick, black substance. Hundreds of masked men and women, old and young, gathered at the center of the village, facing the bronze cauldron, their eyes filled with fervor behind their masks. Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, an old woman, dressed in robes adorned with unknown intricate patterns and wearing a ghostly mask, approached the cauldron. The old woman in the witch's robe chanted for a while, then suddenly raised her hands and shouted loudly, "The Ghost Mother is about to descend, offer the sacrifices." With the old woman's cry, the gathered crowd knelt down in reverence, continuously chanting, "Ghost Mother, Ghost Mother." Amidst the cries of the crowd, a dozen strong men, wearing ghost masks and black robes, bound and carried 13 young men and women, their eyes destroyed, onto the high platform. "Ghost Mother, please taste the offerings presented by your devoted followers." The old woman on the platform shouted again. In the next moment, the strong men in black coats immediately sprang into action, lifting the bound young men and women and throwing them into the boiling, thick black substance in the cauldron. The ones being thrown in BA. Everyone was stunned, and even those who had made up their minds to act had temporarily held back. They hoped that this suddenly appearing guy could fight against the Ghost Mother and these followers, so they could take advantage of the chaos to rescue the captain's sister. "How dare you block the Ghost Mother? Kill him!" Seeing Wang Lin appear out of nowhere, the old woman in the witch robe was momentarily taken aback, then she became furious. Hearing the witch-robed woman's words, 4 muscular men wearing ghost face masks immediately charged at Wang Lin. Their speed was swift, and at the same time, their hands transformed into tentacles, with sharp black weapons at the ends of those tentacles. Clearly, these muscular men with ghost face masks had already surpassed the realm of humanity. Ants. Wang Lin still only looked at the girl on the ground, lightly uttering 2 words. He didn't even glance at the ghost mother behind him. In the next second, the 4 charging muscular men were instantly cut in half. A phantom figure appeared beside Wang Lin, wearing ancient general armor and holding an enormous sword. With the appearance of the ghost general, a chilling and terrifying pressure instantly filled the area. Under this pressure, everyone felt a sense of suffocation, and many began to tremble uncontrollably. At the back of the crowd, a few who were about to act widened their eyes. Such a terrifying pressure, they feared, was at least at the level of a death ghost. At that moment, everyone's hearts felt heavier, faces filled with bitterness. Just as everyone was being suppressed by the ghost general's pressure, the dark, viscous humanoid outline behind Wang Lin finally spoke. A sound like nails scraping against glass echoed, "Ghost General, no wonder you dare to snatch people from my hands. But have you underestimated me too much?" With the ghost mother's words, an even more powerful pressure arose. It completely overshadowed the ghost general beside Wang Lin. Ghost General. Hearing the ghost mother's words, those behind were even more horrified. Their faces held not only bitterness but also despair. They certainly knew how terrifying the ghost general was. He could appear and cause tens of thousands of casualties. It required at least 3 division leaders to defeat him. He was a being that could bring disaster upon his arrival. And the ghost mother was evidently stronger than that ghost general. The pressure was proof of that. Just as everyone was on edge, Wang Lin spoke again. "Did you not hear my words? I want this girl." "Ha!" The ghost mother sneered. "I am the great dark ghost mother. A mere ghost general cannot handle me." "Oh." Wang Lin lightly replied, finally shifting his gaze from the girl, raising his head, his eyes reflecting the flames of the soul, looking at the scornful dark ghost mother. "Who do you say you are?" "Oh." Wang Lin lightly responded, finally moving his gaze away from the girl on the ground, turning around, his eyes reflecting the flames of the soul, looking at the scornful dark ghost mother. "Who do you say you are?" Under Wang Lin's soul flame revealing gaze, the dark ghost mother's disdainful expression suddenly froze on her face, a chilling feeling surged up. In her heart, countless alarm bells rang loudly. Damn, there's actually a lich in the world of the living. And I just had to run into it. At that moment, the dark ghost mother even wanted to abandon this hard-earned avatar and flee. "I want this girl, do you have any objections?" Watching the dark ghost mother's face freeze in expression, Wang Lin spoke again, already with impatience in his voice. In the next second, the dark ghost mother's viscous body immediately stood straight, loudly declaring, No, absolutely not. To have her noticed by you is my honor. Underscore? Hearing the dark ghost mother's eager-to-survive response, everyone present was stunned. That was the great black demon mother. Just a moment ago, she looked down on even the demon generals, so why is she suddenly so desperate now? She hasn't even done anything yet. How did she go from fierce to scared in an instant? Wang Lin said lightly, "Not at all. But just now, your followers were quite fierce toward me." Hearing this, the great black demon mother trembled inside and immediately declared with righteous indignation, "They are not my followers, I am here to destroy them and rescue this girl." Underscore? Upon hearing the great black demon mother's words, everyone wearing ghostly masks was momentarily confused. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. They were being treated as pawns. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, the great black demon mother aimed to attack them directly. Suddenly, thick, numerous tentacles erupted from her viscous body, coming at them like a dark storm. Looking at the overwhelming black tentacles, despair surged in everyone's hearts. None of them believed they could survive such a powerful and dense attack. "Get out of here quickly, I will handle these people myself." As the black tentacles were about to end everyone's lives, Wang Lin spoke again. His impatient voice already revealed a hint of killing intent. In the next second, the great black demon mother halted her attack immediately, withdrawing quickly. Then, her body collapsed, turning into a puddle of thick black goo on the ground. With just one word from Wang Lin, her departure was without a shred of hesitation or delay. She even abandoned this avatar. "We are saved." Seeing the retreating black tentacles and the collapsing great black demon mother, everyone breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. At that moment, Wang Lin glanced around at the men and women, old and young, all wearing masks. His eyes finally settled on the old woman who was leading the sacrifice. His hoarse, somber voice rang out again, "Old lady, it's your turn." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the people, who had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again, trembling and filled with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they suddenly realized that they had not escaped danger. There was still a terrifying presence here, one that even the great black demon mother feared greatly. Thud. With a sound of knees hitting the ground, the old woman who had just been furious at Wang Lin for blocking the great black demon mother knelt down directly, raising her hands, and cried out to Wang Lin, "Great God, we are your most loyal followers, we ask you to accept our faith. God, we ask you to accept the faith of your followers. With the old woman leading, the rest reacted quickly, all kneeling and bowing down, performing an act of fervent devotion. Hee hee ha ha ha. Looking at these people's antics, Wang Lin laughed. Seeing Wang Lin laugh, the crowd in masks felt a wave of relief wash over them. Keek keek keek. But soon after, Wang Lin's laughter gradually turned eerie. Instantly, unease spread in everyone's hearts. Indeed, under everyone's tense gaze, Wang Lin stopped laughing. Looking at the fearful frenzy hidden behind those around him, he coldly said, "What kind of rubbish are you? Not human, not ghost, do you deserve to be my followers?" After saying this, Wang Lin raised his hands toward the people around him. In the next second, an inexplicable pulling force erupted from Wang Lin's hands, drawing forth dark and green energies from the surrounding people. This was their Yin energy and life force. As the Yin energy and life force were drawn out, each person wearing a ghostly mask turned visibly gray and shriveled. It's over. The 6 individuals at the back of the crowd, witnessing the changes in the others. One by one, their hearts instantly turned to ashes, yet they could only wait in despair for death. However, until all those evil followers were drained of life and demonic power and died, the few of them remained unharmed. The 6 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked at Wang Lin. They could not understand why Wang Lin had not killed them along with the others. Is it really hard to believe I'm a good person like this? Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Wang Lin silently complained about himself. But he still wanted to give it a try. He touched his nose and forced a friendly smile at the few of them, jokingly saying, "Am I really that scary?" He he he. After speaking, he habitually chuckled a few times. But in the eyes of the 6, Wang Lin's smile appeared evil and cold, his hoarse, grim voice carried a strange, sinister flavor to their ears. It was as if saying, "If you're not afraid of me, that means you're disrespecting me." That habitual eerie laugh sent chills down their spines. The 6 instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, hastily lowering their heads, not daring to meet Wang Lin's gaze. Indeed, this image of mine has already been pinned as the villain's front page. I shouldn't have such unrealistic thoughts. How much longer will it take to become a divine mage? Looking at the 6 performance, Wang Lin felt overwhelmed with helplessness. It seemed that without becoming a divine mage, he wouldn't be able to integrate back into the society of the living. Seeing the 6 looking even more terrified, Wang Lin no longer held any fantasies. Pointing to the girl on the ground, he flatly said, "This girl is an extreme mean body, rare and sought after in the eyes of the uncanny. You can't protect her, leave her to me." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the captain's heart trembled, and he quickly asked, "Excuse me, what does an extreme mean body mean?" Wang Lin replied, "Children born during special times or in special places usually have special physiques." The captain was somewhat confused and cautiously asked, "Could you give some examples?" Wang Lin patiently explained, "A special time usually refers to a child born in an Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, or Yin hour, or during a special celestial phenomenon. As for special places, it generally means graveyards, places rich in Yin energy, or even inside a recently deceased pregnant woman. The more conditions they meet, the colder and more Yin their physique. This girl meets at least 6 conditions, making her an extremely rare extreme Yin body." The captain cautiously asked again, "Will you kill her? Or eat her?" Wang Lin shook his head, "No, she is a rare bait. With her, I can continuously attract the uncanny. She is my money tree, I cannot let her die easily." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the 6 fell into silence. Though Wang Lin wouldn't kill the girl, they realized he only saw her as bait to attract the uncanny. Plus, handing the girl over to such a powerful and evil being left them unwilling. This was the captain's younger sister, their teammate. Looking at the silent 6, Wang Lin continued, "In exchange, I'll provide you with some information. The black demon mother you saw today is just a clone. Her true self should be a ghost commander. I think a ghost commander likely involves more than just these followers." Upon hearing this, the 6 exchanged glances, their mood further heavy. The captain thought of a question, fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Excuse me, what would have happened if you hadn't stopped her just now?" Without thinking, Wang Lin answered, "Her body would have been occupied by the black demon mother's clone, at which point the clone could have persisted in the world of the living, and even in the future, the true form of the black demon mother could come into the world of the living through the clone. And it would be long-lasting. Not to mention it could even bring forth uncanny armies. And attract even more uncanniness." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the 6 people's hearts suddenly trembled violently. They all realized what a disaster it would be if such a situation really occurred. If the current rules of the strange tales were likened to a scout skirmish, then what Wang Lin described would truly be a war. Chapter 26, Making Reality More Tense. After listening to Wang Lin's explanation, the 6 people felt an immense weight in their hearts. It was as if they had already foreseen the end of the world. Perhaps Wang Lin's patient explanation had made an impact. The captain gritted his teeth, braced himself, and suddenly asked, "Excuse me, what are you? What kind of existence are you?" After asking, the captain nervously looked at Wang Lin. He originally wanted to ask Wang Lin if he would participate in destroying the world, but he thought this was a foolish question. It would be better to ask about Wang Lin's information. Wang Lin's power was evident to all, and his information was naturally very important. Wang Lin looked seriously at the questioning captain and said sadly, "I am a necromancer who was forced to transform into a lich." Forced? Was he created by some evil organization? Hearing Wang Lin's sorrowful answer, the captain couldn't help but speculate. Of course, even though Wang Lin had patiently explained a lot to them, he did not dare to ask further. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. They had already received much important information. If they were too greedy, they might not be able to leave. If they died, no matter how much information they obtained, it would be useless. They could not die. What happened tonight must be known by others. It's more advantageous to leave my sister next to this terrifying guy. She must have this awareness too. With a decision in mind, the captain said immediately, "We will leave her to you. Can we go now?" Wang Lin nodded slightly and said, "Since you are so perceptive, I will give you one more benefit. In the future, when you encounter the strange, you can directly tell them that you are working for a necromancer who has transformed into a lich. They will be self-aware." The captain nodded seriously. "All right, thank you." After saying that, the captain turned and left with his team. Watching the six disappear into the night, Wang Lin turned his gaze back to the girl lying unconscious on the ground. He raised his hand, and green life energy flowed from his fingertips, falling into the girl's hollow eyes. On the other side, the six who drove away did not feel the slightest happiness of surviving a disaster. Each of them was mixed with various emotions and wore a serious expression. They had come today to rescue the captain's sister, each harboring the resolve to face death, but what they experienced was shocking beyond words. The news they heard made them dare not approach death. Whether it was the Great Black Mother or this figure who terrified even the Great Black Mother, both posed an immense threat to humanity. At the same time, the information provided by the self-proclaimed necromancer was extremely crucial. Yunzhou, Strange Response Bureau, Yunzhou branch. It was still that conference room, still that secretary. But this time, Zhou Qingqing seemed extremely rushed to arrive. Because this time, the information was shockingly terrifying. Suspending the meeting and dispersing the captains, the Taoist-clad elder who listened to Zhou Qingqing's report no longer had any composure and calmness. He immediately stood up and hurriedly left the large conference room, heading to his office. This information must be reported immediately, reported personally. If the one who calls himself a necromancer is telling the truth, the consequences are simply unimaginable, but it would inevitably lead to a greater disaster. Not knowing how long the report lasted, the Taoist-clad elder once again summoned the captains to the large conference room for a meeting. Returning to the large conference room and looking at the gathered captains, the Taoist-clad elder immediately spoke seriously. "I just received a truly important piece of information. It has now been classified as top secret. I cannot tell you exactly what happened. I can only tell you that the next task is extremely important. It is a very challenging operation." Hearing the minister's serious tone, the captains' expressions immediately became grave, and they sat up straight. The old man in the Taoist robe immediately ordered, "Starting today, all team members will cancel any unnecessary leave and fully search the populace for people born at special times or special places. The so-called special times are lunar years, lunar months, lunar days, lunar hours, solar eclipses, and other such time periods or celestial events. The so-called special places are cemeteries, ghostly areas, cremation grounds, and morgues. We will categorize these individuals into 10 levels. For each additional condition met, they will automatically rise one level. Once you find these individuals, anyone reaching level 3 or above must be taken to designated locations immediately. The higher the level, the higher the priority. During this process, be sure to pay attention to the movements of those underground rats. They are likely to target this type of crowd. If you cannot take them, you must eliminate them. We cannot allow these individuals to fall into the hands of those underground rats alive. Captain Zhao Hai and Captain Joko, you two are to immediately hand over all your duties and lead your teams to participate fully in constructing special shelters. Captain Lu Yun, Captain Lu Jian, Captain Zhang Shan, Captain Zhao Pine, Captain Wu Tian, starting today, you are promoted to captains and given the right to recruit team members freely. You must quickly fill your teams and engage in the work. Starting today, a new department will be established in the branch to rate and register all individuals capable of countering the supernatural, as well as to issue bounty tasks for countering the supernatural to the public. A live broadcast department will also be established to broadcast to the general public, and this new department will be led by Captain Yang Fei along with all members. The other departments will assist. These are the arrangements for now, and I urge all captains to take this seriously." After saying this, the old man in the Taoist robe didn't wait for the captains to ask anything further and hurriedly left the conference room. Watching the vice minister rush away again, the captains looked at each other, their expressions extremely serious. Although they did not know exactly what had happened, from these arrangements, it was clear that something very bad was brewing. Otherwise, there would not have been such significant changes. Not only were 5 new captains promoted, but a department with substantial authority was also established. Some captains guessed that the matter was likely related to the existence who claimed to be the Necromancer, as intelligence about that Necromancer had been urgently sent twice in the past week. This time it might also be about him. The old man in the Taoist robe returned to his office again, and just as he sat down, Zhou Qingqing rushed in with a folder. Seeing Zhou Qingqing's hurried demeanor, the old man in the Taoist robe frowned. What's wrong? To be honest, these days he has really grown tired of seeing this beautiful granddaughter of his old friend. Every time she rushed in, it never brought good news. Especially in recent days, she had really brought some shocking news. Seeing the old man in the Taoist robe frown, Zhou Qingqing immediately reported, Minister, urgent intel, it is about that Necromancer. Last night, a team discovered a suspected encounter with the Necromancer deep in Laoshan. The old man's expression immediately became serious. Detailed report. Yes. Zhou Qingqing responded and began to explain. Yesterday afternoon, a ghost hunting team from a civil organization went to a nearby village in Laoshan and encountered the Corpse King, being chased and forced to flee deep into Laoshan. In the deep night, the two who stayed behind were attacked by the corpses commanded by the Corpse King, when suddenly blue flames appeared, sweeping through the forest like a storm. After a few breaths, the flame storm disappeared. All the corrupted corpses have been eliminated, including the Corpse King at the ghostly level. Additionally, they discovered what appears to be the residence of a necromancer, finding over 100 ghostly artifacts and more than 5 million underworld coins. They even left a note, stating it was a gift for them. After hearing Zhou Qingqing's report, the old man in the Taoist robe rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. If we only look at actions, that necromancer has not only saved people several times, but has also provided them with information, and now even ghostly artifacts and underworld coins, seemingly helping them. However, just based on the other party's demeanor and style, it's really hard to believe him. That laughter, and that expression, it looks nothing like a decent person could manage. Not even in an act. Furthermore, the upper management's attitude towards the necromancer is also ambiguous. Clearly, no resolution has been reached yet. The reason is simple, that Necromancer's strength is too strong. The new power estimate is no longer at the level of a ghost general, but at least at the level of a ghost commander. It is very difficult to eliminate such a level of existence, and the cost would be extremely huge. Chapter 27, Why not just kill it? Is this the feeling of death? It turns out to be not much different from being alive. In the dawn of Huanshan village, in a dilapidated house, Zhou Qian woke up and looked at the surrounding void, sitting on the old wooden bed with a sense of loss. Sensing Zhou Qian's movements and mutterings, Wang Lin shifted his gaze from his mobile novel and smiled, "You're not dead." Hearing this sudden, hoarse, and somber voice, Zhou Qian shivered all over, cautiously turning towards the direction of Wang Lin's voice, but alas, all she could see was a void. Even though not being dead is something to be happy about, but the voice of the speaker sounded anything but like a good person. "I'm afraid I won't be able to escape torment and humiliation. It would be better to be dead for a quick end." Seeing the wary look on the girl's face, Wang Lin smiled and said, "No need to be so tense. I won't do anything to you." Zhou Qian remained on guard, asking in the direction of Wang Lin, "Who are you? Are you eerie?" Wang Lin chuckled, "I'm not eerie. I saved you." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qian couldn't help but frown. She didn't believe Wang Lin at all. Though her eyes were gouged out and she could not see her surroundings, she could still hear sounds. She was aware of the situation. Before the sacrificial ceremony began, she heard those evil cultists excitedly discussing how the Ghost Mother would personally descend. At the start of the ceremony, there were at least 100 people from the Ghost Mother sect all around. She also heard the excited shouts of those evil cultists, claiming the Ghost Mother had descended. Although she fainted later and didn't know what happened, she didn't believe anyone could save her in that situation, nor did she think anyone had the ability to do so. "If you don't believe me, you can call to confirm. Your brother came to rescue you last night with people. A total of 6 people." Seeing Zhou Qian's disbelieving expression, Wang Lin smiled and simply handed the phone to her. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qian was immediately shocked. Without thinking, she took the phone Wang Lin handed her. Those evil cultists were half-human, half-ghost creatures, and among them were formidable characters. The witch was even comparable to powerful ghosts. Not to mention, the Ghost Mother had already descended. Their small team would struggle against a fierce ghost, wasn't coming here like seeking death? But as she took the phone from Wang Lin, a spark of insight shot through her mind, and Zhou Qian was stunned into silence. "Forget it. He. Looking at the silent Zhou Qian, Wang Lin suddenly realized, and habitually laughed a couple of times. "How about this, just give me the number, and I'll call for you." Upon hearing Wang Lin's laughter, Zhou Qian couldn't help but shiver, further confirming the idea that suddenly appeared in her mind. Gripping her phone tightly, Zhou Qian suddenly said with a cold face, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense? I know ghost calls exist. My brother never came to save me. By making this call, you'll be able to find my brother." Looking at the girl whose face changed suddenly, Wang Lin was speechless and replied, "Stop being so clever. Your brother really came yesterday. Zhou Qian sneered, you say you saved me, then tell me my brother came to rescue me. If my brother came, why didn't he take me away? Even if my brother entrusted me to you, why don't you have his contact information? I will never believe your nonsense. The logic really does make sense. Wang Lin couldn't help but feel speechless again in his heart. Used to being alone, he realized he indeed lacked logic. He hadn't paid attention to this yesterday and hadn't even asked for her name. Seeing Wang Lin silent, Zhou Qian's voice turned even colder. Got nothing to say? Your clumsy nonsense isn't even a draft. Just keep it to yourself so you don't embarrass yourself. Do whatever you want. I will not lose my dignity as a human. After speaking, Zhou Qian tilted her head, showing a cold and proud appearance. Wang Lin said, truth or lies, you decide. Zhou Qian coldly interrupted Wang Lin's words, give up on that thought. I will never give you my phone number. Underscore? Wang Lin gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to hit someone. I'm saying. Humph. Zhou Qian scoffed, interrupting Wang Lin once more, don't be delusional. I will never tell you my phone number. Why not just kill her? After being interrupted twice, Wang Lin stared at Zhou Qian's cold and proud face, and a thought suddenly rose in his mind. No, she's still useful. Shaking his head, he pushed the thought out of his mind. Wang Lin said coldly, with your brother's weak strength, I don't need to call to deal with him. Zhou Qian interrupted Wang Lin again, coldly saying, anyone can talk big. Do you think bragging will make me believe you? Dream on. I am. Slap. A crisp slap echoed, cutting off Zhou Qian's proud words. A clear handprint was left on her pure and lovely face. Hoo-ha. After slapping her, he took a deep breath, suppressing the impulsive thoughts in his mind. Wang Lin said coldly, you think too much of yourself. You see me as your suitor. You should know your own situation and stop acting so proud. The phone is already in your hand. If you want to call, it's up to you. After saying this, Wang Lin turned and walked out of the dilapidated room. Hoo-ha. Leaving the shabby house, Wang Lin took another deep breath. He couldn't help but complain, what kind of little fairy is this? She can't even talk nicely to someone. After saying this, Wang Lin looked around the surrounding mountains, clenched his fist, and turned into a cloud of black smoke and flew away. In the room, after being slapped, Zhou Qian was stunned for a long time before reacting, touching her fiery cheek, gritting her teeth. She had never been slapped in the face. Harboring resentment, Zhou Qian carefully listened to the surrounding sounds and shouted, hey, are you still there? Hey, if you're there, say something. I was wrong just now. Can you tell me what happened last night? After shouting several times and confirming that Wang Lin had left, Zhou Qian quietly reached into her pants and pulled out a mini flip phone, immediately breathing a sigh of relief. This mini phone had not been taken away. Feeling around for the buttons, Zhou Qian dialed the number she had memorized perfectly. As a member of the creepy team, battling against the bazaar on the front lines, she was not some little fairy. Beep beep hello. This is the anomaly handling office. The mini phone rang twice and was answered, a very pleasant voice coming from inside. Without waiting for the voice on the phone to finish, Zhou Qian quickly lowered her voice and said, Sister Zhao, it's me, Zhou Qian. Hearing Zhou Qian's voice, an excited voice came from the phone, Zhou Qian, it's great to be able to contact you. Upon hearing Sister Zhao's words, Zhou Qian pouted, good my ass. Let me cut to the chase, I'm now in the hands of the Ghost Mother sect, located in Huanshan village. There are about 100 evil disciples here, they are making sacrifices, and the Ghost Mother has appeared. I've had my eyes gouged out, and there's a bad guy watching me, I don't know what the situation is now. Can you locate my position? The Ghost Mother sect. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, then said, but your brother came back last night and reported that the Ghost Mother sect has been wiped out. The location is in Huanshan village. Hearing what was said on the phone, Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned. The voice continued, your brother also instructed me that if you contact me, you should let me put you in touch with him directly. He has very important things to tell you. Listening to Sister Zhao's voice on the phone, Zhou Qian fell silent. The situation seemed to be different from what she thought. Chapter 28, A Relaxed Mood. Sis, this is how it is. You must be careful over there. I know it's my fault for you, but for the sake of the country and the survival of humanity, I can only put you in this difficult position. You should butter him up a bit. If possible, try to see if you can get more information about the strange events from him. If you have any needs, you can contact me, whatever can be done, I and the country will do our best to meet it. This is not only a confidential mission given to you by the country but also my greatest hope and demand for you. I understand, brother, don't worry. If I can survive and return, I will definitely take care of you. Now, you just put on the black stockings and JK, dance, and post it online. Don't think I can't see it when you try to trick me, I will ask my best friend. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Qian's face, marked with a palm print, turned alternately pale and red. Although she was very moved that her brother and teammates risked their lives to save her, she felt a bitter taste. However, undoubtedly, that slap she received today was not only in vain. She also had to turn around and act like a sycophant, shamelessly trying to please them. What was even more infuriating was that her brother, her own brother Zhou, had sold her out. Sold her to the strange ones. Didn't he fear that she would eat him or turn him into a human skin drum or something? Although she had long been prepared to sacrifice for the sake of the country and humanity, hearing this from her own brother made her feel furious. In the dark underground cave, countless vague black shadows were rolling, crawling, jumping, and escaping. Behind these black shadows, a ghostly blue light was gradually illuminating the tunnel of the cave. As the ghostly blue light approached, the fleeing shadows became even more frantic, even crashing against the cave wall, or falling into the pit of the cave, as if the ghostly blue light was some terrifying ray. With the ghostly blue light gradually brightening, the sound of footsteps also began to echo. In the darkness, 3 basketball-sized ghostly blue fireballs burned beside him, leisurely strolling forward. Finally, he stopped in front of a pit. As the ghostly blue flames illuminated, the scene in the pit suddenly appeared. It was a pit about 10 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters deep, and inside lay several motionless corpses. Without needing to look closely, one would notice that these corpses were all violently trembling, unable to stop. Keek, you all are scared, then become my research material. Looking at the trembling bodies in the pit, Wang Lin chuckled. In his hoarse voice, chains burning with soul flames shot out rapidly from his wide sleeves. Watching the soul chains shoot out, the corpses on the ground were terrified, dropping all pretense, each wanting to get up and flee. Unfortunately, just in the blink of an eye, the semi-transparent chains pierced through their bodies, wrapping them tightly, followed by the chains pulling tight, slowly dragging them toward the Grim Reaper standing at the edge of the pit while their faces showed sheer terror. Yes, that's the expression of fear I'm looking for, truly great. The soul beads made from you will surely be fantastic. He. As Wang Lin looked at the endlessly terrified corpses, his hoarse voice echoed, and his eerie laughter spread throughout the hollow underground cave, enhancing the ominous tone of his chuckles. He. In the maze of cave passages, as the evil and ghastly laughter echoed, the fleeing shadows couldn't help but tremble, running with even more effort and more panic. In a dark underground cave, a group of shadowy figures were swiftly drifting along the passage. Sister, why did you come back? That Grim Reaper is about to chase us. One female ghost urgently said to her sister as she saw a few ghostly figures returning, quickly pulling the returning ghost forward to flee. The returning female ghost grabbed her sister, saying anxiously, "Sis, the way ahead is blocked. There are many spirits guarding it. Those who tried to break through have already been caught." Hearing her sister's words, the older sister immediately froze, her body shaking again. The surrounding shadows also came to a halt, despair written all over their faces. Their ghostly forms trembled even more violently. Clearly, the Grim Reaper hadn't stumbled upon them by chance, he was specifically coming for them. Now they not only couldn't merge into the walls to escape, but all exits in the cave were also guarded by the Reapers. They had no way out. He, aren't you going to run? I'm coming. At that moment, Wang Lin's eerie laughter echoed from the darkness behind these shadows, growing clearer. Upon hearing the sound, the ghostly figures turned back, seeing the ghostly blue light gradually brightening the dark passage behind them. It seemed like some terrifying existence was about to emerge. Seeing the ghostly blue light shining through, a tall male ghost shouted fiercely, "Let's fight." Being caught by that Grim Reaper means a fate worse than death. Fighting might let us break free, and even if we die, it's better than being caught. After speaking, the male ghost charged down the dark passage first. Upon hearing this, the other shadows gritted their teeth and hurriedly followed the male ghost, rushing toward the forward passage. Seeing this, the female ghost also wanted to pull her sister along. Even if they were torn to pieces, it was still better than being caught by the Grim Reaper. However, the younger ghost did not move at all, just shaking her head at her sister, smiling sadly, and then her ghostly form gradually began to disintegrate. The ghosts who had returned were the same. Each one sat hopelessly against the cave walls, smiling forlornly, as if reflecting on their lives before their ghostly forms began to collapse. Seeing this, the older sister, realizing there was no hope of escape, also smiled sadly before disintegrating her ghostly form. "You are dissolving this quickly? Truly timid." He. Wang Lin's hoarse voice came through the ghostly blue firelight as he walked slowly, watching the drifting ghost mist in this passage, once again letting out a chilling laugh. Then, Wang Lin took out a black gourd, opened it, and as he did, the drifting ghostly entities immediately reacted as if finding a vent. Sucked into the gourd. How can there be so many? On the other side, under the male ghost's call, dozens of drifting ghostly figures passed through the dark passage, escaping towards the corridor illuminated by an eerie blue light. However, when they entered the lit area of the eerie blue light and saw the spirits blocking the passage, despair filled them one by one. In front of them, the passage was densely packed with armored skeletal soldiers holding battle knives, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly flames. There were at least 300 of them, extending around the corner with no end in sight, including skeletal cavalry and skeletal generals. Among these skeletal soldiers stood bone-made cages, imprisoning numerous already desperate and numb ghostly figures and corpses. They recognized these imprisoned spirits and corpses as those who had also hidden in the underground cave with them. But now, not only were they imprisoned in bone cages, but they were also pierced by white bone spikes like daggers. It's over. At this moment, all the ghostly figures were in despair. This formation was simply impossible for them to break through. Even if they had 10 times their number, they still couldn't rush through. There's no hope, everyone disperse your ghost bodies. Hearing the laughter coming from behind once again, the leading male ghost forced a smile, desperately telling the other ghostly figures, then voluntarily began to dissolve his ghost body. However, this time they had no chance. Suddenly, the cave walls around them lit up with eerie blue light, and one by one, eerie blue phantom arms stretched out from the cave walls, like rubber arms extending out, like ghostly claws emerging from hell, grabbing them one by one. They were caught, and not to mention dissolving their ghost bodies, they couldn't even move a bit. Only now you want to dissolve? It's too late. He. But after playing with you for so long, I feel much better now. He. Chapter 29, The Gradual Demonization of Zhou Qian. The sunshine today is so nice. At noon, walking out from the dark underground cave, looking at the glaring sun hanging high in the sky, Wang Lin couldn't help but stretch out his arms to embrace it. He closed his eyes to enjoy the warmth of the sun. A ghost sorcerer embracing the sun, it's probably hard for anyone to believe. Ghosts surely wouldn't believe it either. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh at himself. If it were 10 years ago, such weather and sun were often visible, and it wouldn't even count as a scorching sun. Wang Lin wouldn't have embraced the sun either. But with the arrival of rule abnormalities, such warm sun rays have become fewer and fewer, and now they are very rare. Perhaps in the future, it may not even be seen once. After enjoying the sun for a while, Wang Lin's gaze turned to the abandoned village at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by steep peaks. I thought it was a little fairy. I didn't expect it to be a clever person with many thoughts. Even I was fooled. Now that the situation has turned, I'm not in a hurry to head back. I can make you anxious. Rubbing his chin, Wang Lin muttered to himself, then found a spacious spot on the mountain, set up a fire, and began to cook barbecue. Although Wang Lin left the village, in reality, every move within a dozen kilometers surrounding the village was being monitored by special spirits. Through the contract with the spirits, Wang Lin could know the village's every move at any time and could even watch it as if on a monitor. In the mountain village, Zhou Qian sat on her bed, frowning as she thought about how to face the guy who claimed to be a ghost sorcerer when he returned and how to open the conversation to ease the tension. After talking to her brother on the phone and learning the situation, she felt very awkward. She was very relieved that she had not been possessed by the ghost mother, causing harm to the world. But unfortunately, she had fallen into the hands of someone even more powerful than the ghost mother. And perhaps even more evil beings in their hands. Fortunately, that guy, stronger than the ghost mother, currently had no malicious intent and even provided them with very important information, as he is now tasked with obtaining critical intel. But unfortunately, right from the start, he made the situation awkward. He did it in a way that was both embarrassing and infuriating. Now not only did he have to figure out how to ease the relationship, but he also had to act like a sycophant to gain information. Just thinking about how to ease the relationship made her head spin. Although many had pursued her and tried to please her since she was young, she had never intentionally tried to flatter anyone. She had certainly turned down many advances with cold words. Those things that required pleasing others were always handled by her brother. Sigh. Thinking this way, Zhou Qian couldn't help but let out a troubled sigh. Although the mission was honorable and she felt privileged, she completely lacked experience. What would happen if she messed up such an important task? Zhou Qian lay on the bed, thinking and pondering, only to come up with one solution: to be thick-skinned. First, sincerely admit her mistake. Yet, time passed, waiting and waiting, her stomach growing hungry, and no matter how long she waited, Wang Lin still had not returned. Zhou Qian grew more anxious with every passing moment. That guy didn't really leave, did he? He shouldn't have. He kept me here to attract the strange beings, he wouldn't just abandon me. Panicking, Zhou Qian bit her lip and called out, "Are you there? It was my fault earlier, I apologize." After calling out, Zhou Qian eagerly awaited Wang Lin's response, but alas, silence answered her instead. That guy can't really have left, can he? He shouldn't be this petty. What should I do? I messed up such an important task right from the start. After a long wait without any response, Zhou Qian's anxiety grew. She shouted again, "Are you still there? If you are, please answer me. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I was wrong, don't leave me." This time, her voice carried a hint of sobbing, sounding both panicked and pitiful. hoping that her tears would touch Wang Lin's heart. However, after another half hour passed, everything around remained dead silent, with not a sound to be heard. Did he really leave? It's over. I already messed up such an important task right from the beginning. Not being able to see, Zhou Qian didn't know what time it was, whether it was day or night, only feeling that a lot of time had passed. Growing more anxious as she waited, she really wanted to call her brother again, but worried that Wang Lin might be watching her from the shadows. I was really wrong, I'm sorry, just say something, okay? Don't leave me here all alone. I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's done, I really messed up the mission. I also don't know where this place is, will I encounter any strange entities if I'm left here alone? That guy said my constitution is very attractive to the strange beings, if I meet them, I'm afraid it will be hard to wish for a good death. After a long time without a reply, Zhou Qian became increasingly anxious, shouting and letting her thoughts run wild, she even started to cry. But this time, it wasn't pretend, she was genuinely crying, sparkling tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she squeezed out a few tears, Zhou Qian froze, reaching up to touch her cheek. Finally, she touched her eyes directly. If she remembered correctly, her eyes had been gouged out by the sinister being, so how are they now? Did he help me heal my eyes? Touching her perfectly fine eyeballs, Zhou Qian's heart was flooded with mixed emotions. There was no doubt that her brother and the others couldn't have done this, only the Dark Ghost Mother and the even stronger Necromancer could heal her. The Big Black Witch Mother cannot heal her own eyes, otherwise, her evil disciples would not have gouged them out. The one who healed herself is undoubtedly the existence that calls itself the Death Sorcerer. Did you help me heal my eyes? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I can listen to you from now on, okay? Are you there? If you are, please respond to me, okay? I was wrong before, I apologize. I'm sorry. Zhou Qian cried out again, praying for Wang Lin's response. Indeed, I helped you heal your eyes. To Zhou Qian's anticipation, finally there was a voice responding to her. Hearing the voice, Zhou Qian's heart suddenly leaped with joy. But immediately, her heart tightened. Because it was not the voice she had heard before, it was her brother Zhou's voice. But would her brother come? Yes. It could only be the Death Sorcerer who went to find her brother or even captured him. But if that were the case, her brother would not respond to her like this. Her eyes could not possibly be healed by her brother. No. Because her brother knew her mission, and her brother also didn't know her current situation. It was not that Death Sorcerer, not her brother Zhou, yet it had her brother Zhou's voice. The answer was already obvious. It was eerie. Zhou Qian felt a chill down her spine, but on the surface, she pretended to be overjoyed and said through tears, "Brother, you're here. I can't see anything, I'm so scared. What to do now? My extreme body really attracts the eerie. That Death Sorcerer, are you still there? I'm going to be eaten by the eerie. Hurry and come out." Chapter 30, Summoning Spirits with Eerie Body. Zhou Qian appeared to be joyfully crying, but her heart was filled with urgent anxiety, desperately thinking of a way to survive. There was no doubt that what had come was eerie. Only that Death Sorcerer could save her now. "Sister, can you still not see? It's all my fault for not fully helping you heal. Let me try again. This time I will definitely help you heal." Zhou's voice continued, filled with concern. Feeling a cold aura approaching, Zhou Qian's mind raced, and suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. She indeed thought of a way. When talking to Zhou, he had mentioned that the Death Sorcerer told them to say they were working for the sorcerer who transformed into a lich when encountering the eerie. The Eries would be sensible. With the idea in mind, Zhou Qian quickly retrieved her happy expression and replaced it with an anxious one. "Brother, stop talking. The Death Sorcerer is coming back soon, you should leave quickly. If she finds you, it will be over. Death." Sure enough, as the word Death Sorcerer came up, Zhou's voice instantly couldn't help but exclaim, but then forced himself to restrain it. "It works." Hearing the exclamation, Zhou Qian immediately felt a rush of joy and continued anxiously, "Brother, don't delay. You must go. Don't worry about me, if you wait too long, it will be too late. That is a Death Sorcerer who has transformed into a lich, you are no match for her." However, this time there was no response. Zhou Qian was not sure if the eerie had been scared away, so she continued speaking, "Brother, hurry and go. I can't see. If I go with you, I will only slow you down. Hurry. You must live well from now on. Never think of me. Just treat it as if I am already dead. Brother, avenging mom and dad will be up to you." Not hearing any more sound, Zhou Qian was unsure if the eerie had left, and she could only chatter away like a talkative person. Hoping that Wang Lin's name could scare the eerie, at least to hold it down for a little longer, praying that Wang Lin could return soon. Outside in the dark of night, a ghost baby in a red belly band was hurriedly flying toward the village outskirts, its greenish face filled with terror. Since hearing the phrase death sorcerer, the ghost baby had run away. How could I dare to stay even a moment longer? Although an extremely young body is an excellent motherly vessel, it is rare to find one in a million. Calling it a once-in-a-thousand-years encounter is not an exaggeration, it greatly tempts him. Even though he possesses the strength of a fierce ghost, he wouldn't dare to try. If a necromancer were really to appear, it would be the end for him. A ghost infant like him is a rare and valuable material in the eyes of a necromancer. He couldn't gamble at all. He decided to hide far away first and observe from the shadows. If you dare to scare me, when you become my motherly vessel, I will make sure you suffer. The frightened little ghost hid in a big tree, grumbling furiously. Oh, how would it be suffering? Tell me, I want to hear. Just as the ghost infant complained, a hoarse and gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing the question, the ghost infant gritted his teeth. I will have to dance in his belly every day. I want to make her vomit, make her unable to take care of herself. The hoarse and gloomy voice responded with a chuckle. That's a really good idea, you've given me a wonderful inspiration. Do you want to hear it? He. The ghost infant asked, what inspiration? The hoarse and gloomy voice replied, you love to dance so much, I'll turn you into a drum. Once the drum sounds, people will start dancing. Isn't that wonderful? Upon hearing this, the ghost infant's body immediately stiffened. He finally sensed something was wrong and slowly turned his head. There floated a figure behind him, wearing a long black robe, with a gaunt face, eyes glowing with blue flames, and an evil smile. A lich. Seeing the figure hovering behind him, the ghost infant's eyes filled with terror, and a scream echoed through the night sky. Looking at the frightened ghost infant, the lich dug into his ears. I'm just fulfilling your idea, why are you shouting so loudly? No. I have no such idea. Hearing this, the ghost infant shook his head like a rattledrum and immediately transformed into a shadow to escape. You gave me inspiration, you must cooperate to the end, he. Watching the ghost infant escape into the shadows, the lich laughed wickedly and instantly vanished into darkness. Brother, you should leave quickly, the necromancer is coming. If you're late, you won't be able to escape. In the old room of the village, Zhou Qian kept chattering about the necromancer. She had talked until her mouth was dry but dared not stop. Every 3 sentences was about the necromancer, and every 5 included a lich. Creak, crack. Outside the window, a cat-faced old witch with greenish eyes watched Zhou Qian babbling inside the room, grinding her teeth, her clenched fists making faint cracking sounds. Damn it, she's talking about the necromancer's reputation. There can't be that many necromancers. In fact, tonight not only did the ghost infant come, but so did the cat-faced old witch. However, the cat-faced old witch arrived slightly later than the ghost infant and was far less powerful, so she did not appear. When Zhou Qian said the words necromancer, her reaction was exactly the same as the ghost infant's, which was to turn and run. Because she ran too urgently, not only did she strain her back but also fell into a dung pit. But it was precisely because of that fall that she realized something was off. That girl was just fabricating stories. Otherwise, why would she keep talking so much? Moreover, if there really were a necromancer, that girl would definitely have undead guards. Feeling she had guessed the truth, the cat-faced old witch gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, and walked to the front of the house, entering inside to look at Zhou Qian, who was still chattering, and asked kindly, little girl, what's wrong? What to do? That guy's name doesn't scare at all. Don't leave me behind, come back quickly. Hearing the kind voice of the cat-faced old witch, Zhou Qian felt despair in her heart. She could only pray that Wang Lin would return soon. This time, the eerie voice didn't belong to her brother Zhou, but instead, it was the gentle voice of an old lady. However, this did not stop Zhou Qian from continuing her ruse, quickly saying, old lady, you should leave quickly, that terrifying necromancer is coming back soon. There is no necromancer at all, you think you can trick me? Upon hearing this, the cat-faced old lady couldn't help but sneer internally, gently saying, no, little girl, it's too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Let me take you with me, I know a secret path to get away. Zhou Qian immediately replied with righteous urgency, old lady, I can't see, I can't walk at all. You should go quickly. Don't worry about me. If that necromancer comes back, you won't escape, he will eat you. I can't hold you back. Alas. The cat-faced old lady sighed and said self-reproachfully, I'm getting old and useless, little girl, can you do me a favor? Can you help me untie the ropes on my hands? They are hurting me. Zhou Qian knew the other party was sinister, how could she dare to help? She quickly said, old lady, don't bother with the ropes, just go quickly. When that necromancer comes, he will eat you. The cat-faced old lady insisted, little girl, I have no life left, just help me untie the ropes on my hands. If you untie them, I will leave. As she finished speaking, the cat-faced old lady had already come to Zhou Qian's side, grabbing Zhou Qian's hands and placing them on her own wrists. Feeling the cold, wrinkled wrist being forced into her touch, Zhou Qian suddenly shivered, but she had to hold on, continuing to plead, old lady, please hurry and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. As she spoke, Zhou Qian's voice was filled with a trembling cry. But the cat-faced old lady was unmoved, insisting, "You help me untie the ropes on my hands, and I'll leave, they are hurting me too much." Saying this, the cat-faced old lady urgently controlled Zhou Qian's fingers to untie her own ropes. She realized that this girl was trying to trick her, and that ghostly baby would surely realize it too. She had to act quickly. This was a raring body, and once that ghost baby returned, she might miss her opportunity. Feeling her hands becoming uncontrollable, Zhou Qian was even more anxious and about to cry, "Old lady, please hurry and leave. I beg you, or the necromancer really will eat you. If you get eaten by the necromancer, I will feel guilty." As she spoke, Zhou Qian struggled desperately to break free from the cat-faced old lady's grasp. Unfortunately, her body had gone numb, her strength was gone, and her hands had lost control, making it impossible to escape the cat-faced old lady's hold. Smack! Just as the cat-faced old lady was about to untie the ropes on her wrists, a bony hand suddenly slapped down on her shoulder, and a gloomy, hoarse voice arose from behind her. "She can't see, don't force her. Let me help you untie it instead." Kick. Hearing Wang Lin's voice and that wicked-sounding laugh, Zhou Qian froze for a moment, then tears streamed down her face. "I'm saved. This guy has finally come back." Upon hearing the voice behind her and that wicked laugh, the cat-faced old lady immediately froze in shock, her head turning mechanically to look behind. Boom! When she saw the speaker behind her, her mind erupted with a roaring sound, her entire body stiffening, a desperate thought rising in her heart. It's over. There really is a necromancer, and he's already transformed into a lich. The cat-faced old lady's voice trembled as she stammered, "And no, esteemed master, this small matter I can manage myself, I wouldn't dare trouble your esteemed golden hands." "No trouble at all, it's just a small favor, I particularly enjoy helping ghosts." Keek, Wang Lin replied cheerfully. The deep blue runes spread out from the hand pressing on the shoulders of the cat-faced old lady, filling her entire body in a breath. Looking at the cat-faced old lady, who was frozen with fear swiftly crawling across her face, Wang Lin turned his gaze to Zhou Qian, whose face was already streaked with tears. "Let me clarify, I don't eat people, but I do eat ghosts. However, since you said that if I eat her you would feel guilty, then I won't eat her." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the cat-faced old lady immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her life was saved. "I'll make her into something interesting. He. However, the next moment, Wang Lin's words made the cat-faced old lady tremble even more, even thinking about self-destructing her ghostly body. It would be better than being eaten. Unfortunately, with Wang Lin holding her shoulder, she couldn't even speak, let alone die. Zhou Qian couldn't see what was happening, but just by hearing the strange sounds and words, she knew the weird thing must be extremely frightened. Zhou Qian couldn't help but feel grateful. "I didn't expect this guy to have such deterrent power against the weird. With him around, my brother must feel much safer when carrying out his tasks." After feeling relieved, Zhou Qian hurriedly fumbled to get off the bed, deeply bowing in Wang Lin's direction, sincerely saying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before, I misunderstood you, it was my fault, please forgive me." "You." Seeing Zhou Qian bowing to apologize, Wang Lin clicked his tongue. "Do you take me for a dog? Do you think being my ghostly mage costs me no dignity? You think saying sorry will just end it? Is it really worth it to care about a little girl?" Zhou Qian thought silently in her heart, but on the surface, she remained very sincere. "It was my fault, I'm willing to make amends." Make amends? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin looked Zhou Qian up and down with a face of disdain. "You have nothing, and you can't even see, what can you compensate me with?" Fortunately, Zhou Qian couldn't see, otherwise, she might have exploded with rage. Zhou Qian thought for a moment and said firmly, "I truly recognize my mistakes, I hope I can do something to make up for my wrongs." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin stroked his chin. "What can you do? Just stay obediently and be bait." Be bait? Although Zhou Qian knew what it meant to be bait, she still pretended to look confused. Seeing Zhou Qian's puzzled expression, Wang Lin rolled his eyes and bluntly said, "Yes, be bait. You are an extremely rare extreme body, very attractive to the weird. I want to use you to lure those weird creatures. Oh, by the way, your brother also knows about this, you can call him to verify." Hearing Wang Lin's words, although Zhou Qian already knew what it meant, she still felt speechless. Especially when Wang Lin mentioned calling Zhou Hu to verify, made Zhou Qian feel a surge of impulse to rush back and beat her brother up. She was his dear sister, his only family, and yet she was just sold out by him. Zhou Qian was contemplating how to continue the topic when Wang Lin continued, "Of course, I think there's no need to call to verify anymore, you've already done it, haven't you?" Oh, upon hearing this, Zhou Qian was instantly dumbfounded. She thought she had hidden it well, but it turned out he already knew everything. Here she was, playing act, turning into a complete clown. Zhou Qian awkwardly smiled. Wang Lin continued, "Don't hide the mini phone anymore, be careful, it may get inflamed. You can't see it, and inflammation is very troublesome. I won't help you look." Zhou Qian's awkward smile froze on her face. She could only defend herself more awkwardly. "I just have it on me, I didn't put it in any strange place." Ha ha ha. Wang Lin shrugged nonchalantly and said, I understand, you don't need to explain, you say it is, so it is. Hearing Wang Lin's indifferent voice, Zhou Qian's awkward smile became even more awkward. Now it's completely impossible to explain clearly. There's no way to explain it. Zhou Qian quickly changed the subject. Where have you been before? Wang Lin shrugged, in a bad mood, went out and caught a few little ghosts. You went ghost hunting, while I almost got caught by a ghost. Zhou Qian felt even more speechless. Isn't it good to have such a strange attraction to yourself? Isn't it better to wait for the strange to come knocking? Why go out to catch ghosts? Isn't that tiring? Though feeling speechless inside, to keep the conversation going and build a good relationship, Zhou Qian followed Wang Lin's words with a curious look. You are so strong. The ghosts you caught must be amazing, right? Wang Lin. Not very impressive, just a bunch of minor ones. Zhou Qian. This is just not a conversation for today. Chapter 32, What are you thinking? Even though she really wanted to ignore Wang Lin, they still had to continue chatting. Zhou Qian thought for a moment. What are you going to do next? Wang Lin's tone was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhou Qian, I mean, as you said, to use me as bait to attract the strange. How do you plan to use me to attract them? Wang Lin, simple, you just need to stay here, and you'll shine like a light in the dark night, waiting for the strange to show up at your door. Ah. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qian became confused. She immediately asked, is it that simple? Of course. Wang Lin, otherwise, do you think 4 strange ones would show up tonight? 4? Zhou Qian was shocked at once. She always thought there was just one strange being. Even if the strange that came one after another weren't the same, that would only be 2. How could there be 4? Looking at Zhou Qian's surprised expression, Wang Lin continued, the first to come was a haunted baby, a ghost of the fierce kind. The one we caught now is a scary old lady with a cat's face. There are also 2 evil spirits, but when they heard you babbling my name, they didn't dare enter this house. They ran away early. I attract the strange like this. After hearing this, Zhou Qian was shocked, attracting 4 strange beings in one night. Am I like a paper money to the underworld? Why are they so attracted to me? But then she realized something was wrong. If I'm so attractive to the strange, then why haven't I encountered them so frequently before? Also, though the rules of strange stories have been in Blue Star for over 9 years, and many strange beings have appeared in a short time through these rules, on average, the number maintained daily is about 200 to 300,000, distributed around the world. Why am I encountering 4 in one night now? Even before, on missions with the ghost removal team, searching specifically for strange beings, I hadn't encountered them this frequently. What's more, according to Wang Lin's words before, when he went out, he also caught several strange beings. This number doesn't seem normal. Could there be some important information unknown to humans? Thinking like this, Zhou Qian quickly organized her thoughts and asked, but why haven't I encountered so many strange beings before? Wang Lin walked over to the bed, sitting with one leg propped up, and explained, you are a body of extreme yin, indeed very attractive to the strange, but generally, it reaches its maximum value after adulthood. Before, you were protected by a great black ghost mother, you bore the mark of the great black ghost mother, and there were certainly her eyes around to help drive away and warn other strange beings. Even at necessary times, the great black ghost mother could send down a clone, so of course, the weaker strange beings would not touch you. Zhou Qian asked again, what do you mean by maximum value? Wang Lin thought for a moment, it's like vegetables are best when they ripen. Take the great black ghost mother for example, when you become an adult, and your extreme yin body matures to occupy your body, it can unleash the greater talent and usefulness of your extreme yin physique. And about the haunted baby just now, it needs you as its nurturing mother. First, you need to have good reproductive ability. Second, your extreme yin body must mature to maximize his benefits. Zhou Qian nodded, her heart filled with doubt. You said the ghost baby wants to use me as the mother to nurture him. What will happen if he succeeds? Wang Lin replied, if successful, first you will be controlled by him, and second, the ghost baby will exist long-term on Blue Star, harming the world, and after birth, he will have terrifying talents. Let's put it this way, he is currently at the level of a fierce ghost, after birth, he will start at the fierce ghost level. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he will at least become a ghost general in the future. Becoming a ghost king is not impossible. After hearing this, Zhou Qian was even more shocked. Starting at the fierce ghost level, the lowest he could be in the future is a ghost general, and he might even become a ghost king. I have to report this information quickly and make sure they take it seriously. Zhou Qian decided in her heart. At the same time, she also didn't want to become a tool for the strange to harm the world. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Qian continued to ask, then, what if I die? Wang Lin shook his head, there are many strange methods, even if you die, there are still uses for your death. It depends on what kind of strange you encounter. For example, if you meet a zombie, your body can nurture a corpse fetus. If you meet a powerful or special fire ghost, even if you are burned to ashes, you can still be used. Zhou Qian asked, is there a way to avoid this? Wang Lin said, time can smooth everything out, or you can use holy objects or spiritual objects to neutralize your body. Change your constitution. Zhou Qian couldn't help but feel disappointed and hopefully asked, are there any other methods? Holy objects and spiritual objects are incredibly precious, just thinking about it seems impossible. The cost is too high. As for time smoothing everything out, it's clear that it would take an unimaginably long time. Wang Lin replied, it still depends on what kind of strange you encounter. If you meet strong ones with many tricks, even if you are turned to ashes and scattered in the sea, they can still use you. If you meet weaker ones or those with insufficient methods, even if you stand alive in front of them, all they can do is simply eat you. Zhou Qian remained silent for a moment and asked again, then what about you? Besides using me as bait, will you use me to nurture ghosts or even to nurture yourself? Seeing Zhou Qian's vigilant expression, Wang Lin was instantly speechless. After a long time, Wang Lin finally said without words, what are you thinking? First of all, I disdain to do that. Secondly, you are just an extreme body at around the 6th level, although rare, in my eyes, your greatest value is to be used as bait. Zhou Qian was still not assured and pressed, don't you find it tempting? Don't you want to become stronger? Cut. Wang Lin scoffed and couldn't be bothered to answer this question. Although Wang Lin didn't answer, Zhou Qian still heard the answer from his disdainful scoff. At this moment, Zhou Qian even felt that following Wang Lin was right, otherwise, whether she lived or died, she would likely become a tool for the strange to harm the world sooner or later. Now she could still obtain some critical information for humanity. Feeling a sigh of relief in her heart, Zhou Qian asked again, you said before that you went out to capture ghosts? How many did you catch? What levels are the ghosts? This was also a very important question, even more important than her extreme body issue. Wang Lin picked his nose and said flatly, not many, just over 200, and the strongest is just a kill ghost. Underscore? Zhou Qian was stunned. Is this called not many? Over 200 isn't considered much? And the strongest is just a kill ghost. At this moment, Zhou Qian doubted Wang Lin was boasting. She hoped Wang Lin was indeed boasting. If it was true, then the strange on Blue Star definitely exceeded the estimated number, the implications were unimaginable. Thinking this, Zhou Qian could no longer maintain her calm and roll, asking eagerly, really? Are there so many? Listening to the plain numbers spoken by Wang Lin, Zhou Qian could no longer maintain her calm and act. She eagerly asked, really? Are there really that many? Wang Lin speechlessly said, they have already been caught. What do you think? At this moment, Zhou Qian fell silent but was still not convinced. Can I take a look? Wang Lin looked at Zhou Qian in surprise. You want to see them, you blind fool? Zhou Qian replied, I just got blind, I forgot. But I still want to know if there are really that many. Who? Wang Lin sighed and shrugged. Fine. Then follow me. After saying that, Wang Lin lifted the bound cat-faced old lady and walked out of the room. Hearing Wang Lin's footsteps, Zhou Qian hurriedly groped her way, stumbling and trying to keep up. Bang! However, after just a few steps, Zhou Qian successfully bumped into the doorframe. She fell on her butt. Looking at Zhou Qian sitting on the ground, Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, then looked at the cat-faced old lady he was holding, and then at Zhou Qian on the ground. After hesitating for a while, he stretched out a hand and lifted Zhou Qian by her waistband, like picking up a kitten, and took her away. Bang! As he went out, Zhou Qian's head bumped into the doorframe again. With 2 lumps on her head, Zhou Qian thought. She could be sure that this guy was absolutely a rigid straight man. He must have been single his whole life while alive. Outside the house, she saw that the originally silent and empty center of the village was now crowded with captured strange beings. These beings were confined in a formation, each one powerless and slumped down, their eyes filled with despair. Wang Lin threw the cat-faced old lady and Zhou Qian onto the ground and waved his hand to lift the seals on the strange beings. Rubbing her sore bottom, Zhou Qian stood up from where she fell and fought angrily. This guy must have been single in his previous lives too. Master Mage, spare me. I have never harmed anyone. Master Mage, please let me go. I am willing to be your subordinate, to obey you and work tirelessly for you. As she complained inwardly, in the next second, Zhou Qian heard a series of pleading voices rising and falling. There were male and female voices, old and young, and even some beast roars with pleas. Just by listening to the voices, she knew there were definitely many, at least 10 times noisier than a classroom before class. There really are that many. At this moment, Zhou Qian was stunned, and she finally believed Wang Lin's words. At this moment, Zhou Qian's mood became incredibly heavy. This guy who calls himself a necromancer actually captured so many strange beings. Doesn't this mean that the number of strange beings in the world is far more than estimated, and the situation is worse than people imagined? Despite this, Zhou Qian still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, "Did you catch all these strange beings while you were out just now?" Wang Lin lightly responded, waving his hand to again revoke the strange being's right to speak. Were you able to catch so many strange beings in many places? Zhou Qian asked again, her tone even carrying a hint of expectation. She hoped that Wang Lin had caught so many strange beings in different locations. However, facing Zhou Qian's hopeful voice, Wang Lin only calmly stated the fact, they were all caught in one place. There were originally 400 or 500, but more than half self-destructed before I caught them. These ones were too hopeful and didn't have time to self-destruct before I caught them. Upon receiving the answer, Zhou Qian immediately fell silent. She didn't even know how to express herself. She was shocked by Wang Lin's intimidation over these strange beings. Even more surprised that so many strange beings were actually caught in one place. At the same time, she wondered why so many strange beings would gather together. Zhou Qian couldn't care less anymore and directly asked her inner doubts, what place? Is there something special about that place? However, Wang Lin did not answer her question. After waiting for a long time without seeing Wang Lin reply, Zhou Qian simply changed the subject. What are you going to do with all these strange things you caught? Wang Lin said calmly, make them into ghost tools. Make them into ghost tools. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qian was immediately shocked. Her expression then changed, they are not ghosts, they are living people. Right? In her understanding, only strange beings make living people into ghost tools. She had never heard of using ghosts to make ghost tools. Wang Lin rolled his eyes and said, who said strange beings can't be made into ghost tools? In fact, most strange beings are transformed living creatures, and compared to living people, using them to make ghost tools is more straightforward and less troublesome. The ghost tools made this way are also more powerful. Most of those strong ghost tools are actually made from strange beings. Zhou Qian was stunned but had no way to refute. She skipped this topic, you have caught so many strange beings, the ghost tools you make must be very strong. Wang Lin shook his head, no, I'm just making some small toys. Zhou Qian was immediately puzzled again, small toys? Wang Lin's tone was awkward, short on cash, planning to do some business. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian suddenly didn't know what to say. That such a powerful guy would actually be short on cash was something she never expected. After all, whenever Wang Lin caught ghosts, he caught hundreds in one go, including fierce ghosts, which showed how terrifying his strength was. Such powerful strength in today's world, where strange tales and oddities were rampant, did not seem like it could be short on cash. After all, in today's world, too many people die every day in bizarre tales, and even more are killed by strange beings appearing in reality. Because of this, anyone who could deal with oddities was highly sought after, even if that person was an evil character. And someone as powerful as Wang Lin could simply mention needing money, and there would be plenty of people rushing to give him money. Even willing to become his evil followers. Zhou Qian did not ask further. She also did not believe Wang Lin would tell her his reasons for needing money. After thinking for a while, Zhou Qian gritted her teeth and said, I have a way to help you attract more strange beings and make you a lot of money. Oh. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin looked at Zhou Qian, what method? Live streaming. Zhou Qian said firmly, let me live stream, those strange beings will definitely come looking for me when they see me, and I can also sell ghost tools for you in the live stream. What do you think? After saying this, Zhou Qian couldn't help but feel anxious in her heart. The existence in front of her was undoubtedly something that should not be exposed. Otherwise, such a powerful guy would have already shocked the world. She knew it was very risky to voice this idea. But she still decided to say it. Wang Lin rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and smiled, I didn't expect you to have the awareness of being bait, since the bait has suggested it, I have no reason not to agree. Upon hearing Wang Lin agree, Zhou Qian gritted her teeth and asked again, aren't you afraid I would leak your information while live streaming? This had to be said now, better than being discovered later. Kick. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin let out his habitual laughter again. Listening to Wang Lin's laughter, Zhou Qian felt anxious in her heart, but also breathed a sigh of relief. The anxiety was only because Wang Lin's laughter was too wicked. Sure enough, she soon heard Wang Lin's reply, if you leak it, you leak it, you can even consider that anything you hear is something you can convey. This is also what I want to see. If you have any doubts, you can ask me, if it's something I know and can say, I don't mind telling you. Of course, don't ask too frequently, or I will get annoyed. A smart person with self-awareness will always allow others to tolerate them a bit longer. Kick. Who? It is indeed like this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian felt relieved in her heart and confirmed her guess. Not only was she bait, but she was also a messenger. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have revealed that he knew about her connection to the outside world. I won't allow myself to ask so many questions, nor will I tell myself so much. Although I don't know why this guy is doing this, it's undoubtedly a good thing for now. After receiving a positive answer, Zhou Qian let out a sigh of relief and even felt relaxed. She immediately said to Wang Lin, my name is Zhou Qian. What about you? I can't just call you Death Mage or Lich in the livestream, right? If I do that, not only will it not attract the strange things, but probably no strange things will dare to come. Wang Lin, indeed. My name is Wang Lin, the Wang of King and the Lin of Qilin. From now on, you can just call me by my name. Or call me Master if you prefer. You just handle the live streaming. No need to rush, there are still plenty of materials here, enough for me to use for a while. After saying this, Wang Lin waved his hand, sealing away many strange things into his white sleeves, and turned to leave. Listening to the sound of Wang Lin's footsteps fading away, Zhou Qian fell silent. How could she handle it? How could a blind person manage? And at least take her back to the room first. Right now, even going back was a problem for her. Goo goo goo. In her silence, Zhou Qian's stomach embarrassingly growled. Sigh. With a silent sigh, Zhou Qian had to shout loudly, Wang Lin, I can't see. Please take me back to my room. Also, I'm so hungry. Back in the room, after finishing the roast chicken in her hand, Zhou Qian took out her mini phone again, fumbling to dial a number. After ringing 3 times, a polite voice came through, Hello, may I ask who this is? Hearing Zhou Wu's voice on the phone, Zhou Qian's forehead suddenly throbbed with veins. Gritting her teeth, suppressing her anger, she said, Brother, don't you know that I can't see? If it weren't for recognizing your voice, I would have thought I dialed the wrong number. Don't you have my number saved? Are you really my biological brother? The kind born of the same father. Upon hearing Zhou Qian's angry voice, Zhou Wu excitedly replied from the other end, Ah, sister, you're okay, that's really great. You said you can't see, what's going on? Zhou Qian, alright, brother, you don't need to pretend anymore. I really am your biological sister. I'm not some strange creature in disguise. With the strangeness rampant and various methods being hard to guard against, she was shouldering a very dangerous and important task, so her brother's caution was indeed the right approach. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu's voice became calm again. You say you're my biological sister, then tell me the most difficult thing you've ever had to admit? Creak. Zhou Qian immediately gritted her teeth but still said through clenched jaws, When I was a child, I peed on your neck. Phew. Upon hearing Zhou Qian's words, Zhou Wu on the other end of the phone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His sister indeed had done many difficult things to talk about, but if she really said them out loud, then she might not be his sister anymore, or this call could have been made under duress. Only such an answer would signify that she was indeed his biological sister. Confirming she wasn't in disguise and that Zhou Qian wasn't forced, Zhou Wu immediately said, Sister, why are you calling me now? If you get discovered. Zhou Qian interrupted Zhou Wu, I can not only call you now, but I can also call you any time in the future. Ah. Hearing this, Zhou Wu instantly expressed confusion on the other end. His sister was undercover beside the terrifying death mage, even more fearsome than a ghost mother. How could she openly call him? Shouldn't she be cautious, hiding everywhere? Hearing Zhou Wu's suspicious voice, Zhou Qian explained, You also know that I'm just not cut out to be an undercover agent, so I negotiated with that death mage. Zhou Qian briefly recounted what had happened today to Zhou Wu, finally saying, So now I have to find a way to start the livestream, but as a blind person, it's really difficult for me, so I'm asking if you have any solutions? Hearing this, Zhou Wu's expression instantly became serious, and he cautiously asked, Did you ask that death mage? This matter cannot be decided on one's own. Speaking of this, Zhou Qian became angry, indignantly saying, Of course, I asked him. He said to solve it myself. Don't ask him. There was a long silence on the phone, and Zhou Wu finally said with difficulty, I see, then I'll think of a way. Brother, please hurry. This is our opportunity, we must not delay. Zhou Qian urged gravely. Although she didn't know whether cooperating with Wang Lin was good or bad, at least for now, it was greatly beneficial for the country and all humanity. It could eliminate the strange beings, obtain a lot of important intelligence, and also acquire a large number of ghostly devices, strengthening humanity's power against the strange. In the very center of Huan Mountain Village, in the largest courtyard, there were dozens of medium to large scientific instruments placed in a spacious and bright room, and the smaller scientific items were also dazzling. These instruments were all found in deep underground experimental bases and belonged to the remains of the Ghost Mother sect. Although these instruments were not the most advanced, nor were they complete, they were still quite valuable, and now they were cheap for Wang Lin. These things have never been used, just right to try you out. He 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 he. With the despairing cat-face old lady tied to the white operating table, Wang Lin flexed his fingers and let out a sinister laugh. Although he had made many ghostly devices before, he had always used more traditional methods. This was his first time using these scientific instruments. For a moment, Wang Lin was filled with interest and motivation. Tied up and sealed on the experimental table, although the cat-face old lady already knew what she would face next, she started trembling even more violently. It seemed she had already foreseen her tragic future. Your cat face is quite unique, why not make a mask out of you? He 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 he. Looking at the shivering cat-face old lady, Wang Lin talked to himself, deciding the fate of the cat-face old lady. Having lived alone away from human society for 12 years and dealing with strange beings for 12 years, Wang Lin not only developed the habit of talking to himself but also increasingly resembled a true necromancer in behavior. Chapter 35, The Troublesome Command. In the night, the bureau for dealing with the strange in Yunzhou, the building was still brightly lit. It stood out especially in the dark. Inside and outside the building, people in various outfits came and went frequently. Compared to other departments, this department truly experienced its peak working hours at night. In the dedicated team dormitory, after ending the call with Zhou Qian, Zhou Hu immediately contacted Zhou Qingqing, the chief secretary of the Yunzhou branch, and after a brief conversation, hurriedly left the dormitory. It turns out that after reporting the events in Huan Mountain Village yesterday, as well as the matter of Zhou Qian being left by the Necromancer, their entire team was transferred from Zhao City to the Yunzhou branch, with the main duty to liaise with Zhou Qian. Of course, because the security level was very high, on the surface they were said to be transferred for other reasons, and the intelligence Zhou Qian sent back was directly reported to the branch leader in Zhou Qingqing. In the office of the chief secretary, after hurriedly arriving, Zhou Hu detailed the matter of contacting Zhou Qian, and Zhou Qingqing's face turned serious. After making a brief call and saying a few words, she hurriedly led Zhou Hu to the branch leader's office. In the branch leader's office, an old man in a robe frowned deeply after hearing Zhou Hu's detailed account, his face looking as if he had just eaten something terrible. Zhou Hu's report generally included 4 points. The first point, according to Zhou Qian, the necromancer was named Wang Lin, who within less than a day, in a not very large area, either captured or eliminated between 200 to 600 strange beings, among which were powerful strange beings of the evil ghost level. The estimate of the bizarre numbers in various countries is based on the number of deaths that occurred in the ghost story dungeon and the duration of the dungeon. The estimated daily count is about 200,000 to 300,000, spread across the entire blue planet. And this information implies that there might be far more bizarre entities in the world than estimated. Or these bizarre entities might have gathered in a certain area for some reason. But regardless of which it is, the consequences are very serious. It could even be called a disaster. The second point is that Zhou Qian has confronted the necromancer and reached a cooperation. This is something that everyone did not expect. While this means that Zhou Qian's safety has some protection, intelligence is easier to obtain. But it also means that this information is relayed from the necromancer through Zhou Qian's mouth. The third point, Zhou Qian proposed a live streaming plan. The main reason for the proposal is that the necromancer wants to use Zhou Qian's extremely lean physique to attract more bizarre entities. The benefit is that they can use the necromancer to deal with the bizarre entities, relieving the pressure. The downside is unknown, but the fact that the necromancer wants to capture so many bizarre entities cannot be a good thing. The fourth point, selling ghost tools. If the necromancer lacked money, the Taoist elder would never believe it. So what could the purpose be? This is also worth pondering and being cautious about. Sigh. The Taoist elder couldn't help but sigh. Although the necromancer's purpose is hard to speculate, it surely cannot be anything good. It won't be something minor either. Cooperating with each other is no different from seeking skin from a tiger. But the advantage is that they can obtain a lot of important information from the necromancer. They can get many ghost tools from the necromancer. They can even use the necromancer to eliminate many bizarre entities. And they can learn more about the necromancer. And they haven't paid much. For now, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. And even without cooperation, the necromancer, with powerful strength, can do many things, and others will rush to find the necromancer. It's better to cooperate with the necromancer than to remain in the dark and know nothing. After the sigh, the Taoist elder carefully thought for a moment and said, since he wants to go live, then choose some suitable people to cooperate. Qingqing, recommend some candidates. Are there any requirements for the candidates? Zhou Qingqing immediately asked. It seemed that she was not surprised by the elder's decision. In the evening, under the afterglow of dusk, 2 black business vehicles arrived outside Huanshan village. Then, 6 men and women got out of the cars, carrying large and small bags, cautiously walking into this dilapidated village. Huanshan village is not big, with just around 100 households, and after the 6 entered the village, they soon found Zhou Qian waiting against the courtyard wall. Seeing Zhou Qian, the middle-aged strong man, who was clearly the leader, hurriedly stepped forward. Hello, let's verify the password. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian nodded and took the lead to say, there is a necromancer here, he eats ghosts. The middle-aged strong man's face showed confusion. How is the password different from what was agreed upon? Since Zhou Qian did not say the password first, the middle-aged strong man simply said, with the strength to pull mountains and a spirit that covers the world. Zhou Qian immediately replied, in unfavorable times, the steed does not race. The middle-aged strong man said, who can defeat Xian Yu? Zhou Qian answered, Yu Ji. Yu Ji doesn't count. Xiang Yan. Why? Because it's a grandfather beating his grandson. The middle-aged strong man said, the bright moonlight before the bed. Zhou Qian, there are 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. Spring slumber unaware of dawn. Everywhere mosquitoes bite. Not listening to the words of the elders. Happy for many years. After a back-and-forth exchange of over 10 lines, the middle-aged strongman finally said, "Hello, I am Xiang Jin, in charge of." Before the middle-aged strongman could finish his sentence, Zhou Qian anxiously said, "First give me food and water, I am about to starve." After the conversation from the night before last, Wang Lin had disappeared without a trace. Now she had been hungry for 2 days, thirsty for 2 days. Ah. The middle-aged strongman choked for a moment, waved his hand to someone behind him. Immediately, a bottle of mineral water and a bread were handed to Zhou Qian. Without time for more words, Zhou Qian twisted off the bottle cap, ripped open the packaging, but did not eat immediately. Instead, she smelled it first, confirmed the taste, and then began to devour it. Watching Zhou Qian wolfing down her food, the middle-aged strongman said with concern, "Eat slowly, don't choke." After Zhou Qian finished eating, the middle-aged strongman spoke again, "Hello, I am Xiang Jin, the team leader assisting your live broadcast. Also, your brother asked me to tell you, happy birthday. Xiang Jin, congratulations on your marriage." Zhou Qian replied immediately. After exchanging the final password, the middle-aged strongman finally relaxed. "What do we need to do next? Should we go see him first?" Zhou Qian shook her head, "Let's settle down first. As for where he is? I don't know either. The live broadcast can wait. We'll talk about it when we see him. This password is really annoying. It seems I have to help them save some trouble, otherwise it will delay things too much." In the house at the center of the village, Wang Lin muttered to himself while making strange devices and shook his head. But it can be understood. Transforming into others, manipulating others are strange and extraordinary methods. Although there are instruments to detect the bizarre, strange things can also deceive people's 5 senses and mind. Some powerful anomalies can even read memories, making them almost impossible to guard against. In this situation, using these unpredictable methods for passwords is the only option. Chapter 36, The Real and Fake Zhou Qian. After exchanging the password with Zhou Qian, Xiang Jin and the 6 began to introduce themselves. Xiang Jin, 35 years old, a muscular man towering at 2 meters and 2, is the team leader, as well as the labor and the staircase of the team. Han Mei, a 17-year-old girl, has a cute voice and is skilled in photography. Zhou Qingqing, a 24-year-old beautiful lawyer. A perfect mature woman character. Zhao Chen, a 13-year-old boy, is good at computers and special effects. Zhang Nan, a 21-year-old fashionable beauty, is skilled in makeup. Uxin, also 21, a tough Barbie, is skilled in mechanics and repairs. These are the 6 individuals arranged by the Bureau of Anomalies for response. However, as soon as the 6 finished introducing themselves, a strong wind suddenly blew. In an instant, sand flew and stones tumbled, the sky darkened. It blurred people's vision and made them unsteady. This sudden strong wind instantly changed everyone's expressions. In the whirlwind of sand and stones, Zhou Qingqing and Uxin rushed to support the invisible Zhou Qian. Xiang Jin stood firm in the strong wind like an iron tower, extending his big hand to grab Zhang Nan and Han Mei. He even stepped on the flipped Zhao Chen. The strong wind came quickly and left quickly. However, when the wind stopped, except for Zhou Qian, everyone's expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten something terrible. Zhou Qingqing was supporting Zhou Qian, and Uxin was also holding onto a Zhou Qian. It was clear that, amidst the strong wind, some bizarre entity had sneaked in among them, taking on Zhou Qian's appearance. Seeing this, Zhou Qingqing and Uxin quickly released the Zhou Qian they were holding. As the strong wind ceased, no one around spoke, and those who had been supporting her immediately let go. Zhou Qian hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened?" At this moment, 2 identical voices echoed at the same time. Looking at the 2 Zhou Qians asking the same question, the faces of Xiang Jin and the others turned very serious. They were the team responsible for assisting Zhou Qian in her live broadcast, but also the elites drawn from various teams by the Yunzhou branch of the Bureau of Anomalies. When the strong wind had blown up, they had reacted immediately, but still allowed the bizarre entity to infiltrate their ranks, even taking on Zhou Qian's form. It was clear that this disguised entity had unusual power. Hearing the identical voices, Zhou Qian immediately frowned. "I have been weirdly disguised? I have been weirdly disguised?" Almost simultaneously, the same voice echoed, even the questioning tone was identical. Looking at the 2 Zhou Qian speaking in sync again, Xiang Jin and the 6 quickly exchanged glances. Zhao Chen quickly raised his wrist towards one Zhou Qian, where there was an electronic watch, but in fact, this was a weird value detector. However, after pressing the button for both Zhou Qians, Zhao Chen's face darkened. Both values are normal. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jin and others turned even graver in expression. The weird value detector could detect weird values, helping them distinguish the weird. Though not infallible, not every weirdness could evade the detector's detection. Ahem. Xiang Jin coughed twice and immediately said, "Zhou Qian, let's use the password." "Okay." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Qians did not hesitate and immediately responded, even the confidence in their voices was the same. Zhou Qingqing and others immediately focused closely on the two Zhou Qians, prepared to act at any moment. Xiang Jin immediately asked, "Raise your head to look at the bright moon. Lower your head to tear the pants. Lower your head to tear the pants." The voices of the two Zhou Qians echoed simultaneously. "Xiang Jin, this punch of mine is 20 years of skill. Can't withstand it at all. It will kill someone." This time, the answers from the two Zhou Qians were different, but it made everyone's expressions grow more serious. Even the expressions of the two Zhou Qians turned grave. Because both answers were correct. Clearly, this weirdness knew the rules of the password. The password won't work. *2. Almost simultaneously, both Zhou Qian said, their expressions serious. "Let me prove it myself, X2. Hearing the two Zhou Qian speak at the same time, Xiang Jin and others' expressions became even graver. But they did not oppose. "My brother is Zhou Hu. I am the bait." The next second, the voices of the two Zhou Qian sounded again, but this time their words were different. Hearing this different self-proof, Xiang Jin and the six almost hesitated, immediately rushing to the Zhou Qian who called herself bait, while reaching out towards the Zhou Qian who said her brother was Zhou Hu. Because only the real Zhou Qian would know she was the bait. Zhao Qian raised his watch, and it immediately shot out several silver needles towards the Zhou Qian who said, "My brother is Zhou Hu." Whoosh! At the same time, Han Mei also immediately opened her mouth, spewing a ball of flames towards the same Zhou Qian. Whoosh! However, the next second a fierce wind rose, blowing away the incoming silver needles and dispersing the fireball Han Mei spewed. Flying sand and stones further obscured everyone's sight. This strong wind also came fast and left fast. But this time, Xiang Jin and the six firmly protected Zhou Qian in the center, each immediately reaching out to grab Zhou Qian's hand or clothing. To avoid being mixed up again. However, when the strong wind passed, the real Zhou Qian was not mixed up, but next to Xiang Jin and Yuxian appeared another one of themselves, also tightly clutching the real Zhou Qian's clothing. Seeing this, both Xiang Jin's and both Yu Xin's immediately loosened and released the real Zhou Qian, quickly stepping back out of the protective circle. The remaining four immediately tightened their protection. They were almost pressed against Zhou Qian's body, leaving no space for the weirdness to mix them up again. The real and fake Yu Xin's and Xiang Jin's looked at each other gravely. The next second, all four inexplicably smiled, turning to attack those who looked like themselves. They collided like ferocious beasts, their powerful fists crashing against each other, making a silent sound. There were even faint sounds of sonic booms. The two Yu Xin's were much more graceful, they were just dancing together, seemingly competing in dance skills, but upon closer inspection, one would find that invisible streams of air were constantly shooting towards each other between their movements. The surrounding walls and floors looked as if they had been hit by bullets, continuously splashing dirt and gravel. Their moves and abilities are the same. Watching the battle between the real and fake Xiang Jin and Yuxian, the faces of the remaining four, Zhou Qingqing and her friends, became even uglier. This strange power and ability were even more terrifying than they had imagined. Just when the two pairs of Xiang Jin were fighting fiercely, both shouted at the same time, "Yuxian, what is our relationship? Get lost." However, the response was the same voice from both Yu Xin's. "This is troublesome." Seeing this, the four protecting the real Zhou Qing's faces turned even uglier. Even in battle, they could synchronize their disguises so seamlessly. This strangeness was beyond what they could handle. What's going on? Has someone else been disguised again? At that moment, the two Zhou Qings spoke simultaneously again. Their tones remained identical. Chapter 37: The easiest way to distinguish. Hearing the voices of the two Zhou Qing once more, the elegant lawyer Zhou Qingqing furrowed her brow even tighter. The fake Zhou Qing had already been identified, so why continue the disguise? Before Zhou Qingqing could figure it out, Han Mei was the first to speak. "You fake, you've already been recognized, and you still pretend. Take this. Fire Dragon." "Wait." Hearing Han Mei's voice, Zhou Qingqing rushed to shout. However, she was too slow. A raging fire dragon was already spewing from Han Mei's mouth, flying towards the fake Zhou Qing with claws bared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind rose up, scattering the clawing fire dragon in an instant amidst the flying sand and stones. The unseen Zhou Qing had no idea what was happening. Hearing Han Mei's voice, she thought that the fake had already been distinguished and quickly asked, "Did you eliminate her? Did you eliminate her?" However, the same two voices echoed simultaneously again. "Still pretending, take this. Rapid fireballs." Seeing the fake Zhou Qing still continuing to disguise, Han Mei shouted again, taking a deep breath before spitting out dozens of basketball-sized fireballs like a machine gun. The dense fireballs shot towards the fake Zhou Qing like rockets. This time, Zhou Qingqing did not stop her again, only furrowing her brows in thought. Whoosh! The strong wind blew again, scattering the fireballs aimed at the fake Zhou Qing. But this time, Han Mei's stream of fireballs kept coming, and the strong wind howled continuously. For a moment, the air became scorching hot. Seeing the fireballs being blown away by the strong wind, Zhou Qingqing relaxed her tightly furrowed brows. Han Mei, keep an eye on her. This strange thing wants to confuse us. Even though she still didn't understand the strange one's intentions, the real Zhou Qing certainly didn't have this ability. So it had to be the strange one. Feeling the scorching wind around her, even though Zhou Qing was invisible, she understood that she was being taken for the fake. She quickly shouted, "You've got the wrong person, I'm the real one." This time, the real Zhou Qing, who was being protected, did not speak. Seeing that the fake Zhou Qing was still not giving up, Han Mei immediately shouted again, "Your scheme has been exposed, stop wasting your efforts, take this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang was instantly shocked, quickly shouting, "Wait, I have a way to prove myself." "Wait." Han Mei. Hearing the fake Zhou Qing's words, although Zhou Qingqing was already convinced that the other party was a strange disguise, she still called out to stop Han Mei. At that moment, the real and fake Xiang Jin and Yuxian, who had been locked in an intense battle, also stopped, their eyes fixed on the fake Zhou Qing with grave expressions. "Suck." Zhou Qing took a deep breath, her tone cold, "You fools, since you know I'm the bait, do you know why I'm the bait?" The protected Zhou Qing immediately said confidently, "Because I have a very keen constitution." Zhou Qing, wrong, because there is a necromancer who is transformed into a lich here, and he made me the bait. When the word necromancer left Zhou Qing's mouth, the confident expression on the protected Zhou Qing instantly froze on her face. The fake Xiang Jin and Yuxian grew tense, looking around nervously. Panic and fear appeared on their faces. At this moment, the truth became clear. At this moment, Xiang Jin and the others finally distinguished the truth from the falsehood. But before they could take action, another strong wind blew up, and in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, darkening the sky and earth. The three impostors disappeared in the strong wind. Kick. At that moment, a sinister and eerie laugh suddenly rang out. With the laughter, the raging wind instantly calmed down. Not far from the group, the disappeared fake Zhou Qian, Xiang Jin, and Yuxian reappeared. Only now were they bound tightly by the translucent chains that emerged from the ground, unable to move an inch, their faces filled with terror. What a wonderful show! But it ends here. As the hoarse voice faded in, Wang Lin appeared next to Zhou Qian in his large black robe. "It's over, there really is a lich." Seeing Wang Lin, the three ghosts felt as if all hope had been extinguished. Just moments ago, when Zhou Qian mentioned the undead mage, they had indeed been fearful, but they didn't fully believe Zhou Qian's words. They just planned to leave cautiously, observing from the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to act. Even if it was just an ordinary undead mage, the three of them were not without the strength to fight back. But with Wang Lin's appearance, their hearts completely sank. A transformed lich would have at least the combat power equal to a ghost commander, far beyond what the three mere ghosts could handle. Escaping was even a luxury. At this moment, Wang Lin, with eyes reflecting flames of the soul, looked condescendingly at the three ghosts bound by chains. "Let me see what kind of ghosts you are." With that, Wang Lin simply waved his hand at the bound three ghosts. In the next moment, the three ghosts deflated like punctured balloons. Looking at the deflated skins, Wang Lin let out a chilling laugh. Keek, so they are three empty-skinned ghosts. What interesting material. What is an empty-skinned ghost? Zhou Qian curiously asked upon hearing Wang Lin's words. It seemed that the recent events had not affected her. Xiang Jin and the others also perked up their ears. Wang Lin explained, "They are ghosts without inner substance. They are very good at disguise and mimicry, capable of deceiving human senses. They can also completely swallow a person, gaining their memories and abilities to enhance themselves, and they are hard to distinguish." After hearing this, Xiang Jin and the others wore serious expressions. Just moments ago, they mistook the real Zhou Qian. If it weren't for Zhou Qian's final proof and the fear it instilled in these three ghosts, along with Wang Lin's appearance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So how do we distinguish them? Zhou Qian asked again. This was essential information. Wang Lin thought for a moment and said, "These ghosts have no inner substance, which is both their greatest strength and greatest weakness. Bright light can expose them. What if the senses are deceived?" Zhou Qian raised a new question. Although the method was simple, these ghosts could still fool human senses. If this deception couldn't be broken, knowing the method would be useless. Without hesitation, Wang Lin replied, "Give yourself a cut to wake up, it might just break the deception." Upon hearing Wang Lin's solution, Zhou Qian and the 7 others fell silent. They certainly understood this method. However, they did not wish to use such a method unless they had no other choice. "Zhou Qian, is there any other method?" Wang Lin, sound. Making a loud noise can break it, but only against the deception of these empty-skin ghosts. Of course, it also depends on strength. For these three powerful ghosts, you'd need to wrap several firecrackers around yourself. After a moment, Wang Lin added, you can also use this tactic against them. If it doesn't work, then either you've mistaken the ghost or you don't have enough power. Zhou Qian and the others. Although the methods Wang Lin proposed could also be used by ordinary people, they were still somewhat lacking. Zhou Qian asked again, so if we want to deal with them, how should we restrain them? Wang Lin thought for a moment, there are many methods. Sound, high temperature, low temperature, and sharp objects can restrain them. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability to fight them, otherwise, it's good enough just to protect yourself. Chapter 38 Post-War Review. After explaining about the empty skin ghost, Wang Lin took out 2 large sacks from his spatial ring and tossed them in front of Zhou Qian. Congratulations, your performance today really made me laugh. These things are your reward. I think they'll be enough for you. But don't pull this kind of joke again next time. I just want to be a fisherman, not a babysitter, he. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qian and the 7 others suddenly turned red-faced. Even the invisible Zhou Qian knew that Wang Lin's mention of performance and joke referred to their successfully protecting the bazaar while treating Zhou Qian as a real threat. Especially Wang Lin's creepy laughter made Xiang Jin and the others feel anxious. But they also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, from Wang Lin's tone, he did not intend to investigate this matter deeply. Next, Xiang Jin and the others looked at the 2 large sacks by Zhou Qian's feet, curious about what was inside. After all, these are given by the undead sorcerer who even scares the ghost mother. And if he said they should be enough, they probably are not simple items. Zhou Qian couldn't see and didn't know about the 6 people's curiosity. She hurriedly asked, Wang Lin, they are here to assist me with the live broadcast. They are called. Wang Lin interrupted Zhou Qian, I already know their names. They are 6 interesting people, he. Hearing Wang Lin's laughter, Xiang Jin and the others couldn't help but shiver. They felt that Wang Lin's words about being interesting were filled with implications, as if he knew them very well. That laughter was even more sinister. Combined with Wang Lin's gaunt face, the 6 felt a heavy weight on their hearts. It seemed they were working under an extremely evil Dark Lord, and their future days would be hard to endure. Seeing Xiang Jin and the others suddenly become tense and serious, Wang Lin instantly lost interest in continuing the conversation. I have matters to attend to, you can decide what to do. Wait. Hearing Wang Lin was about to leave, Zhou Qian hurriedly called out to him, when are we starting the live broadcast? Wang Lin replied without looking back, you all figure it out. Don't bother me with these small problems. In a few days, I am going into the Rule Strange Talk dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin's figure instantly disappeared. Along with him vanished the 3 captured empty skin ghosts. Zhou Qian hurriedly asked, then how can we find you? And what if we encounter a bizarre thing that we can't handle? Today's incident made her realize that even with the elite drawn from the Strange Response Bureau, the bizarre things they attracted might not be something they could deal with. Unfortunately, all she received in response was a silent nothingness. Seeing Zhou Qian still asking questions without realizing Wang Lin had already left, Han Mei couldn't help but say, Zhenjia, he has already gone. Saying he's leaving just like that, this guy must be the worst kind of ironclad straight man. Hearing Han Mei's words, Zhou Qian's questioning abruptly stopped. She was fuming in her heart. Zhou Qingqing laughed and said, Zhou Qian, actually, I think the questions you asked are all nonsense. Zhou Qian. Zhou Qingqing continued, you are the bait, he won't let you be killed by the bazaar easily. His appearance just now proves this. Han Mei nodded thoughtfully and agreed, Sister Qingqing is right, a fisherman will always keep an eye on the fishing float. What you just asked really was nonsense, Sister Qian. P. Zhou Qian gritted her teeth, her voice low, how about we review why we mistook me today and also the matter of Han Mei almost killing me? Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing said seriously, I have already reviewed this in my mind, and although it was indeed our negligence and impulsiveness, it was also because the abnormalities were too cunning. Now I will share my review, everyone listen and see if there are different insights? Hearing this, Xiang Jin and the others quickly stood nearby. Zhou Qian also stopped complaining and looked serious, ready to listen to Zhou Qingqing's review. The post-battle review is an important way to absorb experiences and lessons. Seeing that everyone was attentively listening, Zhou Qingqing immediately began to explain her review. First of all, those 3 abnormalities must have attacked our internal people, otherwise they wouldn't know our password rules so well. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded seriously. Wang Lin had also mentioned that the empty skin ghost can swallow a person whole, thereby obtaining the memories and abilities of the person who was eaten. Zhou Qingqing continued, secondly, since the abnormalities knew about the bait, this shows that those 3 abnormalities followed us here. Xiang Jin frowned and asked, but how did these 3 abnormalities know that Zhou Qian was the bait? This is a very high-level secret, besides the few of us, not many people know. Even if internal personnel had their memories taken, they shouldn't know about this. Before Zhou Qingqing could answer, Han Mei couldn't help but exclaim, could there be a major traitor? But that's not right. Uxin shook her head, if it were an insider leaking information, then the abnormalities should know this is a fishing trap set by a death mage. But judging by how much the abnormalities fear him, if they knew, they probably wouldn't dare come here. Zhou Qingqing shook her head and looked seriously at Han Mei. It was Han Mei. On the car, Han Mei had curiously asked Zhao Chen, "What does a body of extreme mean? Can it really attract abnormalities?" Then Xiang Jin stopped her. She didn't mention the death mage or lich. After saying that, Zhou Qingqing looked seriously at Han Mei. "So, Han Mei, you must pay attention to what you say in the future, don't leak information inadvertently." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood and nodded. Han Mei immediately lowered her head in shame. Zhou Qingqing continued, "Next, we saw the appearance of the abnormalities. After that strong wind, there was suddenly one more Zhou Qian. The timing was very good. Even if we reacted instantly, we were still successfully infiltrated by the abnormalities. After we treated the abnormalities as Zhou Qian and protected her, the abnormalities blew up strong winds again, allowing the other two abnormalities to take on the forms of Xiang Jin and Uxin. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and immediately left the protection circle, directly battling with the disguised abnormalities, forcing the other two infiltrated abnormalities to leave the protection circle too. They kept them occupied. Their target should be all of us, so after successfully disguising as Zhou Qian, they would continue to impersonate others. When we mistakenly identified Zhou Qian as an abnormality and acted against her, it was probably the abnormality that protected Zhou Qian. Xiang Jin frowned. Why did the abnormality protect Zhou Qian and not that death mage? The others also looked at Zhou Qingqing in confusion. Zhou Qian explained, "Because I am the body of extreme mean, they should want me alive, and if Wang Lin acted in secret, it would definitely raise their vigilance." At that moment, Zhao Chen spoke up, "Actually, I have a doubt too." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen immediately voiced his doubt. "Those three empty skin ghosts are fierce ghosts, they could directly attack us, so why go through so much trouble?" Hearing Zhao Chen's question, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This was not just Zhao Chen's doubt, it was everyone's doubt. After the rules of Strange Tales appeared, various forces also studied the conditions and patterns of how the abnormalities harm people in reality. At first, everyone thought that the strange and harmful beings descending into reality, like in the weird tales, needed to violate certain conditions in order to harm people. But soon, the person who proposed this idea was proven wrong because there were many cases showing that even if nothing is done, one could still be killed by the strange beings. Then someone else suggested that the strange beings need to use dark energy to erode the human body first. But the person who made this suggestion was also proven wrong, as there were also many cases showing that some strange beings can directly harm people upon encountering them. Especially those powerful strange beings, when they appear, they can quickly cause a large number of casualties. So, until now, this mystery still has not been solved. However, after Zhao Chen raised it again, everyone realized that perhaps that Necromancer knew something about it. But now, Wang Lin has already left, and they didn't even know where he was. They had no way to ask. Zhou Qingqing shook her head. "Let's put this aside for now and see the rewards he gave us." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and looked towards the two large burlap sacks at Zhou Qian's feet. The things inside must be extraordinary. Han Mei immediately ran over and opened one of the burlap sacks. "Oh my god." In the next second, Han Mei couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Han Mei's exclamation, others hurriedly gathered around, staring at the things in the sack, each one wide-eyed in surprise. Inside the sack were numerous small ghostly artifacts, with at least 40 or 50 pieces. Han Mei quickly opened another sack, and inside were also dozens of ghostly artifacts. Zhou Qingqing took out a cat-faced mask, closed her eyes to sense it, and was even more astonished to discover that it was actually a fierce ghost-level artifact. Then Zhou Qingqing took out a rattle drum, and after sensing it, she was even more surprised. This was an even higher-level malevolent ghost artifact. Xiang Jin and the others also took out the ghostly artifacts, each sensing them carefully, and they were all incredibly shocked. Although these ghostly artifacts looked small, they were actually harder to make and more precious among artifacts of the same level. Although the specific functions of these ghostly artifacts were still unknown, they were definitely worth a fortune. Just their small size alone made them exquisite among artifacts of the same level. Is this called lacking money? At this moment, everyone found Wang Lin's claim of being short on money absurd. Although ghostly artifacts sound unappealing, users have to endure huge side effects. But in this current era where weird tales have emerged and strange beings invade severely, ghostly artifacts are rare strategic resources, even more important than cultivation resources. Having these ghostly artifacts can quickly create the strength to combat the strange beings. Although those who possess ghostly artifacts will pay a severe price, in this age lacking the strength to combat strange entities, this is a cost that all factions can bear. And even the most ordinary ghost-level artifacts cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands to acquire, and they're often hard to find. Let alone the malevolent ghost-level or fierce ghost-level artifacts, which are even rarer, each worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, and for the malevolent ghost-level artifacts, they easily cost over 1 billion, and each one can produce a strength at the level of a captain. The slaughter ghost-level artifacts can even create strength at the level of a general, making it a resource that all factions fight over, starting at a value of at least 3 billion. These ghostly artifacts are not only small but also not low in level. The lowest is malevolent ghost level, and the highest is even a slaughter ghost level. There are even 5 or 6 pieces that are of the malevolent ghost level. The strength of ghostly artifacts is one level lower than the actual strange beings. After all, they are just external objects and cannot compare to real strange entities. But there are exceptions. The value of these ghostly artifacts might have already reached 50 billion. Upon seeing the 2 sacks of ghostly items, Xiang Jin's group fell into silence. So many ghostly items, how many people must have died to create these? Han Mei said sadly, her voice low. There are actually only a few ways to obtain ghostly items. One way is to get them in the strange rule copy, another is to seize them, and there's also buying them, as well as dark organizations using living people to create ghostly items. But no matter which method, in the end, ghostly items are made from living people. So, while these ghostly items are priceless, they also represent the loss of many vibrant lives. Hearing Han Mei's sad voice, Zhou Qian quickly said, these ghostly items were not made from living people, but from oddities. What? Ghostly items made from oddities? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, unable to suppress their gasps as they looked at Zhou Qian in disbelief. Making ghostly items from oddities was something they had never heard of. Realizing everyone's shock, Zhou Qian suddenly felt guilty and quickly apologized. Sorry, I forgot to report this earlier. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Originally, when Zhou Qian reported, she only mentioned that Wang Lin was selling a large number of ghostly items, but she did not say where they came from. Zhou Qian quickly explained, previously, Wang Lin caught a large number of oddities, and these ghostly items should be made from those captured oddities. Hearing Zhou Qian's explanation, everyone fell even more silent. What did this mean? They were too afraid to think deeply about it. Zhou Qingqing shook her head, changing the topic. Let's first discuss how to deal with these ghostly items. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, but quickly found themselves in trouble. Having ghostly items comes at a cost. Not only do you need to feed them your own flesh and blood, but there are also huge side effects when using them. In severe cases, one might even be backfired upon by the ghostly items or even controlled. Therefore, they simply could not use so many ghostly items. They also dared not possess so many. Although Wang Lin said these ghostly items were rewards for them, granting them full disposal rights, and that they could turn in the excess to the government. But in reality, they all understood that these ghostly items were not rewards, but rather tools for their self-protection. Thus, they did not dare to act on their own. After all, Wang Lin seemed too sinister, not someone easy to get along with. If this led to Wang Lin's displeasure because of the disposal of these ghostly items, it would be a huge loss. Zhou Qingqing frowned. Let's first see what functions these ghostly items have, and pick out those suitable for us. We can leave the rest for now and use them when needed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. This was the best they could do for now. Sigh. In the modified laboratory, Wang Lin, who was working on new ghostly items, sighed helplessly. Although living people using the ghostly items he made would indeed have some side effects, they were still quite different from ghostly items as he knew them. First of all, the ghostly items he made would not backfire on the owner. The so-called side effects meant that living people using ghostly items would be eroded by yin energy. This is a problem that all ghostly items have. Secondly, the ghostly items he made do not require flesh and blood to nourish them, only need to absorb yin energy. Chapter 40, Copy, Lucky Gambling House. Congratulations, fortunate carbon-based treasure, welcome to re-enter the rules of Creepy Tales. The third creepy tale you will experience is the Lucky Gambling House, difficulty level E. Now, the passing rules are announced. 1. Accumulate 10,000 underworld coins within 10 days. 2. Kill a sheep. 3. Obtain the Gambling House passcard. Now you have 5 minutes to adapt to the environment. In the darkness, the cold voice of the creepy tale echoed through the empty space. Oh my god, why is it so difficult? To have 10,000 underworld coins within 10 days, this is simply impossible. It's over, we have to gamble with the oddities, and also get the passcard. It's impossible to win it all. This is not even an E-level copy at all, This is definitely a deadly instance. It's over, we're really going to die this time. Why was I chosen? I'm going to die in my first instance, I don't want to die. As the eerie voice announced the rules, a chorus of complaints and wails suddenly erupted around. Clearly, the people entering this instance did not appear in separate rooms, but rather gathered in one place. In the midst of the crowd's complaints, dim lights suddenly flickered on. With the lights on, the panic-stricken people were still in fear, while the calm ones began to look around. There were about 200 people around, some crying, some complaining, some peering, some lost in thought, and some comforting those next to them. And the place where they were located was a simple hall of about 300 square meters, decorated plainly, with 7 or 8 poker tables, a dozen mahjong tables, and dozens of slot machines and coin pushers. At the entrance of the gambling hall stood a bar counter. This was a medium-sized gambling hall. The rules are here. Soon, someone spotted the weirdly formulated rules posted on the bar counter and read them aloud. Rule 1: cheating is strictly forbidden. Rule 2: helping others cheat is strictly forbidden. Rule 3: watching time must not exceed 10 minutes. Rule 4: if you hear a sheep bleating, please return to the gambling hall immediately. Rule 5: there are no upright walking sheep in the gambling hall. If you see one, please leave the gambling hall immediately. Rule 6: all services require a tip. Minimum 10 soul coins. Rule 7: please bet and accept losses. A total of 7 rules. After listening to the rules, observing the environment, and finding no additional regulations, the calm people breathed a sigh of relief. The rules were few and not complicated, and there was even quite a bit of room for maneuvering. Now, the biggest problem was the sheep. The rules required killing a sheep, but also required avoiding sheep. The uncertainty was greater than gambling itself. Many people began to think deeply. Even those who were fearful calmed down under the comfort of others. Lucky carbon-based treasures, welcome to the lucky gambling hall with your good fortune. As the 5-minute preparation time ended, a loud excited voice suddenly rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts in the room. At the bar counter appeared a dozen figures dressed in black tailcoats, their faces grotesque. Seeing these eerily appearing figures, the crowd began to move away from the bar counter. Though they knew that in the instance, as long as they didn't break the rules, the eerie figures wouldn't harm them, everyone still instinctively and warily distanced themselves from these beings. Then, an old man in a high-collared tailcoat, holding a cane, wide-bodied and bald with a face full of sores, suddenly appeared. He stood high on the bar counter, enthusiastically announcing his opening speech to the crowd. I am the owner of this lucky gambling hall, you can call me Mr. Yang. Here, you can trade everything you have for capital, to win wealth, beauties, slaves, ghost tools, and drugs. As long as you have capital and luck, everything you want is here. The gambling hall will officially open in 10 minutes. After you exchange your chips, you can choose your favorite games. This is a welfare time for you lucky carbon-based treasures. I wish you all good luck and hope you return with full loads, hee hee hee. As he finished, the bloated old man let out a chilling laugh. Amidst Mr. Yang's creepy laughter, several timid people couldn't help but shiver. Some who had just calmed down began to cry again. Wang Lin, dressed in a black robe and with his head bowed, frowned upon hearing the laugh similar to his own and lifted his head to take a deep look at Mr. Yang. Boss Yang at the bar couldn't help but shiver, his excited expression froze on his face, frowning and looking seriously at the crowd. But after glancing around the crowd, he didn't find anyone particularly special. There are experts inside. Damn, looks like I need to find external help. Not finding anything special in the crowd made Boss Yang's heart grow heavier. His feelings couldn't be wrong, just now, he was definitely targeted by some terrifying existence, even making him feel a chill down his spine. Now, besides himself and his employees in the gambling den, there were only the living chosen by the ghost stories, and among these living people, there must be experts. This time I'm afraid I'll have to give up a lot of benefits. So who should I find? It's best if they can defeat each other. That way I won't have to sacrifice anything. Hee 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 hee. I have plenty of capital, can I really get everything I want? Then I will look forward to it, you better not let me down. Hee 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 hee. Just as Boss Yang weighed the pros and cons in his heart, a dark, hoarse voice suddenly rang out in the crowd, also echoing with a sinister laugh. But unlike Boss Yang's sinister laugh, this one was even darker and more evil. Not only did the living feel a chill down their spines, but even Boss Yang and the others couldn't help but shiver, feeling an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Boss Yang quickly turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, but unfortunately, he could not find out who had spoken, and even the crowd in the direction of the sound was looking around, as if the voice hadn't come from there. No, I must find someone strong enough. As the laughter sounded, Boss Yang's thoughts suddenly changed. Although he was greedy, having died once, he was even more afraid of death. Having made up his mind, Boss Yang quickly announced, now, everyone come to the bar to exchange chips, and then you can choose the game you like. Good luck! Hearing Boss Yang's announcement, more than 10 selected people quickly crossed the crowd to the bar, took out ghost coins to exchange for chips and game coins, and then quickly went to select gambling tables or game machines. Seeing someone take the lead, the rest gradually began to move toward the bar, to exchange chips or gain coins. This part of the crowd consisted of those participating in the copy again, who were calmer than newcomers and had some ghost coins on them. But there were also many people hesitating. These people were mostly participating in the ghost story copy for the first time. Not only were they very nervous and cautious, but they hardly had any ghost coins on them. Chapter 41 Calculation. Watching the people with ghost coins start to exchange chips, the newcomers without ghost coins looked even more distressed, even showing signs of despair. Although ghost coins could be purchased in reality, it took 1,000 yuan to buy one ghost coin, and this price was still rising. Moreover, the purchasing power of ghost coins in the ghost story copy was incredibly high, with a difference of as much as 20,000 times. A small amount of ghost coins could hardly be of any use in the ghost story copy. Once you die in the copy, the ghost coins you carry would be completely wasted. Additionally, in the 10 years since the ghost stories appeared, the population chosen by the ghost stories only occupied 1% of the total population. Those killed by the eerie phenomenon in reality are counted separately. Therefore, most ordinary people not chosen by the ghost stories cannot come up with tens of thousands or millions to stockpile ghost coins. Even if they could, after weighing the pros and cons, most wouldn't spend tens or hundreds of thousands to stockpile ghost coins. Thus, these people who were participating in the copy for the first time had almost no ghost coins. "Little girl, you look cute. Why don't you go borrow some ghost money from that man?" In the crowd, a lean middle-aged uncle looked at a plump middle-aged man exchanging ghost money for chips, squinting his eyes, and quickly pushed the desperate young girl beside him. Hearing the lean middle-aged man's words, the already lost young girl looked hopeful and hesitantly asked, "Uncle, will he really lend me?" The lean middle-aged man replied with certainty, "Of course, he will, you're so beautiful. But you may have to pay a little price." Upon hearing this, even though the girl was already in a daze, she understood the meaning of the lean middle-aged man's words. Immediately, she shook her head as if it were a rattledrum, her face full of rejection. "No, I. Seeing the girl rejecting with a face full of resistance, the lean middle-aged man quickly advised, "Don't you want to live? Without ghost money, you could die. Those strange things won't let you go just because you're beautiful. In fact, they prefer to eat pretty girls." Listening to the lean middle-aged man's words, a hesitant expression appeared on the girl's face. At the same time, those nearby who heard the lean middle-aged man's deceitful and intimidating words understood his intentions. But no one exposed the lean middle-aged man's plot, they just quietly watched the two. Beside them, a young man in a suit saw the girl hesitating and further encouraged her, "Yes, if we can get ghost money or chips, we can survive." "Really?" At this moment, the girl hesitated even more. "But, it takes 10,000 ghost money, that's like 10 million. 10 million, that's a lot that most ordinary people couldn't earn in a lifetime." Hearing the girl's wavering tone, a young woman joined in persuading, confidently saying to the girl, "As long as we can borrow ghost money and chips, we will definitely pass, I already have a reliable method." After saying this, the young woman smiled confidently and continued, "If we work together to gamble, it's impossible for everyone to lose. As long as one person wins, it means that person's luck is good." "Right." Another middle-aged woman chimed in, also encouraging, "By then, let the lucky person gamble, we will definitely have no trouble winning. If we win the ghost money, we will gather 10,000 for you, how about that?" "Really? But..." The girl was almost swayed but still hesitated. The young woman quickly interrupted the girl's hesitation, taking her hand and saying, "Stop hesitating, sister will go borrow with you." Hearing this, the girl finally stopped hesitating and nodded, "Okay, then." "Little girl, don't listen to them." At that moment, an old lady could no longer bear to listen. 9 out of 10 gambles fail. If winning were that easy, the ghost boss would have gone bankrupt long ago. Even if you really win. Hearing the old lady point this out, the lean middle-aged man immediately became angry and fiercely scolded, "Old lady, I advise you to not meddle in other people's business." "What do you know?" "Exactly." The middle-aged woman immediately said, "If we dare to suggest it, we definitely have confidence." The young woman also said, "Didn't I say, I will go borrow too?" "Humph." Seeing this, the old lady decided to stand her ground. "I don't have many years left to live anyway, I've seen all kinds of tricks." "Little girl, you must not believe." Seeing the old lady about to expose their scheme, the lean middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Shut up, old lady, I tell you." The other few people also looked ready to support the lean middle-aged man. Just as both sides were about to engage in a bigger quarrel, finally, someone spoke up, "This is a rare tale of rules, if you don't want to die, you'd better all shut up." Upon hearing this, the lean middle-aged man was startled and immediately fell silent, cautiously glancing towards the bar. Seeing those strange people looking over with great interest, they instantly dared not speak. The old lady then turned to the person who spoke. This was a strong man, about 30 years old. The man continued to say, "This is a place of strange rules. If you can't produce 10,000 ghost coins in 10 days, someone will die. It concerns your life and family, unless you don't want to live. Otherwise, no one will lend you ghost coins, even if you offer something in return. If you can't leave alive, any promises will be void. Instead of thinking of tricking others here, you should think about what you have on you that can be exchanged for ghost coins. The strange boss just said that anything you have can be turned into chips." Hearing the strong man's words, everyone fell silent. Soon, some people gradually walked towards the bar, intending to exchange the things on them for some ghost coins. Seeing these newcomers start to take action, the strong man reminded them again, "I'm a good person, so I'll remind you all one more time. Rule number 6, any service requires a tip, with a minimum of 10 ghost coins. This includes exchanging chips, so think carefully about what you want to trade in. Don't bring something that isn't worth 10 ghost coins." When the strong man spoke, the newcomers who were taking action instantly stopped. They looked at themselves, frowning as they thought about what could be worth 10 ghost coins. Ahem. Just as everyone was pondering what they could exchange for chips, a middle-aged man spoke up. After clearing his throat twice, he said to all the newcomers, "Actually, there are more ways to get ghost coins than just exchanging things. You can also work for them. You might earn more than what you would get by trading in your items." Then, a beautiful young woman suggested to the many newcomers, "I suggest you first pick out 2 valuable items to trade and see how it goes, so you have a comparison. Also, with ghost coins, you can consult some questions, because working still involves danger. Personally, until you have nothing left to trade, I don't recommend going to work." Hearing the words of these 3 people, the newcomers all began to think carefully. Tsk tisk, this is getting more and more interesting, hee hee hee. Chapter 42, Borrowing Money from the Strange. After listening to the analysis and suggestions from the 3 people, the newcomers' eyes were no longer limited to themselves, they also began to wander over others. However, these newcomers discussing didn't realize that the time had long exceeded the 10 minutes mentioned by the strange boss Yang. And that boss Yang quietly watched these newcomers, not saying a word. After looking around and discussing for a while, 2 people who seemed relatively wealthy were pushed forward by the crowd. The 2 people who were pushed out were reluctant, but still forced themselves to walk towards the bar. They knew that although they didn't want to be the first, they were indeed the ones most likely to exchange for the most chips, and the chips would be their own. But if they didn't cooperate, they might face collective targeting, which would be even more dangerous. The 2 of them nervously approached the bar, and one plump middle-aged man took off the large gold chain from his neck and carefully set it on the bar, asking the strange one behind the bar, "I want to use this to exchange for chips. Can you help me see how much it can be exchanged for?" Hearing this, the strange attendant took the gold necklace, examined it carefully, and responded, 150 ghost coins. Upon hearing the strange person's reply, the plump middle-aged man immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, I'm willing to exchange." The strange attendant didn't waste any words, immediately took the gold necklace, and handed the plump middle-aged man chips worth 140 ghost coins. With a base of 140 ghost coins, the plump middle-aged man relaxed and hurriedly took off his watch from his wrist and placed it on the bar. "This watch has also been exchanged. 200 hell coins." The strange figure took the watch, quickly checked it, and then said, handing back a stack of chips worth 190 hell coins to the fat middle-aged man. Then, the fat middle-aged man pulled out some other items, placing them on the bar, each worth a few to several hundred hell coins. Next came another middle-aged woman, who also brought out many items, even some worth more than the middle-aged man's. Seeing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although the values were not high, at least they were not at the point where even the service fee couldn't be covered. With the comparison, a group of wealthy newcomers approached the bar. But some still remained inactive, continuing to watch. They were relatively poor, with nothing valuable on them, waiting for those who had money to make exchanges, finding a comparison closer to their own values before they dared to act. Over here, the newcomers were still waiting for the results of the comparison. The crowd that had exchanged chips had already chosen their spots. Some sat at the same gambling table, clearly intending to gamble among the living. Others settled in front of slot machines or coin pushers, planning to play games solo. And some chose to play smaller games, feeling they had more control over these regulated activities compared to competing luck with the strange figures and machines. Wang Lin, however, sat at a separate slot machine, closing his eyes to rest, while thinking and secretly sensing every movement inside and outside the gambling house. The requirements for clearing the instance were not only to have 10,000 hell coins within 10 days. It also needed obtaining the gambling house's clearance card. And killing a sheep. The first condition was the simplest, the second probably required clearing all gambling games, while the third was likely the hardest and most dangerous. Especially since the time to clear this instance was not just 10 days, but uncertain. 10 days was merely a threshold. And what exactly was this so-called sheep? Time ticked away, and after about 10 more minutes, the newcomers had exchanged all their chips. Seeing no one else approach the bar for exchanges, Mr. Yang immediately announced loudly, "It seems everyone is ready to kill. Your welfare time is over, the gambling house is officially open. May luck be on your side, hee hee hee. Ha ha ha." After speaking, Boss Yang habitually let out a chilling laugh, but this time he stopped after just 2 chuckles, changing to a hearty ha ha. Having the same sinister laugh as the strong was a dangerous thing. After all, Wang Lin's laugh was far more sinister than his. With Boss Yang announcing the opening, all the machines in the gambling house activated in an instant, and the strange waiters who had been standing at the bar quickly dispersed throughout the hall, while the gambling house doors slowly opened. As the doors of the gambling house opened, a large number of dreadful strange figures poured in, rushing toward the card tables. Those who couldn't make it to the card tables instead sat down in front of various fruit machines. A badly burned strange figure sat beside Wang Lin, curiously watching the figure completely shrouded in a black cloak, and seduced. "Aren't you going to bet? It's very simple. There's no skill involved. Hearing this, Wang Lin, who had been resting with closed eyes, finally opened them. In a hoarse voice, he said faintly, "But I have no chips." Wang Lin hadn't exchanged for chips at all just now. Upon hearing Wang Lin say he had no chips, the strange figure beside him lit up, his voice more enticing. I can lend you some, one day at a rate of 9 out for 13 back, what do you think?" Wang Lin's voice remained calm. "What if I lose?" The burned ghost chuckled a couple of times, continuing to tempt. "If you lose, that's fine, I can lend you again. I can lend you 5 times, with a maximum of 10,000 ghost coins each time." Wang Lin calmly said again, "But what if I can't pay it back?" The burned victim grinned again. "Then I'll have to take something of value from you as payment." "Don't worry, I won't take your life." Beside them, a hanged female ghost stuck out her tongue and smiled. If you can't pay him back, it's fine. As long as you have something to mortgage, you can borrow from me to make a profit and pay off debts, just the same 9 to 13 returns. I can also lend you 5 times, with a maximum of 10,000 ghost coins each time." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin finally lifted his head, looking blandly at the burned victim. "That's great. You can lend me 5 times first, 10,000 ghost coins each time, okay?" Wang. When the burned victim saw the face under Wang Lin's black robe, he instantly shivered. He was about to exclaim in surprise. But in the next second, his exclamation abruptly stopped. Because he saw a deep threat in Wang Lin's eyes, burning with the fire of his soul. If he dared to cry out, he would definitely not die, but it would be worse than death. Seeing the suddenly pale and terrified expression of the burned victim, the hanged ghost could not help but frown in confusion. "What's wrong? Not lending? That would be a disaster." Looking at the stunned burned victim, Wang Lin said lightly, revealing a very evil smile. No. Upon hearing this, the burned victim shook his head in fear and stammered, "I'll lend." After saying that, the burned victim hurriedly took out a handful of scattered ghost coins from his body, tremblingly. Watching the burned victim's cautious and tense manner, as if he had encountered a fierce beast, the hanged ghost felt a pang in her heart and wanted to leave quickly. However, in the next second, she realized she could not move at all, not even speak. The hanged ghost carefully piled the handful of scattered ghost coins on the slot machine console in front of Wang Lin, looking timidly at him. "Can I go now?" Wang Lin asked with a half-smile. "Aren't you going to count it first?" The burned victim hurriedly said, "There's 10,000 here, not a penny less. It was agreed to be 50,000, this is obviously not enough." Wang Lin said with a feigned smile, letting out his habitual laughter but stopping it abruptly. Right now, Wang Lin did not want to attract attention. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the hanged ghost became even more anxious, quickly saying cautiously, I don't have that much on me, can I go home to get it?" "Of course you can." Wang Lin smiled and patted the burned victim's shoulder, earnestly reminding, "Remember, 9 to 13 returns." "You said it." Feeling Wang Lin's hand on his shoulder, the burned victim felt a jolt of fear. He quickly appeased, "You don't need to return. This was just accidentally left here, it's yours now." Wang Lin shook his head, "That won't do, what I pick up is of course mine. What I lend is what I lend. I've marked the coordinates on you, remember to return what you accidentally left here. Also, the 9 to 13 returns, don't make me repeat it. Oh, and don't say anything careless. I haven't enjoyed myself enough yet. When you leave, don't attract attention, or I'll be very unhappy." The burned victim wanted to cry but had no tears, forcing a smile while responding in a pleaser manner, Yes, I will definitely remember, I won't say anything careless. Go." Wang Lin waved his hand and turned his gaze to the other half, the hanged female ghost. "It's over, he's a necromancer." Seeing Wang Lin's true face, the hanged ghost turned even paler, her eyes glazed over, and her tongue nearly touching the ground. Following that, before Wang Lin could speak, the hanged ghost hurriedly interjected, "I also have 50,000 ghost coins left with you, I will bring them to you shortly. Plus the 50,000 I borrowed from you yesterday, according to the rules, I owe you 65,000 ghost coins today. I will bring it to you as soon as I get back." While speaking, a pile of ghost money was placed in front of Wang Lin on the slot machine. "Don't worry, I have a tight mouth and will never speak carelessly." After saying this, the hanging female ghost quickly grabbed the tongue on the ground and tied it back into her mouth with several quick knots. Seeing the hanging female ghost behave so obediently, Wang Lin chuckled and asked, Do you need to renew the contract?" No need. The hanging female ghost hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum. She wouldn't dare let Wang Lin renew any contract, she feared he might contract her instead. The hanging female ghost was even worried and quickly added, "I just remembered, your house contract is still with me. I will bring it to you later. Can I go now?" Wang Lin chuckled and patted the hanging female ghost's shoulder, "Of course you can, but don't keep me waiting too long. Otherwise, it won't be good for you. Be calm when you go out." Yes. Upon hearing this, the female ghost felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, stumbling to her feet and awkwardly floating out towards the gambling den exit. After leaving the gambling den, the burned ghost and the hanging ghost felt like crying without tears. Today, they came excitedly with a lot of ghost money to the lucky gambling den, hoping to lend to the living, make a big profit, and finally enjoy some meat. But not only had they lost all their ghost money, they now had to pay back over 100,000 ghost coins. More importantly, those were liches. They worried they might be taken as food instead. Unfortunately, they could not express their bitterness and dared not run away. Because they were marked with coordinates by the Necromancer, they couldn't escape, and once the mission ended, it would only take a word from the Necromancer to deal with them. Their only hope now was to spend money to buy their lives, hoping that the Necromancer would truly let them go afterward. On the other side, after sending off the two lending ghosts, Wang Lin simply took out a laundry basket and swept the large pile of ghost money they contributed into it. Having ghost money, Wang Lin did not exchange it for chips but instead examined the broken slot machine in front of him. On the slot machine, there was a piece of paper that read the conditions to win: all prizes must be won once to clear the game. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the broken slot machine, Wang Lin's hoarse and gloomy voice slowly said, "In my eyes, there are no useless ghosts. If there are, believe me, I will develop their value." He he he. Ding, ding, ding. In the next second, the broken slot machine made a beeping sound and started normally. It turned out that this slot machine was also strange. Seeing Wang Lin's appearance while he spoke with the two lending ghosts, it secretly malfunctioned. Clatter, clatter. As the slot machine started, the sound of falling coins followed, and a large number of one ghost coin chips poured out from the slot machine's outlet, cascading like a stream and creating a clattering sound. Hearing this sudden sound of clattering coins, both the living and the ghosts around couldn't help but look over. One by one, the living looked enviously at Wang Lin, who was cloaked in black robes, envying his good luck at the start. One by one, the strange beings looked at Wang Lin with confusion, wondering how he hit the jackpot right away. Even the nearby ghostly attendants cast amazed glances at him. Compared to the living, these strange beings knew clearly that these machines were indeed strange objects. Although there were no guaranteed deaths under the ghost story mission rules, these machines could indeed pay out all the prizes. But with the control of the strange objects, living people needed to initially lose a lot of chips to meet the payout conditions before it would appropriately pay out, with a return rate of only 1 in 5. It is absolutely impossible to start off by winning the grand prize. So eye-catching. Feeling the envious, puzzled, and amazed gazes around him, Wang Lin knocked on the slot machine again. In the next second, the slot machine immediately stopped spitting out coins. Seeing that Wang Lin's commotion had ended, the people and the weird beings around all shifted their gazes back. For the living, it was just a momentary attraction, envying Wang Lin's good luck. When it comes to life and death, handling the gambling game in front of oneself is what matters most. For the weird beings, although they were puzzled by Wang Lin hitting big right away, it was not impossible. Perhaps the weirdness within that machine had other ideas. Causing harm to the living beings they had their eyes on was their biggest concern. Without the surrounding gazes, Wang Lin picked up a chip from the coin slot and put it into the slot machine, betting on the apple, and pressed the button to start the spin. In the next second, the slot machine ran normally, finally coming to a steady stop on the apple that Wang Lin had bet on. 1 point immediately turned into 5 points. At the same time, the machine also spat out a chip with a big apple design on it. Wang Lin did not take the chip out but instead placed all 5 points back on the apple. Continue the draw. The colorful lights of the slot machine spun again, stopping on the small apple, turning 5 points into 15 points, and at the same time, a chip with a small apple was given out. Wang Lin placed all 15 points on the bell. Start the draw. In the next second, 15 points turned into 150 points, but that wasn't the end. Right after, the screen lights kept flashing, silently giving Wang Lin an extra prize, the little cat transformation. 150 points immediately became 450 points. Smart move. Wang Lin nodded and bet all 450. Among these, Wang bet the highest score of 99. In the next moment, the machine quietly gave Wang Lin a silent jackpot, seemingly afraid of making him wait, and also worried about being noticed by the people around. The machine calculated the prize speedily. In less than a moment, all the prizes were calculated. 450 points turned into 25,893 points. Then, a chip representing the jackpot was spat out from the machine. Looking at the score on top, Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction, fully betting on all 8 prizes, each with a 99 bet. One more. The slot machine. There weren't even that many chips in his machine, but he could only grit his teeth and let Wang Lin continue to hit the jackpot. Compared to being repaired by the boss, he preferred not to be fixed by the Necromancer in front of him. Over here, while Wang Lin won big, it did not attract the attention of the beings and people around him, as the machine was silent when awarding Wang Lin. And the speed was particularly fast. The eerie boss of the lucky gambling house, Mr. Yang, still had no idea that within just a few minutes, his machine had given out over 100,000 chips. Finally, after 5 minutes, looking at the machine's score display showing 99,999, and a pile of various slot machine winning certificates, Wang Lin finally stopped. Because this was already the display limit of this machine. Continuing made no sense. Cash out. Wang Lin simply said softly, even too lazy to press the cash out button. Clink clink. In the next second, the clinking sound of cashing out rang out, and a large amount of dark coins continuously flowed out from the cash out slot. At this moment, the surrounding living beings and weird beings turned their envious, puzzled, and amazed gazes back at him. When they saw the winner was Wang Lin, who was completely shrouded in a black robe, the gazes of the living grew even more envious, while the gazes of the weird beings became even more confused. Two eerie waiters exchanged glances and immediately walked up to Wang Lin. One of the eerie waiters said to Wang Lin, "Customer, hello. We suspect you have cheated, please cooperate with the inspection." Hearing the words of the two eerie waiters, the envious gazes of the surrounding living beings vanished, each one revealing looks of pity and gloating at Wang Lin. The weird ones all showed expressions that said, "Of course. Although this place is a horror story copy, this is a gambling den run by the weird, and the machines here are all strange machines. But that doesn't mean cheating isn't possible. After all, there are some strong or special people among the living." Hearing this, Wang Lin slightly turned his head, under the black robe, the gaze reflecting the flames of the soul lightly looked at the speaking weird waiter. "What did you just say?" I under Wang Lin's gaze, seeing the flames of the soul mirrored in Wang Lin's eyes, the two weird waiters immediately shook like dried leaves, their words became stuttered. Fortunately, at this moment, the chips in the machine ran out. Seeing this, the two weird waiters whom Wang Lin was watching suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, they quickly pleaded, the chips in this machine are gone, I'll go get some to add for you right now." Another waiter also hurriedly said, "Look, with so many chips, you don't have anything to hold them in, I'll go get a cart and a big basket for you." Chapter 44 I really didn't cheat. Looking at the two weird waiters who wanted to run away immediately after speaking, Wang Lin's deep voice said lightly, "Calm down. Look at how you're trembling, weren't you supposed to check? Do a show of it before you leave. I haven't played enough yet. I don't want to draw attention, if you ruin my mood, you understand the consequences." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the two weird waiters immediately trembled even more violently, quickly nodding their heads like chicks pecking rice. They repeatedly answered in a small voice, "Understood, understood, we will definitely cooperate, no one will say anything. Yes, 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 even the boss will never tell." Wang Lin waved his hand, impatiently saying, "All right, hurry up and check. Don't waste my time." "Yes, yes, yes." The two weird waiters hurriedly responded and cautiously said, then we'll just put on a show." Wang Lin slightly nodded, "Be detailed, don't dawdle." "Yes, yes, yes," the two weird waiters constantly answered, forcing themselves to calm down and trying hard not to tremble, carefully began to check Wang Lin. After all, this was a check for a lich transformed from a necromancer, even if it was just a show, it was enough to scare anyone. Even their movements were trembling. Watching the two trembling weird waiters checking Wang Lin, the surrounding weird and living people each had their thoughts, but in their eyes, these two checking weird waiters looked excitedly trembling. Looking at the cautiously trembling weird waiters, Wang Lin's hoarse voice said in a low tone, "Don't be so nervous, think about how to talk and act best later, don't let it be seen. Otherwise he. Hearing Wang Lin's low reminder, the two weird waiters were even more scared. Under the watch of dozens of eyes around, the two weird waiters finished checking Wang Lin, with one immediately saying, "Consider yourself lucky, we found no cheating." The other weird waiter also said fiercely, "Wait for it, we'll go get you some chips to add right away." After saying that, under the gaze of dozens of eyes, the two weird ones angrily left. What should we do, will this be noted? What else can we do? If we don't cooperate, we will definitely suffer. We will run away later. Quietly run, we must not be discovered. Underscore? Hearing the words of the two weird waiters and watching them leave in anger, the surrounding people and weird suddenly became dumbfounded. Everyone thought this cheating guy was done for, but unexpectedly, he wasn't found cheating. Looking at the unbothered Wang Lin, someone was filled with envy. His luck is really good. If only I had such good luck. Some people jealously cursed, that guy is so lucky. Luck means nothing, this is the weird's territory, cheating will be found out sooner or later. So high profile, he will probably be targeted soon. Some people were secretly thinking, this guy can cheat without being discovered, he must be a master. Maybe we can collaborate. The bullet hits the bird that stands out. Why can't he be quiet? He has to be so loud. Alas. It seems we can't cooperate now. Otherwise, we'll be targeted together. The strange beings around were also exchanging glances, calculating how to squeeze benefits from Wang Lin. Some even communicated in secret, maybe we should give it a try later. How should we try? If that guy continues to cheat, he will either not lose or get caught. Betting against him. If we can't discover his cheating methods, we probably won't gain anything. It's not just win or lose that we can extract benefits from him. For these living people, winning or losing isn't the most important, clearing the dungeon is what they need most. We don't have to target him, we can cooperate. He. You mean, Boss Pan, he. Boss Pan, I like it. Count me in. In the eyes of these strange customers, Wang Lin, who could continuously win the lottery, must have cheated. However, they cared more about how much benefit they could extract from him. In fact, they were even more pleased if Wang Lin could continue cheating successfully, as that would allow them to extract even more benefits from him. As for Wang Lin's cheating causing the gambling house to lose money, what did that have to do with them? They often lost money in the gambling house too, and they wouldn't mind if the gambling house lost more to Wang Lin, so they could extract it from him. They could effectively win money from the gambling house. As long as the potential benefits were large enough, helping Wang Lin clear the dungeon wouldn't be a problem. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wang Lin needed to be smart enough, otherwise, they wouldn't mind abandoning him. This idea quickly spread among the strange customers, quietly reaching a consensus. Under the watchful eyes of the living and the strange, and amidst various calculations, soon two strange staff members pushed a cart over, filled with 3 large baskets of soul coins. When the two strange ones brought so many chips, the surrounding living people and strange beings were astonished. But they were only surprised by the number of chips the two strange ones brought, not thinking too much. After all, it's just a slot machine that costs 1 soul coin a play. Even if Wang Lin cheated, how much could he really win? So many chips should probably be for other purposes. We're here to add chips, you better be careful, or we'll find out you're cheating. Otherwise, he. The two strange staff said this with trembling bodies and fierce expressions, skillfully opening the slot machine in front of Wang Lin and starting to add chips. In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, the two strange staff were excitedly trembling, but only they knew how frightened they were saying these words to a lich transformed from a death mage. They had even already planned how to escape later. Watching the strange staff adding chips to the machine with indignation, Wang Lin suddenly stood up and patted the shoulders of the two strange staff. He whispered quickly to them, "I've left coordinates on you. You know what to do, he. Then, Wang Lin said in a hoarse voice loudly, "Don't worry, I won't cheat." Did he cheat? Absolutely not. The one cheating was the gambling house's machine. Besides tossing chips and saying a few friendly words, leaving a few coordinates, he did nothing. But Wang Lin's words in the ears of the surrounding people and strange beings. There is no doubt that he's giving in. Making promises here. Some strange eyes even showed disappointment. As the chips were added to the machine, the slot machine suddenly began to spit out a massive amount of chips again. But soon the people around began to notice something was off because the chips being spat out were simply too many. One strange waiter kept adding chips, while the slot machine kept spitting them out, and another strange waiter was gathering the spilled chips into a large empty basket. Soon, the two strange waiters had filled 3 large boxes with chips, but that was not enough. They continued to add more chips into the machine, and it kept spitting them out, so they kept filling up. Watching the two strange waiters at work, everyone around, both humans and strange beings, became uneasy. Although they did not know exactly how much had been won, there were at least 70 or 80,000 chips. Even those who were farther away, including strange beings, noticed the situation. Of course, this included the strange boss of the Lucky Gambling House and other strange waiters. Chapter 45, The Misfortune of the Lucky Gambling House. Living Being 1, I thought he was just an amateur, but he's a real master. Maybe we can team up. Living Being 2, his luck is just too good. I wonder if he can lend me some. I hope so. Living Being 3, winning so much on a machine without getting caught. Impressive. Living Being 4, he's being too flashy, he's definitely going to be in trouble. Living Being 5, anyway, he's almost done 4, how can I get chips from him? Can moral persuasion work? Need to act quickly. Living Being 6, he's too high profile, we can't partner with him. Otherwise, we'll be implicated. Living Being 7, laugh while you can, let's see how you end up. You deserve it. Strange Customer 1, to cheat and win so much from a strange controlled slot machine? Amazing. Strange Customer 2, damn, I need to learn his tricks. Strange Customer 3, wow, winning so much, we can definitely team up. Strange Customer 4, he's going to be targeted, I need to hurry and squeeze those chips out of him. Strange Customer 5, he's definitely going to be targeted, it seems I have to find a way to help him. Strange Customer 6, such obvious cheating, Mr. Yang, the boss, is probably going to act soon. Strange Boss Yang, damn, huge losses. Oh, oh. Strange Waiter 1, sigh. The boss is losing big, we need to be more careful. Strange Waiter 2, the boss is losing big, yay. Strange Waiter 3, the boss must be in a bad mood, it's time for me to show off. Strange Waiter 4, why not earn some of that money from the boss too? As the slot machine kept spitting out coins, everyone in the gambling house had noticed, feeling shocked and astonished, each calculating in their hearts. Some thought simply, while others thought more complexly. Meanwhile, whether they were strange customers, strange waiters, or living beings, some were quietly observing the strange boss, Mr. Yang. Feeling the gazes directed at him, strange boss Mr. Yang felt even more helpless. He knew that these looks were waiting to see how he would handle the situation. After all, winning so much on a slot machine controlled by strange beings was like slapping a cheated right in his face, to the utmost degree. But he didn't have any evidence to catch the cheating living being. He couldn't follow the rules to deal with the opponent, so he had to use his wits to find a way to catch them red-handed. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Boss Yang quietly shifted his gaze away from Wang Lin, as if he hadn't noticed what was happening here. Not only that, he also summoned a few waiters around him, secretly instructing his subordinates not to meddle. And not to catch the opponent yet. In fact, they should cooperate with the opponent. Though he felt the pain of losing his ghost money, he did not want to gather evidence of the living beings cheating right now. He was very clear. This guy shrouded in a black robe was probably the master whose laughter was even more evil than his own. If a conflict arose now, the opponent might perish, but he would definitely perish first. So before the support he called arrived, he absolutely did not want to clash with that black-robed man. Moreover, the ghost money the other party won was not something he couldn't get back. It would just require paying a bit more of a price. Seeing Boss Yang beckon a few waiters over for a whisper, those waiting to watch the show and the strange figures all thought that Boss Yang was about to take action, and everyone became more expectant. Soon, the slot machine spat out all the score chips, and two strange waiters took back 3 big baskets of chips and quickly exchanged them for a small basket of large value chips to hand to Wang Lin. Looking at the large chips worth 100,000 in Wang Lin's hands, the people around were even more astonished. Holding the chips in a basket containing ghost money, Wang Lin lowered his head, completely hiding his face in the black robe. Amidst the gazes of curious onlookers and those who took pleasure in others' misfortune, he directly sat down in front of the forest dance machine. This was a machine that allowed 8 people to play simultaneously. In the middle was a huge spinning wheel, called the stage, featuring 4 different animal dolls in 3 colors and varying quantities. Betting on the corresponding color of animal dolls would yield the corresponding multiple of rewards. Unlike the single-player slot machines, this large machine had a total of 8 operation interfaces. Each appeared to be independent, but in fact, they were linked. Even if 8 people bet on all colors and animals, most of the time, only the animal with the least return reward would come out. Before Wang Lin sat down, there were 6 people playing on this machine, but as soon as he took a seat, one live person immediately got up and left, followed closely by one strange figure and another live person who sat down. Behind Wang Lin, a few other live people and strange figures saw that the positions were full and could not help but show disappointment. They could only watch from the sidelines. At this moment, the other 7 people and strange figures all looked at Wang Lin with great interest. Ignoring the changes and gazes of these people, deliberately avoiding guessing their thoughts, Wang Lin sat down and simply stared at the operation panel. His raspy voice murmured, "That slot machine just now was very perceptive. I don't know if you're perceptive." He. The 2 strange figures sitting next to Wang Lin immediately changed their expressions upon hearing his whisper and laughter, quickly getting up to prepare to leave. They didn't even want the points above. But in the next second, the 2 strange figures who wanted to get up trembled all over and stiffly sat back down. They could only lower their heads and stare at their operation panel, not daring to say anything. As the new round of the game began, Wang Lin took out a chip worth 100 ghost coins and inserted it into the machine, pressing the highest scoring red lion to 99 times. He didn't touch the others at all. The red lion was worth 46 times. Seeing Wang Lin operate like this, 5 out of the remaining 7 people and strange figures hesitated for a moment and also bet a few scores or a dozen scores on the red lion. Then they bet some on others too. In their eyes, Wang Lin might very well cheat. Betting along with Wang Lin might allow them to take a share. Only the 2 adjacent to Wang Lin didn't follow with their red lion bets and instead put all their points on the other animals. As the 30 seconds of betting time passed, the stage in the machine immediately began to spin. In front of everyone's eyes, the machine very flexibly stopped the pointer on the red lion. He. Wang Lin chuckled in a low voice. Ha. He. Those who bet on the lion with Wang Lin, both live and strange, also laughed. Sure enough, those who followed this cheater had something to gain. The 2 strange figures next to Wang Lin, who hadn't followed Wang Lin's red lion bets, also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Quickly get up, I lost. You all take your time to play. I have things to do, so I will leave first. After saying this, the 2 strange ones did not dare to stay or speak more, and hurriedly left the gambling house. Seeing seats empty, 2 strange ones immediately rushed to sit down next to the onlookers. After the reward was calculated, it was time to continue betting. This time, Wang Lin placed a full bet on the 30 times green lion. The other players saw this and immediately followed suit, placing heavy bets on the green lion, with even 2 strange ones betting 99 times like Wang Lin. After placing the bets, they all looked at Wang Lin with half smiles. They didn't cheat, they were just feeding on the scraps of the cheater. The surrounding strange ones laughed at seeing this large bet placed after Wang Lin, while enviously looking at the other 7 players. Only Boss Yang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Although he anticipated this situation, he still couldn't stop sweating. He prayed that the reinforcements he called could arrive quickly. The preparation time ended, and the draw began again. Chapter 46, The Gambling House Turns into a Pyramid Scheme. Wow, won again. So envious of them sitting down, and winning so much. He is really bold. Every time betting the full amount, and winning every time. He isn't pretending at all. Winning every time isn't the point. Didn't you notice he is also betting according to the size of the rewards? As Wang Lin kept winning, he had already won over 100,000 underworld coins. The 7 players following Wang Lin also won tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of underworld coins. The audience around had filled up, buzzing with discussions. Some even cast their eyes towards Boss Yang. Their eyes full of mockery and anticipation. This black-robed person was not only cheating but was also doing it so brazenly. This was not just rampant, this was utterly out of control. This was a complete provocation to Boss Yang. If he didn't stop it now, it wouldn't just be losing hundreds of thousands of underworld coins, he might even lose the entire gambling house. Who knows, this instance could end early because of Boss Yang's collapse. Under the numerous gazes, Boss Yang had cold sweat pouring down him. Gritting his teeth, Boss Yang could only harden his resolve and quickly walk up to Wang Lin, whispering, "Friend, how about you take a break, and we'll have a good talk? I thought you would get restless after a while, he. Wang Lin's hoarse voice mockingly said, releasing a chilling laugh. Finally, he raised his head, allowing everyone, the strange ones, to see his appearance. This. Heavens. Damn. Upon seeing Wang Lin's face, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The living individuals were wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. No one expected that the cheater they thought was a living person was actually a strange one. The strange ones were even more shocked, their eyes popping out, exclaiming in horror. The living person they were waiting to see was actually a necromancer transformed into a lich. They weren't there just to watch a show, but rather were asking for trouble, wishing for their lives to become more complicated. Boss Yang even collapsed to the ground, trembling. His heart filled with fear. Just moments ago, he was thinking about how to deal with Wang Lin when his reinforcements arrived. What use were those reinforcements now? This was a necromancer transformed into a lich. Their strength could at least rival that of a ghost general. This was beyond what any of the reinforcements he knew could handle. Even if he gathered all his known reinforcements together, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a single finger of this opponent. And now he realized that the opponent wasn't cheating at all, it was the machines in his own gambling house that were helping him win. Even if there truly are ghostly beings willing to deal with this lich, there is no reason to act. Why aren't you talking? What were you going to discuss with me? Don't stop halfway. He. Looking at the stunned Boss Yang, Wang Lin said sinisterly, once again emitting that evil laugh that could make even the strange shiver. Hearing Wang Lin's words and laughter, Boss Yang, returning to his senses, hurriedly flipped over and knelt on the ground, his head deeply touching the ground, trembling as he respectfully said, "My lord, I meant, gambling is so exhausting, I will give this gambling house to you, please just let me go." The surrounding creatures were sneaky, carefully inching their way out of the gambling house, not daring to make a sound, not even having the courage to retrieve the eyeball that had fallen to the ground. Seeing Boss Yang's actions, the living people around were completely dumbfounded. Their disbelief only deepened. Boss Yang could be said to be the most powerful creature in this scenario, yet now he was scared to this extent. Other creatures were attempting to sneak away. Oh. Wang Lin merely let out a soft "oh," sneering as he said, "Do you think I would be interested in this mere gambling house? Or do you think I am a violent robber? I dare not." Boss Yang immediately trembled even more, panicking as he said, "This is just a humble token of respect. I have a family to support, I only wish to be spared." Humph. Wang Lin snorted coldly. Upon hearing Wang Lin's cold snort, Boss Yang collapsed to the ground, trembling even more. Those creatures who had been quietly inching towards the exit of the gambling house were frozen in place, no one daring to move an inch. They feared drawing the attention of that terrifying lich. Seeing how terrified the creatures were of this shadowy figure cloaked in black, the living people in the gambling house were dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying being was this figure in the black robe that could intimidate even these vicious creatures to this point? At this moment, as the living people looked at Wang Lin, their eyes no longer held any trivial thoughts, instead, they mirrored the same fear and dread as the creatures. Wang Lin let out a sneer and said coldly, "It's not impossible for you to leave." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the surrounding creatures seemed to grasp at a lifeline, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to Wang Lin. For a moment, the sound of their heads knocking against the ground became the only sound in the gambling house. Wang Lin stroked his chin, "A mere gambling house is not worth my attention, how about this? I will plant a contract on each of you. Whoever loses 2 million ghost coins at the gambling table, I will cancel the contract on them, allowing them to leave without any trouble afterward. Otherwise, you will only have the choice between being devoured or turned into materials. He he he. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the creatures' faces turned even paler. 2 million ghost coins, very few among them could come up with that. But the other two options were something they could not bear. My lord, even if you tear me apart and sell the pieces, I couldn't gather 2 million. My lord, please, have some mercy. I only have 500,000 ghost coins, I will give them all to you. Please let me go. My lord, my daughter is very beautiful, I will give her to you, please spare me. In an instant, the gambling house was filled with desperate pleas from the creatures. Humph. Listening to this annoying begging, Wang Lin let out a heavy snort. In an instant, the gambling house fell silent once more. All the creatures became mute as lambs. Wang Lin continued, without 2 million ghost coins, do you mean to say you won't find a way? A charred creature cautiously said, my lord, if we had a way, we wouldn't be unable to come up with 2 million ghost coins. Wang Lin said coldly, whoever can't produce it, shall be made into materials. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, despair swept over the creatures. Only a few of the strange faces instead let out a sigh of relief. They were among the wealthier oddities, and 2 million ghost coins were still within their reach. But Wang Lin said ominously, I have a suggestion for you. If you can't come up with it, bring in the oddities you know to gamble with me. I don't care how many you bring, as long as the oddities you gather can lose to me 4 million ghost coins, I'll consider them losing 2 million and let them go. He he he. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the group of oddities immediately sighed in relief, each one quickly searching their minds for suitable oddities. Watching the behavior of these oddities, Wang Lin sneered coldly in his heart. These oddities were selfish, greedy, dark, and wicked beings. They would not hesitate to harm living people in a sinister and shameless manner. Therefore, Wang Lin felt entirely justified in what he was doing to them. Seeing that Wang Lin had not spoken, Mr. Yang, the owner of the gambling house, cautiously said to Wang Lin, Sir, let me gamble with you first. 2 million, he could produce that right now. Oh. I almost forgot about you. Looking at the speaking oddity, Boss Yang, Wang Lin feigned remembering and said, you are the exception, you must lose me 10 billion ghost coins, or else I will show you what it means to be reused, what it means to be multipurpose. When mentioning reused and multipurpose, Wang Lin deliberately emphasized those words. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Boss Yang was instantly stunned. The thought of dealing with Wang Lin surged again in his mind. 10 billion ghost coins was already an astronomical number for him, but as long as he was willing to part with the ghost coins, it was not impossible to find oddities that could deal with a lich. Seeing that the oddity Boss Yang was looking down, Wang Lin casually said, of course, you all can try to unite and resist a little or find stronger oddities to deal with me. Who knows, maybe I'll be defeated by your united efforts. He he he. But I must remind you, I am a witch saint. You'd better find someone strong enough, or else he he he. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the oddities immediately gave up all inappropriate thoughts, even Boss Yang had no thoughts of resistance left, only curses against the rules of the Bizarre Tales in his heart. Don't the rules of the Bizarre Tales care who they bring in? A witch saint level necromancer can also be pulled into the dungeon, what's the difference from letting a mouse into a rice jar? This was a witch saint level necromancer, although in terms of cultivation level, he was only on par with the Ghost King, but in strength, it was not the same level. He could completely fight above his rank against a Ghost Emperor, and for some stronger ones, it might even take 3 to 5 Ghost Emperors to unite to deal with him. They were just lower mid-level oddities, the strongest among them was merely a blood ghost, let alone bringing those who ruled over regions, high and mighty Ghost Emperors, they didn't even have the qualification to meet Ghost Kings. At most they could invite a Ghost General. They might even only be able to invite a Ghost Captain. Inviting a Ghost General or Ghost Captain to deal with a Witch Saint was no different than asking them to deliver food. They feared the very moment they said this, the invited Ghost General or Ghost Captain would eliminate them first. Looking at these oddities who had given up their thoughts, Wang Lin cheerfully said, hee hee, alright, you all can get up now, no need to kneel, continue to gamble. Of course, you could also try to sneak away, who knows, you might succeed, hee hee. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the group of oddities could only tremble as they stood up. They obediently waited quietly. As for escaping, perhaps they had thoughts of that before, but now no one had such ideas anymore. Facing a witch saint, they couldn't even escape, even a slight disturbance would not escape the witch saint's perception. Moreover, a necromancer was known for having many subordinates. With their little strength, they had no chance at all. The oddities had calmed down. Not a single living person dared to act recklessly, they could only quietly watch and stand honestly. This is an existence even the strange ones fear, just looking at it makes one feel very hard to approach. Naturally, they are also very afraid. If it weren't for the protection of the strange talk rules, it's likely they wouldn't be any better off than these strange beings, or perhaps even worse. Watching these strange beings and living people just quietly standing in place waiting, Wang Lin sneered contemptuously, "What's the matter? Do you want to line up to battle me in teams? I don't have that kind of time. And right now, I don't want to gamble." After saying that, Wang Lin directly put his foot on the machine and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. Hearing Wang Lin's words, a crowd of strange beings and living people hurriedly thought about what he meant, cautiously whispering and discussing. There is no doubt, Wang Lin does not want to gamble with all of them. Not wanting to gamble now just gives them time to discuss. The strange beings quickly reached a consensus, one by one rising to sit back at the gambling table. The entertainment continued to start. At a mahjong table with 2 people and 2 ghosts sitting, as soon as the tiles were stacked, the 2 strange beings pushed the wall of tiles and shouted, "Hu, Tian Hu." Hearing the words of the 2 strange beings and looking at the chaotic tiles they toppled over, the 2 living people exchanged looks, confused. However, before they could figure it out, the 2 strange beings had already counted out a large amount of chips and coldly said to the 2 living people, "You looked wrong, we have a Jahu." After saying that, they pushed the counted chips to the 2 confused living people. At a table where 7 or 8 strange beings were sitting, as soon as the cards were dealt, everyone put all their chips and knowledge into the pot. Immediately afterwards, after seeing the cards, one by one cover their cards and leave. The living people at the table looked at each other in confusion. Those fruit machines and forest party games were continuously hitting big prizes, the sounds of winning songs echoed endlessly, small amounts of chips and game completion cards kept pouring out. The strange waiters pushed carts, constantly adding chips to each machine, hoping to lose a bit more. It was simply a charitable place. After the initial confusion, the living people gradually understood the intentions of the strange beings. This scene is greatly different from the previous instances. In previous instances, the strange beings tried every means to squeeze the living people's ghost coins and chips, with all sorts of techniques emerging one after another. After squeezing the ghost coins and chips from the living people, they would lure the living to borrow from them, using their belongings or even their flesh and blood as collateral to continue exchanging for chips. But this time in the instance, the strange beings were trying every means to give away the ghost coins and chips from their hands to the living people they were betting against. Each strange being just wanted to lose quickly and leave the gambling house, hoping to deceive others into entering the gambling house sooner. Even the strange beings in the gaming machines were continuously offering various prizes to the living people. Even those hard-to-get grand prizes from various games kept falling into the hands of the living people. But even though each living person received a large amount of ghost coins and chips, as well as various game completion cards from the gambling house, not a single one could feel happy. Wang Lin's presence not only intimidated the strange beings but also the living people present. Not only did the strange beings think Wang Lin was incredibly fierce, but the living people also found Wang Lin extremely terrifying. After pretending to sleep for a while, Wang Lin opened his eyes again, surveyed the casino, and beckoned to the strange Boss Yang, "Come here." Hearing Wang Lin's words, Boss Yang immediately trembled all over, but still rushed over to Wang Lin's side, cautiously bending his body, trying to flatter, "Sir, what are your commands?" Looking at the cautious Boss Yang, Wang Lin directly asked, "What is a sheep?" Upon hearing this, Boss Yang's body suddenly stiffened, and he carefully replied, "I don't know, I really don't know." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin uttered a sound, his gaze deeply fixed on Boss Yang. "Are you looking to die?" "I dare not." Hearing Wang Lin's words, Boss Yang immediately trembled and knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head, explaining, "In the past, there was no sheep in the dungeons here. This is the first time such a rule has appeared. I only added these 2 rules in response to the dungeon's requirements." Hearing this, Wang Lin snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure instantly dissipated. Put. In an instant, the eerie Boss Yang, along with all the strange beings in the gambling house, involuntarily spat out black blood. One by one, they slumped to the ground, utterly weak. The living people also trembled, their bodies shaking, afraid to move an inch. All the strange beings and humans were filled with dread. Why did the terrifying undead mage suddenly get angry? Each of them hated Boss Yang even more in their hearts. The eerie Boss Yang was even more terrified, propping up his injured ghostly body, crawling on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head in explanation, "My lord, I truly don't know what a sheep is. This is indeed the first time I've encountered this rule. I only added these 2 rules about sheep in response to the Scary Talk's requirements." Seeing Boss Yang in this state, which did not seem like a ruse, Wang Lin couldn't help but furrow his brows, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Upon hearing Boss Yang's words, the people around began to change their expressions. In reality, due to the presence of recorded footage, many rules and creepy talks about the dungeons have detailed video explanations, and there are even many specialized bloggers researching various strategies to clear the dungeons. Yet, despite this, the death rate in creepy dungeon scenarios remained high. This was because there were thousands of creepy dungeons, and not everyone had watched every video and explanation. Moreover, the rules of creepy talk dungeons could change, with bizarre setups varying greatly. Some dungeons would suddenly increase in difficulty. But this time, the appearance of Wang Lin was already a huge surprise that left everyone dumbfounded. Now there was a situation where even Wang Lin and the bizarre boss of the dungeon didn't know what a sheep was. And the creepy rules still required them to kill a sheep to clear the dungeon. Is it targeting me? Wang Lin rhythmically tapped the table with his fingers, secretly beginning to suspect. Although Wang Lin had seized many bizarre memories, this kind of situation was something he had never encountered before. This made Wang Lin doubt whether the rules of creepy talk were targeting him, the undead mage. However, until he saw what a sheep was, Wang Lin couldn't confirm his suspicion. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his thoughts and boldly told all the eerie beings in the gambling house, cooperate with these living people to fulfill the requirements of the creepy dungeon. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the eerie beings exchanged glances, and then all obediently responded, yes, my lord. The living people also looked at each other, not understanding why Wang Lin wanted the eerie beings to cooperate with them to achieve the clearing conditions. It must be related to the sheep. Some among them, with experience or analytical skills, thought silently as the bad premonition grew stronger. In their view, although Wang Lin was on the side of the living, he was also a very terrifying figure who wouldn't help them for no reason. If Wang Lin ordered these eerie beings to assist them, the only reason they could think of was that it was related to the sheep because their conditions for clearing the dungeon were the same. And such a powerful eerie being helping them probably meant that the sheep would be very dangerous. In the following time, everything developed according to Wang Lin's request. In less than half a day, the strange beings had cooperated with the living to meet the condition of having 10,000 ghost coins, neither more nor less. They also helped the living obtain the gambling house's pass. Now everyone just needed to kill a sheep. As long as this condition was met, they could directly clear the instance and leave. At the same time, the strange beings who had lost all their money and chips quickly left the gambling house, and soon came back with more strange beings to enter the gambling house. In an instant, the number of strange beings in the gambling house increased. Of course, the curses also grew louder. The strange beings invited in by others had nothing nice to say. At the card table, Wang Lin sat playing Texas Hold'em with the strange beings and the living who were elected. One by one, the living and strange beings came to the card table where Wang Lin was sitting. Without a word, they pushed all their chips and ghost coins onto the table, then looked at their cards, and regardless of what they had, they immediately folded and got up to leave. Immediately, new strange beings or living people sat down and continued the previous actions. Piles of ghost coins were collected by strange waiters into baskets, and behind Wang Lin, dozens of baskets were already stacked, all filled to the brim with ghost coins. The estimated amount had already exceeded 200 million. In the new round of the game, Wang Lin looked at the trembling young man sitting across from him and suddenly smiled. Seeing Wang Lin smile at him, the already trembling young man shook even more violently. The people and strange beings around also looked at him with pity. After all, this was the first time Wang Lin had smiled at the table. This smile looked extremely strange and evil. Don't be afraid. Seeing the young man's terrified expression, Wang Lin gently comforted him. Unfortunately, Wang Lin's hoarse voice delivering comforting words had no soothing effect in the ears of the young man and those around them, but instead made their hearts race even faster. Seeing this, Wang Lin shook his head, put away his smile, and his voice returned to normal. I will help you live and leave this instance. The young man did not believe that the scary presence in front of him would have such good intentions. He was afraid there was a greater scheme. He cautiously asked, Sir, what is your condition? The condition. Wang Lin stroked his chin and thought for a moment. You have a camera on you. I want you to bring back a few words. The young man hurriedly asked, What words? Wang Lin said solemnly, Rules. However, just as Wang Lin began to speak, his words came to an abrupt stop as he suddenly stood up, frowning at a strange customer in the gambling house. Wang Lin's actions startled the people and strange beings around him. The gambling house fell silent, and everyone looked at Wang Lin with fear, not understanding why he made such a big move. Bah! Just as everyone and the strange beings were baffled, a sheep's bleating suddenly broke the silence in the gambling house. Hearing the bleating, the people and strange beings in the restaurant turned their heads in unison to look at the strange being that made the sound. I didn't mean to, I also bah. The strange customer being stared at by Wang Lin was terrified and panicking, trying to explain, but before he finished speaking, he uncontrollably bleated again. The strange customer quickly covered his mouth in terror, his eyes filled with confusion. A sheep walking upright. Seeing the situation of this strange customer, a term suddenly surfaced in everyone's mind. Death. Before the people and strange beings in the gambling house could think of anything else, Wang Lin had already struck fiercely. A mysterious blue flame fell upon the strange being that bleated. Under the burning of the soul flame, the bleeding strange customer turned to blue smoke with just a breath. In such a scene, the people around looked on in fear and trepidation. No one expected Wang Lin to suddenly strike and eliminate a strange being in the blink of an eye. Ding, lucky carbon-based treasure, congratulations on completing all the requirements of the instance. Successfully cleared the E-level instance, Lucky Gambling House, earning a reward of 2,000 ghost coins. You now have half an hour to purchase items. Just as Wang Lin eliminated the cheap screaming strange being, the chilling voice of the eerie whispers echoed in his ear. Ding, lucky carbon-based treasure, congratulations on completing all the requirements of the instance. Successfully cleared the E-level instance, lucky gambling house, earning a reward of 2,000 ghost coins. You now have half an hour to purchase items. Almost simultaneously, the cold voice of the eerie whispers rang in the ears of all the chosen living people. What's going on? What happened? Hearing the eerie congratulations, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, completely confused about how they suddenly met the conditions to clear the instance. Weren't they supposed to kill a sheep? But right after that, there was immense joy. Clearing the instance meant they would no longer be in danger. They could go back alive. So that's it. Only Wang Lin, deep in thought, murmured to himself, probably understanding what was going on. Because just moments ago, Wang Lin had suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation, followed by hearing the strange being let out a sheep's cry. When the sheep's cry sounded, the spatial fluctuation intensified. Without a doubt, some kind of spatial coordinate had been planted on that sheep screaming strange being. The uncontrollable sheep's cry was a kind of response. This was why Wang Lin immediately killed that sheep screaming strange being. Wang Lin suspected he was targeted by the eerie whispers, so no matter what the spatial coordinate would attract, stopping it immediately was undoubtedly the safe choice. After killing that sheep screaming strange being, the task was completed. Wang Lin perhaps cleared the instance due to killing the so-called sheep. But the others definitely weren't the same. They should not have met the conditions since they did not kill a sheep, so the third rule of the eerie whispers did not count. Chapter 49, Did we rob the bank of eerie whispers? After forming a rough guess, Wang Lin waved his hand to collect all the ghost coins he earned, then opened the eerie whispers shop to start looking for goods. Seeing Wang Lin standing still, most of the other living people chose to end the instance immediately and return to reality. A small number of people opened the eerie whispers shop to browse for goods, but soon, this part of the people also hurriedly ended the instance and returned to reality. Not a single person stayed longer than 3 minutes. Humph. Watching everyone return to reality in a hurry, Wang Lin instantly understood their thoughts. Now they had a large number of ghost coins in their hands, at least more than 10,000, and some had hundreds of thousands, even millions of ghost coins. This was a massive windfall for anyone. Not to mention these were ghost coins. But these ghost coins, in a certain sense, were not obtained by their own efforts, and not theirs at all. By ending the instance and quickly returning to reality, they could definitely claim these ghost coins for themselves. After all, once back in reality, no one would know who was who. To this, Wang Lin only scoffed and did nothing. Anyway, the bulk had already been taken by himself, and what these people took away was merely a tenth of his own gains. After exchanging some items in the eerie whispers shop, Wang Lin also chose to return to reality. Ding, welcome home, number 87654321. Now beginning the random draw for the next eerie whisper time. White for the ones place, black for the tens place, wish you good luck. Just back, the cold voice of the eerie whispers echoed in Wang Lin's ear, and 2 ten-sided dice along with a square wooden box appeared out of nowhere, floating before Wang Lin. 0-0, let's have 2 zeros. Seeing this, Wang Lin decisively grabbed the dice with his left hand, murmuring as he threw the dice into the floating wooden box. The dice rolled and, under Wang Lin's expectant gaze, finally settled on the numbers 4 and 5. Ding, congratulations, lucky carbon-based treasure, you have 54 days until you can participate in the next strange tale instance. You have plenty of time to prepare and enjoy life. Looking at the settled dice and hearing the voice of the strange tale, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with disappointment. Helplessly shaking his head, he sensed the situation within the village before walking out of the house. Outside, the sky was clear, and the gentle breeze was warm. It was yet another rare good day. I really can't imagine that these ghost instruments don't need to be fed with flesh and blood. Moreover, they are easy to control. Aside from being eroded by the ghostly energy, there are no other costs. The erosion from ghostly energy can be replenished. These ghost instruments can almost be said to have no side effects. If these ghost instruments were put in the auction house, they would definitely cause wealthy merchants and forces to compete fiercely for them, and the price would be at least 5 times higher than similar ghost instruments. How could it be 5 times? 3 times is about right. 5 times is exaggerated. With that much, you could buy a higher level ghost instrument. They could definitely be auctioned for 5 times the price, and it might even be more. After all, those rich people value their lives greatly and are very suspicious. But these ghost instruments not only don't need flesh and blood to be fed but also have minimal side effects. To them, it's like something tailor-made. It allows them to control the power without worrying about serious side effects. Especially for those wealthy people chosen by the strange tale instance, these ghost instruments are exactly what they desperately want. Even if it's 10 or 20 times the price, they would spare no expense. If all these ghost instruments were auctioned off, they might be worth hundreds of billions, or even over 1,000 billion. Outside a courtyard on the edge of Huanshan village, hearing the sounds of amazement and discussion coming from within the courtyard, Wang Lin couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He was curious if they could withstand the temptation of hundreds of billions. Shut up! Inside the courtyard, as soon as the value of hundreds of billions or even over 1,000 billion was mentioned, a sharp reprimanding voice rang out. It was the voice of the lawyer, the cool and elegant Zhou Qingqing. For a moment, the noise in the courtyard went silent. After silencing everyone, Zhou Qingqing spoke seriously. These ghost instruments must not be auctioned, and even unnecessary people must not know about them. You'd better not entertain such thoughts. Firstly, the country desperately needs these ghost instruments. They can reduce many casualties and save many lives. Secondly, Wang Lin probably won't allow us to do this. Once we anger him, the consequences are not something we can bear. Finally, compared to competing fiercely in the auction house with other wealthy people and forces, those wealthy tycoons prefer to take advantage of opportunities without effort, and so do those dark organizations. Once they learn about these ghost instruments, what awaits us is not money, but endless troubles. In the courtyard, hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, everyone lowered their heads and thought. This is indeed a problem. Outside the courtyard, Wang Lin silently nodded. Although he didn't care how they handled these ghost instruments, Zhou Qingqing had indeed hit the nail on the head. No one is guilty of possessing the jewel, especially when this jewel is urgently needed by some people. Although I am not afraid of those people, I also don't want to be enemies with all of humanity. Seeing that no one in the courtyard was speaking anymore, knowing they wouldn't continue on this topic, Wang Lin simply pushed open the courtyard door and stepped into the yard. Looking at the 7 people sitting around a pile of ghost instruments, Wang Lin let out a habitual laugh. He, you are right, these things are just for your self-protection. If you decide on your own, I will be very angry, you know. He. Seeing the sudden appearance of Wang Lin, everyone in the courtyard was startled, and each person quickly averted their gaze, lowering their heads in silence. After several days of research, the 7 of them discovered that these ghostly artifacts were greatly different from the ghostly artifacts they were familiar with. These ghostly artifacts made from ghosts not only did not require blood and flesh to regain energy, but they were also very easy to control. When users used them, they would not suffer any backlash from the artifacts besides being corroded by negative energy, nor would they need to pay any other price. Zhou Qingqing, however, was not feeling guilty. She looked at Wang Lin with curiosity and cautiously asked, Mr. Wang Lin, aren't you participating in the copy today? The copy has already ended. Wang Lin said with a smile. The copy has ended? Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing could not help but voice her confusion. The other 5 people also looked at Wang Lin with confusion, and even Zhou Qian had a puzzled expression. Although they did not know what time Wang Lin entered the copy today, it was still not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if Wang Lin entered the copy at midnight, it would only be a maximum of 14 hours. Unfortunately, Wang Lin had no intention of explaining to them. He walked up to the few people and said, help me count the soul coins. Count the soul coins? Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing and the others became even more confused. But the next second, they understood what Wang Lin meant. They saw Wang Lin wave his hand to the side, and dozens of baskets filled with soul coins suddenly appeared on the empty ground. This? Looking at the dozens of baskets full of soul coins on the ground, Zhou Qingqing and the others were dumbfounded. Xiang Jin rubbed his eyes, incredulously saying, did he rob the bank of horror stories? Did he rob the bank of horror stories? Looking at the dozens of baskets full of soul coins on the ground, Zhou Qingqing and the others widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They even had the thought that maybe Wang Lin had really robbed the bank of horror stories. These dozens of baskets of soul coins, even if each was worth just 1 soul coin, it would still be at least 1,000,000 soul coins. Seeing the stunned crowd, Wang Lin calmly said, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and count. Oh. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing and the others quickly snapped back to reality and rushed forward. But when they clearly saw the denominations of the soul coins in the baskets, they were once again deeply shocked. Although there were small denominations of soul coins, there were also a lot of high-value coins, and they even saw many soul coins worth 10,000. After roughly estimating, these dozens of baskets of soul coins were probably worth over 100 million. Zhou Qingqing gritted her teeth and cautiously asked Wang Lin, Mr. Wang Lin, may I ask, did you rob the bank in the horror stories? Upon hearing Zhou Qingqing's question, Xiang Jin and the others' hearts raced up to their throats. After casting a worried glance at Zhou Qingqing, they all looked expectantly at Wang Lin. This question was very important. If there was a way to obtain a large amount of soul coins, it would not only greatly reduce casualties among those participating in the copy but could also allow for the purchase of a lot of supplies from the horror story market, quickly training a large force to deal with the bazaar. Moreover, thinking bigger, it wasn't impossible for humanity to rise like in the novels 10 years ago. Facing Zhou Qingqing's inquiry, Wang Lin shrugged indifferently, I have earned all this with my strength. But you could indeed say I robbed it. Upon hearing Wang Lin's explanation, Zhou Qingqing and the others understood. If Wang Lin said it was earned, that meant the copy he participated in was likely a gambling type. Saying with strengthened could indeed be described as robbery indicated that Wang Lin did not win by luck or skill in the copy. They won not by luck, but by using forceful intimidation. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Wang Lin could return from the dungeon in just half a day. It was likely because the dungeon casino had gone bankrupt, causing some of the completion conditions of the bazaar rules to be unattainable and making the rules void, which naturally led to the early end of the dungeon. Although this method was merely a guess and no one had succeeded before, that was in the past, with their knowledge of Wang Lin's strength, it truly seemed possible. After all, this was a being that could make even the bazaar tremble in fear. Once they figured it out, the other six, except for Zhou Qian, quickly threw themselves into the great enterprise of counting the yin coins. Wang Lin straightforwardly went to the table in the courtyard, brewed himself a pot of tea, and leisurely watched them count the yin coins while drinking tea. Before long, Zhou Qingqing and the others finished counting the first basket of yin coins, which amounted to over 8 million. Additionally, there were some chips and completion cards. This astonished them even more. Even though they had estimated over 100 million yin coins, it now seemed they had vastly underestimated the amount in these dozens of baskets. This was several hundred million yin coins. Just think about those who were chosen to participate in the bazaar tales. Entering a dungeon usually only yielded 5 to 600 yin coins, and they often had to spend their yin coins to participate. Even those with great strength could only get around 20 to 30,000 yin coins at most. What Wang Lin earned in one dungeon could be said to be the combined earnings of all the chosen people in the world for half a year. How could this not shock them? If all these yin coins were handed over to the state, they could undoubtedly create a tremendous impact. The group counted from noon until sunset, finally finishing counting the dozens of baskets of yin coins, totaling 476,532,731 yin coins. In addition, there were chips worth about 700,000 yin coins and over 2,000 various game completion cards. After finishing counting, Zhou Qingqing reported to Wang Lin, "Mr. Wang Lin, there are a total of 476,532,731 yin coins, plus approximately 700,000 yin coins worth of chips and 2,325 game completion cards." Wang Lin lightly nodded, seemingly indifferent to the value of these yin coins. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qingqing took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "Mr. Wang Lin, are you selling these yin coins, chips, and various game completion cards?" Hearing this, Wang Lin smiled and nodded, "Of course. If you can handle them, I can sell them all." Zhou Qingqing immediately said, "All right, sir, please wait, I'll contact the upper management right away." After speaking, Zhou Qingqing quickly moved to the side, took out her phone, and made a call. On the other side, in the Bazaar Response Bureau, Yunjing branch. In the same meeting room, the new secretary Yu Qian hurriedly walked into the large conference room. Seeing the new appointed chief secretary hurrying about, all the captains in the meeting room cast serious glances at her. Facing the eyes of the captains, Yu Qian felt uneasy in her heart, but she hurriedly walked to the old man in the Taoist robe and whispered, "Director Zhang, the intelligence department sent an urgent message about that necromancer." Old Zhang lightly responded, taking the file handed over by the chief secretary and carefully reading through it. What was reported in the file was precisely Wang Lin's experience and video of participating in the Lucky Casino. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, old Zhang was still shocked by the document's content after reading it. There were 4 main points. The first point was that not a single person chosen to participate in this dungeon died, largely due to the apparent protection of that necromancer, which was undoubtedly good news. But at the same time, the performance of these individuals was highly disappointing, which could greatly affect the necromancer's perception of the entire human population. This was extremely important and required heightened attention. The necromancer confirmed their suspicion that the dungeon would end prematurely if the conditions for clearing required by the horror tales were missing. But this is not something an ordinary person can do. Strong power is probably a necessary condition. The necromancer's strength obviously exceeded the limits of this dungeon. Thirdly, after hearing the sound of a sheep, the necromancer's expression became serious and he boldly took action to end the dungeon early, clearly indicating that the sheep's bleating concealed very important dangerous information. Even the powerful necromancer was very wary. Otherwise, he could have earned more hell coins in the dungeon. Fourthly, in this lucky gambling dungeon, the necromancer won over 400 million hell coins, and even the other participants won about 50 million hell coins each. This is equivalent to the total earnings of all selected participants over half a year. These hell coins, if obtained, would undoubtedly have a significantly huge effect on the country. After reading the information, Elder Zhang pondered for a moment and then said to the many captains, "You all go out and rest for a while." Upon hearing this, the captains exchanged glances and got up to leave the office. Once the captains had left, Elder Zhang took out his phone, thought for a moment again, and dialed a number. This information also needs to be reported, and the 4 points analyzed are all very important. At the same time, the hell coins in Wang Lin's hands need to be fought for vigorously. Chapter 51, Trading Hell Coins. In Huanshan village, Zhou Qingqing finally returned after a phone call that lasted over an hour. Looking at Wang Lin, who was calmly drinking tea, she first apologized, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Wang Lin, I've kept you waiting." Wang Lin smiled slightly and said, "It's okay." Seeing that Wang Lin was not impatient, Zhou Qingqing immediately got to the point. "I have already explained to the higher-ups, the country is willing to buy the hell coins in your hand at a ratio of 1300 to 1, meaning for each hell coin, the country is willing to pay 1,300 yuan. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, Xiang Jin and others looked at her in surprise. Even Wang Lin was surprised and asked in confusion, "Although I have never traded hell coins, I know the market value is 1,000 yuan. Isn't 1,300 too high?" Zhou Qingqing hurriedly said politely, "This is not high at all, the more you buy, the better." Wang Lin was speechless for a moment. "Is it really like that? Just say the rest directly." Zhou Qingqing quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Wang Lin is a wise person, the country wants to have a long-term partnership with you, not only to purchase hell coins from you but also to hope that you will only sell the ghost weapons you create to the country." Hearing this, Wang Lin hesitated for a moment. Seeing Wang Lin hesitate, Zhou Qingqing became nervous. At this moment, she no longer feared Wang Lin but instead focused nervously on his eyes that reflected the soul flame. The others dared not even breathe, fearing that Wang Lin would say something against the agreement. From the moment Wang Lin created these special ghost weapons and gained a large amount of hell coins from the horror tales, his importance to the country had become undeniable. Because these could change the future and situation of the country. Although cooperating with Wang Lin is like wrestling with a tiger, the benefits of achieving a friendly partnership for the country are enormous. It is also urgently needed by the country. Similarly, if Wang Lin is wooed by other countries or forces, or even leaves Long country, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the country and a greater threat. After thinking for a long time, Wang Lin finally spoke under the tense gaze of several people. "I can agree to this cooperation proposal, but I also have demands." "What demands?" Zhou Qingqing quickly asked. Wang Lin replied lightly, "I need a legal identity, a convenient position, and matching rights." Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhou Qingqing quickly said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will report this to the higher-ups." After saying that, Zhou Qingqing walked aside to make a phone call again. Although Wang Lin's request was not a big deal, it was not something she could agree to on her own. This time, Zhou Qingqing's call was quick. She returned in less than 5 minutes, smiling as she said, "Mr. Wang Lin, the country has agreed to your request. They will arrange an identity for you and appoint you as the glorious captain of the Eerie Response Bureau's Yuzhou branch, enjoying the corresponding rights." "How does that sound?" "No problem." Wang Lin thought for a moment, nodding, "This arrangement is quite suitable." Seeing Wang Lin agree, Zhou Qingqing continued to ask, "Then, how many of these ghost coins do you plan to sell, and how do you plan to sell these ghost items?" Wang Lin said without hesitation, "Sell all of them." Now that he had obtained a legal identity and position, he could openly buy things in the world of the living. These ghost coins were no longer that important to Wang Lin. The purchasing power of ghost coins in the world of eerie tales was only equivalent to a few Japanese yen. The over 470 million ghost coins compared to reality was only equivalent to the purchasing power of 3 million renminbi. However, converted to cash, over 470 million ghost coins at a ratio of 1 to 1300 could exchange for over 600 billion renminbi, enough to buy items valued at more than 600 billion in reality. The difference was not merely 1,300 times, but over 100,000 times. Of course, if there were enough ghost coins, that would be a different story. After all, the Eerie shopping mall could sell many things that couldn't be bought in reality, such as ghost items, elixirs, techniques, and revolutionary technologies. None of these could be bought with real money. They could also use ghost coins to recruit the Eerie, making those deadly quests a little easier. This was also an important reason why ghost coins were so valuable in reality. All good. I will contact the higher-ups right away. Upon hearing Wang Lin's answer, Zhou Qingqing said joyfully, taking out her phone and stepping aside to make a call again. Although 600 billion was a lot, these were desperately needed by the country, and Zhou Qingqing was not worried at all about whether the country would want that much. After a while, Zhou Qingqing came back with a respectful smile, "Mr. Wang Lin, the report is complete. The higher-ups will buy everything. They will send someone to tally the count tomorrow. Does that work for you?" "No problem," Wang Lin said indifferently. "Compared to this, you can just call me by my name from now on. No need for polite terms, I'm not used to it." "Okay," Zhou Qingqing immediately responded. Wang Lin thought for a moment and said again, "Let's start the live stream the day after tomorrow. Are you all ready? Have you thought about the content for the live stream?" Zhou Qingqing shook her head, "Preparation is done, but we haven't thought about the straightforward content and method yet." "How do you plan to live stream, Wang Lin?" Wang Lin immediately said, "For now, let's just do popular science on eerie tales. Let Zhou Qian be the host while you all assist. I won't show my face." The main purpose of his livestream was still to educate the public on how to deal with the Yuri and to use Zhou Qian's extremely lean body to attract the Yuri. If he showed his face, it would scare the Yuri away. If his image appeared on the livestream, it would surely earn him the Yuri label from the public. The livestream would be seen as a dark organization stream. Even an official endorsement wouldn't help. Okay. Zhou Qingqing immediately agreed. Live streaming to explain Yuri tales was, of course, what the country most hoped to see. With Wang Lin's powerful strength and understanding of Yuri tales and phenomena, this will undoubtedly greatly increase the survival rate of the people when they enter the weird tales realm and encounter strange events. After reaching an agreement, Wang Lin looked at the moon hanging obliquely in the sky and said, "It's getting late, everyone should rest early. There won't be any weirdness coming tonight." Okay. Zhou Qingqing and the others quickly responded. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin's figure vanished like smoke. Watching Wang Lin's disappearing figure, Zhou Qingqing and the others couldn't help but feel puzzled. How did Wang Lin know that there would be no weirdness tonight? You must understand, with Zhou Qian, who has a very lean constitution, here, there is almost always weirdness appearing every night in Huanshan village. It's just that they aren't as powerful as the empty skin ghost, only some evil spirits that they can easily deal with. Chapter 52, The Elder in Taoist Robes comes in person. The next day, at noon, the buzzing sound of helicopters broke the silence of Huanshan village. 3 helicopters arrived over Huanshan village under the blazing midday sun. Seeing the helicopters about to land, Zhou Qingqing and Xiang Jin, who had long been waiting here, quickly tidied up their clothes. Moments later, all 3 helicopters came to a stop, and then a large number of well-dressed personnel carrying cases descended from the helicopters. Zhou Qingqing and the 2 quickly walked up to the elderly man in Taoist robes standing in the middle of the crowd and respectfully greeted, "Minister Zhang." Seeing Zhou Qingqing and Xiang Jin in front of him, the elder in Taoist robes smiled kindly and said, "Xiang Jin, Qingqing, you both did very well. You've made great contributions. For the country and the people, we would not hesitate. We dare not take credit." Zhou Qingqing and the 2 immediately responded in unison. The elder in Taoist robes lightly hummed, not continuing on that topic. He looked around and asked, "Where is Mr. Wang Lin?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing shook her head, "Sorry, Minister Zhang, we also don't know where Mr. Wang Lin is. It's also inconvenient to look for him." "No problem." The elder in Taoist robes said with a smile, "Since it's inconvenient to find him, waiting for a bit is fine. Can we enter the village?" "Of course." Zhou Qingqing immediately said, "Please follow me, Minister Zhang, and all the team leaders." After saying that, Zhou Qingqing and the others took the lead. Soon, the 2 led Minister Zhang and his group to the courtyard where they resided. Pushing open the large gate of the courtyard, they saw that although it was dilapidated inside, it was still clean, with 7 or 8 old chairs and benches placed in the courtyard. "Hello, Minister Zhang." Seeing Zhou Qingqing and the others bringing a large group of people in, the few people engaged in cleaning, cooking, and boiling water, including Uxan, immediately stood up straight, greeting loudly. "You all are well too, there's no need to be so formal." Seeing this, the elder in Taoist robe said kindly to them, "Yes." Everyone quickly responded loudly. Then they continued to get busy. Such a village environment really brings back memories. Watching the few people busy cooking, the elder in Taoist robe sighed and casually found a spot to sit down. He said to everyone, "You all don't have to stand, sit down. Qingqing, Xiang Jin, you both come sit with me, and also, bring the young lady Zhou Qian." "Yes." Everyone quickly complied, each finding a nearby seat. Zhou Qingqing hurriedly went into the house and soon brought the invisible Zhou Qian out. After sizing up this girl with a special constitution, especially looking closely at her eyes, the elder in Taoist robes then said, "Little girl, nice to meet you for the first time. I am Zhang Guofeng, the 83rd generation disciple of Longhushan. I currently hold the position of Minister of the Weird Response Bureau, Yunzhou branch, and Zhou Hu often mentions you to me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian hurriedly said politely, "Hello, Minister Zhang. Thank you for taking care of my brother Zhou Hu." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Guofeng laughed a couple of times and said, "We all work to protect the country and the people, this is what I should do. But it's a bit hard on you." Zhou Qian immediately replied, "It's not hard at all. For the country, for the people, my brother and I will not back down. At any cost. Just." As she spoke halfway, Zhou Qian hesitated. Hearing this, Zhang Guofeng immediately smiled and asked, "Just what?" Zhou Qian forced a smile and said, "It's just that my brother and our parents are both gone, and now it's just the 2 of us siblings. Since we were young, it was my brother who raised me. I have seen how much hardship he endured. For me, he even had no time to fall in love. My brother is already 26 years old, yet he doesn't even have a girlfriend." As soon as Zhang Guofeng heard this, he immediately understood and said, "This is simple. I will personally help him arrange it. I guarantee he will get married and have children." Hearing Zhang Guofeng's promise, Zhou Qian immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to him. "Thank you, Minister." In the following time, Zhang Guofeng began to chat and laugh with everyone, mainly talking with Zhou Qian and a few others, engaging in casual conversation. He showed no intent of discussing important matters at all. Until, after chatting for more than an hour, Zhang Guofeng suddenly changed his expression and looked outside the courtyard with a serious gaze. Seeing Zhang Guofeng's movement, the chatting inside the courtyard immediately fell silent, and everyone followed his gaze to look outside. They saw a person shrouded in a black robe, who had appeared outside the wide-open courtyard door and was slowly walking towards them. It was Wang Lin. What a terrifying guy. Watching Wang Lin approach, Zhang Guofeng felt an indescribable shock in his heart, along with a deep inner tremor and tension. Without a doubt, the black-robed person walking in from outside was the Necromancer Wang Lin, the most powerful dark entity Zhang Guofeng had ever seen in his life. Even the ghost general that caused massive casualties years ago seemed like an ant compared to Wang Lin. His strength might have reached the legendary Ghost Lord level, or even higher. Zhang Guofeng's heart was filled with shock, and he quickly got up and strode out of the courtyard, warmly saying, "Mr. Wang Lin, I've long admired your name. Today, I finally get to meet you." Seeing Zhang Guofeng's action, the others in the courtyard quickly stood up from their seats and lined up correctly. Looking at the enthusiastic elder in Taoist robes, Wang Lin smiled and said, "Zhang Guofeng, the 87th generation heir of Longhu Mountain, the minister of the Strange Response Bureau in the Yunzhou branch, I have long admired your name. Today, seeing you in person, you indeed exude the aura of an immortal, just as rumors say. Compared to Mr. Wang Lin, it's just a small title." Zhang Guofeng quickly replied with a smile. "Kek. Wang Lin let out his habitual laugh and politely said, "Let's skip these formalities, please." After saying this, the two entered the courtyard together and sat down at the same table. Seeing that everyone else was still standing, Wang Lin smiled at everyone and said, Kek. Everyone else, please sit down too. Standing is quite stressful." Hearing Wang Lin's laughter, everyone felt even more pressure, but they hurriedly sat down close by, yet no one dared to come and sit at the same table with Wang Lin and Zhang Guofeng. Wang Lin called out to Zhou Qingqing at the adjacent table, "Zhou Qingqing, come sit over here." "Okay." Zhou Qingqing responded quickly and came over to sit next to Wang Lin. "Yu Qian, you come over too." Seeing this, Zhang Guofeng called for his new chief secretary. "Yes." Yu Qian hurriedly replied and quickly ran over, clutching her folder to sit down. Once both secretaries were seated, Zhang Guofeng spoke first, "Mr. Wang Lin, your strength is great. I wonder what level of strength you have now." Hearing this, Wang Lin smiled and said, "Didn't Elder Zhang already know? I am a witch saint." Zhang Guofeng forced a smile and said, "To be honest, even though I already know you are a witch saint, it's my first time hearing this term and I don't understand what level it is. I hope you can clarify." Wang Lin thought for a moment and said, "If using the strange levels to calculate, I can be considered a ghost king." "Ghost king?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng, Zhou Qingqing, and Yu Qian could not help but become even more puzzled. Because the bizarre tales and the arrival of this world had only been 10 years, and cultivators in the living world were just starting out. Not many details are known about these cultivation levels. The strongest bizarre level I've encountered is only the Ghost General level. Chapter 53, Detailed Explanation of Bizarre Levels. Ghost King? Hearing the word from Wang Lin, Zhang Guofeng, Zhou Qingqing, and Yu Qian couldn't help but feel even more confused. Although it wasn't the first time hearing this term, it had only been used in novels before. Ghost King means the king of 10,000 ghosts. But in reality, no one has ever seen the so-called Ghost King, nor has anyone ever heard of this level designation. Even if there were, those who have seen it might already be dead and can't bring back any information. He. Watching the puzzled crowd, Wang Lin once again let out his habitual laughter. Hearing Wang Lin's eerie laughter again, Yu Qian couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Wang Lin stopped laughing and said seriously, "Let me first explain to you the formation and categories of the bazaar, and then talk about the levels of the bazaar. Please tell us in detail." Zhang Guofeng quickly said, even pouring a cup of tea for Wang Lin. Zhou Qingqing and Yu Qian also quickly sat up, looking ready to listen attentively. Although the rules of strange tales have been around on Blue Star for 10 years, and all countries have gathered information for 10 years, there are still many bizarre phenomena recorded in no information. Not to mention the information on advanced bizarre phenomena, the survivors who have seen them are few and far between, so the world's understanding of high-level bizarre is very limited. Moreover, the formation of bizarre phenomena is also very important information. Wang Lin took a sip of tea, thought for a moment, organized his words, and then said, "There are generally 3 types of bizarre formations. One is natural formation. One is self-formation. One is manufacturing. Of course, there are some other conditions that can cause the bizarre, but primarily, there are these 3 categories. Natural formation refers to the creation of bizarre phenomena in special environments, such as a burial ground or specific time points, where corpses or souls absorb a large amount of yin energy or grievance, thus forming the bizarre. The rules of strange tales are the biggest example. Even if a living person stays there too long, they could become bizarre even if they don't die. Self-formation refers to those who had immense grievance in life, or those who died in certain special places. I won't elaborate on examples. Manufacturing, as the name suggests, means created through some methods or means. After listening, Zhang Guofeng immediately furrowed his brows, recalling how Wang Lin had caught hundreds of bizarre phenomena near Huanshan village. A shocking guess suddenly emerged in his mind, and he cautiously asked, "Mr. Wang Lin, may I interrupt? Are you saying that bizarre phenomena do not only come from strange tales but can also arise from the world of the living?" Exactly. Wang Lin nodded. "I don't know if it was the case 10 years ago, but with the arrival of strange tales, the yang energy on Blue Star has weakened, and the yin energy and grievances have become thicker, forming conditions for natural bizarre existence, not to mention manufacturing." Zhang Guofeng quickly asked, "Is there any way to avoid this?" Wang Lin shook his head. "I also don't know the answer to that question, so I can't help you." Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhang Guofeng fell into deep thought. Perhaps Wang Lin didn't know the answer but found it hard to say. Zhang Guofeng sought a second option and asked, "Are there non-rule strange tales on Blue Star?" Wang Lin nodded, "Yes, and quite a few. But they are all hiding." Zhang Guofeng quickly asked, "How many are there and why are they hiding?" Wang Lin shook his head. "I don't know how many there are, nor can I guess. As for why they are hiding, I guess they are preparing for something big." Preparing for something big. Hearing this, Zhang Guofeng's brows furrowed even deeper. If what Wang Lin said was true, the consequences are undoubtedly unimaginable. Seeing Zhang Guofeng's expression, Wang Lin shook his head and comforted him. "Don't worry, things are not as serious as you think. They won't completely erupt within the next 10 years. There is still time to prepare." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng nodded but still felt uneasy. Wang Lin continued, "There are many kinds of strange beings, just like there are over 2 million species of life on Blue Star. The types of strange beings are also very diverse. Not only can various organisms become strange, but due to different reasons or conditions, the same species of organisms can have huge differences when they become strange. For example, those humanoid strange beings are divided into many types. But similarly, just like humans in Blue Star among organisms, unarmed combat power can defeat 99.99% of organisms. Compared to human combat power, the proportion of powerful strange beings is actually very low. However, unlike humans, the conditions for strange beings to become stronger are simpler, so overall, it is easier for powerful beings to emerge." Zhang Guofeng listened carefully and asked again, "According to theory, the instances are random, so why do participants encounter powerful strange beings?" Wang Lin shook his head. "I don't know about that. However, the horror stories in the instances are not completely random. Just like horror stories never select minors, it should relate to population, survival methods, regions, and so on. For example, many weak strange beings are in groups, and can even be described as overwhelming." Hearing this, the three of them nodded. Wang Lin continued, "Now let's talk about the levels of strange beings. The levels of strange beings are divided into 10 grades: Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Evil Spirit, Ferocious Ghost, Malicious Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost Commander, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor. Of course, within strange beings, there are distinctions based on abilities and other aspects. So, I can't be sure exactly how much combat power they have. That's all I can tell you for now." After finishing, Wang Lin raised his teacup and took another sip of tea. Zhang Guofeng and the others bowed their heads in thought. The people around them fell silent, not knowing what they were thinking. Is the information provided by Wang Lin important? Undoubtedly, it is important, but for now, it seems hard to describe. In short, the future is worrying. After a while, Zhang Guofeng smiled bitterly. "Mr. Wang Lin, let's talk about buying ghost coins and ghost tools." "Sure." Wang Lin nodded. "Earlier, Zhou Qingqing already told me that you plan to purchase all the ghost coins I have at a ratio of 1 to 1300, and ghost tools at 5 times the market price. The condition is that the ghost tools and ghost coins I have can only be sold to Longhua. Moreover, you agreed to my condition that I can have a legal identity, plus a position and rights as the honorary team leader of the Cloud Province Bureau's Strange Beings Response Office." "Yes." Zhang Guofeng nodded and asked, "Besides these, do you have anything else to add?" Wang Lin replied straightforwardly, "I don't have anything to add. What about you?" Zhang Guofeng smiled and said, "We don't have anything either, so let's sign the agreement and start the transaction." Wang Lin shook his head. "No need to sign the agreement, we can trade directly." "All right." Zhang Guofeng nodded, not caring, and said to Yu Qian, "Go get the things prepared for Mr. Wang Lin." "Yes." Yu Qian replied, taking out a box and opening it toward Wang Lin. "Mr. Wang Lin, inside are your identification and work documents. With the work documents, you can use all the rights of the Cloud Province branch team leader and enjoy the treatment of the team leader without bearing any obligations of the team leader. Detailed explanations are placed inside. Additionally, Zhou Qian, Zhou Qingqing, Xiang Jin, Yu Xian, Zhao Qin, Han Mei, and Zhang Nan are all your direct subordinates. Except for you and the minister, no one has the right to transfer them. Okay. Wang Lin nodded, waving his hand to put the box into the space ring. Then he said to Zhou Qingqing, "Go and bring out the ghost instruments and the underworld coins." "All right." Zhou Qingqing replied, calling Xiang Jin and the others to quickly enter the house and carry out baskets of underworld coins. Seeing this, Yu Qian also hurriedly got up to greet the people she brought and started counting the underworld coins and ghost instruments, calculating their value. Chapter 54, How to Spend This Money. After more than 4 hours of counting and calculating, Yu Qian and Zhou Qingqing both came to the left side, reporting to Wang Lin and Zhang Guofeng respectively. "We have counted a total of 476,532,731 underworld coins. According to a ratio of 1 to 1003, it converts to 694,925,300,000. There are a total of 86 ghost instruments, approximately worth 175 billion Dragon Country dollars. Additionally, there are about 70,000 underworld coins worth of chips and 2,325 various game clearance cards. This can be converted into 1,300,000,000 Dragon Country dollars." After hearing this, Zhang Guofeng nodded and directly said, "Let's calculate it as 640 billion. Mr. Wang Lin, what do you think?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "It's me who is taking advantage, of course there's no problem." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng immediately took out a black bank card and 2 red bank cards, handing them to Wang Lin. "This is a black card and red cards from the entire bank. These 3 cards can be used in any bank belonging to the Dragon Country. You can purchase any civilian goods within the Dragon Country without restriction, and they are already registered for you. The money will be transferred to these 3 cards within half an hour. The black card will be credited with 500 billion, and the red cards will be credited with 700 billion each." Wang Lin calmly accepted the 3 bank cards and said, "Thank you very much. As a thank you for our pleasant cooperation, let me remind you, the thing on you is useful, but if you are not adequately prepared, it's better to use it less. Otherwise, you may end up in a situation where one thing replaces another. It won't be easy to deal with then." After saying this, Wang Lin's figure turned into blue smoke and disappeared. Once Wang Lin disappeared, Zhang Guofeng's expression immediately became serious. Replacing one thing with another. He was not surprised that Wang Lin saw through his details. But he was worried that what Wang Lin mentioned was probably the item from the Longhu Mountain inheritance he possessed. It seemed there was some danger he didn't even know about. At that moment, Zhang Guofeng had already made up his mind, no matter whether what Wang Lin said was true or false, he would try his best not to use that thing in the future. Ha ha! With so much money, what should I buy? On the other side, after returning to his laboratory, Wang Lin hugged the bank cards he just got and laughed foolishly. Who hasn't had a dream of being a rich person? Wang Lin was no exception. Moreover, this was a full 640 billion. Longer than a phone number. But after a while of excitement, Wang Lin's face couldn't help but turn bitter. He had the money, but in his current ghastly appearance, he couldn't go out and show off. He could scare people just fine, but he didn't need to spend money to do that, just stepping outside could cause widespread panic. Sigh. Like being splashed with cold water, Wang Lin's excitement quickly cooled down, turning into a deep sigh. "I don't know when I will be able to cultivate to the divine mage." Thinking this way, Wang Lin felt even less enthusiasm. Although he had cultivated to the level of a witch saint in just 8 years, the witch god was still far away. Frustrated, he picked up his phone, opened a video app, and planned to scroll through videos to ease his emotions. Brothers, in life, you need to enjoy it while you can. If you like watching sisters dance, you can send small airplanes. It will definitely satisfy you, brothers. However, as soon as the video app opened, a young beauty was posing on the screen, and her koi VO. "Why are you pushing this to yourself? Family, the rich man's foot bath, ultimate enjoyment, friendly service, welcome the arrival of all bosses." Wang Lin rolled his eyes and continued to scroll to the next one. "Old friends, the streamer is now at Dong Dong Bar. If you want to meet the streamer, you better hurry." Wang Lin continued to scroll to the next video. "Family, the streamer is working hard to earn money for grandma's treatment. If anyone wants to support the streamer, come to the live room, and you can directly support the streamer with a small airplane, and the streamer will definitely be grateful." Another seductive beauty blogger, dancing while speaking with a pitiful tone. Combined with the dim environment around, it made her look even more pitiful. Wang Lin scrolled down the video again. Looking at the seductive beauty blogger in the video, Wang Lin's face darkened even more. What is wrong with this broken phone today? Why is it pushing me this nonsense, not knowing that I only want to become a necromancer now? This is messing with my focus. Scrolled again, still another video of a beauty posing seductively. Without thinking, Wang Lin wanted to swipe away, but in the next second, he saw the beauty in the video suddenly making a few hand gestures, and he couldn't help but stop. Once, 400. Understanding the meaning of the gestures instantly, Wang Lin's expression became serious. He quickly flipped through the previous few beauty videos he had swiped away and picked the most beautiful one. After carefully observing, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, like a hungry wolf at night. His eyes radiated a terrifying green light. Crimson skeleton, strange disguise, watch how I treat you, hee 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 hee. Wang Lin laughed strangely as if he had found a new joy, quickly took out his ID card and bank card, finding his identity and account. Then he opened the recharge option and directly charged 100 million. Hee 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 hee. Wang Lin let out a sinister laugh, already planning how to show off and slap faces. He even thought of how to meet. However, I still need someone to cooperate. Mumbling to himself, in the next second, Wang Lin had already disappeared from the laboratory. You must cooperate well with Mr. Wang Lin, do not do anything inappropriate that might upset him. Especially Zhou Qian, Qingqing, please teach her more. At the entrance of Huan Mountain Village, in front of the helicopter, Zhang Guofeng earnestly reminded Zhou Qingqing and the others. Especially Zhou Qian, from their previous conversation, it was clear that Zhou Qian's personality could easily offend people, which worried him the most. We know. Director Zhang, you should also be extra careful. Zhou Qingqing nodded solemnly in response. She also urged Zhang Guofeng. From the information revealed by Wang Lin, it was clear that the hidden dangers in this world were more than they imagined and much greater. Plus, Wang Lin's last piece of advice to Zhang Guofeng made them even more worried. Looking at the several little guys who were worried about him, Zhang Guofeng felt a wave of comfort and smiled. Don't worry, old man like me spends most of my time at the branch. There aren't many things that can make me take action. As soon as Zhang Guofeng finished speaking, Wang Lin suddenly appeared beside Zhang Guofeng. He hugged the old man's shoulders and cheerfully said, hee hee, great you are still here, got something to find you. Wang Lin's sudden appearance, especially beside the old man, frightened everyone, and they instinctively reached for action. But seeing that it was Wang Lin standing next to Elder Zhang, everyone quickly suppressed their urge to act. Especially seeing Wang Lin actually hugging the elder's shoulders with a familiar smile, everyone couldn't help but feel even more tense. It was truly Wang Lin's laugh that was too dark. His cheerful demeanor seemed to harbor ill intentions, looking extremely sinister to everyone. Only Zhang Guofeng revealed a kind smile, as if he was not surprised by Wang Lin's sudden appearance and laughter, still smiling at Wang Lin, asking, Mr. Wang Lin, is there anything else you need? I will definitely not refuse to help. Haha, it's nothing serious. Wang Lin said with a smile, took out his phone, opened the recent video, and pointed to the dancing girl in the video. It's her. Seeing the flirty young girl in the video, Zhang Guofeng's old face flushed, but he gritted his teeth and said, is it this girl? Although it's somewhat inappropriate, since it's Mr. Wang Lin's request, I must find a way to satisfy you. As he spoke, he even winked at Wang Lin, his smile becoming a bit cheeky. Wang Lin. Looking at Zhang Guofeng's cheeky smile, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a speechless frustration. He disdainfully said, I thought you were some lofty, enlightened master, but turns out it's just this. Zhang Guofeng. This is not what I meant. Why are you showing me a video of a young girl in such a suggestive way? Do you really want to sponsor her? Ugh. Have you actually believed her story about helping her grandmother get treated? Seeing Zhang Guofeng looking at him with a dumbfounded expression, Wang Lin felt even more speechless and said unhappily, can't you see what's wrong with this girl? Ha! Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng suddenly realized he had misunderstood and his old face turned red as he hurriedly looked more closely at the girl in the video. Then, his gaze stiffened, and he spoke in a serious tone, this girl has a problem, a big problem. Wang Lin quickly asked, what kind of problem? This. Zhang Guofeng hesitated, unable to articulate a reason. His heart filled with bitterness, the image I've maintained for decades as a Taoist has just been thrown away today. Besides the suggestiveness and implications, he simply couldn't see what the problem was. Wang Lin realized this Taoist couldn't tell there was anything wrong with the video. Wang Lin decided to stop being mysterious, directly stating, the girl in the video is actually a bizarre case. Her eerie traits are covered by her transformation art, cosmetics, and special effects, but if you look carefully, her movements are somewhat stiff, and the mirror can reflect illusions to a certain extent. Don't you think her video seems a bit dark? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng quickly looked at the mirror in the video. In the mirror, the girl was heavily made up, yet there were still subtle dark marks visible. Coupled with those slightly stiff movements, this dancing girl was essentially a female corpse. This at that moment, Zhang Guofeng was stunned. Never would he have thought this female influencer was not just a corpse but was also luring others in this manner. Surely, many people had already fallen victim to her deadly allure. Seeing Zhang Guofeng's astonished expression, Wang Lin laughed and said, "Hee, figured it out, huh?" Zhang Guofeng nodded silently. "Mr. Wang Lin, what do you want to do?" "No rush, take a look at the others," Wang Lin said with a smile, continuing to scroll through the phone videos, showing Zhang Guofeng several videos he had just viewed. This time, Zhang Guofeng watched very carefully and seriously. As expected, there were indeed some unusual aspects to these videos. Clearly, all the girls in the videos had major problems. After watching the videos, Wang Lin smiled and said, "Arrange for me a ready-made, high-end villa community in a nearby city and drive the people out. I have my needs, and I'll pay." "No problem." Zhang Guofeng thought for a moment and agreed. Although letting this terrifying existence of Wang Lin enter the city was very dangerous, given Wang Lin's power, if he truly wanted to do something, he wouldn't need to tell him, and he couldn't stop him either. So, he decided to agree readily, which could also help deal with some strange matters and strengthen their relationship. "That's settled," Wang Lin said with a smile, and his figure vanished again in an instant. If only I could be this powerful as well. Looking at the now empty space beside him, Zhang Guofeng couldn't help but think enviously. Wang Lin's appearance and disappearance went unnoticed by him at all. This just showed that Wang Lin's strength had far surpassed him by an unknown margin. Seeing Wang Lin leave, Zhou Qingqing and Yu Qian both nervously looked at Zhang Guofeng and asked together, "Zhang, what's wrong?" "Yu Qian, you need to arrange immediately to find the most high-end and luxurious villa area in Huacheng, no, better yet, in Nanzhou City, and evacuate everyone inside. The method must be reasonable. Mr. Wang Lin will be staying there, and Mr. Wang Lin will pay for it. Move quickly. This matter is confidential." "Yes." Yu Qian immediately replied and took out her phone to start contacting people quickly. Zhang Guofeng continued to say to Zhou Qingqing, "You all prepare as well, you will likely be leaving here soon." After speaking, Zhang Guofeng boarded the plane with his team, revealing very little information. Once on the helicopter, Zhang Guofeng furrowed his brows tightly. He felt an immense worry in his heart. Through his contact with Wang Lin, he knew that the current situation was worse than humans had anticipated. Various countries predicted that humanity might face extinction in 100 or 200 years, but based on today's experiences and exchanges, this time might be greatly shortened. Perhaps 50 years, maybe 30 years, maybe 10 years. Even shorter. Also, why would Wang Lin help humanity? Shouldn't he be part of the Eerie Group? Or created by some dark organization? What conspiracy is hidden in his actions? Human society, Wang Lin, will be back soon. After 10 years, I can finally return to human society. He. In the laboratory, Wang Lin held his phone, looking at the rosy skeletons posing provocatively, bizarrely clothed, appearing mad, letting out excited habitual laughter. Finally, I can return to human society, although still not fit to be seen, but at least it's a first step. If someone were beside him at that moment, they would probably feel an immense worry about humanity's future. Just by his laughter, no one would think Wang Lin had no ulterior motives. I must say, the energy of the Eerie response team is enormous, even if it's just a branch in Yunzhou. Just the next day at noon, Zhou Qingqing informed Wang Lin that the required villa area was ready. Although it wasn't a villa area in the first-tier city of Huacheng, it was the largest and most luxurious one in Nanzhou City. A total of 2.28 billion was spent to purchase 147 villas. It comes with a park and a sports field. 147. I like this number. You all pack up, we'll set off soon. When we arrive, each of you gets one as a reward from me. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's report, Wang Lin muttered, very satisfied. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words and laughter, a chill rose in Zhou Qingqing and the others' hearts. Originally, it was a matter worth celebrating, but now they weren't sure if receiving a villa for free was good or bad, but they all unconsciously leaned towards the latter. It probably wouldn't be a good thing. Wang Lin didn't care what Zhou Qingqing and the others thought. After a short while of packing, they boarded the business vehicle and set off. After a 13-hour drive, by noon the next day, they finally arrived at Nanzhou City. Nanzhou City, Wang Lin, am back again. Also, the previous life, it seems the cause and effect before your death need to be resolved. I finally see. The road to the law god. Looking at the prosperous city on both sides of the street, Wang Lin thought to himself, and his mindset transformed completely at that moment, a realization rising in his heart. 2 black business cars drove through the bustling city, and soon arrived at the most luxurious villa area in the southern part of Nanzhou City, the Nanguang Villa area. They really know how to choose. But this suits my needs. Looking at the luxurious villa area in front of him, Wang Lin's gaze sharpened. He noticed a layer of invisible dark clouds enveloping the air above the villa area. Clearly, the situation in this villa area is not simple. The danger level is completely comparable to a D-level creepy story side quest. Even possibly higher. Chapter 56, this villa district has problems. Entering the villa district, it was already empty inside. Not only were there no security guards or property management, but not even a single cat or dog was around. Clearly, considering Wang Lin's situation, the Yunzhou branch had thoroughly relocated everyone in the villa district. After the vehicle entered the villa district, looking at the houses and environment, Zhou Qingqing asked Wang Lin, how do you plan to arrange these villas? Wang Lin thought for a moment, just keep the largest few for living, as for the rest, I need to renovate them well. Zhou Qingqing immediately said, do you need me to invite a construction team? No need for now. Wang Lin shook his head, there's something wrong with this villa district, let's not send them to their deaths. I'll handle it myself. Something wrong? Zhou Qingqing and the others frowned upon hearing this. Although they didn't know how the branch selected the villas, it couldn't have chosen problematic ones for Wang Lin. Even if they wanted to use Wang Lin for something, they wouldn't do it in this way, but would have been straightforward with him instead. After all, Wang Lin is now an important partner of the country. His importance is comparable to working with a nation. Zhou Qingqing didn't doubt Wang Lin's words, she just hesitated and said, could it be that the higher-ups didn't investigate clearly? Should I ask? Wang Lin shook his head, no need to ask, this isn't anyone else's fault. If it weren't for Minister Zhang personally coming, it would be normal not to discover the problems here. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing nodded in understanding and then asked with confusion, what problems are here? It looks sunny, with birds singing and flowers blooming. It's much better than other places. I've also seen detailed information, the feng shui here is great. The previous residents lived very smoothly and nothing unusual ever happened. Wang Lin shook his head, the biggest problem here lies in the feng shui. If I'm not mistaken, the previous residents probably already have problems. In such a situation, what issues could possibly show? In today's era, not having problems doesn't prove anything, it just indicates that there are issues here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and the others couldn't help but look grave. They didn't doubt Wang Lin's words, after all, his strength and knowledge were apparent. Since Wang Lin said that the original residents already had problems and kept it hidden, then the problems here would be serious. To put it mildly, it's a large-scale strange incident. To put it severely, it could be the lair of some evil organization. Although with Wang Lin present, they didn't need to worry about their safety. If it truly was a large-scale strange incident or an evil organization, the current people around them undoubtedly posed a huge threat. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Lin smiled and said, don't worry. They will return. And it will be very soon. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing didn't doubt it either, only asking in confusion, Wang Lin, why will they definitely return, and so soon? Wang Lin's lips curled into an evil smile, because Zhou Qian is here, they will be tempted. Even if they can keep their composure, I will soon start work here, they definitely won't be able to sit still. As he spoke, the car had already stopped in front of the most luxurious villas in the district. Opening the car door, Wang Lin directly stepped out and walked toward Villa 66. This was a 5-story luxurious villa with a courtyard, covering a total area of 666 square meters. Seeing Wang Lin get out of the car, Zhou Qingqing and the others hurriedly got out as well and followed Wang Lin's pace. Creak. As the group approached Villa 66, the gate to the villa's courtyard opened automatically. Inside, the grass was lush green, there were partition walls, rockeries, and ponds, all present and accounted for, under the bright sunlight, making one's mood uplifted by 3 points. A strange sense of security arose. Looking at the automatically opened yard gate, Zhou Qingqing and the others were momentarily speechless. Just now, Wang Lin said that unless old Zhang came personally, it would be hard to discover the problem, but now the issues here are blatantly obvious. Han Mei awkwardly said, is it this straightforward? It doesn't matter. Wang Lin shrugged and directly stepped into the open villa door. As he took a step inside, the next second, the space changed dramatically, the rockery and pavilion vanished, and all one could see was a vast sea of green grass, bright sunshine, and a warm breeze. What? How is this possible? A gasp of surprise came from behind Wang Lin, followed closely by Zhou Qingqing, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, what is going on? The others, including Xiang Jin, who entered right after, also gasped in shock, each looking at the endless grassland with expressions of disbelief. Before them lay a beauty they had long forgotten, or had never even seen. It's a wall of ghosts, concentrate. The next second, Xiang Jin said solemnly to everyone, taking a horse stance to channel all his strength. A whirlwind formed around Xiang Jin, and a blood-colored light burst forth from him. This was a malevolent aura. Seeing this, Han Mei and the others quickly focused their minds and activated their abilities, trying to break the illusion. However, when they reopened their eyes, the scene before them remained unchanged. It was still a vast grassland, the sunshine was bright, the air fresh, and the breeze warm. This? Seeing that the scene showed no change, the expressions of the 6 grew even more serious. Then, the 6 of them held hands, once again channeling their energy or abilities, working together to try to break the illusion. Yet, the surroundings continued to show no change. This incident not only caught them off guard but also exceeded their capabilities. Next, everyone turned their eyes to Wang Lin, who stood at the front. If anyone knew what was happening, if anyone could break the illusion, it had to be him. However, when their gaze focused on Wang Lin, they found him frowning, his expression extremely serious. Could it be the Ghost King? Seeing Wang Lin's grave expression, Zhou Qingqing and the others couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in their hearts. Although they had not spent much time with Wang Lin, his power had already deeply impressed them. He could be said to be the strongest individual on Blue Star right now. But now, even Wang Lin looked so serious, it was likely that the unusual ghost wall scene laid out before them was anything but ordinary. Sensing the gazes from the others, Wang Lin said solemnly, "This is not a ghost wall, it is a spatial layer." Spatial layer? Hearing Wang Lin's explanation, Zhou Qingqing and the other six trembled all over. Although they still didn't know what dangers lay hidden, just based on the literal meaning, they were already shocked. And the existence that could create such a large spatial layer was beyond their imagination. At this moment, all six felt a strong sense of worry rise in their hearts. No one knew whether Wang Lin could handle the current situation. "I didn't expect that there would still be such a pleasant environment on Blue Star today," Wang Lin said with a sigh, his gaze looking deep into the grass sea. There, faintly, a luxurious 5-story villa stood amidst a forest, magnificent and brightly lit. It was the same villa they had seen outside the courtyard before. Chapter 57, The Pleasant Environment of the Spatial Layer. Looking at the surrounding green grass sea, Zhou Qingqing cautiously asked Wang Lin, "What should we do now? Should we exit?" Xiang Jin and the others also directed their gazes at Wang Lin, each one visibly tense. Just based on the 4 words spatial layer, it is not hard to imagine the immense terror and danger within, and it is possible that even the powerful King Lin, comparable to a ghost king, cannot handle the current situation. It is not that they are afraid of death. From the day they became part of this strange response team, they already placed life and death aside. But they are worried that such great danger here may bring unimaginable disasters and casualties. They could die, but now they need to pass the information here out, and it must be done. What's wrong? Listening to the conversation of a few people, Zhou Qian, although she could not see, still felt the tension in the atmosphere around her. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one answered her question. They were all watching King Lin with nervous anticipation, hoping that he could handle the current situation. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, King Lin's expression returned to calm again, his tone once more indifferent. "Do you see an exit behind you?" Ha ha ha. Hearing King Lin's words and this untimely evil laugh, Zhou Qingqing was suddenly taken aback. In the shock and tension earlier, they really hadn't noticed this issue, so one by one, they hurried to look back. What they saw behind was a vast sea of grass, stretching endlessly. They couldn't see anything else, let alone the gate they had just entered. Xiang Jin's expression was serious. He quickly turned around and took a few steps back, then immediately started running. Next, Uxian did the same, gracefully running and jumping in the sea of grass, reaching out to touch around. However, no matter whether they walked or ran, all they felt was a vast sea of grass, incredibly real. They couldn't escape, nor did they feel any doors or membrane-like existence. After exploring for a full 10 minutes, Xiang Jin and Uxian could only return with helpless faces, sighing, "It's all like this around, there's no way out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and the others once again looked at King Lin. "How do we get out?" Ha ha ha. King Lin let out his habitual laughter and said, "3 methods, either break the space here, and you can leave naturally. Or find the exit. Or summon in reverse through coordinates." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and the others couldn't help but fall silent. Breaking the space is something they absolutely cannot do. It is also something they cannot even imagine, and they didn't even think King Lin could do it. As for summoning in reverse through coordinates, King Lin should be able to do that, as they had seen him summon other strange things. But what about them? It seems the only method in front of them is to find the exit. But it goes without saying, the exit must be extremely dangerous. Zhou Qingqing hurriedly asked, "King Lin, do you know where the exit is?" Hearing this, King Lin raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the villa, casually saying, "The exit is over there." Ha ha ha. After saying this, King Lin seemed to think of something fun and let out his habitual evil laugh again. Zhou Qingqing and the others quickly looked over. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Even though they squinted hard, all they could see was a vast sea of grass. They couldn't even see the forest, let alone the villa. Han Mei frowned, "There's nothing over there." "Oh." King Lin showed a realization expression, "I forgot, the place I'm pointing to is very far, it's normal you can't see it clearly, ha ha ha." Zhou Qingqing and the others. Although they were somewhat accustomed to King Lin's evil laughter and understood that he didn't need to go to such trouble to deal with them. But at this moment, they really wanted to tell King Lin to stop laughing like that. That laughter always gave them a chilling feeling, making them unconsciously think that King Lin is the ultimate boss here. "Let's go," King Lin said calmly, raising his foot and walking forward. Seeing this, Zhou Qingqing and the others quickly followed Wang Lin's footsteps. Oh, right. Wang Lin suddenly remembered something, turned back and smiled at the group. There are many thrilling projects here, so be prepared. He. Zhou Qingqing and the others remained silent, but they all got ready for battle. Whoosh. Sure enough, the group had not walked far when a wild wind suddenly blew, creating ripples in the grass sea. With the strong wind came a thick white fog from who knows where. In an instant, the originally vast grass sea had visibility of less than 50 meters. The sudden change shocked Zhou Qingqing and her 6 companions. Their eyes instinctively turned to Wang Lin. At that moment, Wang Lin was undoubtedly their pillar of support. Facing everyone's gaze, Wang Lin shrugged. Don't look at me, you should handle it yourselves. It would be embarrassing for me to step in for such a small scene. Zhou Qingqing. Although speechless, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qingqing and the other 6 immediately took up a combat stance, holding ghostly weapons in a circle to protect Zhou Qian within. Meanwhile, Wang Lin stood beside Zhou Qian, showing no intention of taking action. Whoosh! Just as the 6 had taken their combat formation, the sound of swiftly moving objects suddenly echoed in the thick fog around them. The next second, gray-white figures began to dart through the thick fog, moving at incredible speeds, like roaring motorcycles. The surrounding fog concealed them, making it impossible to see clearly what those figures were. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Zhou Qingqing and the others could examine closely, a loud whistling sound suddenly erupted. The thick fog rolled, and blue wind blades shot out from all directions, stirring the white mist as they rushed towards the defensive circle created by the group with extreme speed. Be careful! Seeing this, Xiang Jin shouted first and quickly took out a palm-sized ghost face shield and raised it. In the next moment, a blue membrane spread out from the ghost face shield, forming a semicircular shield that enveloped everyone before the wind blades could reach them. This was one of the ghostly items Wang Lin had given them, the ghost face shield, a powerful defense-type ghostly item. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The wind blades continuously sliced against the blue shield, immediately creating a chorus of buzzing sounds. Watching the blue wind blades still shooting out from the thick fog around them, Zhou Qingqing and her companions looked extremely grave. Without a doubt, there were multiple attackers, and these were no ordinary beings, at least at the evil spirit level. Defending against the surprise attack of the wind blades, Yuxian quickly took out a burlap sack from her backpack and pointed the opening towards the surroundings. At the same time, she shouted, Xiang Jin, open a gap. Let me see what kind of ghostly things are around us. With Yuxian's shout, Xiang Jin immediately manipulated the ghost face mask to create a gap in the shield. Yuxian quickly aimed the mouth of the burlap sack at the opening. A fierce wind blew from the sack, instantly dispersing the fog right in front of them, finally revealing the attacking entities within the fog to everyone's sight. What is this? Looking at the things revealed from the dispersed fog, Zhou Qingqing and the others couldn't help but gasp. What is this? Seeing what emerged from the blown-away fog, Zhou Qingqing and the others gasped, their expressions turning extremely serious. Once the fog was blown away, what appeared were giant wolves, gray and white in color, as large as bulls, with terrifying fangs and fierce appearances. There were no less than 20 or 30 of them. These giant wolves unleashed wind blades over a foot long from their mouths, continuously attacking the shield generated by the ghost face shield. And this was only what could be seen in the cleared fog area. When Wang Lin explained the strange entities before, it has been said that just like there are over 2 million species of living things on the blue planet, the strange kinds are actually in the millions as well. In fact, whether in the world of the living or in the realms of strange tales, apart from various humanoid weirdness and some pet or livestock-like weirdness, one rarely encounters other types of weirdness. But Wang Lin had explained before that most strange beings survive in ways similar to living beings in the human world. Perhaps due to reasons like race and region, humans mainly encounter humanoid weirdness and various kinds of pet or livestock-like weirdness. Just like in the social environment of living people, what one can typically meet are mainly humans and various familiar pets, livestock, and insects. Another reason is that most weird beings often come in groups, often overwhelming in number, far exceeding the population sizes in the world of the living, which makes it hard to survive even if someone encounters them in high-level realms. And now, they not only encountered them but did so in the world of the living, gathered hordes of wolf-like weirdness. Just in the dispersed fog, there were about 20 to 30, and surely more than 100 were hiding in the thick mist around. Not to mention how many there might be in this vast sea of grass hidden in the spatial gap. The number could be astonishing. Moreover, among them, there must be many powerful and even very terrifying weird beings. If all these wolf-like weird beings were to burst out of this spatial gap, who knows how much suffering would befall a city? What's more important is that since a spatial gap has appeared here, what about other places? Are there hidden spatial gaps there as well? At this moment, Zhou Qingqing and the others thought about a lot, and their determination to survive strengthened, no matter the cost, even if it meant carrying information out, became firm. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Lin still looked calm, with no intention of taking action. Oh whoa! As a section of fog was blown away, the revealed giant wolves all howled loudly. In the next moment, these giant wolves expelled large amounts of white smoke from their mouths, and the whiteness quickly spread again, even denser than before. At the same time, the blade-like wind attacks around grew more intense. The shield generated by the ghost-faced shield made a louder humming sound, shaking violently, with faint signs of breaking. UXIN, increase the wind force. Seeing this, Xiang Jin shouted to UXIN again. Hearing this, UXIN, holding the bag, increased the wind force again. The strong winds blowing from the bag were even mightier, instantly sending leaves flying, mixing in many small wind blades. It turns out that this bag capable of whipping up strong winds was made by Wang Lin from 3 empty skins. It could not only blow winds strong enough to lift a person but also unleash wind blades among the strong wind, torturing any life enveloped in its might. The fog right in front was once again blown away, revealing the giant wolves hidden within. However, facing the strong winds and the dense wind blades intertwined, the giant wolves did not panic. Each one steadied itself firmly on the ground, continuously spraying gray-white gas to form shields, allowing the swirling dense wind blades to scrape the ground but not injuring them in the slightest. Damn ghostly things. Seeing that the strong winds couldn't do anything to these giant wolves, Xiang Jin spat and pulled out a bronze mirror to throw above his head. In the next moment, the bronze mirror emitted a dark yellow light, creating a black and yellow shield outside the one generated by the ghost-faced shield. Dong dong dong. Zhou Qingqing also took out a rattle drum and began to shake it at the giant wolves enveloped in the strong wind. In the next moment, one of the giant wolves showed a painful expression, and its gray-white shield shattered instantly. In the next second, countless wind blades slashed against the giant wolf, instantly turning it into a cloud of green smoke. This rattle was made by Wang Lin using a ghost baby, a ghost weapon of the ghost level that can attack targets through curses. Following this, UXIN also took out a bunch of ghost weapon flying daggers, preparing to join the attack. Aoo. However, at this moment, another wolf howl echoed. In the next moment, the exposed giant wolves quickly raised their shields and turned to escape into the surrounding dense fog. The wind blades shooting from all directions became even more intense. Seeing this, UXIN controlled the empty skin ghost sack to blow strong winds around, dispersing the dense fog in other directions. But this time, the wolf pack changed their strategy. No matter which direction UXIN dispersed the fog, the exposed giant wolves would quickly hide back into the surrounding mist. At the same time, the wind blade attacks became more concentrated. Clearly, these giant wolves intended to exhaust everyone to death. For a moment, the effectiveness of the wind sack made from empty skin ghost decreased dramatically. However, with the ghost baby drum, there were still giant wolves caught by Zhou Qingqing, who seized the brief opportunity to curse them and eliminate them. Aoo. Seeing several more giant wolves being eliminated, another wolf howl echoed in the dense fog. With the sound of this howl, the wind blades coming from all directions suddenly ceased, and the dispersed fog no longer gathered. The wolf pack had retreated. Ha! UXIN quickly used the wind sack to blow away the surrounding mist. Seeing no sign of the giant wolves, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But everyone knew in their hearts that the strange wolf pack did not want to suffer more casualties, but they would never give up and would definitely attack again, and next time it would surely be more difficult to deal with. More importantly, this was just the beginning. No one knew how many dangers lay ahead. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze towards Wang Lin, hoping he could take action. Unfortunately, facing the eager eyes of the crowd, Wang Lin simply shook his head calmly, then continued to bow his head in deep thought, completely unreadable in what he was thinking, with no intention of making a move at all. In the villa in the forest, on the balcony of the 5th floor, a boy with wolf ears licked the corner of his mouth with great interest. Hee, sister, a batch of interesting prey has arrived. Since it's interesting, why don't you play for a while? A ethereal voice sounded behind the boy with wolf ears. No, sister, you know me, I don't like to waste time, my little ones are still hungry. Chapter 59, Cavalry from Hell. It seems this place is still too much for you. Just when everyone thought Wang Lin would not take action, Wang Lin, who had just shaken his head at the crowd's hopeful gazes, suddenly spoke. Hearing Wang Lin's sudden words, Zhou Qingqing and the others, who had just felt disappointed, immediately rejoiced and turned their eyes back to Wang Lin. Wang Lin said this, could it be that he was going to take action himself? Only Zhou Qingqing's expression remained serious. Wang Lin, who had just refused, suddenly changed his mind and said this, likely meant that a danger they could not fully cope with was approaching. Aoo. Just as Zhou Qingqing's guess was forming, the howls of the wolves echoed again from all directions. This time, the howls were louder and more frequent. Hearing the howls, Zhou Qingqing and the others quickly looked around. They saw in the surrounding sea of grass, streams of white mist rising among the green grass, transforming into snarling giant wolves. Looking roughly, there were no fewer than thousands, and they had already surrounded them, with grey-white eyes glaring fiercely at everyone. Then, these giant wolves all opened their mouths, exhaling surging white mist. In just a moment, the surrounding visibility dropped to within 5 meters, broader and thicker than the last time by several folds. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Wang Lin had just refused to take action, yet suddenly said it was too much for them to handle. Even though they held many ghostly weapons given by Wang Lin, this situation was completely beyond their ability to cope. Damn, he really gives no chance to breathe. Xiang Jin cursed angrily while taking out the ghostly face shield and copper mirror again, quickly placing shields on everyone. Yuxian and Zhou Qingqing also took out their windbags and ghost infant drums once more. The others also took out their respective defensive ghostly weapons, ready to defend at any moment. Although Wang Lin had already decided to take action, no one felt he would take extra care to protect the bait, Zhou Qian, other than herself. Moreover, their role was just to assist Zhou Qian in live streaming and protect her as bait. Buzz. Buzz. As everyone thought, in the blink of an eye, dense wind blades had already sliced onto the shields generated by the ghostly weapons, issuing loud buzzing sounds. Wang Lin indeed had no intention of helping them block the attacks. After blocking the dense wind blades shooting from all directions, everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Wang Lin. They saw Wang Lin, whose face was completely hidden in a large black robe, holding an ancient black magic staff, chanting, "Black Knights from Hell, heed the call from the soul, come from hell, trample the light with the night, crush everything." As the incantation was spoken, Wang Lin struck the ground heavily with the staff. In the next moment, dense darkness rapidly spread outward from where the staff hit, devouring the ground around. Oh whoa! With the spread of darkness, terrified wolf howls began to be heard in the thick fog, and there became more and more. Even the dense wind blades attacking quickly decreased, and the thick fog began to dissipate. What is this? What's happening? Looking at the grass under their feet being consumed by darkness, Zhou Qingqing and the others were filled with anxiety. A great sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. Even though they knew this was not aimed at them, it made them feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, shivering all over. In the next moment, under their aghast gazes, the pitch-black ground ignited with ghostly blue flames, and the darkness slowly rose like lifted satin. Hell Knights, how is this possible? In a 5-story villa in the forest, the wolf-eared boy exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief, soon becoming extremely serious and gloomy, with a hint of indescribable ferocity in his crimson eyes. There is actually a necromancer. And it's at the magic guide level. An ethereal voice sounded behind the wolf-eared boy, but at this moment, the voice was no longer beautiful, it was filled only with gloom and gravity. In the vast grass sea, as darkness swallowed the grassland, the strange wolf pack hiding in the thick fog feared terribly, retreating in droves, too scared even to spit out the white fog and wind blades. The white mist gradually dissipated, and under the strange wolf pack that looked like they faced a great enemy, even mingled with fearful gazes, ghostly blue flames lit up on the grassland that had been swallowed by darkness for hundreds of meters, like beautiful blue flowers. Then, centered around these ghostly blue flames, black silhouettes rose from the ground. Hiss. When the darkness receded, the neighing of war horses sounded, revealing before them 500 knights in black armor. Each exuded a deathly aura, armor-clad horses, wielding various weapons. Their ancient black armor was covered with marks from blades and axes, telling tales of their ferocity. What is this? Looking at the towering and fierce black-armored knights around, feeling that strong deathly aura, Zhou Qingqing and the others were already pale, their hands and feet cold. Even though they had long known that Wang Lin was very powerful, and even though they had prepared themselves psychologically from the beginning, at this moment they were still shocked by the scene before them, feeling chills down their spines, an inexplicable fear rising in their hearts, as if facing death itself. Woo, woo. Looking at the hellish cavalry radiating fierceness and the aura of death, the distant pack of wolves let out whimpering sounds, tucking their tails between their legs, slowly retreating with the air of facing a great enemy. Upon closer observation, most of them were visibly trembling in their limbs. Faced with 500 hellish cavalry, these strange giant wolves, despite their numerical advantage, were instinctively filled with fear. Oh whoa! Just as the strange wolf pack was about to retreat in fear, a loud wolf howl suddenly rang out among them. Oh whoa! In the next second, the frightened strange giant wolves howled in unison, their cries revealing a desolate determination. Gulp! Hearing the sorrowful howls of the strange wolf pack, Xiang Jin and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though their view was obscured by the dense black cavalry, they could easily imagine a suicidal and brutal battle about to unfold. Sure enough, after the wailing of the wolves, the strange wolf pack, which had already retreated in fear, no longer showed fear, charging towards the black hellish cavalry like speeding off-road motorcycles. At the same time, a large number of 1-foot-long green wind blades sprayed out from their mouths, slashing towards those cavalry filled with the stench of death like a green tidal wave. Roar! Like zombies, loud roars rang out in succession. Faced with the charge of the strange wolf pack, the dignity of the 500 hellish cavalry was greatly provoked, letting out terrifying roars that struck fear into the heart. Even the war horses were neighing. In the next moment, the 500 hellish cavalry also charged forward. From silence to motion in the blink of an eye, they surged like a rushing flood, carrying the might to crush everything. Chapter 60, Cavalry from Hell 2. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, the first clash between the two sides was the dense wind blades and the black arrows with barbs. Facing the green wind blades spat out by the strange wolf pack, the charging hellish cavalry didn't even bother to raise their shields, allowing the dense wind blades to slash against their black armor, leaving behind faint, inconspicuous scratches. Meanwhile, the strange giant wolves faced the arrows shot by the hellish cavalry, and even their best effort to raise a green shield could only be easily pierced. The black arrows that pierced through the shields carried immense power, not only penetrating the bodies of the giant wolves but also tearing away large pieces of their souls. In just one long-range exchange, the number of strange giant wolves dwindled by 1/3. The gap in power was unmistakable. In the next moment, the two sides finally collided, with one strange giant wolf after another leaping up, exposing their sharp teeth and claws, lunging at the black-armored hellish cavalry. Unfortunately, their airborne pounces were as unthreatening to the hellish cavalry as that of newborn puppies. With a flick of their hands, the hellish cavalry flashed with blades, and one strange giant wolf after another was easily sliced in half, transforming into green smoke that scattered everywhere. In just one round of charging, thousands of strange giant wolves were all reduced to soul fragments, turning into drifting green smoke, without even causing any casualties to the hellish cavalry. Huff, huff. The knights and their warhorses breathed heavily, gulping down the swirling green smoke in the air. This is, too, terrifying. Looking at the remaining black-armored cavalry, Xiang Jin couldn't help but swallow hard again. Awesome was no longer enough to describe this group of black cavalry, only terrifying could express it. Zhou Qingqing and the others nodded in deep agreement, equally shaken by the scene. These strange giant wolves are all at the level of evil spirits and fierce ghosts, and they have a twofold numerical advantage, yet against these black cavalry, they can only be cut down like melons and vegetables, easily wiped out in one round. They even unconsciously imagined if this strange cavalry appeared in the city, what tremendous casualties would it cause, 100,000, 200,000, or 300,000, maybe even more. It would definitely be a disaster capable of shocking the world. Whoa. Before Zhou Qingqing and the others could recover from their shock, wolf howls arose again from all directions, pulling back their stunned minds. Looking up, they saw in the distant sea of grass, one after another of grey-white strange giant wolves continuously emerging from the grass, running wildly towards them, the sheer number coloring the oil-green grass sea white. How can there be so many? Watching the strange giant wolves appearing all around, Zhou Qingqing and her group were deeply shocked once more, their faces turning pale again. At a glance, the wolves were densely packed, rising and falling like waves in the sea, roughly estimated to be no less than 20,000, some even as large as trucks, or even bigger than houses. In the face of such a vast strange wolf pack, even with Wang Lin's hell cavalry, they did not think they could survive today. If these strange creatures leave here, they could probably turn a city into a hell in a day. A thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Zhou Qingqing bit her lip, her gaze turned firm as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, it seems we cannot go back alive, but you definitely can. I hope you can help us inform Elder Zhang about what happened here, please. Be sure to convey it. After saying this, Zhou Qingqing actually knelt in front of Wang Lin, her head touching the ground deeply. Please. Seeing this, Xiang Jin and the others also knelt down, sincerely making their request. Now, they could only hope to send out the information from here as soon as possible, so that the country could prepare early. This was the only thing they could do. Looking at the people kneeling and bowing to him, Wang Lin's tone was cold. Just these things, are you underestimating me too much? You might as well speak with Zhang Guofeng yourselves. After finishing his words, Wang Lin pointed his staff at the ground again. From the land, horse and carriage, your master needs you, come to your master's side. As Wang Lin recited the simple and clear incantation, the ground within a few meters became pitch black, and then a black carriage drawn by 4 regional steeds emerged from the dark ground. Roar! At the same time, a roar erupted from the Hell Cavalry, still devouring the surrounding soul mist, and these black Hell Cavalry quickly formed a triangular charge formation on horseback. The Hell steeds under the cavalry were violently pawing the ground, ready to charge, ready to crush all obstacles ahead. Get in the carriage. Wang Lin walked to the carriage, calling out to the dazed group. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing and the others reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled Zhou Qian into the carriage. Hiss. As all 8 got into the carriage, the regional steeds let out a whinny. Immediately, the 4 regional steeds began to gallop towards the distant forest, their speed not any slower than a car on the highway. Roar! In the next moment, the Hell Cavalry also roared, maintaining the triangular charge formation centered on the black carriage, also galloping wildly. Seeing this, the strange wolf pack rushing from all directions immediately spewed forth blades of wind that blotted out the sky. The dense wind blades slashed towards the charging cavalry like a storm. Among them were also massive wind blades, some even a meter long, or even a yard. The rumbling sound of horse hooves echoed around the carriage. As the hellish cavalry outside dashed forward, they immediately raised their shields, creating an energy barrier to withstand the dense blades of wind relentlessly shooting in from all directions. For a moment, even though the wind blades fell like rain, they couldn't break through their defenses in the slightest. The hellish cavalry on the inside constantly drew their bows, shooting black arrows at the horde of grey and white airy giant wolves charging towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the continuous hail of arrows from the hellish cavalry, one by one, the grey giant wolves that came within 200 meters of the team fell to the ground, transforming into wisps of green smoke and disappearing. Even the massive airy giant wolves could only fall unwillingly under the relentless arrows, turning into the purest soul energy that floated away. In front of the charging cavalry, the hellish cavalry rode with thunderous hooves, sweeping forward like a sharp knife, continuously tearing through the wave of eerie giant wolves, slashing at them and trampling their souls. Even the giant wolves as big as houses could only helplessly fall under the charge of these hellish cavalry, their souls being ripped asunder. Inside the carriage, looking through the window at the hellish cavalry thundering outside, guarding the carriage, Xiang Jin and the others were once again deeply shaken by the overwhelming aura of these black-clad hellish cavalry. At the same time, a sense of hope rose in their hearts. Of course, if they saw just how many eerie giant wolves surrounded them, they would probably feel even more despair. But soon they would discover this, for in the grassland surrounding them, more and more eerie giant wolves appeared, continuously joining the encirclement. Their numbers had already exceeded the estimated 20,000. Chapter 61, The Shadow of the Necromancer. Woo! Just when everyone thought they could rely on these powerful hellish cavalry to break through the encirclement of wolves, a loud wolf howl suddenly came from straight ahead. This howl was enormous, even though the sound of howls surrounded them and the thunder of the hellish cavalry's hooves rang out, it couldn't drown out this howl. Hearing the sound, Xiang Jin's expression tightened, and he hurriedly pulled back the carriage's door curtain to look outside. How could it be so huge? When he saw the scene outside, he couldn't help but exclaim again. Zhou Jingjing and the others also visibly changed their expressions. They saw a giant wolf, as large as a small mountain, suddenly appear to the right of the charging cavalry, howling at the sky. Its shoulder height was estimated to reach 50 meters. The cold aura emanating from it sent a shiver down their spines just at a glance. This was clearly an eerie giant wolf that had reached the level of a ghost general. The next moment, the small mountain-sized eerie giant wolf lifted its left paw and, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, brought it down heavily on the charging cavalry. In the next second, four enormous blades of wind shot out from the giant wolf's claw, carrying a sudden fierce wind towards the charging hellish cavalry. As they passed, the ground was plowed into wide trenches, and blades of grass and dirt were sent flying dozens of meters high. Four massive wind blades struck from the side, arriving in an instant, like four giant blades, stirring up clouds of dust and grass, cutting through the blocking airy wolf pack, slicing through the charging hellish cavalry, leaving four deep trenches in the earth, tearing apart and breaking a multitude of eerie giant wolves and dozens of charging hellish cavalry under the massive wind blades. If seen from above at this moment, one would find that the grassland looked as if it had been shredded by the claws of a terrifying beast, leaving behind four gigantic claw marks, each nearly 1,000 meters long. Zilly Ululu. Looking at the huge chasm in front, at least 20 to 30 meters wide, the hellish warhorse pulling the cart had no choice but to rear up, forcefully stopping its run. The remaining hell riders were also blocked by the chasm ahead, forced to stop and further separated by the giant ravine. Woo! A single maneuver had halted the charge of the hell riders, and the enormous, eerie giant wolf let out another long howl. Energy of a dark blue hue filled the air, gathering around its mouth, gradually forming a massive blue energy sphere. It's over. Inside the cart, Xiang Jin murmured softly, completely stunned by the scene before him. For a moment, he even forgot about Wang Lin, filled only with a profound sense of despair. This was a power he had never seen before, something that simply could not be resisted by human strength. Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin with worry. At this moment, even she knew whether Wang Lin could defeat this enormous, eerie giant wolf. Woo! With the howl of the ghost general-level giant wolf, eerie wolf packs from all directions also howled, rushing even harder towards the hell riders who were forced to stop and were separated. Roar! As they watched the eerie wolf pack charging in, the hell riders roared back, fighting with all their might against the eerie wolves. Although they no longer had the advantage of a group charge, they still managed to slaughter these eerie giant wolves as if chopping vegetables. You think to hold me back with these ordinary eerie creatures, to strike a fatal blow? How naive. Inside the cart, Wang Lin, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, finally opened them, the flames of soul burning in his gaze. He once again recited an incantation, Darkness of Hell, form the most reliable dark umbrella, protect your most loyal companion. As the incantation was recited, a jet of pitch-black energy erupted from Wang Lin's staff, breaking through the dark-colored cart. Seeing the dark energy surging out of the cart, the ghost general-level giant wolf immediately took action, swallowing the massive blue energy sphere, and then directed its giant mouth towards the cart where Wang Lin was. In the next moment, the wolf's mouth opened, and the blue energy sphere shot through the air like a supersonic missile, dragging a massive sonic boom cloud towards the cart. At the same time, the black energy column spread out like an open dark umbrella, enveloping the cart and the surrounding area for hundreds of meters before the blue energy sphere could reach. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the ground violently shook in that moment, a blue-black mushroom cloud rose into the sky from the vast grass sea, the terrifying explosion covering a range of nearly 1,000 meters. The eerie wolf pack and the hell riders, locked in a desperate struggle, were all turned to ashes. The massive shockwave swept across, a howling wind blowing away all eerie giant wolves within a 10,000-meter radius. Looking at the area covered by the huge cloud of dust, the ghost general-level giant wolf still looked grave, opening its huge mouth as one large blue energy sphere after another shot out, like rockets continuously firing into the rising smoke. The massive explosions continued to echo in the dust, waves of shockwaves stirring the smoke that covered a 1,000-meter area. Clearly, facing a necromancer of at least magical level, it did not dare to show even a hint of carelessness. Clang clang clang. In the next second, the sound of chains rattling suddenly rang out, and by the time the ghost general-level giant wolf reacted, thick chains, several meters wide, had already emerged from the ground, wrapping around its limbs. It had still been careless, not moving during the subsequent attack. At the first moment being ensnared by the soul chains, the eerie giant wolf could no longer afford to continue its assault, bursting forth with all its strength to try to break free from the bindings of the soul chains. After all, it was notoriously known that the lower limits of the necromancer were non-existent. A hidden trick could indeed be completely unexpected. And the truth was just that. Before it could break free from the chains of the soul on the ground, a soul chain full of sharp spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing its body with a speed faster than lightning. Like the roots of a plant, it absorbed its soul power, quickly taking root, sprouting, and spreading, leaving it no chance to escape. At that moment, its power was rapidly drained, and it could no longer break free. The soul chains binding its limbs quickly crawled all over its body. It's over. At this moment, the heart of the ghostly general giant wolf felt completely cold. It lost because of a single careless mistake. There was no longer any possibility of fighting back. The strange giant wolf's body quickly withered, feeling the pain spreading rapidly within, feeling the swift loss of soul power, its crimson eyes fiercely stared at the slowly fading pillar of smoke. Damn necromancer, the great wolf king will not let you go. You lowly. Vicious curses poured forth from the ghostly general giant wolf's mouth, filled with more incomprehensible words behind it. In the 5-story villa in the forest, the wolf-eared boy couldn't help but shiver, his legs instinctively tightening, his whole demeanor turned gloomy. This was the biggest reason why they, the strange ones, feared encountering necromancers. Not only because necromancers understood strangeness better than anyone else, not only because they feared dying once more, but also because those necromancers truly competed with each other for the most ruthless methods. Various disgusting tactics went beyond just cunning, lowly was not enough to describe them. Don't give him a chance to breathe, keep consuming him. An ethereal voice sounded from behind the wolf-eared boy, but at that moment, even this ethereal voice had a hint of tremor. Chapter 62, The Girl Crying on the Street. The pillar of smoke gradually dissipated, the dark giant umbrella flickering within, overshadowing a radius of hundreds of meters like an iron tower. Inside the dark giant umbrella, the ghostly blue flames reflected in Wang Lin's eyes burned fiercely, illuminating the pale faces of Zhou Qingqing and the others. It also made them feel the heaviness of Wang Lin's emotions. They realized that the current situation seemed very bad. In the tense gaze of the others, Wang Lin spoke in a solemn tone, "The situation is not optimistic, I will send you away from here." Zhou Qingqing and the others felt heavy-hearted, and none of them responded. Wang Lin didn't care about their thoughts. After speaking, he began to chant an obscure spell. Wang. It was unclear who suddenly spoke up, but in the next second, the voice abruptly stopped, and the figures of Zhou Qingqing and the 7 instantly vanished. What a hassle. After sending away the troublesome and obstructive 7, Wang Lin's serious expression immediately fell, muttering to himself in disdain. You've ruined my good deed, let's see how I deal with you. Ha 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 ha. What did it mean that the situation was not optimistic? It was just a facade. Now he finally didn't have to pretend. The 7 people sent away by Wang Lin found themselves floating helplessly in the dark passage. There were no sounds, no sensations, and no light around. After an unknown amount of time, the 7 finally saw a faint light spot in the endless darkness, and the light spot quickly expanded. In the next instant, the world in the eyes of the 7 became bright all of a sudden, also illuminating the other people surrounding them. Help! Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. Someone save me. Mommy, I miss you. Boo-hoo. On the isolated, deserted old street, a trembling cry mixed with helpless pleas echoed. A petite girl curled up, shivering under the dim, flickering streetlight, her young body trembled uncontrollably, her face filled with fear and tear stains. Unfortunately, there was complete silence around her, with only her voice echoing. The girl's cries for help received no response at all. On both sides of the lonely old street, 2 grayish-blue figures floated, flickering in the flashing lights, and each time the streetlight flickered, they came closer to the helpless girl curled beneath it. On their aged, wrinkled faces, the flesh was torn and turned outward, with blood dripping continuously, creating a terrifying and gruesome sight. Who will save me? Please, save me, I don't want to die. Woo-woo. Mom. Seeing the eerie figures drifting closer, the girl's cries grew more fearful, her pleas filled with overwhelming despair. He. Watching the little girl on the brink of collapse, the two eerie figures let out a sinister, malicious laugh, their incomplete eyes filled with desire as they eyed the helpless girl, extending their dark, aged hands. "No, someone please save me, Mom, save me." Seeing the ghostly hand reaching toward her, the girl was filled with terror, her cries for help even more desperate. In the old houses on both sides, residents who had already been awakened by the girl's cries tightly covered their ears, muffling their children's mouths, their eyes filled with fear. It turned out that the old street was not empty, but no one dared to help. At a window on the second floor of a house on the street, the curtain was pulled slightly apart, and a phone camera silently filmed the scene. On the phone screen, a live stream was in progress, with a young host in martial arts gear staring silently at the screen. The live chat was flooded with messages, some lamenting for the little girl, others urging to confront the eerie figures, some encouraging the filmer to save her, while others took pleasure in her misfortune or even made inappropriate comments. But no matter what the live chat said, the filmer held their mouth tightly, too scared to make a sound, not even daring to look directly, let alone save the little girl who was about to suffer. Just as the two man-eating eerie figures were about to touch the girl's trembling body, 7 figures suddenly appeared between them. The sudden change startled the two eerie figures, and they quickly retreated, floating away. But when they saw the scene before them, the frightened and crying girl froze. The two terrifying figures froze too. They all stood frozen, staring at the 7 people who suddenly appeared in front of them, their bodies sprawled like discarded trash, twisted and contorted. He. The next moment, the two eerie figures looked at Zhou Qian among the group, and their eyes instantly lit up. "Tonight is really our lucky night, we have a woman with a very keen constitution delivered right to us. And there are so many beautiful women." As they spoke, the two eerie figures floated forward again. The group on the ground, including Xiang Jin, were stunned. Looking at the eerie figures that had suddenly appeared, they felt even more confused. They never expected to encounter more eerie figures after being sent out of the spatial layer by Wang Lin. The eerie figures' words reached their ears, and finally, Xiang Jin and the others snapped out of their daze. "Looking for death." Seeing the eerie figures coming toward them with lecherous grins, Xiang Jin quickly got up from the ground and raised his fist, aiming a powerful punch at the approaching figures. The fist howled through the air, with a ring of airflow swirling around it. The eerie figure floating in front didn't seem to care at all, casually raising a hand to try to block Xiang Jin's punch. It was a fierce ghost. Boom, bang. The next second, a loud boom echoed in the quiet old street. The eerie figure, who had casually raised its hand to block, was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding vehicle, slamming into the wall behind. Its body arched like a shrimp, embedded in the wall, and faint blue smoke drifted from it. "What?" Seeing their companion smashed into the wall, the other eerie figure froze. Watching how pitifully the other had fallen. Her face was pale, and she thought they were just an ordinary team of exorcists, but unexpectedly, they were so strong. With one punch, he sent his companion reeling, their spirit unstable. Xiang Jin was also stunned. Looking at the opponent's casual block earlier, he thought they were fierce and strange, but it turned out to be like this. They are just evil spirits. A voice behind Xiang Jin was Zhao Chen's. He was at the bottom, held down by the crowd, aiming his watch at the two strange beings. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Xiang Jin's confidence, which had been shattered in the spatial rift, unconsciously returned. He was originally an elite among squad leaders, ranking among the top in combat power in the Yunzhou branch, and he had the ghost weapon given by Wang Lin. Although he felt small like an ant in the spatial rift, dealing with two mere evil spirits level creatures was still a piece of cake. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the remaining strange creature's face instantly changed drastically, turning to flee. "Don't you dare run." In the next second, Xiang Jin suddenly shouted, charging at the fleeing monster like a raging bull. In just a breath, Xiang Jin caught up with the escaping creature, grabbing it tightly, and his fist, as big as a sandpot, began to rain down. Chapter 63, Zombies Appear. Under the sheer force of Xiang Jin's powerful punches, the creature that was caught felt like clay, its body forming deep dents, resembling a poorly molded clay statue. In just a few breaths, the captured creature could no longer bear Xiang Jin's punches and its ghostly body shattered into blue smoke. P.S. This is just a normal low-level creature, without any impressive abilities or characteristics. But the stronger ones are different, and they will gradually appear later. While Xiang Jin was brutally beating the creature, Yuxian threw a pitch-black flying knife from her hand, aiming for another creature embedded in the wall. Under the shadow of the black flying knife, the already powerless creature was directly hit. In the next second, the creature embedded in the wall began to collapse, eventually being absorbed into the flying knife. This flying knife was made by Wang Lin, and upon striking a creature, it would consume the creature's soul power. Seeing the two creatures easily eliminated, Han Mei immediately walked over to the little girl who was curled up under the street lamp, trembling in fear. She squatted down and gently comforted her. "It's okay, little friend, the creatures have been eliminated." The little girl softly replied, looking timidly at Han Mei. Han Mei gently stroked the little girl's hair and softly asked, "Little friend, why are you here by yourself?" Where are your mommy and daddy? Hanmei's question caused tears to fall continuously from the girl's eyes, her voice sorrowful. Mommy and daddy were eaten by the creatures. Sob sob. I want mommy and daddy. Sob sob. As she spoke, the little girl began to cry loudly again. Sigh. Seeing the crying girl, Hanmei silently sighed in her heart. For a moment, she didn't know how to comfort her. Although such things had become common in today's era, she was only 18 years old, and her parents were still alive. Hanmei was at a loss for words, but the girl cried louder and louder, sobbing, sob sob, I want mommy and daddy, sob sob. Just when Hanmei was at a loss, racking her brain to find a way to comfort the little girl, a delicate small hand suddenly patted her shoulder. Almost instinctively, Hanmei turned around in a defensive stance. But behind her was not a creature, but Zhao Chen. Seeing Hanmei in a fighting stance, Zhao Chen quickly stepped back a few paces, waving his hands and saying, let her cry for a while. It'll be better once she lets it out. Hanmei rolled her eyes, irritated, and said, Zhao Chen, next time don't suddenly touch someone from behind, it might lead to a punch. Got it, got it. I promise it won't happen next time. Zhao Chen quickly replied, ensuring her. His gaze turned back to the girl who was wailing loudly. He shook his head and turned to leave. Beside him, Zhou Qingqing and a few others noticed the incident, but they did not come over to comfort the girl. After eliminating the two strange beings, Xiang Jin and Uxin did not relax, but instead vigilantly looked around, carefully observing every movement in the surroundings. They were fully on guard. Zhang Nan followed Zhou Qingqing to a nearby spot, setting up a soundproof shield beside her and cautiously watching the area. Zhou Qingqing pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Guofeng's number. After all, what happened in the spatial gap was the top priority, and it had to be reported immediately, the sooner the better. If the strange beings emerged from the gap, the consequences would be dire. If unprepared, those strange giant wolves would definitely spread like a plague, causing massive casualties, even leading to the downfall of several cities. However, this was also extremely confidential. Once leaked, it would surely cause great panic, which was why they were so cautious and alert. Unfortunately, they had done enough to guard against danger, but Zhang Guofeng's call could not go through. No, they should say their phones couldn't connect at all, they completely couldn't reach anyone else. Everyone be careful. There are still strange beings. Zhou Qingqing quickly reminded everyone to stay alert when the call failed. Many strange beings have the ability to disrupt electronic devices, and this often happens, as it is a common tactic used by the strange beings. Zhou Qingqing naturally suspected that there were still strange things hiding in the dark. With Zhou Qingqing's shout, Xiang Jin and the others quickly gathered together, protecting Zhou Qian in the center, warily guarding against every movement around them. Hanmei hurriedly picked up the crying girl and retreated into the protection of the crowd with Zhang Chen, even covering the sobbing girl's mouth. For a moment, the old street became quiet again. Ziz, the streetlights flickered uncertainly again, accompanied by a hissing sound of electrical short circuits. Dong! 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 On the left side of the street, a thumping sound arose, as if someone was jumping on a drum. Hearing the sound, Zhou Qingqing and the others quickly looked over. They saw on the left side of the street, a zombie with crimson eyes, a green face and sharp teeth, dressed in ancient official robes, was hopping towards them. Each jump could cover several meters, landing with a heavy thud. Behind that armored corpse, dozens of bouncing figures followed. It's an armored zombie. Although it was their first time seeing such a creature, everyone immediately recognized it, and their faces grew serious. An armored zombie, an evil spirit-level strange being. Its body is as stiff as iron, able to ignore the blunt force of 1,000 pounds and withstand sustained gunfire. It can disregard most non-physical interference and control. It possesses great strength, with at least 3 tons of power. It has cheetah-like speed and jumping ability. It can even explode to 2 or 3 times its speed for short periods. It can consume blood to regain strength and become even stronger. Its corpse poison can infect bodies, turning them into low-level zombies. The corpse poison can kill an ordinary person within 3 minutes and turn the dead into low-level zombies within 10 minutes. Attacking individuals shows no discernible pattern and seems to be able to strike any target. Most armored zombies are blind but have a keen sense of smell, a few possess sight. This is the existing information about armored zombies. Although armored zombies and evil spirits are of the same level of strangeness, and they do not possess difficult-to-understand abilities, just these hard capabilities are enough to cause significant headaches, making them much harder to deal with than evil spirits. Even in the world of the living, eliminating an armored zombie requires a large number of people to besiege it. Even heavy weapons must be employed. If encountered in the instance, for individuals with weak strength, it is almost an insolvable existence. Moreover, in the world of the living, the danger posed by zombies surpasses even that of the malevolent spirits. Because no matter whether in the instance or the world of the living, zombies are those peculiar beings that can directly cause harm. More importantly, zombies possess the ability to absorb blood, recover, and grow stronger, along with a very strong capacity for spread. Once they appear in the world of the living, if not discovered and exterminated in a timely manner, any zombie can quickly evolve and spread into a large horde. They belong to the type of peculiar beings that must be swiftly eradicated upon discovery. Run! Seeing the jumping armored zombie, Zhou Qingqing did not hesitate, urgently calling for others to retreat quickly. This was not a type of peculiarity they could handle. Although they had many ghostly weapons created by Wang Lin, one of which was even a malevolent spirit-level weapon, most of these were nearly useless against the armored zombie, and the few that could be used would not cause any considerable damage. And if they were hurt by the armored zombie, they could basically only wait for death. More importantly, Zhou Qian, with her heavy constitution, no one knew what consequences would arise if she fell into the hands of the armored zombie or was killed by it, but it would definitely be a huge problem. For now, the only way was to quickly leave this place and find a spot with signals to request support. Chapter 64, Come Out, Death Legion. In the spatial layer. The ghost general level monstrous wolf, under the binding and absorption of the soul chains, gradually became transparent. Aoo. However, even though the ghost general level monstrous wolf was bound, the exploded monstrous wolf pack did not retreat. Instead, they began to gradually approach the dust of the explosion, and their numbers grew larger. Furthermore, some monstrous wolves ran to the side of the ghost general level wolf to gnaw at the soul chains binding it. However, when they bit the soul chains, the chains would immediately generate small chains that quickly bound the giant wolves attempting to destroy them. Soon after, these bound monstrous wolves would rapidly become ghostly at a visible speed, while the soul chains became more solid. Seeing this, the remaining monstrous wolves immediately dared not attempt to bite the soul chains anymore. It turned out that not only did the soul chains piercing the weak points of the ghost general level wolf have the power to absorb souls, but even the soul chains binding the ghost general level wolf could absorb the peculiar soul power. Aoo. Suddenly, the eyes of the ghost general level wolf revealed determination, letting out a weak wolf howl. Immediately, the pack of wolves howled. The sound was filled with sadness. In the next moment, the monstrous wolf pack charged again towards the bound ghost general level wolf, but this time they were not to gnaw at the chains, they were there to attack the bound ghost general level wolf. The soul of the ghost general level wolf was being torn apart by the pack, exposing the soul body that was already covered by thorny chains spread throughout its body like tree roots. Once touched, the thorny chains would quickly bind the unfortunate giant wolf, burrowing into its soul body, absorbing their soul power. In an instant, the pack of wolves, which intended to devour the ghost general wolf, found themselves unable to strike. This also made the wolf-eared boy in the villa shiver all over again. He gained a deeper understanding of the Een of the Necromancer. Aoo. With howls ringing out, the pack of wolves unleashed blades of wind towards the bound ghost general level wolf. The foot-long wind blades sliced into the massive soul body of the ghost general wolf like fine blades. Meanwhile, more monstrous wolves surrounded the center of the exploding dust. The ghostly green eyes of the wolves were filled with seriousness as they stared at the center where the smoke was gradually dissipating, brewing wind blades in their mouths, always ready to attack. But the smoke did not clear, the situation inside was unknown, and they did not dare to launch an attack easily. They feared falling into the trap of the undead wizard. Surrounded by the strange wolf pack, on the brown land where the explosion had occurred, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the black cylindrical structure standing tall. It stood like an iron tower on the wasteland. Awooh! Another loud wolf howl rang out. In the next moment, the wolf pack surrounding the black conical structure finally moved. Hundreds of thousands of strange giant wolves surged forward like unleashed hunting dogs, charging toward the black conical structure at the center. At the same time, countless wind blades erupted from their mouths, shooting from all directions, blocking out the sky as they targeted the black conical structure at the center. It's almost time. Inside the pitch-black conical structure, with the movements of the strange wolf pack, Wang Lin also chanted a new incantation. My soldiers, heed your master's call, open a path to the world of the living, and battle for me, slaying all enemies in sight. As the incantation was spoken, the black conical structure crumbled like ink, forming a dark cave that covered an area of 300 meters. Wang Lin floated in midair, arms wide open, shouting loudly, "Come forth, my Death Legion!" Roar! With Wang Lin's call, star-like blue light points suddenly lit up in the dark cave, and endless roars echoed from the black hole in the ground. In the next second, skeleton soldiers wearing tattered armor and wielding rusty weapons crawled out from the dark cave, their eye sockets burning fiercely with blue soul flames. The first to charge out were the skeleton heavy sword and shield warriors, roaring as they held up their heavy shields engulfed in burning blue flames, bracing against the incoming dense wind blades, and charged at the approaching strange wolf pack. Even when facing wind blades dense as locusts, they showed no fear. Even when the shield held by the leading skeleton soldier was constantly sliced apart by the wind blades, and bones were shattered, they did not retreat at all. They pressed forward with unwavering determination. Behind the skeleton heavy shield soldiers, a large number of skeleton archers followed closely, rushing behind the skeleton shield soldiers, drawing their bows and shooting arrows, unleashing a rain of flaming arrows ignited with blue flames. The advancing strange wolves crumpled and tumbled under the dense barrage of arrows. Their dark power shields could not withstand the arrows burning with soul flames. Following them were large numbers of skeleton spearmen and axe wielders, continuously crawling out from the dark underground cave, closely following the charge. Soon, the two sides clashed in close combat. It was like two surging torrents colliding together. The strange giant wolves kept toppling the skeleton shield soldiers, desperately clawing and attacking. Yet more strange giant wolves were knocked over by the giant shields of the skeleton soldiers. Immediately after, the heavy swords engulfed in soul flames struck down upon the fallen giant wolves. In just a few breaths, both sides were crammed together at the point of contact. But soon the advantage of the diverse skeleton soldiers began to show. As the charge of the strange wolf pack was halted, the skeleton heavy shield soldiers were desperately blocking the impact of the wolf pack in close combat. The following skeleton archers stopped in their tracks, clearing the path for the melee-focused skeleton axe wielders and spearmen to rush up. At the same time, they continuously drew their bows and shot arrows into the densely packed strange wolves opposite. With the addition of the skeleton spearmen and axe wielders, the pressure on the skeleton heavy shield soldiers immediately decreased significantly. The main attacking skeleton soldiers began to cover for the peculiar giant wolves. Along with the skeleton archers' long-range attacks, the skeleton soldiers quickly gained the upper hand and started to advance steadily. Faced with the unfavorable situation, giant wolves from the bizarre wolf pack leaped high into the air, either unleashing wind blades towards the crowded skeleton soldiers, or attempting to leap over the densely packed skeleton shield soldiers in front to disrupt the skeleton formations. However, the leaping giant wolves often found themselves targeted by the skeleton archers shooting from behind before they even landed. Or they would be skewered by the skeleton spear soldiers. Even if they managed to land, they would quickly be surrounded and attacked by the nearby skeleton soldiers. For a time, it was nearly impossible to break through. Hiss. In the dark underground cavern, the neighing sound of the skeleton warhorses echoed. A large number of skeleton heavy cavalry surged out from the underground cavern, quickly organizing themselves before charging in all directions. With the rumbling sound of hooves, the skeleton soldiers who were engaged in close combat with the peculiar wolf pack heard the noise and immediately opened orderly paths. As the skeleton soldiers created openings, the strange wolf pack surged in. But before they could take any action, the groups of skeleton heavy cavalry crashed through the gap, toppling and trampling the giant wolves that rushed in, and directly charging into the formation of the strange giant wolves, tearing their formation apart. Roar! As the formation of the peculiar wolf pack was torn apart, the infantry skeleton soldiers roared, surging into the gaps like a flood unleashed. Chapter 65, I Need a Dog. As the skeleton heavy cavalry broke through the line of the peculiar wolf pack, tearing numerous gaps into the surrounded wolves, large numbers of skeleton soldiers immediately surged in, widening the openings to prevent the wolves from regrouping. At the same time, many skeleton soldiers followed the charging skeleton cavalry, fiercely extending outwards against the wolf pack's encirclement. The battle transitioned from a clash between the two sides to a chaotic brawl. In the chaos, faced with the combination of varied undead forces and their huge numerical advantage, the peculiar giant wolves were even more at a disadvantage. Even the circular encirclement was torn apart with several gaps, divided into several sections. There were even signs of being counter-encircled by the undead skeletons. Awah! Seeing that the situation was about to become irreversible, a loud wolf howl suddenly echoed from afar. In the next moment, the peculiar giant wolves turned around and fled. Humph! Watching the fleeing wolf pack, Wang Lin, floating in the air, let out a sneer before disappearing into black smoke. On the ground, in the dark underground cavern, skeleton-like undead continued to pour out endlessly in all directions. It seemed endless. Not good, that creature has already become a lich. Sister, we must hurry to move. We can't stay here. In the 5-story villa, the wolf-eared boy exclaimed in alarm, his urgent voice filled with panic. His already grave expression turned ugly and even somewhat pale. However, his call did not receive a response from that ethereal voice. The wolf-eared boy immediately felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly turned around to look. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, his heart turned to ash. He saw Wang Lin already standing behind him, one hand resting on the beautiful girl in the recliner, looking at him with a sinister gaze. Great lich! At this moment, cold sweat broke out on the wolf-eared boy's forehead, and his last glimmer of hope shattered. The opponent could move dozens of miles in an instant, silently appearing behind him, and silently subduing his sister. This kind of strength was at least that of a great lich. Now, let alone the fact that they were merely ghost commanders, even if their father, the Wolf King, were present, he would only be beaten like a dog. Looking at the nervously sweating wolf-eared boy, Wang Lin's hoarse and deep voice echoed ominously, "You almost ruined my big plans. Isn't it a bit late to want to leave now?" He. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the wolf-eared boy became more relaxed. After all, he couldn't win the fight, and he couldn't escape either. If he wasn't careful, he might be captured alive, and being captured alive would be worse than death. Might as well choose a self-explosion for a more straightforward end. he could still preserve his dignity as the son of the Wolf King. Having made up his mind, the wolf-eared boy coldly said, "My father. I need a dog." Before the wolf-eared boy could finish his sentence, Wang Lin suddenly said in a low voice, "Woof." Asterisk 2. In the next second, the wolf-eared boy's words were abruptly cut off, and two dog barks rang out simultaneously. It was the wolf-eared boy and the wolf-eared girl, who was being pressed down by Wang Lin with one hand. Woof. Woof woof. Asterisk 2. Seemingly feeling that barking once wasn't sincere enough, the next moment, the two siblings actually started barking like dogs. One barked louder than the other, one barked more cheerfully than the other. "What were you about to say? Finish your sentence first." Wang Lin raised his hand to interrupt the siblings' barking, looking dangerously at the wolf-eared boy. Upon hearing this, the wolf-eared boy felt a chill in his heart, and his mind raced wildly. The next moment, the wolf-eared boy bent his knees and knelt in front of Wang Lin, saying with a flattering tone, "I meant to say, if my father knew I was a dog to a great archdemon, he would be very pleased." "Oh, really?" Wang Lin stroked his chin, speaking meaningfully. Hearing Wang Lin's meaningful words, the wolf-eared boy was startled, but still gritted his teeth and argued flatteringly, "Of course it's true. Being a dog to a great archdemon is a blessing for my fog wolf tribe. My father would certainly be thrilled." With that, tears were already flowing in the wolf-eared boy's heart. "I didn't expect you to be such a brother. Where's your dignity as a ghostly commander of the wolf tribe, the son of the Wolf King? Thrown into a pit. Ugh." The wolf-eared girl stared at her brother's performance and cunning arguments, and couldn't help but spit in her heart. "Oh." Wang Lin chuckled and said, "Then I should ask him if he's really that happy." He. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the wolf-eared boy quickly explained, "Great archdemon, my father is in the world of ghost stories and is sealed, so he cannot meet you. I hope you can forgive him." He. Wang Lin chuckled, unconcerned, and said, "That's not a hard thing. With your two bloodlines here, wanting to meet him is just a matter of speaking." After saying that, Wang Lin recited a complex and obscure incantation. In the next second, a space tier appeared beside Wang Lin, and looking inside, one could see a lifeless, dim, and desolate canyon. On the giant cliff in the canyon, a giant wolf, over 5,000 meters tall, was firmly nailed to the cliff by a long, dark spear, and dozens of black chains tightly bound its body and limbs, securing it to the cliff. The giant wolf looked emaciated, as if it were already dead. "Father!" Seeing the giant wolf in the canyon, the wolf-eared siblings exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. The siblings had brought several ghost generals from their tribe to plan here to help their father break the seal, but even after 5 years of planning, they couldn't break the barrier outside the canyon to see the Wolf King inside. This great archdemon had merely recited a few incantations and had directly opened a space tear leading to the inside of the canyon. Perhaps having heard the siblings' exclamations, the emaciated giant wolf raised its head defiantly and stared directly at the space tier. But the next moment, the giant wolf's head tilted again, and it appeared to be dead once more. These two dead kids, how did they provoke a saint sorcerer? This is totally a disaster. The ones who sealed me back then weren't that terrifying. He looking at the Wolf King playing dead again. Wang Lin laughed wickedly. He opened his mouth and said, "Your child says they can be my dog, the fortune of the Wind Mist Wolf clan. You must be thrilled to hear this. So I want to ask, are you happy?" Hearing Wang Lin's words, the Wolf King looked up again, his eyes filled with joy. "Of course I'm happy. If the Great Witch Saint does not mind, I am willing to lead the entire clan to serve the Great Witch Saint as a dog, offering ourselves willingly. I hope the Great Witch Saint can set me free." "Mind?" Before the Wolf King could finish, Wang Lin disdainfully interrupted, "Your image is not good." As soon as he finished speaking, the spatial rift closed, leaving the Wolf King dumbfounded as he stared at the spot where the rift had disappeared. Ha, heaven does not abandon my Wind Mist Wolf clan, ha. My good children, you must strive hard. Ha. In the next moment, the Wolf King laughed like a madman. As the spatial rift closed, the wolf-ear siblings were equally stunned. Looking at the dazed wolf-ear siblings, Wang Lin said, Keek, you were right, your father is indeed very happy." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the wolf-ear youth let out a sigh of relief. Wang Lin said, "But, I only need one dog. The others can only be materials." Keek. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the wolf-ear siblings were immediately shocked. Woof, asterisk 2. In the next second, the siblings eagerly started barking like dogs, their voices full of flattery. The wolf-ear girl, taking advantage of Wang Lin being nearby, not only barked like a dog but also rubbed her head against Wang Lin's clothes, licking the back of his bony hand. She looked just like a devoted dog. Damn, wasn't she always asking me to maintain the dignity of being the son of the Wolf King? When did she learn this? And learned it so thoroughly. Seeing his sister's actions, the wolf-ear boy couldn't help but curse in his heart. He quickly transformed into a completely white-haired wolf with a gray crescent on his forehead, standing with his tail wagging faster than ever, as if trying to please his master. Looking at the close performance of the wolf-ear siblings, Wang Lin pondered, "It's hard to choose, how about you two fight? Who fights better, I'll keep." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the siblings immediately turned their gazes toward each other, as if looking at deadly enemies. As Wang Lin waited to see the spectacle, the wolf-ear girl suddenly spoke, cautiously suggesting, "Great witch saint, actually you could keep both of us, one to show off, and one to guard for you." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing this, the wolf-ear boy quickly nodded crazily. He agreed and said, "Our fur is beautiful, if you take us out, you will definitely get attention. We will make sure you have plenty of face." The wolf-ear girl continued, "Moreover, this spatial layer is vast and beautiful, and it needs loyal dogs to guard and manage it. We have lived here for 5 years and have experience. We promise not to let any troublemakers in, and we can help make this place even better." "Oh." Hearing this, Wang Lin really thought about it seriously and nodded, "Indeed, then you can both stay." In the end, Wang Lin accepted both siblings. He also took in their pack of wolves. It wasn't because Wang Lin wanted to take them out to flaunt, it was that this spatial layer was large and pleasant, making it an excellent place to use as a backyard. However, since it was a spatial layer, it was fragile, and some matters needed caution. The undead under his command came with a powerful aura, so there weren't many suitable for guarding this place. Having these odd wolves watching over it was quite fitting. After accepting the two siblings, Wang Lin pointed at the white-haired wolf transformed by the wolf-ear boy and said, "From today onwards, you will be called Little Black." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue flame shot from Wang Lin's finger, landing on the forehead of the wolf transformed by the wolf-ear boy, merging into it. As the flame sank into the forehead, a ghostly blue flame pattern suddenly appeared under the black crescent moon. It also represented that the wolf-eared girl was contracted by Wang Lin, with her soul completely under his control. Wang Lin looked at the wolf-eared girl, "Your name will be Tsuwa." After saying this, a similar soul flame floated into the wolf-eared girl's forehead, forming a ghostly blue flame pattern. "Thank you, master." The wolf-eared girl and the boy quickly expressed their gratitude, looking extremely honored to have these two names. But deep inside, they did not know how they truly felt. On the dark, silent street, Zhou Qingqing and 7 others were desperately running away. Behind them, an armored zombie was leaping and chasing after them. Each jump covered a distance of over 10 meters, making a heavy thud-thud sound like a drum. Like the beating of a death drum, it made Zhou Qingqing and the others dare not catch their breath for a moment. However, after running for a short while, they had to stop, their pale faces becoming even whiter. They looked more serious too. Because suddenly, a red figure appeared at the end of the street, floating towards them. It was a female ghost wearing a bridal gown with a veil. The ghost had long hair dragging on the ground and her long fingernails scraping the ground like knives. Even the surrounding buildings were covered in a white frost due to the cold aura of the ghost. Without a doubt, this was a deadly bridal ghost. Blocked by the bridal ghost in front and chased by the armored zombie behind, everyone was suddenly in a dilemma. This was almost a dead end for them. Facing this desperate situation, Xiang Jin and Uxin exchanged glances and saw determination in each other's eyes. The two of them nodded seriously to each other, and then Xiang Jin suddenly spoke, "Be sure to tell my family that I, Xiang Jin, am not a coward. I haven't brought shame to the country or to the Jiangdong Xiang family, I just regret not being able to leave behind a legacy, feeling unworthy of my parents' upbringing. I hope they remember their unfilial son." Uxin immediately followed, "Tell my family that I, Uxin, am definitely not a burden to my cousin. I am also a person who died honorably in battle." Hearing what the two said, Zhou Qingqing and the others looked at them, their expressions serious and their eyes sad. Zhou Qingqing gritted her teeth and solemnly promised, "I will definitely pass on the message. You all fought to protect your companions, facing the strange beings to the death. You are heroes of the country." Han Mei whispered, "Brother Xiang Jin, sister Uxin, thank you for taking care of me these days. From now on, during every festival, I will definitely burn plenty of paper for you. A whole truck of it." Zhao Qian also said sadly, "Brother Xiang Jin, sister Uxin, see you on the honor tablet in the future." Zhang Nan also said heavily, "See you on the honor tablet in the future." Being selected for this team, other than Zhou Qian, the others were not simple either. They all knew about the Jiangdong Xiang family and the Yu family, and they already knew what the two planned to do. Facing the farewells from everyone, Xiang Jin and Uxin simply responded softly, then at the same time, they took out a long, slender short sword. Xiang Jin slashed the sword across his neck, cutting his carotid artery. Instantly, blood gushed out as Xiang Jin shouted, "With my blood, I summon my ancestor, the Overlord, to aid me in battle. Today, I am the Overlord of Western Chu." With this shout, Xiang Jin's aura suddenly changed drastically. His already tall and sturdy body became even larger and stronger, his eyes became double pupils, and he seemed like a different person, an aura of terror and a pressure that defied everything emanating from him. The surging blood also condensed in the air, forming a giant blood-red sword. As Xiang Jin's aura transformed, both the armored zombie chasing from behind and the bridal ghost floating from the front couldn't help but stop. Seeing Xiang Jin had summoned his ancestor, Yuxian also turned her short sword around in dire. As blood spurts from the wound, I cry out, with my blood, I beseech my ancestor Yuji, please assist the descendant Yuxian to kill the strange ones. Protect my companions. At this moment, Yuxian's aura changed, the already classical and elegant figure transformed into an even more classical elegance, as if she stepped out of an ancient text, a slender figure appearing with an illusory pipa in her hands. Run! Seeing that both Xiang Jin and Yuxian had summoned their ancestors, Zhou Qingqing immediately called out to the others and dashed into the narrow alley by the street. Roar! Ah! As Zhou Qingqing and the others entered the alley, the armored zombie and the bridal ghost simultaneously roared and charged towards Xiang Jin and Yuxian. Chapter 67, The Return of the Overlord. Humph! Watching the charging armored zombie and bridal ghost, Xiang Jin's cold snort echoed like thunder as his dual pupils fixed coldly on the approaching armored zombie. With Xiang Jin's cold snort, the armored zombie under his gaze trembled immediately, its charging body paused as it felt fear and dared not advance. But Xiang Jin didn't let it go, immediately lifting his blood-infused greatsword and striding towards the stopped armored zombie. Having sacrificed his life, called upon his ancestor the Overlord, time was limited, he had to destroy at least one, or it would be a huge loss. As Xiang Jin charged forward, each step carried a massive momentum, bearing down like a mountain, the already hesitant armored zombie turned and fled, not daring to confront Xiang Jin. At the same time, Yuxian, who also called upon her ancestor, held the pipa and looked at the frozen bridal ghost. Her long, jade-like fingers plucked the strings of the illusory pipa. Clang! The pipa emitted the sound of metal clashing, and the terrifying face of the bridal ghost under its veil turned pale in shock, quickly sidestepping. The next instant, the streetlight behind her was suddenly severed, its cut smooth as a mirror. Clang clang clang! The pipa sound rang out again, this time dense and rhythmic. It was the tuned 10 Directions ambush. As the pipa produced a series of metallic sounds, the floating bridal ghost rapidly performed various dodging actions, her red figure darting around between the houses on the street. Boom! Wherever the bridal ghost passed, a booming sound continued to echo, houses were pierced, buildings shattered, and even the ground bore numerous marks of slicing and chopping. It was as if countless invisible giant soldiers were wielding unseen weapons to corner and capture the bridal ghost. Clearly, Yuxian's pipa sound was problematic. But despite knowing this, the bridal ghost could only flee in a panic during this 10 Directions ambush, facing countless dangers with no possibility of getting close to Yuxian. On the other side, Xiang Jin caught up with the fleeing armored zombie in just a few breaths. The blood-infused great sword in his hand was like a mountain-cleaving axe, crashing down towards the back of the armored zombie's head. Feeling the attack coming from behind, the armored zombie no longer dared to flee, quickly turning around to steady itself, its stiff arms raised in a cross for defense, with surging gray-black smoke enveloping them. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Even the ground shook violently. Under Xiang Jin's sword, the armored zombie was forcefully split into the ground, only its chest and above exposed above the surface. The armored zombie, which was already as solid as iron and covered in heavy corpse energy for defense, had one arm severed by the sword. Before the armored zombie could emerge from the ground, Xiang Jin's foot, large as 60 inches, landed a powerful kick. Boom! Crack! With a resounding crash, accompanied by a sharp crack, the part of the armored zombie that was stuck in the ground was kicked out, carrying a mass of rubble and dirt, shooting towards the nearby houses like a cannonball, crashing through several old buildings. After kicking the armored zombie away, Xiang Jin charged out again like a roaring dragon. Through several buildings filled with smoke and dust, a pair of hands grabbed the armored zombie embedded in the wall and smashed it hard onto the ground. In another loud bang, the cement floor of the house was smashed through, creating a pit nearly half a meter deep. Then, Xiang Jin gripped the blood-soaked sword tightly with both hands, raised it high, and heavily stabbed down at the armored zombie, which was already on the verge of falling apart in the pit, then lifted it again and swung down with great force. Pah! After a few moments, looking at the armored zombie that had been chopped into 17 or 18 pieces on the ground, Xiang Jin spat and picked up the head, now in 3 parts, of the zombie, turning to leave under the horrified and fearful gazes of the family in the house. When Xiang Jin finished dealing with the remaining small zombies and returned to the street, the battle between Yuxian and the wedding dress ghost was also over. The street was filled with hundreds of shattered buildings, most of which had collapsed, and the ground was turned over like it had been plowed by a giant, with large chunks of broken cement and soil upturned. The scene looked like a battlefield after a bombardment. Amidst the ruins, bursts of sobbing echoed. "I'm sorry. I don't have time." Seeing the terrified and crying residents in the ruins, Yuxian, pale-faced, apologized weakly before the illusory pipa in her hand vanished. Her body fell straight backward. It wasn't that she didn't want to consider these residents, it was just that her time to call upon her ancestor's spirit was limited, and she had to hurry to kill that wedding dress ghost. Otherwise, the wedding dress ghost would surely cause more casualties. She could only apologize to these people. A pair of large hands caught Yuexayan's falling body. Xiang Jin, also pale, looked weakly at Yuexayan, who had already closed her eyes, holding her in his arms and painfully slumping down on the ground, weakly looking at Yuexayan. Cousin, our mission is complete, we go to the glory monument together. As he spoke, Xiang Jin's head slowly lowered, cradling Yuexayan's body as if he were a statue, slumped on the broken street. Dad, Mom, Sister. In the ruins of the collapsed houses, a young boy looked at his family lying in the wreckage, crying uncontrollably. Then, he saw the two bodies of Xiang Jin and Yuexayan, slumped like statues on the street, his eyes filled with hatred. Bastard, give me back my dad and mom. In the next moment, he resolutely picked up a broken brick from the ground, screaming, and smashed the brick fiercely at the two bodies. As the boy acted, several other survivors in the surrounding ruins also followed the boy, picking up broken bricks to smash wildly at the two bodies. At the same time, curses erupted one after another. Suddenly, an ethereal blue flame ignited above the two bodies. Soon, the ethereal blue light enveloped the two bodies like a barrier, blocking the flying debris. Seeing this, the people around were momentarily stunned, then a chill raced through their minds, cooling their anger. In the next moment, illuminated by the ethereal blue light, a dark crack in space opened, and Wang Lin, cloaked in a black robe, stepped out slowly from the crack in space, his eyes reflecting the ethereal blue flames as he quietly looked at the two dead on the ground. Looking at the suddenly appearing Wang Lin, seeing his fearsome appearance illuminated by the ethereal blue flames and those eyes glowing with the same blue fire, the surviving people in the ruins were instantly frozen with fear. Each one hurried to hide or lay down pretending to be dead. In an instant, the street fell silent. Sigh. Looking at the dead two, Wang Lin sighed, waved his hand to collect their souls, and turned back into the spatial crack. In the next second, the two bodies floated up and followed Wang Lin into the spatial crack. The spatial crack vanished. Almost died. Damn it, why are there still monsters? What is the monster response team even doing? In this world, how are we supposed to live? Wife. My son. My house. After a while, the silent survivors began to sneak glances. After the terrifying figure disappeared, the sounds in the ruins became noisy again, filled with cries mixed with curses and complaints. Chapter 68, Fist Fighting the Crying Ghost. Hearing the roaring sound behind them, Zhou Qingqing and the others carried Zhou Qian, desperately running with the little girl in the dark alley. Although they knew that Xiang Jin and Yuexayan would become strong after summoning their ancestors with their lives, it wouldn't last long. And no one knew exactly how strong they would be. No one dared to be sure they could defeat those two powerful strange beings. After going through many twists and turns, they finally left the old housing area. They reached a somewhat spacious road. At this moment, the roaring sound behind them stopped, and everyone's phones finally got a signal. As soon as the phone had a signal, Zhou Qingqing immediately dialed Zhang Guofeng's number. After a few beeps, Zhang Guofeng's voice came from the phone. This is Zhang Guofeng, what's the matter? Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Zhou Qingqing immediately said, Minister, something big has happened. Nanjiao City, Nanguang Villa. When Wang Lin, along with Xiaohei and Suihua, walked out from the space layer, it was already early morning. Wah 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 ah. Just returning, Wang Lin heard a series of sweet weeping sounds coming from outside the villa. Although it was crying, the voice was very sweet, making one naturally feel that the person crying was a beautiful girl. Hee. Listening to the crying, Wang Lin, sitting on the sofa, sinisterly smiled and got up to walk outside the villa. Seeing this, Xiaohei and Suihua quickly followed Wang Lin's pace. Sister, our neighbor on the left is brave indeed. A good show is about to start. Xiaohei, while closely following Wang Lin, winked at Suihua, expressing his thoughts through his eyes. Upon leaving the villa and courtyard, they saw a girl in a flower dress squatting by the lake, her head bowed and weeping softly. It seemed she heard Wang Lin's footsteps, and the crying girl hiccuped, You don't need to care about me, just let me die. Wah wah wah. Wang Lin. Hearing no response behind her, the crying girl continued to sob, I'm just a girl from the countryside, but I earn my money through hard work, I don't steal or rob, why does your family look down on me? Wang Lin said nothing, just quietly watching the girl's performance. Seems like she didn't hear the answer she wanted. The girl continued to sob, Your mom gave me 5 million to leave you. Although I'm from the countryside, I still have my dignity. Also, your dad offered me 3 million to support me, what do you think I am? A prostitute? Wah wah wah. Your sister even deliberately framed me, saying I stole her things. Although I am poor, I have ambition. My dad passed away early, so you bully me because my family has no men. These two cards have 8 million, take your family's filthy money and go. I never want to see you again. The girl sobbed as she threw 2 bank cards over. What is this, a domineering president novel? Wang Lin. Not hearing any sound behind her, the girl continued to sob and curse, Take your filthy money, get lost. I never want to see you again in this lifetime. He, finally, Wang Lin laughed, his hoarse and sinister voice rang out, "You're the first ghost brave enough to curse at me." The sobbing girl instantly stiffened. Just the evil in his voice sent chills down her spine. Ha ha. The next moment, the girl's sobbing was gone, awkwardly laughing. "Sorry, big brother, I." As she spoke, the girl turned her pale, delicate face towards Wang Lin, her voice halted, eyes filled with terror. He, looking at the scared girl ghost, Wang Lin grinned, "Your voice is quite nice, it's just perfect for bringing back to enjoy." As he spoke, Wang Lin approached the female ghost once more. Seeing Wang Lin walk towards her, the female ghost grew even more terrified and quickly said, "You, don't come over, it was all a misunderstanding, big brother, just let me go." Ignoring the female ghost's terrified voice, Wang Lin raised his bony hand and reached out towards her. Watching Wang Lin's bony hand come closer, the female ghost screamed in fear and frantically said, I am a subordinate of the big black ghost mother. If you catch me, the big black ghost mother won't let you go." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's hand involuntarily paused, intrigued. "Oh, so you're a subordinate of the big black ghost mother?" Yes. Seeing Wang Lin stop, the female ghost seemed to sense his hesitation regarding the big black ghost mother's name and quickly continued, "I'm a capable subordinate of the big black ghost mother, in charge of guarding this villa and luring the living." "Big brother, it really was a misunderstanding." He. Wang Lin laughed sinisterly, "That's perfect, I also have some scores to settle with the big black ghost mother." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the female ghost was startled, and a bad feeling instantly lingered in her heart. "Big brother, what kind of score?" "Bad debt." Wang Lin ominously spat out two words. He. "It's over." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the female ghost suddenly felt cold all over. In the next second, the female ghost kicked off the ground and began to run, shouting while running, "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, I'm just a little ghost raised by the ghost mother, please let me go." Looking at the fleeing back of the female ghost, Wang Lin stroked his chin and calmly spoke, "If my broadcaster runs away, maybe you should consider your own throat." Whoosh! Hearing Wang Lin's words, the next second, Suewa's figure flickered. Immediately after, the fleeing female ghost was already trapped under Suewa's wolf paw, unable to move. In just a moment, before she even realized what had happened, she was pinned to the ground again. The female ghost immediately felt disheartened and started to whimper again, Wah, big brother, please let me go, I'm also a pitiful person, I. Bang! Before the female ghost could finish her sentence, Wang Lin had already squatted down and punched her on the head. Instantly, a large bump appeared on top of her head. Wah, the female ghost sobbed, "Big brother, I'm really a pitiful person, I." Bang! Wang Lin punched the female ghost on the head again. He, are you still human now? Wah. With two bumps on her head, the female ghost cried again, looking pitiful. "It was a slip of the tongue, big brother, I'm really a pitiful ghost, I've never harmed anyone." Bang! Another punch fell, and Wang Lin laughed wickedly, "Never harmed anyone? I saw you were quite skilled just now." Wah. After taking 3 punches, the female ghost hurriedly hugged her head, crying, "Big brother, I've never harmed good people, I only harmed greedy and lustful people." Bang! Wang Lin punched the part of the female ghost's head that was not protected by her hands. "You're already a fierce ghost, and you've probably harmed over 100 people. Do you think I would believe that?" Wah. With 4 bumps on her head, the female ghost hugged her head even tighter, crying, "I'm telling the truth, I swear." Bang! Wang Lin pulled the female ghost's hands away from her head and punched again. He, you, a female ghost, swear at me? Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think of me as a fool? Wah. With 5 bumps on her head, the female ghost curled up her head, still sobbing as she continued to argue, "I'm sorry, I really haven't harmed good people. My mom taught me from a young age, a person may be poor, but their ambitions should not be. I've never stolen or robbed." Bang! Wang Lin again peeled back the female ghost's hands and landed another punch on her head. "Never stolen or robbed? Do you have the ability to steal or rob? Just say if you've deceived anyone." Wang Lin's words left the female ghost momentarily silent. Let's be honest, she really hadn't deceived that few people, born with such beautiful looks and a sweet, lovely voice, it would be a shame not to deceive. Bang! Looking at the suddenly silent female ghost, Wang Lin's fist landed again on her head. "Why aren't you crying anymore?" With 7 big bumps on her head, the female ghost quickly shook her head and pleaded, "Brother, please spare me. I will do anything you want." Bang! Wang Lin struck down again. "Cry, it's no fun if you don't cry." The female ghost covered her now swollen head with 8 big bumps and begged, "Brother, I'm not crying anymore. Please just let me go. Really, I'll do anything you want. Including..." Bang! Before the female ghost could finish, Wang Lin pulled her hands away from her head again and delivered another punch. "Then cry, haven't you heard that every punch brings a cry? Don't ruin my experience." The female ghost with 9 bumps on her head. So that's why her head kept getting hit. Wah! Seeing Wang Lin's fist raised again, the female ghost hurriedly started to cry. Bang! However, Wang Lin still punched down. With 10 bumps on her head, the female ghost looked at Wang Lin with resentment. Brother, I've already cried, why are you still hitting me? He. Didn't I say, one punch one ghost cry? Wang Lin said with a sinister smile, raising his hand for another punch. Ah! The female ghost was dumbfounded. Brother, so you hit me whether I cry or not? Bang! Wang Lin's fist landed again. Nonsense, your purpose now is to cry. Bang! Saying this, Wang Lin threw another punch. Hurry up and cry, I haven't had enough fun yet. While the female ghost quickly began to cry, pleading, Brother, can you find a different way to enjoy yourself? Bang! Wang Lin landed another punch on the female ghost's head, his tone serious. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Sis, are all necromancers this neurotic? Should be, necromancers are all abandoned by humans and disliked by ghosts, really lonely. If they had any social skills, they wouldn't be so shameless. That's true. On the side, Suehua and Xiaohong exchanged glances quickly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you'd better stop those thoughts. Wang Lin's voice echoed ominously, causing the two siblings to shiver. They quickly shook their heads, tossing unnecessary thoughts out of their minds. Wah! After taking another punch, the already lumped-up female ghost saw stars and dazedly pleaded, then brother, can you not just hit me, a ghost? Bang! Wang Lin hit again. Nonsense, you're the only ghost around, if not you, then who? Your crying sounds so nice, it's a gift from heaven, it would be a shame not to hit you. Wah! Said the female ghost. Oh, oh. Xiaohong couldn't help but glance at Suehua again. Sis, I think heaven is also generous to you. Why not sacrifice a bit more, take on more work, then our Wind Mist Wolf Clan's vengeance will be just around the corner. Suehua shot a fierce glare at Xiaohong. You don't need to say anything, no one is asking you. Bang! The next moment, Suehua took a punch to her head too. While Suehua was stunned for a moment, then the ethereal and melodious voice also cried out. It sounded incredible. Xiaohong looked at the crying Suehua. Sis, didn't you say you wouldn't cry? In her crying, Suehua returned the look. Wise men know how to adapt. Even if I'm not male, I can still shine as a woman. With the punches already coming down, what else could she do but cry? Xiaohong. After a while, Wang Lin finally lost interest and looked towards the artificial lake nearby. After thinking it over, he turned and walked towards his villa. Seeing this, Xiaohong hurriedly followed, while Suehua immediately grabbed the female ghost. She must bring this crying ghost along to share the burden. In the villa, Wang Lin sat boldly on the sofa. Xiaohong immediately scampered over to lie by Wang Lin's feet, acting as a soft stool for him. Suehua quickly dropped the female ghost, transformed into a wolf-eared girl, and ran to make tea and cut fruit for Wang Lin, clearly taking on the role of a little maid. The ghost woman with a head full of lumps looked at Wang Lin sitting on the sofa with a big knife, and then glanced at the busy Suehua. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully walked to the front of the sofa, then plopped down on her knees and said to Wang Lin, Big brother, I really know I was wrong. Looking at the ghost woman kneeling with a remorseful expression, Wang Lin said flatly, Tell me, when did you die? How did you die? And how did you become a subordinate of the Black Ghost Mother? This ghost woman, upon seeing herself, did not show the same fear as others do when they realize they are facing a necromancer. After all, the terror of necromancers has been stamped in the textbooks of the strange tale world. They are labeled with words like terrifying, evil, and ruthless, making them almost a taboo in the realm of strangeness. Weaker entities encountering necromancers are even more afraid than living people encountering strangeness. How many wouldn't tremble in fear, hands and feet shaking, and speak in stutters? But this ghost woman did not. She seemed unaware of the very term necromancer. It was evident that this ghost was not from the world of controlled strange tales but was born from the world of the living. Moreover, being able to become a powerful ghost in just 10 years and claiming to be a subordinate of the Black Ghost Mother made Wang Lin curious. Hearing Wang Lin's question, the kneeling ghost woman hurriedly answered, Big brother, my name is Zhang Ling, and I died 7 years ago. My father died early, and my mother raised me with great difficulty. Humph. Wang Lin snorted coldly and impatiently said, I'm not interested in your tragic backstory, you'd better save your words. Yes. Upon hearing this, the ghost woman replied tremblingly, At that time, I had a boyfriend, the son of Villa number 16, but I didn't know he was from the Ghost Mother cult. When I was deceived to the villa, they sacrificed me to the Ghost Mother. By the time I regained consciousness, I had already become strange and was controlled by my boyfriend's family, helping them lure in others. But I really didn't harm anyone casually, I only lured those who had ill intentions towards me. Ha ha. Wang Lin sneered and narrowed his eyes at the ghost woman, then tell me, how did you gain this powerful ghost-level strength? You must be quite talented to achieve it in just 7 years. The The ghost woman was suddenly at a loss for words, and anxiously said in a low voice, "It was all forced by them, it wasn't me who took the initiative." Wang Lin impatiently said, "Don't make excuses. I'm not interested in hearing that. From today on, you will temporarily work as a servant in this house." After saying this, Wang Lin stroked his chin and began to think. This small Nanguang villa hides a lot of power. First, villa number 66 actually connects to a huge space gap, where the strange Fog Wolf clan resides. This was the biggest surprise, even Wang Lin hadn't anticipated it. In addition, there is the Ghost Mother cult. There's also an old fellow underground. There are also beings in the artificial lake. There's something up in the mountains behind the villa area. It seems that those ghostly beings' plans are earlier than he had imagined. If it weren't for the certainty that even Zhang Guofeng could not discover the real problem here, the country would not ignore the existence of the entities here. Otherwise, Wang Lin would suspect that they deliberately arranged for him to be placed here to use him to eliminate the hidden strange powers. Unknowingly, as he pondered something, Wang Lin suddenly smiled sinisterly. "I wonder what those guys will think when they learn that I've moved into this villa area. It really makes me look forward to it. Hee hee hee." Hearing Wang Lin's laughter, the wolf-eared siblings and the ghost woman Zhang Ling couldn't help but shiver, each quickly focusing on their own tasks, looking very serious. Outside the villa area, in the mountains, several people dressed in black robes stood halfway up the mountainside, quietly watching a villa area where only one house is lit up. Suddenly, one of the black-robed figures frowned and said angrily, "Zhang Ling has lost contact." Upon hearing this, another black-robed figure asked seriously, "Zhang Ling is a fierce ghost, able to take care of her without a sound. It seems the sudden requisition of the South Light Villa area really has big problems." "Not necessarily, maybe other forces have sent someone back and just happened to deal with Zhang Ling. Should we continue to send ghosts in?" Another black-robed figure rejected, "No need, don't startle the snake. Let's go. We'll send someone tomorrow to test the waters." Hearing this, the other black-robed figures all nodded. Then one by one, they disappeared into the darkness. At the edge of the main urban area of Nanzhao City, in the top suite of Huaguang Hotel, Zhang Guofeng was looking at the only lit villa from afar through the window. His brows were deeply furrowed. Behind Zhang Guofeng, Yu Qian spoke with a serious tone, "Minister, are we really not notifying the military?" Zhang Guofeng shook his head. "The situation hasn't been fully verified, the military must not act lightly. We can't startle the snake." "Have we contacted Wang Lin?" Yu Qian shook her head. "We haven't reached him yet." Zhang Guofeng spoke solemnly, "Keep trying to contact him." Chapter 70, Li Dai Tao Jiang. In the sunny morning of South Light Community, even though the villa area was empty, it still appeared vibrant. Many little birds landed on the trees in the villa area, chirping cheerfully, while some small animals scurried around the villa area. On the top floor of Huaguang Hotel, Zhang Guofeng stood at the windowsill, carefully observing every blade of grass and every movement in the South Light Community with his binoculars. His expression was serious as he asked, "Yu Qian, what is the South Light Community usually like?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qian, who was also holding binoculars, immediately answered, "According to the data, the South Light Community has good feng shui, high levels of greenery, and a large area with a pleasant environment, and there are indeed many little birds usually. Moreover, many rich people inside like to raise cats and dogs, and over a dozen families often feed nearby stray animals, even rescuing injured ones. This is why many strays come into the area. Because the residents like them, the security doesn't drive away those stray cats and dogs." Zhang Guofeng commanded in a deep voice, "Continue the investigation. Immediately arrange reliable people, pay attention to the movements of those stray animals. Keep them at a distance, it's fine if there's no gain, just don't get discovered. Also, prepare 3 groups of people to enter the villa area for different reasons. Try to get close to villa number 66. After speaking, Zhang Guofeng continued to observe the South Light Villa area through his binoculars, especially villa number 66. Although villa number 66 was without any movement at this moment, a third of the birds and stray animals that entered the villa area were gathered around villa number 66. The remaining animals and birds seemed to be running around the villa, but in reality, they were like scouts inside. They quickly covered the entire South Light Villa area. Those animals were actually conducting reconnaissance inside. And they were also focusing specifically on villa number 66. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Yu Qian's phone rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Yu Qian immediately took out her phone. Seeing the caller ID, she hurriedly said, "Minister, it's a call from Zhou Qingqing." "Answer." Zhang Guofeng immediately said. "Yes." Yu Qian immediately responded and then answered the call. After a moment, she hung up and said with a serious tone, "Minister, Zhou Qingqing reported that Wang Lin has contacted them, saying the issue with the space interlayer has been resolved, and they should hurry back to the villa area." Hearing this, Zhang Guofeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Qian continued in a serious tone. In addition, Wang Lin also asked Zhou Qingqing to tell you that we shouldn't interfere with the villa area for now. There are multiple forces present inside, and powerful strength, complicated situation, do not startle the snake in the grass. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng furrowed his brow tightly. After a moment, he instructed, cancel the previous orders immediately. Also, let Zhou Qingqing and the others hurry over. In the end, Zhang Guofeng decided to follow Wang Lin's suggestion first. Although he did not trust Wang Lin, at least they were important partners now, and they still needed to obtain vital supplies and information from Wang Lin. Moreover, this incident indeed happened suddenly. And the current situation was unclear, so it was necessary to take time to understand what was going on. Eventually, Zhang Guofeng still revoked the previous order, planning to hold back for now. Of course, he would also conduct secret investigations and make sufficient preparations. At noon, Zhou Qingqing and the others arrived at Nanzhao City. And this time, there were 2 new members among them. As they entered the Nanguan Villa area, sadness emerged in the eyes of Zhou Qingqing and her companions. The last time they came, Xiang Jin and Yuxian were still around, but this time, Xiang Jin and Yuxian had left them forever. Even the 2 newcomers who followed were similarly affected. Their eyes also revealed sorrow, even more intense than Zhou Qingqing's group. Soon, the group arrived in front of the gate of Villa number 66. At this moment, their sadness completely vanished, and only joy remained on their faces. Even the invisible Zhou Qian also put on a smile under Zhou Qingqing's reminder. The gate of the villa opened automatically, and seeing this, Zhou Qingqing and her group hurriedly entered the villa with their bags. After crossing the courtyard and entering the villa's hall, everyone finally saw Wang Lin. Wang Lin was cloaked in a large black robe, sitting on the sofa watching them. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward first and said, Wang Lin, it's so good to see you safe. After you were transported away, we have been worried about your well-being. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin did not speak, but his gaze was fixed on Zhou Qian, who stood at the back. Seeing Wang Lin's eyes, Zhou Qingqing thought he was looking at the 2 newcomers in front of Zhou Qian and quickly introduced, Wang Lin, these 2 are Xiang Hong and Yuku, they are here to replace Xiang Jin and Yuxian. They are Xiang Jin's brother and Yuxian's cousin. Xiang Hong and Yuku quickly stepped forward, respectfully greeting, Mr. Wang Lin, hello. Wang Lin nodded slightly and didn't inquire about the 2. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Qian. At this moment, Zhou Qian was sweating profusely. Seeing that Wang Lin's attention was solely on Zhou Qian, Zhou Qingqing felt puzzled and quickly asked, Wang Lin, what happened? Did you move my bait, and are you ready to be treated as materials? Wang Lin's tone was calm, but a chill ran through everyone, making them shiver. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward Zhou Qian. A bad thought arose in their hearts. This is bad. Zhou Qian has been replaced by something strange. Zhou Qian stuttered, Wang Lin, I am Zhou Qian, I really am Zhou Qian. Ha! Wang Lin sneered, raising his hand toward Zhou Qian. Seeing this, Zhou Qian immediately turned pale with fright and tried to flee. But it was too late, a soul chain had already shot out from Wang Lin's sleeve and instantly entered Zhou Qian's body. Immediately after, a delicate figure was pulled out from Zhou Qian's body by Wang Lin, falling at Wang Lin's feet. Thud! The next second, Zhou Qian's body collapsed to the ground. Thud! At the same time, the delicate figure that was pulled out from Zhou Qian's body knelt in front of Wang Lin. In a panic, she begged, Master Lich, spare me. I really didn't know she was your person. I am willing to compensate, you can make me do whatever you want. This. How could it? When was it? Looking at the kneeling figure pleading for mercy, at this moment Zhou Qingqing and the others could only stare in shock. This delicate figure was the girl they rescued in the old city of Yancheng. Looking at the pleading girl, Wang Lin sneered. His palm landed on the little girl's head. As Wang Lin's hand fell, the pleading little girl instantly stiffened, her eyes glazed over, unable to speak another word. Zhou Qingqing and the others all lowered their heads, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Their task was to assist Zhou Qian in the live broadcast and protect her safety. But now Zhou Qian was gone. After a moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes, applying slight pressure with his palm, and the little girl's soul instantly crumbled into black-gray smoke. Inhale. Taking a deep breath, consuming the smoke cleanly, Wang Lin's gaze finally turned to Zhou Qingqing. Chapter 71, Live Broadcast begins. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze on her, Zhou Qingqing gritted her teeth and spoke up, I'm sorry, it's our fault. Forget it. However, before she could finish her words, Wang Lin waved his hand, calmly saying, under the circumstances at that time, it made sense that you couldn't protect Zhou Qian. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing and the others were dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with confusion. It seemed Wang Lin knew the situation they encountered at that time. Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Wang Lin helplessly said, I used the soul-searching technique. I saw the memories of that female ghost. Everyone suddenly understood. Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Qian on the ground. She is still alive, but her soul has been devoured for the most part. She will probably never wake up. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. Although Wang Lin did not blame them, protecting Zhou Qian was ultimately their task and responsibility. In the end, they had not protected Zhou Qian well. Moreover, without Zhou Qian, the main figure in front of the camera, the live broadcast probably wouldn't go on. Their task of assisting the live broadcast had failed even before it started. Looking at the guilty group, Wang Lin said, "Get ready, we will start the live broadcast this afternoon." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Lin in confusion. Seeing their puzzled looks, Wang Lin laughed, "Hee. The country is currently cracking down on people with cold and gloomy constitutions. She has a six-fold cold constitution. If she could still go live, the hidden anomalies would inevitably be suspicious. This situation is just right. Put her on the bed, bring her to the live broadcast room, set up a few machines, and hang a few bottles of nutrients. A real plant person, unable to move or speak, the anomalies won't think too much. Then we can package you as an orphan family, of the kind whose birth dates cannot even be determined. That would be perfect. We can also play the angle of earning money for her treatment, attracting attention." He. Hearing Wang Lin's words, everyone was stunned. Is this something a person could think of? Seeing everyone silent, Wang Lin couldn't help but ask, "What? Is this idea not good?" "Very good." Hearing this, everyone could only quickly respond insincerely. Wang Lin looked nothing like a normal person. It's not surprising that he could come up with such a method. At 2 in the afternoon, Zhou Qingqing and the others made all the preparations. The live broadcast was finally about to begin. Han Mei sat restlessly in front of the computer, anxiously waiting for the live broadcast to start. Although she usually was lively, she was only 18 years old. But now that Zhou Qian had become a plant person, it was obviously impossible for her to get up and start the broadcast. Zhou Qingqing was previously the chief secretary of the Yunzhou branch, having appeared on television and shows multiple times. She was very well known. Zhang Nan, Xiang Hong, and Yuko, although they had not been on TV or shows, were all captains and had filmed many promotional videos against the anomalies. Many people in the Anomaly Response Bureau knew them. 13-year-old Zhao Chen was young, but famous. They were all not suitable to appear in the broadcast for long. Even if they needed to, they required disguise. Only she had a genius sister holding her down, remaining inconspicuous. Moreover, she had entered the Anomaly Response Bureau for less than 3 months. Although she had strength, she had no qualifications, and not many people in the bureau knew her, making her the most suitable to be the host. Ultimately, with Wang Lin's nod, she could only brace herself and go for it. Looking at the nervous Han Mei, Zhou Qingqing asked, "Are you ready?" Hearing this, Han Mei nodded nervously and reached out to open the live streaming room, stammering, "Hello, audience friends, I am Han Mei, welcome everyone to Han Mei's Strange Big Classroom." Han Mei's Strange Big Classroom, this is the name Wang Lin gave to the live streaming room, simple and easy to understand. Watching Han Mei stutter while speaking, everyone fell silent. In fact, the live stream had just started, and there were no viewers at all. However, no one reminded Han Mei, treating it as practice for her. Han Mei talked to herself for a full 20 minutes, managing to speak without stumbling, and finally, the live streaming room buzzed with activity. A goddess effect rose in the live streaming room. Soon, from only a few internal accounts, hundreds of viewers flooded in. "Next door little Wang, beautiful girl, is your live stream about explaining strange tales?" A message floated in the live streaming room. After reading the comment, Han Mei nervously replied, "Yes, my live stream explains the strange." "Next door little prince, then what strange things will you talk about?" "Han Mei, it's a ghost-level strange tale, the cat-faced old lady." "Cat-faced old lady, never heard of her." "Ghost level, doesn't sound very impressive." "You start with your mouth, the rest depends on your imagination." "Cat-faced old lady, I heard about her in another live streaming room once. Upstairs is a shill. I'm leaving, this kind of strange tale I've never heard of is probably made up. So looking forward to it, host, quickly tell us." As Han Mei mentioned the name cat-faced old lady, the live streaming room instantly filled with messages, many of which were mocking. The number of viewers rapidly dropped by half. Time to show something big. Zhou Qingqing quickly raised a sign to remind Han Mei. At the same time, another goddess effect worth 300 appeared in the live streaming room, followed closely by another one. With the goddess effects rising, the live streaming room was suddenly flooded with new viewers. The number of viewers directly surpassed 1,000. Han Mei hurriedly said, "The cat-faced old lady really exists, I have video evidence. Additionally, after the live stream ends, I will give away a ghostly item related to the cat-faced old lady." "What, giving away ghostly items? Is that true?" "Don't wait until the end when the live stream is over and deny it. First, show us the ghostly item." "Yes, seeing is believing. Show us first." Hearing Han Mei's last words, the live streaming room was suddenly filled with messages. The viewers who had been leaving now stabilized. "Giving away ghostly items? This is rare in the live streaming world. Now the strange tales have been around for 10 years, and more than 800 million people worldwide have lost their lives to the strange. On average, 1 in every 12 people has died due to the supernatural. In this era where strangeness ravages, even knowing that using ghostly items comes with a huge cost, countless people still scramble for them. Even the lowest level ghost level items are crucial for ordinary people's survival and livelihood. While they might not defeat the strange, they can greatly increase survival rates when venturing into quests or encounters with the supernatural. Moreover, even if one doesn't use them, selling them could be worth tens of thousands, even over 100,000. Seeing the comments in the live streaming room, Hanmei promptly met everyone's demands and took out the ghostly item she had prepared in advance. A pair of cat-sized claws. Hanmei explained, these are ghost-level items, the claws of the cat-faced old lady. This ghostly item can harm spiritual beings. If used well, it can even kill ghost-level strange beings. There really is one. Is this for real? It better not be some kind of prop. It's real. Hope it's not just a gimmick. Seeing Hanmei actually take out something that seemed to be a ghostly item, the comments in the live streaming room exploded, but there was still a lot of skepticism. After all, even just a low-level ghostly item would be quite valuable. A newly started live streaming room giving one away certainly raised questions. Hanmei looked at the questioning comments and immediately said, whether this ghostly object is real or not, I can personally test it for everyone soon, so you can see it with your own eyes. And it's a real giveaway. Everyone can record the video, and there will be a public verification for the creepy response game, but I have conditions. You must watch for more than an hour in the live stream and correctly answer 3 questions during the explanation to participate in the lucky draw. Could it be real? Regardless of whether it's true or not, I'm betting on it. 1 hour is worth the wait. I can wait too. With Hanmei's words, the questioning atmosphere in the livestream changed dramatically, and most of the new viewers stayed. Chapter 72, Live Explanation. Seeing that she had retained the audience, Hanmei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly operated the computer and brought up a photo of a hunched-over old lady with a cat-like face. Is this the cat-faced granny? She doesn't look scary at all. This could scare children, but compared to the water ghost covered in foam or the fire ghost all blackened, it's far from it. A bloodied car accident ghost looks even scarier. For someone who loves cats, this isn't scary at all. In fact, it's even a bit cute. As they looked at the photo of the cat-faced granny, the audience began to comment. In summary, they didn't find her appearance frightening at all, and some cat lovers even thought she was cute. But this was normal. After 10 years of bizarre ghost stories, people had become so accustomed to the horrific appearances that they had built up a resistance to them. Watching the continuous barrage of comments, Hanmei quickly said, don't be fooled by the cat-faced granny's appearance, her strength is very strong. Dark kid, how strong is she? Little Wang next door, could her abilities be special? Hanmei quickly explained, you need to hear more from me. The cat-faced granny was mostly a solitary elderly woman who kept cats or fed stray cats. After she died, she went unnoticed and was possessed by the cats, becoming this bizarre entity. What? Possessed by cats, what does that mean? So, is the old lady the bizarre one or the cats? Seeing the comments, Hanmei continued, the cat-faced granny is a natural fusion type of bizarre. Not only does she have incredible speed and agility, her reaction speed and perception are also outstanding. The claws on her limbs are sharp as knives, and her strength and defense capabilities are formidable. Muscle Old North, so, she mainly focuses on physical attacks. Seeing the guesses in the comments, Hanmei shook her head and said, no, the cat-faced granny has strong physical attack capabilities, but her soul attacks are equally significant. She is very good at mental and shadow magic too. Listening to Hanmei's explanation, a flood of question marks filled the livestream. Old baby, host, you're not being clear. Do you have a video? Just play it. Next door little Wang, exactly, just play the video. We need something to compare while you explain. Seeing the comments, Hanmei quickly took the audience's advice, okay, I'll play the video for you. After saying that, the photo on the screen was replaced with a video. In the video, there was a dimly lit entrance of an old neighborhood, and the camera was aimed inside the community. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by in the video. Watching the sudden shadow in the video, a viewer immediately commented, did something just run past? Can't see what it is, just a glimpse of a black shadow that darted by. In the next second, the video rewound and paused at the moment the shadow raced past in the night. Looking at the paused video, countless exclamation points filled the livestream. What formed in the frame was a blurry humanoid figure with motion trails. Hanmei, this is the cat-faced granny, but because she's so fast. The old community's camera can only capture this blurry image. Friday, isn't this too fast? Even the camera can only catch a shadow. This is the UB7 camera, it should be mounted at the community entrance. Based on the shadow's distance from the camera, it's about 5 meters away. According to this camera's frame rate, the estimated speed of the shadow in the image is between 200 to 300 yards. Of course, this may not be her full speed, but it's at least 200 yards. 2 to 300 yards? That's practically flying. Seeing the comments, Han Mei explained, this viewer made a good analysis. In the case of the ghost cat lady, her speed can reach a minimum of 200 yards, with the fastest even reaching 400 yards. And at this speed, she can navigate through streets and alleys and still attack. Whoa! Does this mean if you encounter her in old alleys, a normal person won't even have time to react before she kills them? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? She's not just a ghost, she's probably a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing Han Mei's explanation, the live chat was filled with amazement. Han Mei, that's right, this is a ghost, but it is different from ordinary ghosts. The ghost cat lady can be seen as a fusion of two spirits. Her abilities are stronger and more comprehensive than regular ghosts. After saying this, Han Mei continued to play the video. A group of 7 entered the surveillance footage from below the camera, dressed in various outfits, holding different instruments and compasses, as well as various cold and hot weapons. Each step appeared cautious. Without a doubt, this was a bizarre team for dealing with evil. Looking at the video, the viewers held their breath, staring intently at the screen. In their hearts, they began to believe in the existence of the ghost cat lady. In the next moment, the shadow flashed past the camera again, and gunfire erupted. One man with a submachine gun was repeatedly firing to the left of the frame. Han Mei paused the video again and explained, the ghost hunting team in the frame has discovered the ghost cat lady. One person is shooting at her. However, I must say that if they cannot achieve a dense barrage of bullets, shooting from a distance won't do much against the ghost cat lady. It can even be considered a complete waste of ammunition. Why? Can the ghost cat lady dodge bullets? How far is this distance? Immediately, viewers began to ask questions in the comments. Han Mei nodded immediately, this viewer is correct. The ghost cat lady can move at a speed of 55 to 110 meters per second, nearly 1/10 the speed of a bullet. Her reflexes and agility are more than 5 times that of an ordinary cat, so she can indeed dodge bullets. As for the distance, it depends on her strength, but usually, beyond 30 meters, shooting bullets has little effect. The very skilled can dodge bullets even at 10 meters. At distances over 100 meters, if there isn't a wide area cover, it's as if you're wasting bullets. Wait, host, are you sure this is just a ghost? Wait a minute, according to what the host said about her speed, agility, and reflexes, wouldn't close combat be even more terrifying? I suspect that if she didn't have to follow rules, the ghost cat lady could slaughter 1,000 people in a community in 30 minutes, maybe even faster. I would completely believe she's a vengeful spirit. After hearing Han Mei's explanation, the live chat filled with numerous comments, mostly expressing shock. Observing the comments, Han Mei continued, in close combat, unless someone has the strength of a team leader where there are more than 3 captains teaming up, it's basically impossible to contend with her. But the ghost cat lady isn't without weaknesses. If you grasp her weakness, even ordinary people can survive under her. In fact, if used well, ordinary people can even turn the tables on her. What weakness? Hearing Han Mei's words, the audience immediately began to flood the screen with questions. Seeing that the audience had started to engage, Zhou Qingqing and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The livestream was going smoothly. Chapter 73, I need one of my own. Watching the audience's questioning messages, Han Mei decided to build suspense. Before I talk about the weakness of the cat-faced old lady, let me first explain how the cat-faced old lady was formed. As mentioned earlier, the cat-faced old lady mostly arises from solitary elderly women who died and were possessed by cats, merging into a strange entity. But not all solitary elderly women who died and were possessed by cats turn into cat-faced old ladies. There are certain conditions for this transformation. Hearing Han Mei's words, the audience in the livestream was momentarily taken aback, even the comments fell silent for a moment. Formation conditions? What does the host mean? Are you saying you found the conditions for this strange entity's formation? Little sister, you can't say things like this lightly, are you sure you're talking about formation conditions? Little girl, you can't speak carelessly, do you know how serious the consequences of such a statement can be? The next moment, the live stream was filled with various questions, even accusations. It is well known that strange entities come from creepy storytelling scenarios, so the formation of these entities has always been a mystery. If the cause of their formation is truly found, it would undoubtedly be great news for all of humanity. Perhaps ways to combat these entities could be discovered. Ordinary people still do not know that strange entities can arise in the real world. Looking at the uniform questioning and accusatory comments, Han Mei felt anxious again, her gaze turning towards Zhou Qingqing. Seeing Han Mei's look, Zhou Qingqing solemnly nodded. In fact, they did not know whether revealing this information was good or bad. But revealing the reason for the formation of strange entities was part of Wang Lin's livestream plan, and it had also received the approval of director Zhou. However, they had not yet obtained agreement from higher-ups. Seeing Zhou Qingqing nod, Han Mei immediately said, "Yes, what I want to talk about are the conditions for the formation of the cat-faced old lady. But this only applies to the cat-faced old lady. We want to know more." As Han Mei spoke affirmatively, the livestream was instantly flooded with the same comments. Looking at the comments, Han Mei explained, the formation of the cat-faced old lady requires 3 important conditions. First, she must be a solitary elderly woman who has died. Second, she must have longed for her children and descendants during her life, and she must die carrying that longing. Third, within 7 days after her death, a cat that misses her must possess her. It's said to be a possession, as if the cat is lying on her. Hearing Han Mei list these conditions, the entire livestream fell silent. Han Mei also fell silent, looking at Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing nodded and said solemnly, "Continue." Han Mei nodded and said, "These conditions for formation are actually valid in our world." What? How is that possible? Hearing Han Mei's words, the previously silent livestream erupted once more. The viewers, who had fallen silent, were shocked again. Everyone knows that strange entities come from rule-based creepy stories, and they do not arise in the world of the living. No one knows how these strange entities are formed. Even if the strange entities in these stories take on human forms, or are even transformed from humans, it only indicates that they become strange entities after death, within the rules of creepy stories. The world of the living cannot produce strange entities. Yet, Han Mei's words implied that not only did she reveal the formation conditions of strange entities, but she also suggested that strange entities could be born in the world of the living. What's more, strange things from the rule of bizarre tales can only linger in the world of the living for a limited time, but what if the strange things come from the living world itself? Will they stay permanently in the realm of the living? Looking at the shocked comments filling the screen, Han Mei gritted her teeth and said, "That's right, the rule of bizarre tales has come for 10 years now, and the world of the living can produce strange things too." However, before Han Mei could finish her sentence, the live stream was suddenly banned. Staring at the words live stream banned on the screen, Han Mei was stunned and turned to Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing smiled bitterly, turning to Wang Lin, who was sitting on the couch reading a novel, and said, "Wang Lin, the live stream is banned." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin looked up and said nonchalantly, "This was expected." Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "Wang Lin, why did you decide to announce this news?" After saying that, Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin with hopeful eyes, eager for his response. Without a doubt, announcing this news could indeed help humanity fight against the strange things. Reducing their occurrence would mean eliminating them. But there are many dark organizations hiding around the world now. If they learned this news, those sinister people would definitely find ways to create numerous strange things, even fighting to seize this world. Looking at Zhou Qingqing's hopeful expression, Wang Lin sighed and said, "This news cannot be hidden. In fact, some dark organizations have known about this secret for a long time. For example, the Ghost Mother cult, they started creating strange things and manipulating them 7 years ago. Your assumptions have actually been brewing in secret for a long time. Just like the 5 factions hidden in this villa area. If we continue to hide it, the living will only become more passive. It might even turn the entire world into a paradise of strange things. It's better to announce it sooner, to start taking preventative actions. As much as possible, reduce the conditions for the formation of strange things. This is the way to save this world. I believe you know about my involvement in the Copy Lucky Casino. Its rules mention sheep. You can think about what the bizarre tale refers to as sheep." Upon hearing Wang Lin's explanation, Zhou Qingqing fell silent and was even more alarmed. At this moment, she thought of certain things. She finally understood why even the higher-ups had not agreed, and yet the minister asked her to reveal this news. Looking at the silent Zhou Qingqing, Wang Lin suddenly approached her and whispered, "I'll tell you another piece of news that you absolutely must not tell anyone. Participants in the Rule of Bizarre Tales include more than just Blue Star. This is a secret known only to you and me. No one else, including those dark organizations, can possibly know about this." "What?" Zhou Qingqing gasped, raising her head in shock to look at Wang Lin. It was even harder to believe. Right now, Blue Star hasn't even discovered extraterrestrial civilizations, yet Wang Lin is telling her that there are other extraterrestrial civilizations involved in the Rule of Bizarre Tales. Without needing to think deeply, she knew this was definitely an incredibly terrifying matter. Zhou Qingqing forced herself to calm down and asked in a low voice, "Why did you tell me this news?" He. Wang Lin chuckled softly, leaning close to Zhou Qingqing's ear and whispered, "I need an ally, even if just temporarily, not a spy watching me." Zhou Qingqing replied in a low voice, "Are you so sure that I will stand by your side? I am the former chief secretary of the Bizarre Response Bureau in Yunzhou. My loyalty is unquestionable." He. Wang Lin smiled and confidently said, "The former chief secretary of the Bizarre Response Bureau in Yunzhou, I have never doubted your loyalty because you are well aware of your loyalty, aren't you?" I believe you will soon come to understand why. After speaking, Wang Lin turned and left. After walking a few steps, Wang Lin suddenly turned back and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Next time, I will personally take you into the horror story instance to widen your horizons. And there will be surprises then. Hee hee hee." After that, Wang Lin laughed loudly and walked away with big strides. Zhou Qingqing silently watched Wang Lin's back as he laughed while leaving, and at this moment, her heart was already in turmoil. At this moment, she seemed to understand Wang Lin's intentions and also seemed to see this world more clearly. But she was even more shocked. Wang Lin seemed to be able to bring those who were not chosen into the instance. Looking at Wang Lin, who had just finished whispering and then left, and Zhou Qingqing, who was extremely silent and had a very ugly expression, Han Mei and the others exchanged worried glances. Chapter 74, Taking the Initiative to Join. Jiang Nan stepped forward and patted the silent Zhou Qingqing. "Qingqing, what did he just say to you?" Zhou Qingqing shook her head, with a disdainful expression, and sneered, "Just some villainous talk. Asking me to join him, what a joke. It really is quite funny." Jiang Nan agreed. For Zhou Qingqing to become a traitor, it was indeed ridiculous for Wang Lin to suggest it. Zhou Qingqing was not only the former chief secretary of the Yinxiao branch but also a powerhouse and a member of the Zhou family. Jiang Nan asked, "What should we do now? The live stream is also shut down." Zhou Qingqing shrugged, "If it's shut down, so be it. We can enjoy some leisure." Jiang Nan shook her head, "Qingqing, don't try to mislead me, I'm not brainless. Just with what Han Mei revealed today, the live stream probably can't be on again. You know what I mean." Zhou Qingqing rolled her eyes, "Nanjia, we don't need to worry about that. If they want to continue streaming, the minister and Wang Lin will find a way. If they don't continue the live stream, we either go back or stay with Wang Lin. It's not our choice. We just need to follow orders." Jiang Nan was silent for a moment, shrugged, and said casually, "That makes sense. We just need to wait to be arranged." Jiang Nan stressed the word "be," obviously referring to more than just the recent arrangements. Zhou Qingqing fell silent for a moment, clenched her teeth in anger and said, "He really is a villain, plotting against us, I'm going to find him." After saying that, Zhou Qingqing stormed out angrily. By the computer, seeing the actions of the few people, Xiang Hong and Yuku exchanged a glance and chose to remain silent. Han Mei scratched her head, confused. I'm going to the bathroom," Zhang Xin said, picking up the laptop and quickly leaving. He slipped away quickly. On the fifth-floor balcony of the villa, Wang Lin lay on a lounge chair, looking at the moon half covered by dark clouds in the sky, and couldn't help but smile. "Tonight's moon is really nice. Woof woof." *2. Two barks of dogs sounded on either side of the lounge chair. It was Tuhua and Xiaohe, responding to Wang Lin's words. For a necromancer, a night like this with a half-covered moon is indeed wonderful, perfect for a large-scale operation of the undead. "Whoa, master, someone is knocking at the door." Behind him, the lovely voice of the ghost Zhan Ling rang out. Normally, when there's nothing to do, serving as the doorbell announcer and other voice services is her job. Outside the door, hearing the commotion inside, Zhou Qingqing fell silent again. They actually had no idea that there were other presences in this villa. "Come in." Wang Lin's voice came from inside the house. Soon, the door lock made a crisp sound as it opened from the inside. Seeing Zhang Ling open the door, though she was beautiful, Zhou Qingqing still sensed something strange about her. But Zhou Qingqing only paused for a second, then thanked her and walked into the house. Wang Lin's ability to summon skeletal oddities and a few strange services was not surprising at all. Upon entering the room, she looked around and saw Wang Lin on the balcony, so she immediately walked over. Looking at Xiaohe and Suhua on either side of the lounge chair, Zhou Qingqing smiled and said, "Wang Lin, you also like pets. These two dogs have really nice fur." Hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, Xiaohe and Chuihua casually wagged their tails. Although they were essentially wolves, beside Wang Lin, they were just dogs. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, Wang Lin smiled and said, "They really are great. Have you decided so quickly?" Zhou Qingqing softly replied, walked to the side of the recliner, and said seriously, "My loyalty has always been unchanged, and it will never change." Wang Lin shrugged his shoulders and casually said, "I don't mind. As long as you lean towards me in some aspects." Zhou Qingqing fell silent for a moment, squatted beside Wang Lin, resting her hands on the armrests of the recliner, and looked steadily at Wang Lin. "Can you first tell me what exactly you want to do?" "What I want to do." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin repeated it softly, reminiscing, "I used to be an ordinary person, even now, I still think I am human." Zhou Qingqing shook her head, "But you look nothing like a human. Instead, you look even more bizarre than bizarre. Even the bizarre are extremely afraid of you." Wang Lin fell silent for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I've already given you the answer, now it's your turn." Zhou Qingqing also fell silent for a moment and said, "I will help you as long as it doesn't violate my principles." Wang Lin nodded, "No problem. As long as you do your job, I will treat you well. Then I'll leave first. Zhou Qinqin said softly, turning around and walking away. There was absolutely no extra chatter. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Wang Lin said calmly, "You've been hiding for so long, you can come out now." As Wang Lin's voice fell, a foot-long realistic mechanical centipede crawled up to the balcony, followed by an electronic synthesized voice that echoed, "Mr. Wang Lin, I can also work for you." Looking at this mechanical centipede, Wang Lin smiled and said, I like your kind of uninvited presence, but you should tell me what you want first." The mechanical centipede responded with an electronic synthesized voice, "By following Mr. Wang Lin, I believe Mr. Wang Lin will definitely treat me well." Wang Lin nodded, "I don't know about others, but I definitely won't mistreat someone capable who works for me. As for what you can get, that depends on your ability and what you do. I won't let you down." The mechanical centipede immediately replied, seeming very confident. Wang Lin smiled, Then, as a welcoming gift for your proactive allegiance, here's this for you." As he spoke, a finger-sized round tube flew towards the centipede. The mechanical centipede immediately stood upright and hugged the tube. The mechanical voice resounded, "I won't let you down." After saying this, the mechanical centipede crawled down the balcony. Interesting. Wang Lin looked up at the moon in the sky again, muttering to himself. He got up and walked back inside. The next day, everyone got up early. Zhou Qinqin stood behind the curtains, looking through the gap at the chirping birds outside and the cats and dogs passing by around the villa, her expression serious. When they came to this villa, they were told that these animals were being controlled to monitor and scout. They also learned that there were hidden forces in this villa related to the Ghost Mother's cult and 3 other unknown factions, making it a stronghold for many forces. Moreover, it was likely an important stronghold. Now, as this villa was suddenly requisitioned, those forces would definitely pay close attention to what was happening here. Moreover, they would definitely conduct tests, and it was very likely that they would take some kind of action. While she was thinking this, Zhou Qinqin saw a white van driving into the community. Finally, it stopped in front of villa number 13. Seeing this, Zhou Qinqin's expression grew serious, and she put down the curtain and walked out of her room. Chapter 75, A Test from the Ghost Mother's Cult. After leaving the room and going downstairs, she saw that except for Wang Lin and Han Mei, everyone else was already sitting in the living room, whispering to each other. As Zhou Qinqin came down, everyone turned to look at her. Zhang Nan smiled and greeted, "Qingqing, come quickly." Hearing this, Zhou Qinqing first looked around the living room and saw that everyone had drawn the curtains, then asked, "Where is Wang Lin?" Yuka shook her head, "I don't know, we didn't see him when we got up." The others also nodded, indicating that they had not seen Wang Lin either. Zhou Qinqing said directly, "Everyone stay indoors today." Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all knew the reason Zhou Qinqing said this. "Zhou Qinqing, I just saw a van pull up in front of Villa 13. It might come over soon. Close the curtains and pretend no one is home." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. No need to be so careful. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice suddenly rang out in the hall, "You can do whatever you want, and you don't need to hide. But don't go near the artificial lake in the back mountain. If someone asks, just tell them this place is being redeveloped. You are here for a security check. Also, contact 3 construction teams to come over, I want to renovate this villa area." Hearing this, although everyone didn't see Wang Lin, they still nodded. Zhou Qinqing took out her phone and dialed out. Zhang Nan then went to pull back the curtains, allowing the morning light to shine in. As the curtains were drawn back, a few little birds resting in the corner of the windowsill were startled and flew away. Knock, knock, knock. About 10 minutes later, the van arrived outside the villa, followed by a loud greeting coming from outside the courtyard, "Hello." Inside the house, everyone exchanged glances, and then Xiang Hong stepped forward to open the door. He looked out towards the courtyard gate. Outside the courtyard stood an old van, and in front of the gate stood a group of 6 people, 2 older adults, 2 middle-aged, and 2 children, seemingly a family. The middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly said politely as the door opened, "Hello, we came to visit relatives, but there's not a single person around, so we wanted to ask, where has everyone gone? Were they attacked mysteriously?" Xiang Hong replied with a loud voice, "Oh. It's like this place has been expropriated and will be remodeled, they have all moved away." The middle-aged man asked again, "Is that so? Can I ask where everyone has moved to?" Xiang Hong shook his head, "We don't know that." The middle-aged man asked, "Then can I ask where the people from Villa 13 have moved to? We can't reach them by phone." "Sorry." Xiang Hong said apologetically, "We are not residents here, we are just here for a security check." "Thank you." The middle-aged man thanked and turned to return to the car. But at that moment, one of the children suddenly clutched his stomach and said worriedly, "Dad, my stomach hurts. I have diarrhea." Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but stop. Looking troubled and helpless, he turned back to Xiang Hong and said, "Sir, can we borrow your bathroom?" My child has diarrhea. Xiang Hong shook his head, sorry. The situation of the house is a bit special, we can't let you use the bathroom. Oh. Then there's nothing that can be done. The middle-aged man shook his head. Suddenly, his voice grew deep, then we can only break in. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's suit was suddenly torn apart, revealing a robust body entwined with dozens of black tentacles. In the next second, the middle-aged man crashed through the villa's courtyard gate like a bull, charging into the villa. Humph. The ghost mother taught you to smash. The middle-aged man, covered in black tentacles, charging into the villa, caused Xiang Hong to sneer in disdain. He drew a pair of long cudgels from his waist and met him head-on. Seeing Xiang Hong charge forward with weapons, the tentacles wrapping around the middle-aged man's hands wriggled, quickly forming two thick swords. The tentacles around him even formed a hollow vine armor. In the next moment, the weapons in both men's hands clashed. A huge sound of metal clashing erupted. The middle-aged man struggled with Xiang Hong, praising as he spoke, this strength, truly worthy of being from the Xiang family. You must be Xiang Jin, right? As he spoke, the middle-aged man exerted all his strength, his body wrapped in black tendrils swelling up, and a pair of large blades pressing down on Xiang Hong, pushing him forward. Feeling the force from the opponent, Xiang Hong gritted his teeth, having no time to speak, and despite using all his strength, he could only be forced backward by the opponent's power, leaving deep furrows in the grass. Seeing that Xiang Hong couldn't even speak, the middle-aged man became even more arrogant, saying, so what if the Xiang family is strong? You're still just a mortal. As for me, I've already transcended the realm of humans. As he spoke, the black blades in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly extended tendrils that wrapped around Xiang Hong's double maces, and then, with a sudden burst of stronger power, he yanked, causing Xiang Hong to lose his balance, followed by a powerful kick to Xiang Hong's abdomen. In the next moment, with a massive kick, Xiang Hong was sent flying, spitting blood, and his hands lost grip on the maces. The middle-aged man bent his legs and sprang forward at lightning speed, raising his black blades, which had extended to 3 meters long, and fiercely swung them at Xiang Hong's arms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Xiang Hong was about to be struck by the large blades, dozens of flying daggers suddenly shot out from behind Xiang Hong, aimed at the approaching middle-aged man. They were thrown by Yu Ku. Humph. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately halted, bringing his hands together, causing the large blades to transform into shields and block in front of him. Dong dong dong. With the sound of heavy collisions, all the flying daggers shot by Yu Ku were blocked. The middle-aged man sneered, saying, I knew the men of the Xiang family and the women of the Yu family were inseparable. The beauty of the Yu women, today I see, is truly as famous as they say. I'll make sure to pamper you all well later. After speaking, the middle-aged man's tendrils turned into a blade and shield again, charging toward the gate of the villa. Kujia, crouch down, fire dragon. A tender voice sounded behind Yuko, and hearing it, Yuko immediately crouched down. It was Han Mei, and at this moment, Han Mei's chest was puffed up, her mouth stretched like a frog. With a delicate shout, the next moment, a fire pillar, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from Han Mei's mouth, spinning like a hurricane, expanding and covering the middle-aged man with the sword and shield. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately crouched down, his tendrils wriggling and forming a black semicircle around him, protecting him. Suddenly, dozens of foot-long sharp spikes broke through the swirling flames, shooting toward Han Mei. V-Room. Seeing the spikes about to hit Han Mei, suddenly, a grayish-white shield appeared around her body, blocking the incoming spikes. Looking at the shield that suddenly enveloped her and the spikes falling to the ground in front of her, Han Mei finally reacted, stepping back 2 steps, and the flames she had been spewing out stopped. He. As the flames disappeared, the black circular shield that had wrapped the middle-aged man was revealed. Although the shield was cracked from the flames, it wasn't shattered. The shield contracted and wriggled, revealing the middle-aged man inside. You have helpers, but we are not alone. Chapter 76, Undercurrent Rising. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Han Mei and the others couldn't help but look toward the gate of the courtyard. They saw that the 2 old men and 2 children who had been at the gate had disappeared, leaving only a middle-aged woman standing in place, her body wrapped in black tendrils, holding a black spike, watching them with a half-smile. Clearly, this middle-aged woman, like the middle-aged man, was also an evil cultist from the Ghost Mother sect. The spike that had nearly killed Han Mei earlier had been shot by her. The other 2 old men and 2 children were also evil cultists from the Ghost Mother sect. They were now hidden in the shadows, clearly preparing to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. You people from the Ghost Mother sect are quite bold. Zhou Qingqing suddenly walked up to Han Mei, looking at the smug middle-aged man, and sneered, I was just worried about finding you, and here you come crashing in. Zhou Qingqing. The middle-aged man frowned immediately upon seeing Zhou Qingqing appear, his expression turning serious. We heard you were reassigned from the chief secretary position and went missing. We were analyzing what big moves the mysterious countermeasure bureau had made. We even sent people to find your trace. It seems we truly did not guess wrong. Even you, the former chief secretary, are here. It looks like you've been discovered. But this is perfect, today you are coming with us. I'm sure the wizard will be very happy to see you, the former chief secretary. My brothers will definitely be excited to see such a beautiful woman. I hope you can be a bit tough. Let my brothers savor the taste before you confess. Ha ha ha. Humph. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing only let out a cold laugh. You are being shameless, do you think there are only a few of us here? As soon as she finished speaking, the window on the second floor of the villa suddenly opened, and an MG-42 machine gun stretched out, aiming at the middle-aged woman at the gate. Zhang Nan, with a cigarette in his mouth, pulled the trigger with a cold gaze. SSSSS. With the sound of tearing fabric, a barrage of bullets shot out, glowing with a faint golden light, targeting the middle-aged woman beside the car. Seeing the bullets suddenly flying towards her, the middle-aged woman was instantly horrified, almost rolling and crawling behind a van. In truth, she was not afraid of ordinary bullets, but it was clear that these bullets were not ordinary, they were special demon-slaying bullets made from a unique material. Captain Zhang Nan of the 17 team. Looking up at Zhang Nan at the second-floor window, the middle-aged man's face turned serious. Humph. But the next moment, the middle-aged man scoffed and said disdainfully, what if you had an ambush ready? After saying this, the middle-aged man transformed his tentacles into a shield and charged towards the villa's main gate. Great Fire Dragon. Seeing the middle-aged man charging again, Han Mei yelled once more, and a massive rotating flame spewed out from her small mouth. Faced with the flames sprayed by Han Mei, the middle-aged man could only wrap himself with the shield again to defend. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman, targeted by the machine gun, did not dare to come out from behind the van. Yet, even so, the middle-aged man did not forget to shout, there are still 4 of us, let's see how you will resist. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing merely smiled disdainfully. Although they only had Zhao Chen yet to act, they still had Wang Lin. In the past, Zhou Qingqing could not be sure whether Wang Lin would take action, but now she was certain he would act in secret. Because their relationship had advanced to another level. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed, and the middle-aged man wrapped in his shield watched as the shield became red and cracked from the flames, finally feeling frantic, shouting, aren't you coming out to help? Unfortunately, his shout received no response, no rescue, and not even the middle-aged woman behind the van took action to help him. After waiting for another 10 seconds, the middle-aged man finally couldn't hold on anymore and cried out, wait, I surrender. I surrender. Upon hearing this, Han Mei looked at Zhou Qingqing. Keep burning. Zhou Qingqing said lightly. Since Wang Lin had her call the engineering team, she suspected what Wang Lin was planning. As long as Wang Lin did not come out to stop it, there was no need to hold back or think too much, just kill. At the mountainside behind the villa area, several figures cloaked in black robes were watching the South China villa, which had returned to peace. Suddenly, one of them spoke gravely, all members of Team G are dead. Any intelligence sent back? The former chief secretary of Yunzhou branch, Zhou Qingqing, is here, along with Zhang Nan, a young girl from the Han family. The Xiang family and the Yu family also have a junior each, but they are not Xiang Jin and Uxin, they are different. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Qin should also be here. It seems they have discovered something and are waiting for us here. Then, how much will they find? Should we continue to send people inside? Yes, everyone can die, but the sacred object must not be lost. But they have clearly set a trap. Do we really have to put in everything we've worked for over the past 10 years? If we retrieve the sacred object, we will have countless more opportunities to rise again in the future. But if we lose it, the next sacrifice will be our death date. Exactly, and we are not without maneuverability. What do you mean? Go all out, create a diversion. The Yunzhou Strange Response Unit must maintain the entire Yunzhou, but they can't spare that many hands to deal with our full force. Moreover, the things in the water will not stay still either. Alright, then it's settled. Immediately gather followers from all over. We still need a detailed plan. After dealing with the middle-aged man and not finding the middle-aged woman hidden behind the van, Zhou Qingqing and the others returned to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, they saw that Wang Lin had appeared at some point, casually sitting on the sofa. At Wang Lin's feet, Xiao He and Cui Hua were panting with their tongues out, looking like loyal dogs. Before the sofa were the 2 elderly and 2 young people who had disappeared earlier, along with the middle-aged woman hiding behind the van, who was now kneeling in front of the sofa, trembling. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Wang Lin had acted. They hadn't even noticed he had already captured the other 5 evil followers alive. Looking at Zhou Qingqing and the others who walked in, Wang Lin smiled and said, they are from the Ghost Mother sect, but unfortunately, they seem to have little status and don't know much. Should we send them back for interrogation? Zhou Qingqing nodded. Although they are not particularly important figures, given their strength, they should be significant evil followers, and we should be able to extract a lot of useful information from them. Alright, you contact someone to take them away. Wang Lin nodded and asked, when will the engineering team be ready? Zhou Qingqing immediately replied, the representatives will arrive by noon tomorrow. By the way, how do you plan to renovate this place? Will it be very dangerous? Wang Lin smiled and nodded. I plan to transform it into a manor. Also, there is something below. I intend to dig deep and solve this hidden danger. Chapter 77, Negotiating the Renovation of the Villa District. The next day, at noon, several representatives from the engineering team arrived on time at the Nanhua Villa District, organized and protected by members of the Strange Response Bureau. Protected by so many people, the representatives clearly showed their nervousness. To be guarded by so many people, and to come to this villa district that was rapidly acquired and emptied, it was evident that this trip was not safe. In fact, it was very dangerous. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a whole team of over 300 people dispatched to protect their safety. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and the engineering team successfully arrived at the Nanhua Villa District. As they entered the villa district, looking at the desolate surroundings, the shadows of wild cats and dogs darting swiftly, and the scattered vehicles throughout the villa district, the representatives' hearts grew more uneasy. It felt as if this place was more dangerous than the journey they had taken before. Finally, as the representatives approached with the mood of heading to the gallows, the bus stopped in front of villa number 66. The captain of the response bureau who greeted them smiled and said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Mr. Wang Lin is waiting for you in the villa district. Please follow me." Upon hearing this, the members of the representative group looked at each other. Each one could only brace themselves and let each other go first. Followed the leading captain. After getting off the car and entering the villa's yard, I saw Zhou Qingqing already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Zhou Qingqing, the leading captain immediately said, "Chief Secretary, the engineering team has been safely delivered." Zhou Qingqing responded with a sound and said, "You take your team to guard the surroundings. Mr. Wang Lin wants to see them personally." Hearing this, the leading captain hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. He turned to the engineering team members behind him and said, "You all follow this lady inside." After saying this, the leading captain directly turned and left. "Everyone, please come in." Zhou Qingqing told the factory team representatives, leading everyone into the villa. In the villa's hall, dozens of stools had already been arranged. After Zhou Qingqing brought the representatives in, Zhang Nan and others immediately began to help everyone sit down. Once everyone was inside and seated, the villa's main door was suddenly closed. Then, Wang Lin's voice resounded in the living room. "Hello everyone, I am Wang Lin, the one who invited you here. First of all, welcome. Due to some reasons, I am unable to meet you directly. I hope you understand." After a pause, Wang Lin's voice continued, "The purpose of inviting all of you here is because I have a very grand project that I need to entrust to you." Hearing this, the representatives looked at each other and whispered. To have a bizarre response team dispatched to protect them, this project was definitely not simple. After a moment, one representative raised his hand and stood up, saying, "Mr. Wang Lin, I am Li Si, a representative of Hansan Engineering Group. Here, I would like to ask, what kind of project are you referring to?" In response, Wang Lin straightforwardly said, "I want to renovate this villa area. To transform it into a private manor." Li Si continued to ask, "Then may I ask, Mr. Wang Lin, what kind of private manor do you want to transform this villa area into? Are there any important issues, such as the bazaar?" "Wang Lin, I won't hide it from you, there is a hidden bazaar force deep underground here, and there is also something bizarre hidden in the artificial lake, and the numbers are not small. Their power is quite strong." "What?" Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the representatives immediately began to whisper to each other. Then, someone stood up and said, "Sorry, Mr. Wang Lin, we can't take on this project, we can't risk the lives of the workers underneath." As someone took the lead, one after another, representatives stood up and said, "Sorry, Mr. Wang Lin, we really can't take on this project. Please forgive us. Mr. Wang Lin, we are willing but powerless regarding your project." Listening to the representatives eagerly refusing, Wang Lin smiled and said, "You don't need to rush to decline, let me finish." Hearing this, the representatives all stopped speaking. "Wang Lin, first of all, although there are powerful bizarre beings hidden here, I can assure you that I will protect your safety and the safety of your group's workers. Secondly, regarding the renovation of the villa area, I offer a quotation of 20 billion, and this is only the quote for the first phase of the renovation. In the subsequent second phase, I will invest more than 200 billion. "What?" Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the representatives could not help but exclaim in surprise. Although this villa area is famous, its selling value is only around 2 billion. In terms of construction investment, it is even less than 1 billion. 20 billion is already 10 times the investment. After that, there will also be an investment of over 100 billion. Li Si hurriedly asked, "Mr. Wang Lin, you're not joking, are you?" "Wang Lin, I did not invite you all here to joke. And you can completely rest assured, I will guarantee the safety of all personnel coming for construction. In case of any accidents, I can provide 10 times the compensation." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the representatives began to discuss with each other again. However, despite Wang Lin's enormous temptation, Furthermore, they promised safety, but most representatives still dared not take on this project. After all, this was truly a life-risking endeavor. Just when everyone was about to refuse again, Wang Lin continued, additionally, for those willing to take on this project, I will give them some prescriptions as a bonus, which can strengthen the body and assist in martial arts training. With 2 months of use, ordinary people can double their physical fitness. What? Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the representatives couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If 200 billion in value was already high, then the prescriptions Wang Lin mentioned were undoubtedly a money tree. This was no longer just about money. Especially in this bizarre recovery era, the benefits it implied were simply too numerous. So numerous that they were willing to risk their lives. Even Zhou Qingqing and her companions couldn't help but clench their fists. Wang Lin hadn't discussed this matter with them beforehand, not a hint of it. Otherwise, they would not have invited these ordinary construction team representatives, only representatives from military construction teams would come. Just as everyone was still shocked and unsure what to say, Li Si, who had spoken first, suddenly said loudly, Mr. Wang Lin, our Hansan group will take on this project. As soon as Li Si's words fell, someone else shouted, Mr. Wang Lin, our Zhaopeng construction team will take on this project. We, the Chaiyang Collective, are also willing to take it on. Please consider our group, Mr. Wang Lin. We. Hearing this, others began to speak up one after another. Even Zhou Qingqing and her companions wanted to speak. Ahem. Listening to the representatives eager to speak, Wang Lin cleared his throat twice. Immediately, the representatives, who were scrambling to talk, fell silent. Wang Lin, you don't need to fight, although the first phase of the project isn't large, the time is tight, and I hope everyone can work together. Li Si, Mr. Wang Lin, how tight is the deadline? Wang Lin, within a week, I want you to flatten the entire villa area and dig down 50 meters or more. Upon hearing this, the representatives fell silent, quickly calculating in their minds. To be honest, if they were to dig the entire villa area down 50 meters in depth, and with the time requirement of just 1 week, this was no longer just tight, it was nearly impossible. Even if everyone present worked together, it would at least take a month. Li Si, Mr. Wang Lin, 1 week is simply too short. This villa area covers 1,000 acres, and such a large project involves many things. Even if all our construction teams join forces and mobilize tens of thousands of workers and thousands of machines, it's unlikely we could dig the entire villa area down 50 meters in just 1 week. Even a month's time would be very challenging. Wang Lin, then I'll give you a month. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the representatives were instantly dumbfounded. At the same time, they confirmed one thing, Wang Lin truly didn't understand construction matters. Chapter 78, Strategic Partners. After sending off the representatives of the construction teams, Zhou Qingqing immediately went up to the 5th floor of the villa. Arriving on the 5th floor, she saw that Wang Lin's door was already open, seemingly waiting for her arrival. Zhou Qingqing walked directly into the room and found Wang Lin sitting on the sofa reading a novel. Without wasting time, Zhou Qingqing asked directly, is what you said about the prescriptions true? Wang Lin nodded, of course it's true, I have no reason to lie about such a small matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing's expression became even more serious. Why don't you sell the prescriptions to the state? With this prescription, the project you mentioned would be no problem at all. Wang Lin shook his head, my purpose is to attract those hidden dark forces, if the state takes over, would they still dare to come? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing fell silent. What do you really want to do? After a moment, Zhou Qingqing asked this question again. Wang Lin smiled lightly and said, clean out those tumors. Zhou Qingqing, you are playing with fire, do you know how many people they will bring? She knew that there must be something very important to the Ghost Mother sect here, so Wang Lin's previous actions were to use this place as bait to force the Ghost Mother sect members to gather. But now, the bait Wang Lin released was too big. It wouldn't just attract the Ghost Mother sect, other dark organizations would probably take notice too. He. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, Wang Lin laughed, I think, no matter how many people they have, they can't compare to the number of a Necromancer's subordinates. He. Zhou Qingqing whispered, why? Wang Lin looked up at the solemn-faced Zhou Qingqing and asked with a smile, what do you mean? Zhou Qingqing, even if you want to eliminate those dark organizations, isn't this too hasty? The entire city will fall. Wang Lin shook his head, it is indeed a bit hasty, but I don't have time to play with them slowly. Zhou Qingqing, what do you mean? Wang Lin, I want to quickly make human society into what I want it to be. Zhou Qingqing frowned, is it because the livestream room was banned? So you want to show your power? Wang Lin nodded, you are half right, it is also because the sheep has appeared, and a bigger stage is waiting for me. Zhou Qingqing, what exactly is the sheep you mentioned? Is it the sheep from your last involvement in the ghost story? Wang Lin gently nodded, exactly. Zhou Qingqing fell silent for a moment and said, your plan will not succeed, the country has been paying great attention to you. Ding-ling-ling at that moment, Wang Lin's phone rang. Wang Lin took out the phone and shrugged at the incoming call. I expected this. After saying that, Wang Lin answered the phone and turned on the speaker. Director Zhang, what brings you to call me? Zhang Guofeng's voice immediately came through the phone. Mr. Wang Lin. Don't joke with me, you should know better than why I'm calling you. Hearing this, Wang Lin laughed. Zhang Guofeng, I won't beat around the bush with you, Mr. Wang Lin. Is what you said about the human enhancement formula true? Wang Lin, of course it's true, I do have formulas to enhance the human body, and not just one. Zhang Guofeng, Mr. Wang Lin, just tell me straight, what's the price? Wang Lin thought for a moment, but I currently don't intend to sell. Zhang Guofeng fell silent for a moment and asked, why? However, Wang Lin just smiled and didn't answer. On the other end of the line, Zhang Guofeng waited for a while without hearing an answer and understood what Wang Lin meant. Zhang Guofeng sighed helplessly, the country must get the formula, you think it over. Wang Lin. I really hope this isn't our last friendly conversation. Wang Lin, don't worry, this will definitely not be our last friendly conversation. I hope so. Zhang Guofeng said in a deep voice before hanging up. Wang Lin's laughter always made him uneasy. It seemed like Wang Lin had some earth-shattering plan. No, it must be some earth-shattering plan. Seeing Wang Lin hang up the phone, Zhou Qingqing smiled and said, it seems that your plan to renovate the villa area is going to be shelved. Once the formula was confirmed to be real, the country would definitely take action. Maybe, Wang Lin said lightly, seeming not very concerned. Things happened just as Zhou Qingqing said. Less than an hour had passed, and representatives from the construction team called one after another, stating that the project could not go on. They didn't even provide much explanation. Immediately afterward, a large number of troops began entering Nanzhao City, and the citizens of Nanzhao City started emergency evacuations. By evening, hundreds of armored vehicles and troop carriers rolled into the Nanhua Villa area, setting up tight defenses within the villa community. In the living room, a middle-aged man in military uniform, accompanied by Zhang Guofeng, arrived in front of Wang Lin. Self-introduction, Mr. Wang Lin. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Hai, the General of the Special Forces Brigade, here specially to discuss your villa renovation project and the matter of the medicine prescription. We are fully capable of meeting your requirements within a week. Additionally, your concerns about the medicine prescription are completely unnecessary. Looking at the middle-aged man before him, who resembled Zhou Qingqing by 70%, Wang Lin smiled and said, I am also very glad to meet you. I can give you the medicine prescription, and not only that, but I can also offer you a space layer. However, I have 3 conditions. Zhou Hai immediately asked, what are the conditions? Wang Lin pondered for a moment and said, first, to publish the medicine prescription and not restrict the planting of medicinal materials. Second, to usher in the era of universal cultivation. Third, to disclose all the causes and conditions of the strange phenomena. This. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai hesitated and said, this will cause chaos. Wang Lin laughed and said, then let me tell you 3 more pieces of news, you can weigh their importance yourself. Zhou Hai, what news? Wang Lin, the first piece of news, the rules of weird tales are actually a war of life and death. The second piece of news, the more strange phenomena produced in the world of the living, the fewer restrictions there are for them to harm others. The third piece of news, those strange phenomena manipulating the cultists are already in preparation, even they themselves do not know, and when they are ready, the powerful strange phenomena will lead a strange army to invade Blue Star. By that time, with the current weapons of Blue Star, there will be no defense. If changes are not made soon, in at most 30 years, humanity on Blue Star will be extinct. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai immediately fell silent. Beside him, Zhou Qingqing and Zhang Guofeng also fell silent. Zhou Hai said heavily, your conditions seem not to be beneficial to you, can you tell me why? Wang Lin smiled and said, I want to find a strategic partner. But the current Blue Star does not meet my requirements, so I might as well lend a hand. Zhou Hai frowned and asked again, can you tell me how much strength you actually have? Wang Lin thought for a moment, not very strong, but it should be enough to bring about the extinction of Blue Star. Zhou Hai, can you be more detailed? Wang Lin, I previously mentioned the levels of the strange phenomena. I'm sure you already know that actually starting from ghost generals, they possess not only strength but also power. In the realm of weird tales, a ghost general controls a ghost city, a ghost commander controls roughly a state, and a ghost king controls an entire weird country. The ghost emperor controls an entire weird planet. Or it's more appropriate to describe it as a dead star. Dead star? Zhou Hai and the others couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Wang Lin in disbelief. Seeing the surprise on everyone's faces, Wang Lin smiled lightly and said, that's right, it's exactly as you understand it. The dead star controlled by the ghost emperor is actually the former life planet. Moreover, there is not just one ghost emperor in the realm of weird tales. I don't even know the exact number, but there are at least 30. And I can handle one ghost emperor without any issue, including all of its forces. After speaking, Wang Lin looked at Zhou Hai with a half-smile. So now, what do you think of my bait plan? Zhou Hai was silent. If what Wang Lin said was true, then without a doubt, Wang Lin's bait plan was correct and imperative. But now, this issue was no longer something he could decide. And he had already come with the army. The plan had already been sabotaged. Looking at the silent Zhou Hai, Wang Lin shrugged. I've delivered the news. The medicine prescription is on the table. The rest is up to you. I have no mood for this anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Unfortunately, Wang Lin had already vanished into thin air, along with Cuihua and Xiaohui, who had been lying at his feet. In the depths of Mount Lao, in a crumbling temple, Wang Lin suddenly appeared with Little Black and Cuihua. Returning to the place where they first hid, Wang Lin had a relaxed expression on his face. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the two dogs, Wang Lin explained rarely, "Do you think I give up halfway?" Upon hearing this, Little Black and Cuihua quickly shook their heads. Though they indeed felt that way, they dared not admit it. Kek. Wang Lin chuckled, shaking his head, not explaining further, and instead set up a formation around the broken temple, then simply entered closed-door training. A misty white fog spread across the dim and silent street, with streetlights flickering on and off on both sides. I don't want to die. Why was I chosen? Mom and Dad, I am unfilial, I can't support you anymore. If anyone can return alive, please help me tell Cuihua. I have wanted to tell you for a long time, I love you so much, Little Black loves you so much. Suddenly, loud noises erupted on the quiet street. Over 500 people appeared on the street. Some were crying in sorrow, some were collapsing in madness, some were publicly regretting, and others were hurriedly stating their last words. Even some people openly lunged at nearby women, trying to do something unspeakable. Onlookers reacted differently. Some were disgusted, some were numb, some wanted to act bravely, while others wanted to join in. In the final moments of life, the desires and ugliness in people's hearts were undoubtedly magnified, prompting many to act recklessly. Disgusting thing. Wang Lin, who had been keeping his head down, glanced at the ferocious man beside him, who was trying to act like a tyrant. He frowned, flicked his fingers, and a cloud of black smoke sank into the back of the man's head. Ugh! In an instant, the ferocious man lost all vitality, becoming a lifeless corpse. Why has this bizarre event come so soon? The rules haven't even appeared. How could the bizarre event come first and directly kill someone? Seeing this situation, the surrounding people were filled with terror, all gasping as they hurried away from the dead man on the ground. The woman who was knocked down fainted from fear, her eyes rolling back. Just as the crowd was panicking, a thunderous sound suddenly resonated in the sky. Immediately after, a chilling voice appeared. Welcome, fortunate carbon-based beings, what you will experience next is a bizarre tale, level C, the temptation of going home. Upon hearing the voice, the previously noisy and weeping crowd fell silent instantly. Each person held their breath, afraid to miss even a single word from the voice in the sky. Bizarre Tale Rules. Rule 1, be sure to return to your respective homes within 2 hours. Rule 2, live in this city for 1 month. Rule 3, strictly follow all rules in the city. Rule 4, when you hear knocking on the door, do not open. Rule 5, your respective homes are your absolute safe havens. As the voice of the bizarre tale echoed, a watch and a key appeared in front of everyone, with a tag on the key showing each person's address. Baichi District, De Chun Green Road, Chunlu Community, Building S, Unit B, App 250. Looking at the tag on the key, Wang Lin suddenly felt the urge to slay that entire community, no, to wipe out the whole Baichi District. Glancing at the time on the watch, it was exactly 2200 hours in the bizarre tale world, meaning there were just 2 hours left to return home. The crowd, hearing the voice of the bizarre tale finish, hurried to check the address information on the keys, then anxiously looked up. Most people, confirming the direction of the street signs, hurriedly left, not daring to waste a single second. In no time, the once crowded street was left with just Wang Lin, the fainted woman on the ground, and some elderly people who were immobile and confused. Because they were all randomly selected from billions of people, no one knew each other. Due to being assigned different living places, and even being far apart, no one can take care of these elderly people with limited mobility, nor dare to take care of them. After the mainstream crowd left, shadows began to appear on both sides of the street. These were some demons with green faces and sharp teeth, their appearances horrifying and grotesque. These are demons who come to pick up the easy prey. These elderly people basically have no ability to return home, and when it strikes midnight, these demons will rush in and fight to devour the immobile elders. Young man, old man, I want to ask you for a favor. A trembling, ancient voice sounded behind Wang Lin. Hearing this voice, Wang Lin softly replied, please go ahead. The old man quickly said, I am 88 this year, I have lived enough, I have children and grandchildren, and I have no regrets, but unfortunately, I am old and unable to move, now even the ability to free myself is gone, so I want to ask you, young man, to help me. I'll help you pass on. Wang Lin suddenly interrupted the old man's words. No, hearing Wang Lin's words, the old man quickly waved his hand. I meant to say I want you to help me with Wang Lin interrupted the old man again. This time I will help you pass on, but next time I may not be matched with you again, so from now on, you should discuss how to proceed with your family. Ha! Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the old man was instantly confused. Helping him pass on, when the rules and strange talk began, indeed there were many people who said such things and acted on them, including some elites and outstanding individuals, some even with guns, but then it all stopped. Moreover, their homes are in different locations. And even if help was to be given, it would be to someone living nearby. Helping an old man, who is a decaying wood and in an unknown location, is completely meaningless. The old man shook his head. Young man, thank you for your kindness. But my old life is not worth it. You are still young. Time is running out, you should hurry and find your home, and live on. Before, the old man also thought Wang Lin was giving up on life, but now he knows that Wang Lin didn't want to give up his life but wanted to help others live on. Chapter 80, The Temptation of Going Home. Wang Lin turned his back to the old man. When you go back, gather with your descendants, have a good farewell. After saying this, Wang Lin raised his withered hand and drew a circle in the empty space to the left, leaving behind a ghostly blue trail. It's a necromancer. On both sides of the street, the demons who had long been envious watched Wang Lin effortlessly carve out a passage in space, and each one was filled with terror. Run! In the next second, the demons on both sides of the street all turned to flee. Not a single one dared to stay. Watching the demons, who licked their lips and wiped their mouths, flee in chaos, the remaining old people looked at each other. Then they all focused their gaze on Wang Lin. You all hurry and go. Wang Lin turned his back to the elders and calmly said, from here, you can return to Blue Star, but you only have 10 minutes. Once back, quickly contact the Strange Response Bureau, and then go home to say goodbye to your family and settle your affairs. Upon hearing this, several old people were overjoyed and immediately rushed forward. No! Stop! Seeing this, several old people hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, in the face of the temptation to live, those few old people quickly ran into the space passage without listening. You are the strange one, the people killed just now were by you. Seeing he could not stop the several elders from entering the space passage, the old man who had spoken with Wang Lin looked at Wang Lin's back and said solemnly, you let us go back, you want to use us to return to Blue Star, we will not fall for your trick. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. In the next moment, the ground turned pitch black, and pairs of skeletal ghostly hands reached out from underground. In the terrified gaze of the elderly, skeletons crawled up from the ground. Thud. The old man speaking to Wang Lin swallowed hard, but still held his neck high. You can kill or torture us, but we will never go back to harm our own people. Just give up that hope. Yes, if you're going to kill us, just make it quick, don't drag it out. 20 years later, I will still be a brave man. Come on, kill me. Who says women are any less than men? It's just death, go ahead and kill me. As the speaking elder took the lead, the others also spoke up, all standing tall and proud. Seeing these elders calmly facing death, Wang Lin could only shake his head helplessly, not explaining further, waving his hand, send them all back. Be gentle. Following the command, the summoned skeletons began to work, lifting each elder and forming a line to pass through the open space passage. After sending the elders back and closing the space passage, Wang Lin looked up at the blood moon in the sky and murmured, next, it's time to start the war. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin glanced again at the key and nameplate in his hand, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and quickly drifting away. Zhao Shi and a few young men and women who formed a temporary group walked cautiously down the street. Don't be so cautious, it's so dull. Young man, would you like a cold drink? Freshly made from the stinky gutter. I have good stuff here, come over, come on. Hey, come keep me company, am I not beautiful? Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well enjoy ourselves first. Watching Zhao Shi and his group being so careful, the strange beings around them continuously tempted or deliberately guided them. Faced with countless strange beings watching and enticing them on the street, Zhao Shi and his group dared not respond and became even more cautious, quickly observing the rules posted by the roadside and on the streets with each street change. They feared that a careless violation would result in being torn apart by surrounding ghosts and monsters. Run! There's a death mage, a high-level death mage. Everyone run, the undead are coming. In their trembling fear, a terrified shout suddenly rang out on the street. Immediately, the strangeness along the entire street visibly began to panic. In the bewildered gaze of Zhao Shi and his companions, as the shout echoed, the strange beings around them licking their lips and looking at them became frantic, turning and running away. It was as if some immense horror had appeared. Before long, the entire street was left with only the living who were still cautiously afraid to violate any rules. The remaining living people looked at the chaotic street, each exchanging glances with one another. What? Does anyone know what a death mage is? Why do all the strange beings seem so afraid? And what exactly is the undead? Looking at the empty and chaotic street, Zhao Shi curiously asked the person beside him. Hearing this, the others also shook their heads. These two terms were new to them. Although the meanings were not hard to understand, who could be sure they grasped the correct meaning? It doesn't matter what they are. Let's hurry back, one said. Yes, let's get going. Even the strange beings are fleeing, we shouldn't stay on the street. Since there are no strange beings now, our first choice is to hurry. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Although they didn't know what had happened, at least it was much safer for them to return to their so-called home now. Meanwhile, the same thing was happening on other streets. As the news spread, the strangeness in the entire Han capital city quickly panicked, as if stones had been thrown into a lake, creating ripples of chaos. Many strange beings hurriedly sought nearby hiding spots. Then, a large group armed with firearms. The strange soldiers in uniforms began to patrol the streets, searching. There were even large numbers of armored vehicles and tanks. It's time. In Baichi District, Dachuan Green Road, Chuntian Community, Building S, Unit B, at the entrance of door 250, Wang Lin, draped in a black robe, stood outside the security door, staring at the doorplate, and the veins on his forehead couldn't help but throb. Young man, can you help this old lady throw out some garbage? At that moment, an elderly voice rang from behind Wang Lin. Hearing this, Wang Lin glanced at the rules posted on the wall nearby. There were a total of 11 rules, 3 of which stated, 1 cannot refuse a neighbor's reasonable request. 1 cannot enter a neighbor's home. 1 must answer questions. Young man, can you help me throw out the garbage? I'm not very mobile. Seeing that Wang Lin did not respond, the old voice rang out again. Turning his head, Wang Lin looked back at the amiable old ghost. When the old ghost saw Wang Lin turn, she trembled and took 3 steps back. He. Wang Lin laughed ominously. Old ghost, soon you'll be fighting the undead. If you don't stay at home and run around, you'll be eaten by the undead. I'll go home right now, the old ghost said in terror, turning to run. It's too late. In the next second, Wang Lin's voice sounded darkly. A terrifying force appeared behind the old ghost. Chapter 81, The Ghost Landlord. After consuming the old ghost, Wang Lin took out the key to open the door to this so-called home. As the door opened, a spacious hall came into view, but the hall, though large, was not bright at all, rather it was very dim, damp, and messy. Entering the house, he saw a piece of paper affixed to the door that listed the landlord's rules. Rule 1, please keep the house clean and tidy, the landlord may come for inspections every day at noon. Rule 2, any damaged or lost items must be compensated at full price. Rule 3, no opening windows at night. Rule 4, please ensure proper ventilation in the house. Rule 5, any changes to the layout of the house must be reported to the landlord and approved. Rule 6, no bringing strange or eerie things into the house. Rule 7, no opening the door to anyone other than the landlord or eerie entities. Rule 8, no bringing work items back to the house. Rule 9, no looking in mirrors. Rule 10, no cooking in the house. Rule 11, a rent of 10,000 is due at the end of the month. Landlord's phone, 21 **********. Wang Lin carefully read through the rules about the house. He went over all 11 rules with great attention. After reading the rules, Wang Lin looked around the interior of the house. This was a house of about 150 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. And every room was extremely dirty and messy. After looking at the overall condition of the house, Wang Lin casually summoned a dozen ghosts to start cleaning. With the labor of the dozen ghosts, it still took a full half-hour to clean the house. One can imagine, if a regular person or even a weaker cultivator were to live here, it would be a time-consuming and laborious task, and likely 9 out of 10 people wouldn't be able to clean it up before noon the next day. After cleaning the house, Wang Lin picked up the landline phone in the house and dialed the landlord's number posted on the door. Beep beep beep. With a few beeping sounds, the call connected, and a hoarse, gloomy voice said, "You called me now, has the house been cleaned? My beloved tenant." Hearing the voice, Wang Lin spoke in a low voice, "It's been cleaned, please come take a look." Upon hearing Wang Lin's hoarse, ominous voice, the other side of the call fell silent for a moment, before replying, I'll come to check at noon tomorrow. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me." Wang Lin, that's not acceptable. The house you rented to me has issues, please come back to sort it out. The other side of the call went silent again and asked, "What issues?" Wang Lin, there are already other things in this house, and they made my recently cleaned room very messy. This seriously conflicts with the rules, you must come and solve this problem for me. The voice on the other end of the phone fell silent again. It said, "Alright, I won't inspect your house tomorrow. I'll come over to help you solve the problem, and then give you another 12 hours to clean up." After saying this, the phone hung up. Obviously, either the ghost landlord really had something on his hands, or Wang Lin's voice made him alert. However, Wang Lin didn't want to waste any time. Wang Lin waved his hand and summoned again. Suddenly, a child with a backpack appeared beside him. This person was Zhao Chen. Here? Wang Lin? Seeing Wang Lin in front of him, Zhao Chen's eyes were full of surprise. Looking at the surprised Zhao Chen, Wang Lin smiled and said, Zhao Chen, long time no see. Hearing this, Zhao Chen snapped back to reality and quickly said respectfully, yes, long time no see. I thought sir had forgotten about me. Did you call me for something you need help with? Wang Lin nodded lightly and said directly, I need you to help me locate a phone number's position. No problem, right? Of course, no problem. Zhao Chen said confidently. Then he took off his backpack and pulled out 2 laptops and some small gadgets. Zhao Chen manipulated the computers while asking, Sir, where are you right now? Wang Lin, in the Rule Horror Stories copy. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's hands manipulating the computer immediately froze. He looked up, shock written all over his face. Wang Lin confirmed, you heard me right, we are currently in the Rule Horror Story copy. Hearing this, Zhao Chen fell silent, then quickly raised his wrist to check. Seeing there was no number displayed on it, he let out a sigh of relief. Though he was a genius, with his small arms and legs, if he really got chosen by horror stories, he wouldn't survive 3 copies. After all, the horror story copies consumed a lot of physical strength. Then Zhao Chen asked, Sir, are you trying to locate a phone in the horror story? I'm afraid. Wang Lin, although it's a phone in the horror story copy, it's not much different from the one back in Blue Star. There are signal base stations and they also use radio communication. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen was shocked again. Wang Lin explained, even though this place is a horror story copy, maybe decades ago, it was still a lively world. So, it's not strange that the strange beings use proper technological items, on the contrary, they rely on technology a lot. I see. Zhao Chen nodded, quickly operating the 2 laptops. After a while, he said, Sir, I'm ready now. Can you dial the number? Of course, Wang Lin nodded and dialed the ghost landlord's number again using the landline. However, this time the call was hung up after just 2 rings. Just as Wang Lin was about to dial again, Zhao Chen said, Sir, I've located the position, take a look. Is this okay? After saying this, Zhao Chen turned one of the laptops toward Wang Lin. On the screen was a small map, with a small red dot right in the middle. The location was, home restaurant. It's good. Wang Lin nodded. Inside the dimly lit, eerie luxurious private room of home restaurant, more than 20 strange beings were gathered. On the dining table among them lay a girl who had been stripped clean. An apple was stuffed in her mouth, tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked terrified at the room full of strange beings. She was also a chosen one, but she was in a different copy from Wang Lin. She was participating in a D-grade copy, the home restaurant. She needed to work as a waitress in the restaurant for a month. In this month, she worked as a waitress every day, filled with fear and caution, trying her best to do her job. Finally, she had persisted to the last day. Out of the more than 30 people who initially participated in the copy, only 3 were still alive. Just when she thought she could return home safely to take care of her young sister, an unexpected event occurred. Today, she was deceived and slandered by the other 2 remaining people, leading her to break the strange rule and ended up on the dinner table. It was only while being cleaned up in the kitchen that she overheard the strange beings discussing that the other 2 had already betrayed everyone, that the rest had been tricked to death by them, and they had survived by selling out their companions. Ding ding ding. Just as the strange beings were about to make their move, the phone of one bald-headed strange suddenly rang. Hearing the sound, all the strange beings in the private room couldn't help but stop their movements. The bald-headed strange glanced at the phone number and laughed, it's a call from the tenant involved in the copy. After saying this, the bald-headed strange answered the phone. His tone was eerie, you're calling me now, has the house been cleaned up? My delicious tenant. You're calling me now, has the house been cleaned up? My delicious tenant. In the private room, under the gazes of the strange beings, the bald-headed strange only said one sentence, and then his expression suddenly changed. His voice even became a bit cautious. After a moment, seeing the bald-headed strange hung up the phone, one heavily made-up strange couldn't help but ask, Brother Dong. What happened? Hearing this, the bald-headed strange had a grim face, my tenant has a problem. He's an evil and powerful guy. Upon hearing this, the strange beings looked at each other in confusion, and another strange asked suspiciously, Brother Dong, it's just a phone call. How do you know that tenant is evil and powerful? The bald-headed strange maintained a serious expression, you can tell from the voice, that voice is not something a normal person or a strange can have. Upon hearing this, the strange beings became even more puzzled. They were curious about what kind of voice it was. Seeing the doubtful looks from his strange companions, the bald-headed strange explained, that kind of voice cannot form naturally, only by being in a terrible environment and position for a long time can one develop a voice like that. Just like those high-ranking ghosts. Upon hearing this, the strange beings fell silent. After a while, one strange asked, Brother Dong, what do you plan to do? The bald-headed strange said grimly, tomorrow, I'll find some strong brothers to go with me. At that time, you all come along to show some strength. Okay. Upon hearing this, all the strange beings replied loudly. Then let's eat. The bald-headed strange said, picking up the axe and knife from the table, his gaze turning towards the terrified girl on the table. Looking at the bald-headed strange who raised the knife and axe towards her, the girl on the table was filled with terror, unwillingly closing. Lich. The bald weird one was still analyzing the situation in his mind, and the next moment, he saw his strange brothers screaming in horror. Then, he saw these peculiar brothers either collapsing in the private room or frantically smashing through the door and walls to escape. Lich. There's a lich. There's a lich in the private room. With the commotion and the strange cries, suddenly hundreds of eyes in the restaurant hall turned to look. Lich. Run away, there's a lich. In the next moment, the entire restaurant hall became lively, countless strange beings dropped their bowls and chopsticks, panicking as they rushed towards the exit. Those who couldn't get out in time even smashed through walls and glass. Then, the whole street outside became chaotic, with cries ringing out, and strange beings fleeing in panic. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the entire restaurant hall was left with only 2 confused waiters standing in the midst of scattered chairs. What is a lich? Why are these strange beings so scared? I don't know. Should we escape? I'm too scared. The two looked at each other in confusion, ultimately not daring to break the restaurant's rules to leave. In the private room, upon hearing his companion shout the word lich, the bald weird one, even without seeing Wang Lin behind him, became completely limp in the chair, trembling like a leaf. The next moment, a bony hand grasped the bald weird one by the back of his neck. It lifted him up as if he were a small cat. You are my landlord, you can't just fall down like this. It's time to check the house. And by the way, let's change the rules. Saying this, Wang Lin lifted the bald weird one and intended to leave. Woo woo. At that moment, the girl on the dining table let out a whimpering sound. Looking at the girl placed on the table, Wang Lin casually waved his hand. In the next moment, the ropes binding the girl automatically snapped, and the apple stuffed in her mouth fell out. For the time being, you just hide well. After saying this, Wang Lin turned and stepped into the space crack from which he came. Immediately afterward, the space crack disappeared without a trace. Carrying the bald weird one back to home, he saw Zhao Chen busy on his laptop. Seeing Wang Lin return so quickly while carrying a weird being, Zhao Chen said with a smile, "Sir, I'm cracking the security network of this city. This way, I can move around more easily. And here's this, you can take it, call me if you need anything." Hearing this, Wang Lin shook his head and said calmly, "There's no need for all this. Just think of it as coming for fun." Zhao Chen looked at Wang Lin in confusion. But Wang Lin didn't explain, he just threw the weird being he was carrying onto the ground and pointed at the rules on the door. "The rules are written by you, let's check the house." Hearing this, the bald weird one suddenly spoke tremblingly, "My lord, no need for inspection, it's very clean. This is the cleanest house I've ever seen, even cleaner than new." Humph. Wang Lin snorted lightly. "But these rules are very inconvenient for me." The bald weird one was taken aback and quickly knelt down to plead, "My lord, I didn't know you were coming." "My lord, you write the rules, you write." Hearing these heartfelt words from the bald weird one, Wang Lin smiled, "That's more like it." He. Zhao Chen looked on curiously, this was truly the first time he had seen such a scene. He couldn't help but think, turns out these weird beings are quite sincere. But why are those captured by the bureau so rigid? He tossed the paper and pen he had prepared earlier in front of the bald weird one and directly commanded, "I say, you write." Yes. The bald weird one repeatedly agreed. He hurriedly picked up the paper and pen, his butt up in the air as he knelt on the ground. "Wang Lin, Rule 1, you must live together with the landlord." Upon hearing this rule, the bald weird one was instantly dumbfounded. Let him live with a lich, it's simply scarier than seeking death. Wang Lin impatiently said, "What are you talking about?" "Right. If you get one word wrong, I will chop off your hands and feet." "Yes." The bald man responded bitterly in a strange manner and could only obediently lie down and cautiously start writing. Wang Lin, Rule 2, no opening the door. Rule 3, if someone breaks in, you can fight back. Chapter 83, Launching a War. Those are the only 3 rules, take them and post them on the door. Watching the bald man stick the rules on the door with an expression like he has been granted a pardon, Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder, "Sir, why change the rules? Aren't these strange rules just nonsense to you? Changing them doesn't mean they will be followed anyway." Wang Lin shook his head, even though these rules are set by the anomalies, they are still very important. Under the condition of not breaking the rules, no anomaly can harm me. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules of Bizarre Tales. Even the Ghost Emperor would likely have to pay some price. Hearing this, Zhao Chen's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Wang Lin's words implied that possibly even more fearsome anomalies could appear, ones that even Wang Lin himself fears. The only ones capable of making Wang Lin wary are probably the Ghost King who rules a nation and the Ghost Emperor who rules a planet. So, does this mean Wang Lin is about to do something big soon? No wonder he wanted to change the rules. Thinking this way, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel hesitant. With his small arms and legs, getting caught up in a battle of such powerful beings might leave him shattered by the aftermath. Just as Zhao Chen was debating how to bid farewell to Wang Lin suddenly patted his shoulder. He laughed and said, "Don't be nervous, if there really is uncontrollable danger, I will send you away in advance. For now, just think of it as coming to have fun in the bizarre tale instance." Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned and awkwardly replied, "What you said makes sense, I was overthinking it. With you around, I don't need to worry about my safety at all." Wang Lin chuckled, "Sometimes I really wonder if you are truly only 13 years old. He. Zhao Chen, I swear, I really am only 13, and I'm not even fully 13 yet. He. Wang Lin laughed, "You are truly a genius. Let's not talk idle chatter, someone else is coming." "Is it Zhou Qingqing?" Zhao Chen asked. Although he didn't know what Wang Lin said when he recruited Zhou Qingqing, he guessed it should be her. "Yes." Wang Lin nodded, "After all, this is a promise to her, to bring her here to see." He. As he spoke, Wang Lin habitually laughed again. This just got interesting. It seems he hasn't given up on recruiting Zhou Qingqing. What is so important about Zhou Qingqing? Listening to Wang Lin's laughter, Zhao Chen couldn't help but ponder secretly. Wang Lin's laughter clearly held deeper intentions. Bringing Zhou Qingqing here to see must have an even more profound scheme. But although Zhou Qingqing has some standing in dealing with the anomalies, she is merely the chief secretary of the Yunzhou branch. To the lower level people, her status seems high, but in the eyes of slightly higher ups, Zhou Qingqing's position is not that significant after all. "Zhao Chen, what are you doing here?" Just as Zhao Chen was thinking, a voice of surprise suddenly rang out. It turns out that while he was deep in thought, Wang Lin had already summoned Zhou Qingqing. It wasn't that Wang Lin had contracted Zhou Qingqing, it was just that the item Zhou Qingqing carried had a coordinate left by Wang Lin. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's surprised voice, Zhao Chen quickly looked up at her, who was staring in shock at him, and awkwardly chuckled, "Sister Qingqing, long time no see." Zhou Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "We saw each other yesterday, it's not that long ago. But running into you here, I really never would have expected it." Ha. Zhao Chen laughed a couple of times and replied straightforwardly, "I have already pledged my allegiance to Mr. Wang Lin." "Zhou Qingqing, you are not trying to argue at all. Why don't you say something?" At this moment, Wang Lin interrupted Zhou Qingqing's questioning, "There are many unexpected things. But how about you? Why do you look like this now? It's also out of my expectation." Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing immediately fell silent. At this time, she had lost her usual capable style, and even looked a bit downcast. She wore loose cartoon pajamas and had dark circles under her eyes. Her hair was a mess, and she even smelled of alcohol. Zhou Qingqing didn't speak, but Zhao Chen was quick to reply, "What can happen? After you left, we were just sidelined." "Oh?" Wang Lin couldn't help but be curious. "That wasn't within my expectation, but I still want to hear it." Zhou Qingqing spoke first. "Actually, there's nothing much, just being sidelined." Zhao Chen continued, "It's not just Qingqing, I, Zhang Nan, and Han may have also been sidelined. As for the reason, I'm sure you already know. I can roughly guess." Wang Lin nodded, losing interest in continuing. Zhou Qingqing changed the topic. "If you pull us into the odd tale instance, what are you planning to do?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "I plan to initiate a war." "Initiate a war?" Hearing Wang Lin's words, both Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin had previously said that the rules of the odd tale were actually a war between life and death, and that war would inevitably come. But to initiate a war against the weirdness in the odd tale instance, that was just too. For a moment, neither of them even knew how to express the thoughts in their hearts. At the same time, a wave of excitement rose in their hearts. "That's right, it's to initiate a war." Wang Lin smiled and said, walking towards the window of the house. Seeing this, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen quickly followed. Outside the window, the sky was dark, with 2 blood moons hanging high, looking very ominous. The city was dimly lit, and few shadows appeared on the streets, with soldiers and armored vehicles patrolling around. Is this the world of odd tales? Looking at the scenery outside, Zhao Chen and Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim. Although they had seen it many times in videos, visiting the world of odd tales was still their first time. Then Zhou Qingqing frowned and said, "Why does this eerie city feel so deserted, and there are troops patrolling, as if on guard for something?" Wang Lin laughed and said, "Indeed, they are on guard because I am here. A high-level necromancer is enough to make the whole eerie city be on guard." Zhou Qingqing curiously asked, "Can you tell me why the weirdness fears necromancers so much?" Wang Lin paused for a moment and said, because necromancers have too many means to deal with the weirdness. One could even say it's a predator-prey relationship on the food chain. However, it's not absolute, the weirdness have their own thoughts, and this is just one of the odd tale worlds. The technology level is comparable to Blue Star, and actually, in terms of weapons and equipment, it's much more backward than Blue Star. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen did not say anything more, they just gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, not knowing what they were thinking. Seeing their state, Wang Lin didn't say much either, he just took out his staff from the ring and began to chant complex and lengthy spells. As the spell was recited, dark clouds began to gather in the outer sky, and in the city, black smoke started rising from the ground. This is a large-scale necromancy summon. Prepare for battle. As the smoke rose from the ground, the eerie soldiers patrolling the streets were instantly startled. They gripped their weapons tightly and quickly formed a circle, ready for battle. Chapter 84 Battle begins. Under Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen's grave days, they saw the black smoke completely dye the ground within a 1,000-meter range outside the window to black, as if it were an endless abyss. Suddenly, within the range shrouded in black mist, the buildings, along with the vigilant airy soldiers, rapidly fell towards the pitch-black ground below. The ground has turned into a black hole in space. Be careful. Don't fall down. Shouts rang out as the falling strange soldiers desperately flew upward, trying to escape. In the engulfed buildings, many flying strange beings also soared out, wishing to flee from the suddenly appeared underground black hole. Roar! At that moment, endless roars echoed from the hollow underground. Soon, countless specks of eerie blue flames lit up in the void, spreading rapidly from the depths of the pit like a raging fire. The undead are coming. Seeing the eerie blue flames creeping from the depths of the pit, the strange beings fleeing the underground cave cried out in alarm. Quick, prepare to fight, we must not let those skeletons rush up. This is Spring Green Road, a high-level necromancer has opened a passage for the undead, requesting support, immediate support. At the edge of the pit, the strange officers held their communicators, tirelessly directing and calling for reinforcements. Hearing the orders, the surrounding strange soldiers quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed to the pit's edge, aiming their guns at the eerie blue flames that were gradually rising from the hole. From the nearby buildings, over 1,000 strange soldiers patrolling the area rushed out from the streets and houses, quickly gathering towards the location of the pit. Armored vehicles stood guard on every street. At the same time, countless strange civilians were also fleeing with their families, leaving behind the living who were confusedly looking around, participating in various instances. It was clear that something very bad had happened now. But each of them feared the rules and regulations, not daring to leave their positions easily. All they could do was look around at the fleeing strange beings, cautiously observing the situation. They're coming, open fire. As the eerie blue flames spread, the roars grew louder. The commanding strange officers loudly ordered immediately. Bang bang bang. In the next second, gunfire erupted densely, bullets with eerie green light poured towards the eerie blue flames crawling up the sides of the pit like a torrent. These bullets were specially made from unique materials, with tiny strange formations engraved on their tips, possessing both physical striking power and the ability to injure spirits, also having decent effects on energy shields. Roar! The cries of the undead continued. Countless types of skeletons rapidly climbed along the walls of the pit. Facing the hail of bullets coming from the entrance, the undead roared, their bodies glowing with faint blue shields, wrapping them like eggshells. The eerie green bullets hit the shields, only causing some ripples, with few managing to penetrate the eerie blue shields and hit the skeletons. Retreat, defend in the streets. Seeing the undead surge closer to the entrance like a gushing spring and their bullets failing to break the undead's energy shields, the commanding strange officers ordered a retreat to use the narrow streets and armored weapons to block the undead. Receiving the command, the strange beings at the pit's edge turned and ran, quickly retreating to the surrounding streets and buildings, even tearing down some structures to stack bricks and stones on the roads as obstacles and cover. As soon as the strange soldiers set up their defenses, the undead crawled out from the underground pit, countless skeletons rushing out like a gushing spring towards the strange soldiers on the streets. Open fire! Watching the undead rush out from the underground pit, the commanding strange officers issued the order again. In the next moment, denser bullets shot out from the street and the buildings on both sides, dragging eerie green streaks of light that again aimed at the emerging souls. Strange armored vehicles and tanks fired with all their might. They crazily poured out large-caliber ammunition. For a moment, the souls that had just rushed out of the underground cave were crushed into bone dust, their shattered bones flying everywhere. But the souls that burst out of the cave were not just standing there to be hit, they immediately fought back, shooting an abundance of bone arrows wrapped in ghostly blue flames along with ghostly blue fireballs from the sea of souls, also raining down like a storm on the street and the strange soldiers in the houses. Your soldiers' weapons are so outdated, isn't this? In the house, Zhou Qingqing frowned and spoke as she watched the souls retaliate. Wasn't the weapon gap too big? This battle was impossible. However, before she finished speaking, Zhou Qingqing was dumbfounded, staring in shock at the battlefield outside the window. She saw arrows with ghostly blue flames continuously hitting the street and the houses, instantly igniting the streets and buildings, and the ghostly blue fireballs that landed exploded with a loud bang. And although the soul's weapons were outdated, they had an absolute numerical advantage, continuously attacking with even higher density than the strange soldiers holding automatic firearms. With the soul's flames burning souls and negative energy, the strange soldiers were suddenly forced down, not daring to expose themselves and could only shoot in faith. Some strange soldiers had even started to retreat and flee, and more were joining them. Though the strange soldiers used technological weapons, they quickly fell behind against the overwhelming sea of souls and the soul flames gradually spreading over the surrounding streets and buildings, forced to withdraw in a hurry. In the world of cultivators, the gap brought by technology is not as big as you think. Wang Lin explained, ghostly blue soul fire can ignite souls and negative energy. In this strange subworld, negative energy is everywhere, even the buildings are soaked in it. It's like a match to gasoline. And this is just the beginning. What you see now are only the lowest and cheapest cannon fodder among the souls, and some defective products. Their greatest role is to exhaust the enemy. The real elite hasn't even appeared yet. He. Hearing Wang Lin's explanation, Zhou Qingqing fell silent. Especially shocked by the effect of the soul flames. At that moment, she finally understood Wang Lin's words. The relationship between necromancers and the strange was like a natural predator in the food chain. What is going on? Is this a war in the world of strange tales? I was only participating in an E-level difficulty subworld. How could this happen? This is not my level of difficulty. Watching the strange soldiers continuously firing and defending while already starting to retreat, and the souls continuously pouring out from the underground cave, surging in all directions like a tide. The living people participating in the subworld around were also shocked. Immediately, one by one, they scrambled to hide or flee. No longer caring about the rules of the subworld or the strange regulations, in this situation, staying behind meant seeking death. Facing the endless souls and the spreading sea of ghostly blue flames, the strange soldiers' defense was utterly futile. They had no choice but to quickly retreat, while also blowing up buildings to hinder the souls' advance, calling for more reinforcements to establish new defensive lines. Under the constant calls of the strange officers, the strange soldiers in the entire Eerie city began to move. A large number of strange soldiers, armed with weapons and driving various armored vehicles, started to gather in the southern district of the city, intending to build new defensive lines in the streets and houses. In the underground cave with a diameter of a kilometer, endless spirits seemed to pour out like an unending spring, rapidly spreading towards the streets and buildings in all directions. Not only are the spirits on the ground like waves without end, but countless bird skeleton spirits are flapping their wings and rushing out of the underground cave, instantly filling the sky, as if a dark blue fiery cloud has covered the southern part of the city. How can there be so many? In the rental house, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen were stunned, gazing in disbelief at the endless spirits pouring out and covering everything outside. This is truly overwhelming. This word has never been more fitting. The sky is almost blocked by the bird skeleton spirits, and the ground is completely covered by the skeletons. In that underground cave with a diameter of a kilometer, almost every second, tens of thousands of skeleton spirits are pouring out. The number of spirits has already reached several millions. And it is still growing at a speed of tens of thousands per second. Both of them couldn't help but turn their gazes back to Wang Lin, their shock nearly overflowing. At this moment, they finally understood why Wang Lin said that Blue Star was not qualified to cooperate with him without solving its own problems. Why he demanded that everyone in Blue Star be ready for battle. They also discovered that most of their previous speculations were just amusing in front of him. With Wang Lin's power and influence, their earlier calculations were utterly pointless. They were completely imagining things. Wang Lin was simply uninterested in those petty gains. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Wang Lin had no idea what they were thinking and didn't bother to think about it himself. He said, "There is nothing to be shocked about. After all, this is a war between planets, and also a war of different species. A military force in the millions is just a typical scene in the world of strange tales instances. Having everyone ready for battle is also an extremely likely scenario." At this point, Wang Lin looked seriously at Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chun, finally saying what he had long wanted to express. "Do you know? If I want to take a planet, I can completely conquer it. Just like now, this includes taking Blue Star." Upon hearing this, the two immediately tucked away their shock and looked earnestly at Wang Lin, carefully listening to every word he said, not daring to miss a single one. They had a premonition that what Wang Lin was about to say would be very important for Blue Star and for them. "Wang Lin, I have a massive army that exceeds the number of lives on Blue Star, weapons more advanced than those on Blue Star, and millions of powerful subordinates. If I really want to occupy Blue Star, I need not go through excessive calculations. It would not even take too much time. But even I still don't know what the rules of strange tales specifically are, and even what little I know is very little. But I can tell you for sure that the rules of strange tales will ultimately turn into a war of life and death. Because the strange tales instances we've been through are exactly how they came into being. I call them dead stars. These dead stars were once living planets with life. And there are at least more than 30 such dead stars in the instances of rules of strange tales. In the future, the blue star we live on may very well become one of these dead stars. I was once human, a living person, and I still believe I am a living person. Therefore, I do not want to see blue star become a dead star. I want to help blue star, I want to help my kind. However, what exactly is the current blue star like? You probably know better than I do. It is completely a hodgepodge, thrown together without any cohesion. Most of those controlling support are selfish and self-serving. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen both fell silent. The current blue star is indeed very chaotic. And there really is no sense of unity. Some people are indeed selfish. Seeing the two silent, Wang Lin finally said seriously, 10 years, you have 10 years, or else I will give up on blue star. Why? Zhou Qingqing asked. If what Wang Lin said is true, then Wang Lin giving up on blue star would mean that blue star loses its strongest support. Wang Lin shook his head, because 10 years later, I will no longer be the witch saint. Zhao Chen asked, then, what if blue star changes in 10 years? Wang Lin said solemnly, I will give you the Necromancer's cultivation method. It will allow the entire blue star to grow rapidly by using the rules of ghost tales. This is at least a high-ranking Necromancer. Or a lich. This city is finished, immediately send the order throughout the city, abandon city defenses, and fight the undead in the outskirts. Gather all the residents, immediately form an army to defend at key points, and collectively face the undead. Must hold back the undead for 1 day. Quickly request assistance from surrounding cities. Immediately report the situation here to Lord Ghost General and the King. In the highest building of the eerie city, the Ghost General wearing an iron mask looked at the grey-white, ghostly blue clouds formed by bird-like undead in the southern part of the city, his face serious as he issued the order to abandon the city and request assistance from other cities. Although both the undead and the bazaar are dark and supernatural races, the undead are utterly restrained by the bazaar. They can devour the bazaar and grow rapidly. Just like the relationship of the food chain. Under the spread of soul flames, the city with dense evil energy will sooner or later be completely ignited, becoming an ideal battlefield for the undead. Continuing to defend the city would undoubtedly be very disadvantageous. The outskirts are wide open, with few buildings, and the evil energy is not as thick as in the city, making them easier to defend and engage in large-scale battles. And to summon such a large range of undead in a short time, the opponent is at least a high-ranking necromancer or a lich. He is just a ghost general, let alone facing an opponent at least a high-ranking necromancer or lich. He might not even defeat the ghost generals under them, all he can do now is to build defenses as much as possible, buying some more time. As the commander of this eerie city, the ghost general issued the order, and the eerie soldiers who were building defenses in various streets of the southern district began to retreat towards the outskirts. At the same time, the originally chaotic eerie residents who were fleeing in all directions were quickly organized and began retreating to the designated location. Chapter 86, The Advantage of the Undead in the Instance. Countless various skeleton-themed undead quickly spread across the entire eerie city, filling every street and alley, even the buildings. The number could be counted in billions. The ghostly blue flames also rapidly spread throughout the city, igniting the entire city. In the ghostly blue flames, skeleton undead constantly grabbed and devoured the burning flames, just like enjoying a buffet. As the undead continued to devour the flames, one after another, they grew stronger at a visible speed. Many even advanced in level. Even the undead themselves burned in the flames, not only were they unharmed, but their bones also became harder and more transparent. Watching the streets and alleys filled with undead, seeing the undead who grew stronger by devouring flames, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen felt even more shocked. At this moment, they finally believed what Wang Lin had said before. Wang Lin truly has the power to challenge a nation. It is not impossible for him to conquer Blue Star. Boom! Just as the two were in shock, a roar suddenly echoed in the sky. Immediately following, the thunderous sound continued, almost exploding every second. The two looked up at the sky of the city upon hearing the sound. They saw green lights falling from the sky, crashing into the dark blue energy shield that enveloped the entire city and exploding. Both of them fixed their gaze on Wang Lin. Clearly, this was being shelled. Wang Lin said, "This is a strange artillery fire aimed at the city from outside, but this level of bombardment is totally useless, it can't even break the shield." Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. Zhao Chen asked, "When did the shield get raised?" Wang Lin smiled and replied, "During wartime, large-scale apparitions will raise a united shield, after all, there are a lot of them. The cost of raising a shield isn't much, but if they didn't raise one and a nuclear bomb suddenly dropped, wouldn't that be a total loss?" Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen. His reasoning made sense, and at the same time, it made them realize that the new mode of war would likely change drastically. It seemed that Blue Star's warfare model was not suited for the upcoming war. For a moment, the two felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Deeply worried about the future of Blue Star. On the other side, 10 miles away from the city, the iron-faced ghost general, who commanded this strange city, looked at the entire infernal iron city engulfed in a blaze of soul fire, and the soul power shield flickering with dark blue light under the bombardment. His expression was extremely grim and full of frustration. For them, these strange beings, fighting in a world rich in negative energy was like a fish in water, boosting their combat power by at least threefold. But for the undead, it was like a piranha entering a fish tank, doubling their combat power, especially in this environment covered with blazing soul flames. Increasing their strength 2 or 3 times was not impossible. Battling the undead in a strange world was truly more unbearable than eating excrement. The undead already countered the strange beings, and environmental factors widened the gap even more. How could they fight this battle? But they couldn't let the undead expand their territory. If they didn't stop the undead's expansion, they would rapidly grow in numbers like a raging fire. Then, the Ghost Lord would surely not spare him. My lord, the artillery fire can't break through. Beside the iron-faced ghost general, a military-dressed ghost hurriedly flew over, reporting with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the iron-faced ghost general commanded in a deep voice, "I see it. Stop the bombardment, conserve ammunition, and attack when they come out of the city." Yes. The reporting military ghost immediately responded and hurriedly flew away again. The iron-faced ghost general turned to the other military-clad ghosts beside him and asked, "How is the gathering of residents? How's the defense set up?" Upon hearing this, one of the military-clad ghosts immediately replied, "All the strange beings evacuated from the city have gathered, distributing weapons and organizing battalions. The strange beings from nearby villages and towns have also been ordered and are gathering at their designated points." Another military-clad ghost followed up, "The 4 main roads have already stationed 300,000 troops, and more than 50,000 troops have been stationed on the 13 secondary roads. Small pathways are also guarded by 500 to 5,000 troops, and defenses are being constructed. Additionally, we have 800,000 troops here. And the number is increasing. The expected total troop strength is 3,500,000. The iron-faced ghost general's expression grew even graver. There were at least 20 million undead in the city, possibly even more. Having only 3,500,000 troops was far too few. The iron-faced ghost general asked again, "What about support from surrounding cities?" A ghost immediately replied, "Ghost City has sent 20,000 troops to support. Soul City has dispatched 30,000. Ghost Cliff City sent 15,000, and Ghostwater City sent 18,000, they are all on their way." In a farther city, the second defense circle was being constructed, and reinforcements had not yet been sent. Report. Another ghost officer hurriedly ran over, reporting, "The ghost commander has issued an order, instructing us to hold back the undead for 2 days. The ghost commander has mobilized troops from various places to assist us." The iron-faced ghost general thought for a moment and ordered, "Instruct the troops defending the key routes to fully utilize depth tactics, to defend against the enemy layer by layer. We must hold out for 2 days. As long as we can hold for 2 days, everyone is a hero. If anyone fails to hold for even a minute, I will make them pay." Yes. The ghost officers responded immediately, rushing to command the strange communications. The iron-faced ghost general continued to look at the city burning with blazing blue flames, and the bird-like undead swirling in the sky like dark clouds, his expression growing more serious. Now, he had received reports from his subordinates that some escaped residents said they had seen a lich, at least. A lich's fighting power is at least comparable to that of a ghost commander, and the undead forces it controls can at least contend with the strange army of a whole state. Moreover, the fact that it could summon at least 20 million undead so quickly, leading a whole city to fall, indicates that it is definitely a powerful existence among liches, and is likely a great lich. Having one ghost general lead 5 million strange soldiers to block a lich with an army of at least 100 million, or even 1 billion for a great lich, is a very difficult task, even if it's just to hold for 2 days. Thinking this, the iron-faced ghost general's expression became even worse, looking as if he had eaten something foul. "I'm afraid that when the soul fire burning in the city gradually extinguishes, that will be the moment when millions of undead break out. If the undead were attacking in all directions, it would be fine. But if the undead concentrated their forces to break through, given their fearless fighting style, I'm afraid no direction would hold for even half a day." Chapter 87, The Horns of Expansion. In a rented room, a golden skeleton warrior floated outside the window, respectfully kneeling on one knee to Wang Lin, who stood on the balcony, reporting, "Master, preparations are almost complete, we can expand at any time." "Then let's begin the expansion," Wang Lin said lightly, nodding his head and issuing the command for expansion. "Yes." The golden skeleton immediately responded and turned into a beam of golden light, flying away. Woo woo woo. Soon, a series of heavy and loud horn sounds resounded in the city burning with blazing blue flames. As the sound of the horn echoed, the undead bathing in the soul flames, growing stronger as they absorbed the flames, all stopped their actions and roared, rushing towards the city's edge. Hearing the sound of the horn and seeing the endless undead responding to the command of the horn, Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin with confusion. "You still use a horn to command the army?" Of course, her question was mainly to understand more about this new mode of warfare. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. These are all the lowest level undead, many are skeletal beasts, like cannon fodder, so there's no need to equip them with communication devices, as that would be a waste. Higher level undead units use other command methods. Zhou Qingqing asked, other command methods? MHM. Wang Lin nodded but did not elaborate, simply saying, the types are complex, it's hard to explain in a short time. You'll have to see it with your own eyes. After saying this, Wang Lin waved his hand forward, and suddenly, the blue flames combusted in the void, forming several faint blue mirrors. In these mirrors, images appeared, showing the perspective of the bird-like undead in the sky, the undead on the ground, and those flying in mid-air directing the undead. There were even views from high above, looking down on the strange army that had gathered outside the city, preparing for battle. In the scene, with the sound of horns, all the skeletal spirits stopped their tasks, brandishing their weapons, roaring like a pack of madmen, surging towards the city outside in all directions like a tide. Watching the undead surge forth from the city in every direction, Zhou Qingqing asked in confusion, the enemy has clearly surrounded the city. Shouldn't we concentrate our attack and break their defenses? Wang Lin shook his head, I am not fighting a breakout battle, but an occupation battle. Of course, we need to expand in all directions and establish a solid foothold first. Besides, my forces are enough for this. Why should we concentrate our forces on one spot? Wouldn't that be wasting resources? Ha ha ha. Zhou Qingqing fell silent for a moment. She had to admit that Wang Lin had a point, but she still asked, may I ask, how many troops are currently in the city? Wang Lin thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure how many exactly, but there should at least be over 30 million. And right now, the troops out are less than 1/3. The rest should all come out within the next 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing was completely silent. There were already over 30 million, and that was just 1/3. 100 million troops really didn't need to focus on one point, they could spread out in all directions and it would be done. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Qingqing asked again, such a reckless expansion will surely result in huge casualties. Wang Lin shook his head, overpowering strength is the best tactic, and for the undead, dying in battle is both a homecoming and glory. Those who die will be consumed by other undead, and the undead that devours the fallen will become even stronger. Besides, undead can also consume the bizarre to become stronger. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin in shock, her heart once again shaken. She also understood more clearly why Wang Lin said that while the undead and the bizarre belong to the same category, they actually have a predator-prey relationship. Between undead and bizarre, it was fundamentally a hunter and prey relationship. Zhao Chen also fell into silent reflection. But both of them understood one thing, if Blue Star could have Wang Lin's full support in future wars, they would not only have an advantage in the battle against the bizarre but could definitely win with ease. Seemingly seeing what the two were thinking, Wang Lin shook his head, with my help in war, Blue Star would not necessarily have it easy. After all, no one likes the existence of a natural enemy, any being with intelligence will think of ways to eliminate their natural enemy. Therefore, until Blue Star resolves its own issues, I can't help much. And Blue Star is not suitable for large-scale deployments of the undead, otherwise, why would I have to do so much before? I could just send troops directly. I still have hundreds of billions of soldiers. Upon hearing this, the two once again fell silent. They also refocused their gazes on the mirror in the air. In the scene, endless undead surged forth from the streets and alleys like a tidal wave, roaring, overwhelming the outside world in all directions. The desolate outskirts of this bizarre city quickly became cloaked in a grayish-white, ghostly blue color by the skeletal undead. To the south of the outskirts was the key defensive point of the bizarre army, the line commanded by the iron-faced ghost general. Sir, the undead have burst out of the city. A fierce ghost officer looked at the undead pouring out from the city, his tone serious. The iron-faced ghost general, his expression grave, ordered, send word, begin firing immediately. All units enter defense and prepare for battle. Be sure to pay attention to air defense. Yes. Upon hearing this, the speaking ghost general immediately responded and took command. Moments later, loud cannon fire rang out behind the bizarre defensive position, and cannonballs, glowing with ghostly green fire, whistled over the heads of the bizarre soldiers, raining down on the tide of undead surging from 8 kilometers away. Roar! Faced with countless shells glowing green raining from the sky. The raging undead roared, and streams of eerie blue energy spilled from their bones, gathering in the air to form huge eerie blue shields. Boom, boom, boom. A few seconds later, strange shells continued to fall, but when they smashed against the shields gathered by the undead, they only created rippling waves. Although this strange army had over 800,000, the actual soldiers numbered only 20 to 30,000, and their artillery and firearms were few. At this moment, facing the shields raised by millions of undead, the limited artillery was utterly ineffective. At the same time, in the surging sea of undead, huge eerie blue fireballs began to rise, flying toward the strange defensive position like rocket bombs. This was a long-range attack launched by the undead after forming a battle formation. Clearly, even the lowest level cannon fodder skeletons mixed in some undead and weapons capable of long-range attacks. These low-level undead formations were even more convenient and flexible compared to technological weapons. High-level undead are another story. Defend. Facing the eerie blue fireball shot from afar by the undead, the strange soldiers on the defensive position shouted and quickly raised their shields. In the next second, one by one, eerie green shields rose on the strange defensive position, soon being struck by the falling blue flames, causing waves to surge continuously. Screech in the sky, the bird-like undead were the first to fly over the strange army's defensive position. With their cries, countless bird-like undead began to dive down. At the same time, they spewed out plumes of eerie blue flames, crashing down like rapid mortar shells toward the ground's strange defensive position. Anti-air. Facing the diving attacks of the bird skeleton undead in the sky, the strange soldiers responded with shouts of command, raising their guns or using ghostly techniques to retaliate against the diving undead. In an instant, green barrages and various ghostly techniques surged from the strange defensive position. Like a torrential downpour, they rushed into the sky. Chapter 88, The Expansion of the Undead. Is this the new way of war? Watching the remote confrontation between the two sides on screen, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen fell silent. In the new war, there were not only the attacks of technological weapons but also the impacts of energy shields and various strange techniques. If Blue Star faced this kind of war now, apart from some long-range consumption and unexpected tactics making some progress, they would likely just be passively beaten. They had considered nuclear weapons, the trump card weapon of Blue Star, but from Wang Lin's earlier words, the energy shields were clearly sufficient to defend against medium nuclear strikes. So, in some respects, nuclear weapons, in this new mode of war, were just powerful artillery. Without enough numbers, it would be difficult to achieve results. Looking at the images on the many screens in the sky, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen found themselves analyzing and thinking a lot. As their thoughts swirled, the battlefield began to show new developments. Roar. Amidst the roars of the undead, endless undead finally charged towards the strange army's defenses. But what first appeared before their eyes was not the clash of both armies, but the powerful collision of blue and green energy shields. The shields from both sides crashed together like two giant mountains, producing a deafening strange hum, and the charge of the undead momentarily faltered, causing a large number of them to crowd at the front. But the base number of the undead was nearly 10 times that of the strange army, and even though they were all low-level cannon fodder and ruptured, under this massive base number, the collision of the shields still favored the undead. Then, the shields raised by the undead began to push forward like bulldozers, moving forward with great difficulty. The eerie shield that had been propped up began to sink, then shatter, and finally break apart. In the next moment, as the bizarre shield collapsed, countless undead surged forward, facing the anomaly's attacks, like a landslide rushing into the anomaly's territory. In just a few breaths, it overwhelmed the first trench of the anomalies. Some of the anomalies didn't even raise a splash before being engulfed and consumed by the endless undead. Fire, concentrate your attacks in one spot. Everyone, use all your strength, we must tear through the undead's shield. The iron-masked ghost commander watched as the front line collapsed and immediately issued new orders. At the same time, he and the many ghost officers beside him began to gather ghostly power, preparing to assist in the attack. With the ghost commander's orders, from the second defense line just 300 meters away, all the anomaly soldiers and citizens opened fire with all their might, crazily pouring ammunition on the approaching undead, while various ghostly techniques flew out from the defense line without holding back, raining down like a storm toward the surging undead army. But facing the energy shield supported by millions of undead, their frenzied attacks had no effect at all. They could only watch helplessly as the undead, shielded, gradually approached. Retreat. Seeing this situation, the anomaly officers on the second defense line had no choice but to issue the command to fall back quickly. In this situation, if they didn't break or drain the undead shield, they would only be consumed like the anomalies on the first line, wiped out in an instant. Even fierce ghosts would be quickly swallowed. Even flying wouldn't help, because the sky was also filled with countless winged undead. Soon, endless undead rushed to the anomaly's third defense line. At this time, this defense line was a merger of two lines, totaling more than 100,000. The shield they upheld was even more immense and thick, making it even sturdier. Their counterattacks became more concentrated and powerful. For a moment, they actually halted the undead's charge. Now is the time. The iron-masked ghost commander saw this and shouted loudly, finally unleashing the ghostly power he had been brewing for a long time. The green light roared like a giant dragon soaring into the sky. Under the command of the iron-masked ghost commander, it flew like a cannonball towards the undead's shield. As the ghost commander took the lead, the surrounding ghost officers also released their strongest long-range attacks. In an instant, dozens of green lights rained down on the undead's shield, all targeting the same point. Boom! Accompanied by a sound like shattering glass, the energy shield that had already endured a barrage from thousands of anomalies was finally torn apart under the attacks of dozens of powerful ghost officers and the ghost commander. But without the energy shield for protection, the undead did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Not only did their ranged attacks continue to bombard the anomalous defense line's energy shield, the undead that charged up close braved the hail of gunfire and the impact of ghostly techniques, directly lunging at the anomaly's defensive shield. For every undead that fell, another one immediately took its place, continuously hacking, tearing, and colliding against the anomaly's shield. Under the frenzied attacks of the undead, the green shield, already drained of most of its energy, could only hold on for a brief moment before crashing down. Fire, don't stop. Kill. Seeing the undead breach the shield and charge in, the anomalies on the defense line roared in unison, also crazily pouring out ammunition and desperately casting ghostly techniques. In an instant, the overwhelming tide of undead shattered into bone fragments, a large number of undead skeletons fell apart, and the soul flames in their eye sockets dropped to the ground. But at the same time, they were also rapidly suffering casualties from the undead's ranged attacks and the diving assaults of the winged undead in the sky. Even greater than the loss of the undead. Behind the strange defense line, the iron-faced ghost general and a group of evil ghost officers looked at the situation on the front line, falling into collective silence. Although these undead were basically the lowest-level cannon fodder, the undead were naturally a nemesis to the strange beings, and with 4 hands hard to fight against 2 fists, the undead also held an absolute numerical advantage. And with their fearless fighting style, for a time, the undead gained an undeniable upper hand. In this situation, let alone hold back the undead's pace of expansion for 2 days, even half a day would be difficult. At this moment, they all couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. If they continued to hold their ground, they would surely die here. Although fleeing would mean being held accountable by the Ghost King, there was still a chance to survive. Moreover, the Ghost King might not even know they had escaped. The Ghost General and the group of evil ghost officers exchanged glances and nodded at each other. In the next moment, the iron-faced Ghost General and the strange officers swiftly took their own guards and transformed into swirling black smoke, quickly disappearing from the hillside. He. In the rental room, Wang Lin looked at the light screen and let out a habitual laugh. Hearing Wang Lin's laughter, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen quickly turned their attention to him. Sensing their gazes, Wang Lin smiled and said, "He, the ghost generals and officers under the strange commander have fled. The next battle has no suspense. The remaining strange beings can't hold on for even half a day." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen held no joy but fell silent. In this moment, they couldn't help but think of Blue Star. Chapter 89, The Collapsing Frontline. On the battlefield, the remaining strange soldiers were unaware of the escape of the iron-faced ghost general and evil ghost officers. They merely stood guard at the defense line, waiting for the endless waves of undead to come charging. Unfortunately, without further orders, the remaining hundreds of thousands of strange soldiers and civilians could only defensively hold their ground in a mechanical manner, only to be submerged and devoured by the undead's onslaught. In the rental room, Zhou Qingqing and Zhao Chen silently watched the image in the air. In the image, countless skeleton undead overwhelmed the strange defense line, swiftly tearing apart the strange beings like vicious wolves and consuming them whole. Even those utterly damaged undead were also devoured. In just a short time, the strange defense line was left without any strange beings, only the remnants of broken meat and shattered bones remained. The undead that swallowed both the strange and their comrades became even stronger, and many of the bone-white glowing skeletons began to shimmer with spots of black, and even some powerful incomplete undead became whole again. After exterminating the hundreds of thousands of strange beings defending here, over 5 million undead troops only took a moment to regroup before they began expanding towards greater distances once again. They were like machines that would not tire. However, the undead also left many humanoid and giant beast skeletons behind to clean the battlefield and collect the equipment left by the strange beings. At the same time, in other directions, the undead's attacks were equally unstoppable, even ending faster than the battlefield here. "Hurry up, there's a death order from above. We must reach Hulu Mouth before 3 o'clock to participate in the defense. Stop dragging your feet, everyone, hurry up." On the road 30 kilometers outside the city, thousands of men, women, and children of the strange beings were hurriedly moving along with large amounts of supplies. They were villagers from nearby strange villages, but at the command of the iron-faced ghost general, the whole village had to mobilize, even pets had to rush to the designated location for defense. However, because they were facing the undead, these strange villagers were all trembling with fear, hastily making preparations while also trying to drag back those who were too scared to flee. So they set off a bit late. P.S. The strange power doesn't look at appearances. Pets and children are also bizarre beings that might have died long ago. Their existence and power may not be weaker than those that look like adults. They were heading to Galuko, which is actually a passage between several high mountains on the east side of the city. Because the mountains connect continuously, there is only one valley passage within 100 miles that looks like a gourd, hence the name Galuko. It is an extremely defensible terrain but difficult to attack. Just as thousands of strange villagers were about to reach the entrance of Galuko after crossing the front hill, fearful cries suddenly came from behind the hill. Before the villagers could understand what was being shouted, they saw a large number of strange beings running and flying back in panic from behind the hill. "Run! The front line has collapsed, the undead are coming! Run!" At this moment, the villagers finally understood what was being shouted. They could also hear the faint roar of the undead. Hearing the cries, a strong and burly strange being quickly said to an elderly strange with graying hair, "Village chief, the undead have already broken through Galuko. What should we do?" The undead had already breached the Galuko passage. Continuing forward would be almost like heading to death. But if they turned to flee, they would also be held accountable, leading to the same result, death. Upon hearing this, the strange village chief slapped the burly man's face hard, angrily scolding, "Are you stupid? The front line has collapsed. Whether we get there or not, we will be held accountable. But if we don't escape now, we'll die immediately. If we flee, although we will be held accountable, as long as we are still alive, we still count as a fighting force, and we have a chance to redeem ourselves. Let's go, we must escape. Immediately head to Ghost City." Having said that, the village chief immediately led the villagers to turn back quickly. Roar! Hearing the increasingly clear roars behind him, the village chief couldn't help but look back, only to see countless skeleton undead rushing out of the mountain passage like a white torrent. Additionally, many bird-like undead were flying out of the valley. So fast. Seeing this situation, the village chief's expression changed drastically. He stopped holding back and used all his strength to leave the strange villagers behind and flew away quickly. "Village chief, wait for us?" Seeing this, the panicking villagers shouted in alarm. Those strong enough to fly quickly exerted all their strength. For a moment, the villagers who were originally fleeing together suddenly scattered in all directions. In Ghost City, under the order of the Ghost General, all the strange beings in the city began to spring into action. A large number of trenches had been dug outside the city, and a multitude of weapons and supplies were moved to the edge of the city, with various weapons being distributed to the ordinary strange beings. At the same time, the strange villagers from the villages within the jurisdiction of Ghost City were quickly gathering towards Ghost City. In an instant, the number of strange beings gathered in the entire city reached 6 to 7 million. And everyone was ready for battle. Moreover, the number was rapidly increasing. Not only that, but the rear cities were also quickly mobilizing troops for support. There were at least over 100,000 troops. At this time, inside and outside Ghost City, the sounds of gunfire and cannons echoed periodically. This was because bird-like undead had already come to scout the city. The strange soldiers were firing at the bird-like undead hovering in the sky. In the tallest building of Ghost City, General Zhang Kuan looked at the bird-like undead flying over under heavy anti-air fire, clenching his fists. He had already received news of defeat from the front line, with the defense completely broken down. The undead had already begun scouting this city, and it wouldn't be long before their army would arrive. Despite having nearly 10 million troops at his command, he still felt deeply anxious and couldn't relax at all. After all, what they are facing is a lich, and most likely a great lich. This is a powerful existence that can rival several strange states, or even several strange countries. 1,000,000 soldiers in front of it are probably just a drop in the bucket, unable to stop its expansion. Even being able to withstand the undead attack for a week would be considered an achievement. "Hey Kuan!" Amid Zhang Kuan's deep worries, a shout came from behind him. A middle-aged woman walked strangely to Zhang Kuan's side, looking at the streaks of anti-aircraft fire in the sky and the bird-like undead passing through the dense anti-aircraft fire, and said, "There are too many undead reconnaissance birds. They have already scouted the layout of the city. There is no need for anti-air defense. We should save the ammunition and wait for the undead army to arrive. When the time comes, the flying undead will surely cover the sky." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuan nodded slightly and took out the intercom to give the order to stop the air defense. Then he whispered, "Sister, do you think we can hold out until help arrives? The help here is not a type." "I don't know." The middle-aged woman shook her head with a strange expression. "Based on the speed of the changes on the front line, what we are facing is at least a great lich. Even a lich saint is not impossible. We should prepare for 2 plans early." Chapter 90, Turn the attack into defense. In the anxious waiting of the ghost General Zhang Kuan, time quickly passed. However, just when everyone thought the undead would soon come surging in overwhelming waves, apart from the bird-like undead scouting the city, there was no sign of the undead army arriving. Soon, 1 day passed, then 2 days, then 3 days. After 3 full days, besides the appearance of the bird-like undead, there was hardly any other undead in sight. In the Lord's conference room of Ghost City, Ghost General Zhang Kuan and a few high-ranking officials sat together, their faces dark as if they could drip water. Though the undead had temporarily not launched an attack on the city, which was a good thing, they did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, they were even more anxious. Because they had already realized that the undead planned to adopt a defensive stance, building defenses to let them attack. Such a result would undoubtedly lead to greater casualties and losses for them. After all, they must eliminate these undead armies, otherwise, the undead would only increase, and a counterattack was inevitable. But constructing defenses with over 100 million undead within 100 kilometers, just thinking about attacking such a dense defense group already made their scalps tingle. Using 100 million troops to defend 100 kilometers, isn't that too dense? In the rented room, seeing Wang Lin sitting on the sofa reading a novel, Zhou Qingqing held back for a long time but still asked her doubts. Not to ask was not an option, after all. To learn more about the new war mode, there was currently no one to rely on other than Wang Lin. Even if she had some guesses in her heart, she did not dare to make random assumptions, so she had to consult Wang Lin on every detail. Not dense at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin shifted his gaze from the novel and smiled. Warfare between races often has only one result, which is extinction. So whether attacking or defending, many times it is to go all out, regardless of cost and consequences. There are no ideas that can't be realized. In an era where everyone can be a soldier, the number of troops is quite large. Even 100,000 troops thrown into a larger battlefield, or even just a city battlefield, may not make a splash. Having hundreds or even millions of troops defending a city is also common. Zhou Qingqing asked again, but with such a dense defense, aren't you afraid of being wiped out by powerful weapons? Wang Lin shook his head. First of all, the shield supported by 100 million undead within 100 kilometers is not just for show. Layer upon layer, it is not something that can be easily broken. Secondly, if a weapon really falls over 100 kilometers, it is very likely unable to achieve results. Because besides the shield, there are also methods of spatial transmission that can transfer attacks. Additionally, my undead do not have any internal organs. The damage from powerful weapons does not have the same lethal effect on the undead as it does on living beings. Finally, am I not here? A massive army must be filled with powerful experts and methods to counter large-scale strikes. Unless it is too overwhelming or faces an army with such flaws, otherwise large-scale attacks are very hard to achieve results, besides consuming energy on both sides. Zhou Qingqing asked again, is there any possibility of executing decapitation tactics? Hearing this, Wang Lin couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. In the world of cultivation, a massive army must have a very powerful commander. To decapitate a powerful commander within such a large army, at least double the high-level combat power must be sent out, otherwise, it is basically impossible to succeed. But sending out double the high-level combat power may very likely not only fail to decapitate, but also cost the lives of two experts. It would be a loss. Zhou Qingqing asked, what if it's a long-range attack? Wang Lin shook his head. First of all, I have long legs, I can fly, I am faster than a missile, my defense is also quite good, and I can also traverse space. How likely do you think a long-range attack is to succeed? Zhou Qingqing. She didn't know about other civilizations, but based on the technology of Blue Star, the success rate of using long-range attacks to kill Wang Lin was almost zero. Zhou Qingqing recalled a term from a novel and asked, what if space is sealed? Hearing this, Wang Lin rolled his eyes. To set up a space blockade in the enemy's army, either you are dreaming, or your strength has already surpassed that level. But if you have that kind of strength, do you still need a decapitation action? Zhou Qingqing. Wang Lin continued, moreover, I am not without preparations for this. Although I have already started a war, I am still a participant in the instance, and I have not violated any rules and regulations. Even if a few ghost emperors come to trouble me and set up a space blockade, they first have to worry about how to make me violate the rules. If they act forcefully, the price they pay will not be small. Zhou Qingqing was once again speechless, and she thought to herself, no wonder Wang Lin has not left this rental place since I summoned him. It turns out there was such a connection. Zhou Qingqing asked, what about small-scale battlefields? How are they typically conducted? Wang Lin thought for a moment and slowly said, it's a competition of who is more cunning. Just like those games where one life is so fragile, often you don't even see the enemy before it's over. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing nodded. She didn't ask further questions. Wang Lin continued to focus on the novel. In fact, the reason Wang Lin changed from offense to defense was largely because he was only staying in this instance for a month. Thus, from the beginning, the purpose of the war was not to occupy this strange instance world but to exhaust the strange powers of this bizarre instance world, while also training his troops. And defending is undoubtedly the best method. In Ghost City, General Zhang Kuan had long led the strange officials in the city waiting on the road outside the southern district. As they waited, they gradually saw massive war chariots appearing on the distant road and in the fields. These massive war chariots were none other than intimidating heavy tanks, no less than 400 or 500 of them. Behind these heavy tanks were various types of armored vehicles, medium and light tanks, as well as troop carriers, supply vehicles, and rocket trucks. The reinforcements they had been waiting for had finally arrived. But this was not the type of mixed civilian and military support from other cities. This was a force where everyone was at least at the level of fierce ghosts. A real army, well-trained and well-equipped, with a plethora of technological weapons, numbers up to 3 million, and also has 6 ghost generals. And this is just one of the supporting reinforcements. As they looked at the enormous and bizarre army approaching, the strange officials felt a wave of relief. Although after the reinforcements arrived, they, like the bizarre citizens in the city, would also have to go to the battlefield to assist, at least they would not be on the front line anymore, and the pressure was not as great as before, with more reinforcements expected. After all, what they faced was a lich, and it was very likely to be a terrifying existence at the level of a great lich, or even, the possibility of a lich saint was not zero. Chapter 91, Trap. In the conference room, 8 ghost generals sat around a round table, and after an initial round of polite introductions, Zhang Kuan thoroughly explained the situation following the appearance of the undead. He finally said, "Colleagues, this is the situation. The undead have switched from offense to defense, and they are likely trying to wear us down." Upon hearing Zhang Kuan's account, the 6 reinforcements could not help but deeply furrow their brows. Within 100 kilometers, at least 100 million undead were crowded in a defensive position, and just the density alone made their scalps tingle. Originally, such density was very suitable for large-scale and powerful destructive attacks, but evidently, the lich summoning these undead had also equipped them with the ability to raise a collective shield, making it harder for them to exert their strength. Moreover, that lich could summon more undead at any time. They could not give the other side more time to accumulate their numbers. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be for them, and they needed to attack quickly. The upcoming war would likely involve tremendous casualties. After a brief meeting for understanding and analysis, the Ghost Generals consulted the Ghost Commander and immediately ordered that they launch a full-scale attack that very day. They must fight against the defending undead and eliminate that lich as quickly as possible. Still at the pivotal pass of Gourd Mouth, 3 million strange regular troops accompanied by 6 million strange militia rolled in like a black cloud, less than 30 miles away from the Gourd Mouth Pass. But despite the forces approaching 10 million, the 8 ghost generals commanding the army still looked grave, without a hint of relaxation. Because, although the Gourd Mouth was neither large nor long, it was the only passage from Ghost City to Ghost Shadow City within 100 kilometers. Now, this Gourd Mouth passage and the surrounding mountains were guarded by at least 10 million undead. Attacking here would not only require consuming a large amount of resources, but they would also have to endure at least 2 million casualties. At the peak of the mountain to the left of Gourd Mouth, dozens of golden skeletons of different types looked at the bizarre army approaching like a black cloud 30 miles away. Among them, a python-shaped golden skeleton could not help but laugh and say to the tiger-shaped golden skeleton beside it, "Mountain Lord, they have finally arrived. They have finally arrived, so let's give them a greeting gift." "Oh whoa." The tiger-shaped golden skeleton responded coldly and then let out an extremely resounding roar. The massive tiger roar echoed through the valley, shaking the surroundings. Even the distant millions of strange soldiers marching forward were frightened into a state of unease. Roar! With the sound of the tiger roar reverberating, endless undead roars rose and fell from the surrounding mountains of Gourd Mountain. Immediately afterward, the mountain on both sides lit up with ghostly blue light. Giant ghostly blue fireballs rose from the mountains like meteors, streaking across the sky with beautiful blue tails flying towards the incoming bizarre army. Shield! Seeing countless blue flames rise from the mountains, the ghost general commanding the bizarre army immediately shouted the order. With the order given, the eerie soldiers who had long been on standby began to take action. Green shields, large and small, wrapped around them like bowls, stacked layer upon layer, 7 or 8 thick. The shields rose in just 2 breaths, and blue flames flew over 30 kilometers, crashing down fiercely on the hastily erected shields of the strange beings. In the next second, the sound of explosions echoed constantly, and the ghostly green shields vibrated violently under the impact of the blue flames, with splashes of soulfire burning the strange energy shields. Continue forward. Seeing the first wave of long-range attacks from the undead blocked, the commanding ghost general shouted loudly again. Instantly, nearly 10 million strange soldiers marched forward in orderly steps, continuing their advance. In the sky, the ghostly blue flames continued to fall, crashing into the strange beings' shields, causing massive explosions and shockwaves, spraying down torrents of ghostly blue fire. Yet, before the strangely layered shields, they still could not harm the strange beings within even a bit. Roar! Just as the strange army steadily advanced to within 20 kilometers of the Great Mountain, an odd change took place. Suddenly, roars erupted from the front lines of the strange army, and in the astonished gaze of the strange beings, countless animal skeletons emerged from underground, attacking the surrounding strange beings like mad dogs. Skeletons of cows and horses galloped wildly, creating chaos in the formation of the strange army. The sudden change instantly threw the strange forces into disorder. Even the regular army of strange beings was caught off guard by the undead bursting from the ground. Not good, don't panic. Quickly, maintain formation. Keep the shields up. Seeing the chaos unfold, the commanding strange officers fought fiercely against the suddenly appeared undead while shouting loudly to the strange soldiers. Because, with the formation in disarray, the green energy shields maintained by the strange beings began to shatter one after another, as ghostly blue fireballs struck their ranks. Unfortunately, although they called out in panic to stop the chaos, various animal skeletons kept crawling out from underground, crazily attacking and crashing into the formations of the strange beings. In just moments, the shields of the strange army could no longer hold, bursting and vanishing like bubbles. Without the protection of the shields, the ghostly blue fireballs crashing from the sky became their greatest threat. Giant blue fireballs howled down, exploding into terrifying blue storms among the panicked strange soldiers, the splattering ghostly blue flames quickly covering these disordered strange fighters. Before long, they engulfed the entire front line of the strange army. Damn lich! Fall back immediately! In the rear ranks of the strange army, the ghost generals watched as the front line was covered in ghostly blue flames, gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet, they had no choice but to order a retreat. The undead did not care about the chaos caused by the undead amongst them. The front line was already beyond rescue, and under the explosions and flames of soulfire, only a few managed to survive. Moreover, they feared that the land beneath their feet was also hiding undead. If, like the front line, they too were attacked from below and disrupted, they could not maintain their defensive shields. What awaited them would be a wave of intensive long-range attacks. That would certainly lead to even heavier casualties and perhaps even a complete retreat. However, their retreat seemed to have been anticipated. As their army pulled back, the sounds of undead howls began to rise behind them. Next, countless undead crawled out from beneath the feet of their rear logistics teams. The crazy attacking everything strange around. Some of the skeletal animals even had bombs strapped to them, rampaging through the ranks, eventually exploding into a huge sea of ghostly blue fire. In an instant, the bizarre rear army was also engulfed by explosions and flames, the power and density no less than the sparse front army. Chapter 92, The Undead Erupting from Underground. This is a trap. All troops quickly gather at the center army for collective defense. Seeing the explosions and flames continuously flashing behind, several ghost generals realized they had stepped into a trap set by the undead. In the current situation, they had to either break out of the trap or gather all troops at the center army for defense. Breaking out of the trap was the optimal choice, but the ghost generals were too afraid to give such an order. Since the undead could hide underground without being detected, they must have been well prepared. No matter which direction they broke out from, they could fall into another trap set by the undead. Considering everything, they felt it was better to defend in place, and after further reconnaissance, they would break out again. As the ghost generals issued commands, the strange soldiers rapidly concentrated towards the center army, raising energy shields for defense. At the same time, under the ghost general's orders, the bizarre soldiers quickly set up cannons, firing specially made shells and rockets towards the mountains 20 kilometers away at the officers' shouts. Facing the bizarre artillery counterattack, the undead on the mountain also raised energy shields for defense. For a moment, both sides blasted projectiles and fireballs against each other's shields, yet neither managed to break through. After giving the order for concentrated defense, the powerful ghost generals and numerous wicked officers braved the dense fireballs, personally flying out to scout the underground for an escape route for their army. After all, the previously skilled scouts had not detected the undead hiding underground, indicating that the undead possessed superior hiding skills that even the adept scouts couldn't see, so they had to personally investigate. However, what they did not expect was that when they left the protective shield of the bizarre army to scout, countless skeletons tied with explosives crawled up again from beneath the defending bizarre army. In an instant, explosions erupted continuously, blue flames bursting within the bizarre army's formation, devouring the surroundings. One by one, the bizarre artillery positions were consecutively detonated by the undead self-explosions. Green flames soared into the sky. They consumed countless bizarre soldiers within kilometers, leaving the bizarre army without the ability to retaliate from a distance. Upon hearing the violent explosions behind them, the ghost generals and wicked officers who had gone out to scout turned back in shock. It's over. Seeing their army being gradually engulfed by explosions, witnessing the soldiers thrown into chaos by the blasts, and watching the protective shields shatter, a sense of despair rose in all the ghost generals and bizarre officers' hearts. At that moment, even if they wanted to return to command, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the continuous explosions devoured their army. In that moment, the reactions of the ghost generals and bizarre officers varied. Some rushed toward the explosions, wanting to turn the tide. But more turned their backs and fled directly. In their eyes, even if they returned, they could barely reorganize their defense. Defeat was already unavoidable. Having lost their energy shields and suffered severe losses, the soldiers in disarray were now powerless to defend against the undead's long-range attacks, let alone break out. In the rental room, Wang Lin placed the white piece on the chessboard, looking at the hair-pulling Zhao Chen, and laughed, "I won the first round." Hearing this, Zhao Chen looked at the mirror in the air. The troubled one nodded and put down the black chess piece, sincerely saying, "I lost." It turned out that Wang Lin was playing Go with Zhao Chen, but this game was not an ordinary Go, it corresponded to the battlefield situation of Huluku. "Your subordinates are fearless, but isn't that a bit cruel?" Zhou Qingqing asked with a slight frown. The new mode of war is basically all about deceit, primarily focused on killing the enemy and exhausting resources. But the strategy of the undead is hard for humans to imitate, so she asked this question. Hearing this, Wang Lin shook his head and explained, "For the undead, dying again is not the end. It is glory, contribution, release, and also rebirth." Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin in confusion, carefully pondering why he put together these 5 phrases. However, Wang Lin had no intention of elaborating and instead said, "For humans, achieving this is actually not difficult. The key to my victory is not the fearless sacrifice and self-immolation of my undead subordinates but the tactics. It's not difficult for humans to use this tactic. First, in the new era of war, there are no individuals, only race collectives. Secondly, humans can organize suicide squads. Finally, humans harness the power of technology and can use mechanical intelligence or extensive persistent strikes to achieve this goal. I was biased at first. Zhou Qingqing nodded in understanding as she realized what Wang Lin meant. Here come the reckless ones, a new chess game begins. Wang Lin said with a smile, turning his gaze back towards the mirror in the sky. In one of the mirrors, a similarly large army was approaching from the west. The number was nearly the same as that at Huluku, but the terrain over there was not as easy to hide or defend. Over there lay a vast plain, almost boundless and very flat. On the plain to the west, a similarly massive and strange army was marching quickly. In the midst of the marching strange army, a grim officer rushed anxiously to the ghost generals, reporting, "My lord, the army from Ghost City was ambushed by the undead, and nearly all of the 10 million troops were wiped out. Only a few ghost generals and some grim officers escaped." Upon hearing this report, all 11 ghost generals couldn't help but frown. One of the stout bald ghost generals furrowed his brow and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell us in detail." "Yes." The reporting strange officer immediately responded, detailing, "When the army from Ghost City advanced to within 20 kilometers of Huluku, they were attacked from a distance by the undead on Huluku Mountain. Just as the army prepared to defend and counterattack, a large number of undead suddenly emerged from below the front lines, disrupting the army's formation, and also..." After listening to the detailed report from his subordinate, the ghost generals frowned even more. They immediately strengthened the army's reconnaissance capabilities. 6 ghost generals even personally led grim officers to scout in all directions, focusing especially on below the ground. For a moment, even the speed of their march slowed down. Obviously, after the near-total destruction of Ghost City's army, they could not afford to be careless. Similarly, the report of Huluku's defeat also reached the ears of other strange army generals on the way. These generals also issued nearly identical orders. Although they had methods to defend against underground attacks, it required time to set up formations and could not be moved, making it very difficult to defend against underground attacks during the march. They could only strengthen reconnaissance efforts. Chapter 93, The Defensive Battle. Under extremely cautious reconnaissance, the strange army's march was slow, taking a full 2 hours longer than expected to reach 30 kilometers from the undead's defensive position. 30 kilometers away from the undead's defensive position. The strange army stopped and quickly arranged into a battle formation. Excluding the 6 ghost generals responsible for scouting in all directions, the remaining 5 ghost generals flew together in the air, observing the distant undead defense position. In the plains 30 kilometers away from them, there were already trenches crisscrossed everywhere. These trenches were generally only 2 meters wide, but densely packed, layered, and extended a kilometer deep. The trenches were overcrowded with all kinds of skeletal undead, so packed that there was hardly any room to stand. Let the rocket artillery proceed and clear the ground, consuming the enemy's defensive energy. Looking at the distant undead defense position, the stout ghost general immediately gave the order. With the ghost general's command, the bizarre army, which had already arranged into formation, was fully prepared, and the rocket artillery vehicles simultaneously launched, sending a large number of rockets trailing green smoke into the sky like a meteor shower, drawing dense green lines. As they watched the dense green lines extend across the sky, layers of blue shields immediately rose over the undead's position. 10 seconds later, tens of thousands of rocket missiles fell like shooting stars, constantly striking against the blue shields, stirring up waves of terrifying explosions. Within the bizarre army, once the rocket barrage ended, bizarre figures quickly reloaded the rocket cars with new rockets and continued to fire. With the bombardment of rockets, the bizarre army began to maintain formation, holding up their shields and advancing once more. Watching the mirror image that showed no signs of change, Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin in confusion. Wasn't the surprise attack from underground very successful before? Why not use it again? Wang Lin shook his head. Bizarre information is transmitted very quickly. Such schemes of surprise attacks are hard to succeed again on the same battlefield, unless the information transmission is blocked, or there is absolute certainty. Otherwise, it's best not to use it a second time. That would instead give the enemy a chance. Zhou Qingqing frowned slightly. So you plan to defend head-on? Not at all. Wang Lin shrugged, placing a piece on the chessboard. In addition to cunning plans, hard strength is also a method for victory. On the plains, under the continuous bombardment of rockets, the bizarre army advanced another 10 kilometers, reaching the maximum range of their artillery. As they entered the maximum firing range, the bizarre army immediately sounded the cannons, with large amounts of shells raining down on the undead's position as if they were free, hastening the consumption of the undead's energy shields. Meanwhile, the undead on the position retaliated immediately, with many shells and ghostly blue flames also falling densely on the bizarre army's shields. In the sky, the 5 commanding ghost generals frowned. Because of the previous battle reports from the gourd mouth, the smooth progress of the attack now made them increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a feeling of dread arose in their hearts. The next second, the 5 ghost generals looked up at the sky in unison. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly shimmered with blue light. Not good. Full defense. Seeing the blue light penetrating the clouds, the 5 ghost generals were taken aback, hurriedly issuing commands while they dared not linger in the air. Based on their experience and that feeling of dread, this was certainly the undead super strong strike. Unfortunately, their reaction was quick, but the attack was faster. Almost as soon as their words fell, several blue lights penetrated the clouds and in an instant struck the bizarre army's shields. In the next moment, the sky and earth turned a deep blue, with no other colors in sight. What is this? Watching the scene in the mirror, Zhou Qingqing looked at Wang Lin with surprise and confusion. Wang Lin casually swept away the black pieces on the chessboard, smiling. It's a 50 times the speed of sound missile. And it carries a nuclear warhead. The missile traveling at 50 times the speed of sound takes less than a second to go from breaking through the clouds to landing. With Zhou Qingqing's strength, aside from seeing the fleeting light, she couldn't make out what it was. 50 times nuclear missile? Hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Although Blue Star also has supersonic missiles, they can hardly reach 30 times the speed of sound. But Wang Lin has missiles that go 50 times the speed of sound, and they are nuclear. Doesn't this mean that Wang Lin's technological strength is actually stronger than Blue Star's, and he possesses powerful nuclear weapons? Looking at Zhou Qingqing's surprised expression, Wang Lin calmly nodded. That's right, it's a 50 times supersonic missile, and it carries a 2 million ton warhead. But the nuclear bomb I have is different from what Blue Star possesses. Zhou Qingqing quickly asked, what's the difference? Wang Lin, the nuclear materials I use are mixed with the bodies of high-level undead and engraved with special formations, which not only have great power but also achieve full effectiveness against anomalies. Zhou Qingqing caught the key point in Wang Lin's words and hurriedly asked, mixed with the bodies of high-level undead, why? Won't this affect the power of the nuclear bomb? It will indeed affect the power. Wang Lin said with a smile, but for anomalies, the power actually increases. Ordinary nuclear bombs kill anomalies mainly by relying on the high-temperature light they produce. Although they can indeed cause widespread damage to anomalies, their killing power is greatly reduced, and anomalies can even hide underground to avoid the nuclear bomb's attack, possibly making things worse by creating numerous mutated anomalies. The best material for killing anomalies is the anomalies themselves. Although undead are not anomalies, they come from the same origin, so a nuclear bomb mixed with high-level undead bodies has even greater damage against anomalies. In addition to physical attacks, it also carries powerful soul wave attacks. Even hiding underground, they can still be harmed and killed. Of course, the stronger the undead, the more energy their bodies contain, and the better the effect. Zhou Qingqing nodded, continuing to gaze at the mirror filled with blue light. Now she understood that Wang Lin clearly had more powerful means to deal with these anomalies, but why was he still fighting defensively? It was actually to give Blue Star a demonstration, teaching them how to wage war against anomalies. Although the war methods used by Wang Lin are still difficult for Blue Star to imitate, overall there is still significant learning value. She couldn't expect any more. After all, she couldn't ask Wang Lin to let his undead fight anomalies under the same conditions as Blue Star. If that happened, the undead would undoubtedly suffer huge losses. Undead and Blue Star humans are not the same kind. Their combat styles and habits are vastly different. Do you have a machine that generates energy shields? Zhou Qingqing asked Wang Lin again. After watching the battle, she knew that energy shields were almost a necessity, but Blue Star currently had no such technology. Although there are similar magical formations that can generate shields, their effectiveness is low, range small, and the energy materials consumed are precious and quite rare. They cannot be widely applied to the battlefield at all. Yes. Wang Lin nodded slightly. I have 2 types of technological shield generators, one can produce electromagnetic shields, and the other can produce light energy shields. They consume electricity. If we can cooperate, I will provide them to Blue Star free of charge. Chapter 94, War Stops. On the plains in the west, as the explosion's blue light dissipated, what came into view were towering smoke columns and several giant craters with a diameter of 3 kilometers. In this ongoing massive explosion, aside from a few lucky remaining ghost generals and Sha ghost officers, all other anomalies were reduced to ashes. The 6 ghost generals who escaped felt nothing but helplessness. Because of the battle report from Huluku, they were all on guard against the undead attacking, especially from underground, but they did not expect that the undead did not arrange any ambush troops at all, but instead directly used ultra-long-range nuclear strikes. Even when the battle report here was delivered to the ears of other strange army ghost generals, those ghost generals were so frightened that they hurriedly ordered their troops to stop advancing. They even retreated. They posed themselves in full defensive posture. After all, the technology possessed by this strange instance planet could only produce 5 times supersonic missiles and 50 times supersonic missiles, which had far exceeded their own technological level. Whether using technology or ghost techniques, they, with merely the strength of ghost generals, could not intercept such fast missiles, and even the time from discovery to raising the shield defense was extremely urgent. Nanshan apartment. After returning from the instance, Zhou Qingqing couldn't even wait to change out of her pajamas. She quickly found her phone to dial Zhang Guofeng's number. In the end, she still did not stay with Wang Lin in the instance for a whole month. She returned early. Because after the battle on the western plains, the strangeness did not continue to attack but used a large number of nuclear bombs to plow the ground, and they plowed it repeatedly. In this situation, Wang Lin sent her and Zhao Chen back early. After all, the area was already full of radiation. Hello? Zhang Guofeng's phone was quickly connected, but his tone seemed to be a bit cold. Hearing Zhang Guofeng's cold voice on the phone, Zhou Qingqing's heart trembled, but she still spoke about today's topic. Zhang department, I was summoned by Wang Lin into the ghost story instance these days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofeng on the other end fell silent for a moment and asked, what exactly is the reason? What did he do? Zhou Qingqing, the reason is that he promised me before to let me experience the world of the ghost story instance, and in the world of the ghost story instance, he started a war. It was huge. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, Zhang Guofeng repeated inquiringly, started a war? What scale? Zhou Qingqing immediately replied, he summoned over 100 million skeletons, not only capturing a whole unknown strange city but also setting up tight defenses around the city and engaging in a great battle with the strange army that came to support. After hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, especially when hearing that Wang Lin summoned over 100 million skeletons and took down an unknown strange city, Zhang Guofeng on the other end fell silent for a long time. After waiting for 5 minutes, Zhang Guofeng on the other end finally spoke again. What was the outcome of the war? Zhou Qingqing immediately answered, I don't know either. The war lasted about 4 days, and the strangeness used nuclear weapons to wash the ground, so Wang Lin sent me back first. The phone fell silent for another dozen seconds, and Zhang Guofeng asked again, you tell me in detail about the instance Wang Lin participated in. What are the rules and regulations? Yes. Zhou Qingqing replied and said, I also don't know what specific instance Wang Lin participated in and what the rules are. I was summoned by him later. But Wang Lin is restricted by the rules and cannot leave the rental house he is in. Wang Lin's way of summoning the army is by opening a pitch-black cave on the ground. After that, countless skeletons crawl out from inside, not just human skeletons but also skeletons of various animals and birds. After listening, Zhang Guofeng on the other end fell silent again and ordered, come to the branch immediately for a detailed report. Yes. Zhou Qingqing immediately responded. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's response, the phone call was then hung up. Zhou Qingqing took a deep breath and closed her eyes to think. Although she reported the situation this time, she had deliberately withheld some information and did not mention that Zhao Chen was also summoned, nor did she speak of the things Wang Lin had said to her. She only reported things that would inevitably not be concealed in the short term. Many people who entered the copy again brought cameras with them. After a moment, Zhou Qingqing, with her thoughts organized, changed into a very casual outfit and secretly swallowed a special ghostly item before leaving her rented house with her bag. Originally, she lived in the dormitory of the Weird Response Bureau, but after Wang Lin left, she moved out. Not just her, Zhao Chen and Zhang Nan also mainly did the same. Now everyone is renting in this neighborhood. In the world of the Ghost Talk copy. After the strange army repeatedly plowed the land with nuclear bombs, the more than 100 million spirits summoned by Wang Lin were mostly lost. However, Wang Lin did not continue to summon the spirits on a large scale, nor did he leave this copy, not even leaving his rented room. Wang Lin only summoned some avian spirits and let them fetch the lost souls' flames back. Then, he sat in the rented room absorbing the flames of souls from his lost subordinates. Outside the rented house, in the high sky, 3 strange beings in heavy armor, wearing horned helmets, hid in the clouds, solemnly watching the only intact house in the ruins below, observing the countless avian spirits carrying lost soul flames, flying in and out of the building. The 3 ghost commanders exchanged glances, feeling the gravity in each other's eyes beneath their armor. Without a doubt, that lich was hiding in the only intact house, recovering his subordinates' soul flames. But at the same time, being able to summon over 100 million spirits in less than a day, and having technology surpassing this copy world, it could be confirmed that the opponent was at least a great lich. Only the 3 of them, along with 100 or so ghost generals, were unlikely to defeat the opponent and could very likely be counter-killed. More importantly, they sensed that there were rules restricting them here. Clearly, the opponent was someone chosen by the Ghost Talk. If they forcibly attacked the opponent without breaking the rules and regulations, they would suffer a backlash from the Ghost Talk rules, especially with the opponent's great lich strength. This backlash would likely severely injure them. Under such circumstances, their chances of defeating the opponent were even more slim. After silently watching for a while, the 3 ghost commanders said nothing and tacitly left in different directions. The situation had exceeded what the 3 could handle, so it was better to report it to the Ghost King. The 3 ghost commanders didn't even dare to observe any longer. After all, the cunning of necromancers is notoriously the first. With a little carelessness, they might fall victim to the other party's schemes in silence. Chapter 95, Copy ends. In the rented room, Wang Lin, who was absorbing the flames of souls, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "So this is how it ends. It seems this war is coming to a close." After speaking, Wang Lin closed his eyes again, continuing to absorb the soul flames brought back by the avian spirits. On the other side, after the nuclear bombs repeatedly plowed the land, the strange army that should have continued to sweep up the remaining spirits stopped advancing under the orders of the 3 ghost commanders. They remained on guard around the area. Although they had found the hiding necromancer, and they were eager to eliminate this necromancer, their current strength was insufficient, coupled with the fact that the necromancer had weapons more advanced than theirs. Continuing to send in troops would undoubtedly be a death sentence. It wouldn't make much difference. Although the ghost commanders didn't care about the lives of these low-level weird creatures, they were not willing to bear the massive losses either. This tricky necromancer could only be dealt with by the Ghost King now. Time passed as the ghost commanders waited. In the presence of tens of millions of eerie soldiers on standby, the soul flame absorbed by Wang Lin gradually faded away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Ghost King, who ruled this strange land, personally led over 20 ghost generals to the sky above the ruins of the city. Looking down at the only intact building, watching the bird-like undead continuously entering and exiting, the Ghost King frowned tightly. Although the Great Lich was only on the same level as the ghost generals, his combat power was already comparable to that of the Ghost King, and might even surpass him. Additionally, the opponent was protected by the bizarre talk rules, making it hard to defeat him. Even with more than 20 ghost generals and hundreds of ghost commanders, alongside a massive formation, the Ghost King felt no absolute confidence in his heart. But if he didn't quickly defeat the opponent or take action, things would only become more difficult when the opponent was fully prepared for expansion again. It could even lead to consequences he could not bear. After all, the speed at which undead mages grew stronger in the bizarre world was far more exaggerated than the speed at which zombies grew stronger in the world of the living. The Ghost King ordered calmly, "Prepare to start. Form the formation." With the Ghost King's command, a hexagonal magic circle instantly lit up in the sky over the surrounding dozen or so cities. With each order given, countless eerie soldiers and residents began to contribute their ghostly energy to the magic circle glowing in the sky above their city. As the ghostly energy infused, black beams of light shot up into the sky from the surrounding cities, rapidly refracting and dispersing into other cities once they reached the heavens. Eventually, the black beams of light rising from the surrounding strange cities converged and connected in the sky, drawing a giant irregular black diamond magic circle. With the appearance of this magic circle, the space in the area immediately became extremely viscous. The bird-like undead, which were collecting soul flames, all halted in their movements, suspended in the air like statues. For the weak, this viscous space felt frozen, rendering them unable to move even an inch. Seeing the space solidified, the Ghost King painfully raised his hand, releasing a large amount of black-green ghostly energy that gathered above his head. But in the viscous space, everything felt as if it were in slow motion. The ghost generals saw this and also raised their hands to infuse their ghostly energy into the black cloud above the Ghost King's head. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering rang out in front of the Ghost King. In the next moment, before the shocked gazes of the ghost generals and the Ghost King's astonished eyes, the space in front of them suddenly shattered. From the pitch-black crack in space, Wang Lin, dressed in a black robe and with eyes burning with bluish flames, stepped out slowly. "You finally arrived, Keek." Looking at Wang Lin, who stepped out, seeing his dry and withered zombie-like appearance, despair suddenly rose in the hearts of the Ghost King and the ghost generals. To break through space under the joint array of more than a billion eerie spaces in a dozen cities, this strength was no mere great lich. This was at least a witch saint comparable to the Ghost Emperor. Now, not only had they failed to block the opponent's escape route, but they had also completely sealed off their own chances of survival. "If I eat you, my strength will advance again." Kick. Looking at the Ghost King and ghost generals with horrified expressions, Wang Lin said ominously as he raised his hand. Dozens of soul chains flew out from the wide sleeves of Wang Lin, serpentine as they raced toward the Ghost King and the ghost generals. Even in the viscous space, the speed of the soul chains in Wang Lin's hands was still fast. Instead, the Ghost King and the ghost generals saw this and tried to escape, but their movements were slow, leaving them helplessly watching the soul chains fly toward them. Although the solidified space imposed some restrictions on Wang Lin, but their own restrictions were even greater, and at this moment, it turned into the other party's help. Seeing that his soul would soon be bound by the soul chains, the Ghost King quickly shouted, "Wait, Witch Saint, let's talk." When the Ghost King spoke as if asking for mercy, the other ghost commanders no longer held back, all anxiously shouting, "Wait, Witch Saint, we are willing to surrender." Unfortunately, Wang Lin just looked at them coldly, completely unmoved. Seeing this, the Ghost King gritted his teeth, "I can offer you very important information in exchange for my life. It's about a ghost immortal. It is the inheritance of a ghost immortal, and obtaining the ghost immortal's inheritance will be enough for you to become a witch god. Moreover, I am willing to become your slave, to be your vanguard." Seeing that Wang Lin was still unmoved, the Ghost King anxiously spoke, constantly raising his stakes. Kikik, don't waste your breath, I am only interested in your soul bodies. I really want to taste what they're like. Wang Lin laughed coldly, not moved by the Ghost King's pleas at all. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the terrifying witch saint, the Ghost King roared, and his body began to swell. The other ghost commanders also showed fierce expressions, their bodies also starting to expand. Obviously, they were preparing to self-destruct. You should have self-destructed from the beginning, now it's too late. Looking at the Ghost Kings and Ghost Commanders ready to self-destruct, Wang Lin spoke faintly. Crack crack. The next second, the sound of space shattering rang out continuously, and soul chains suddenly pierced through the space around them, shooting toward them. The distance was so close that they had no time to dodge. In the astonished gazes of the Ghost Kings and Ghost Commanders, these soul chains, breaking through space, easily pierced their swelling bodies. This also caused the energy inside them that was gradually becoming agitated to quickly calm down. It turned out that when Wang Lin stepped out of the pitch-black space rift, the other hand he was carrying had already shot out the soul chains, hiding them in the subspace of the space rift, waiting at any moment to deliver a fatal blow to them. Chapter 96, New Dungeon, Evil Ghost High School. After catching one Ghost King and 20 or so Ghost Commanders, Wang Lin did not continue to expand nor stay in the dungeon, but instead directly returned to Blue Star through space coordinates. That's right, even though the dungeon time had not ended, Wang Lin could directly leave the Ghost Story dungeon. In fact, after becoming a witch lich, Wang Lin had always had a way to freely enter and exit the Ghost Story dungeon. It was just that he had not been selected before, and without the protection of the Ghost Story rules, Wang Lin dared not casually enter and exit the dungeon. After all, even though he was a witch saint and his combat power was not afraid of several ghost emperors, the eerie upper limits in the Ghost Story dungeon were far beyond what any ghost emperor could compare. In the ruined temple, when Xiaohei and Suihua, who were sitting on the sofa playing with their phones, saw Wang Lin suddenly appear, they quickly got up, transformed into dogs, wagged their tails, and ran to Wang Lin's feet, rubbing against his pant legs affectionately. Good boy. Wang Lin casually patted the heads of the two dogs, then sat down on the sofa and pretended to nap. Ding. Congratulations, lucky carbon-based baby 87654321, your 5th Ghost Story dungeon is about to start. You will enter the Ghost Story in 3 minutes. Please prepare. However, just as Wang Lin sat down to pretend to nap, the cold voice of the Ghost Story suddenly rang in his ears. Hearing the voice of the Ghost Story, Wang Lin, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing tightly. He had indeed already experienced 4 Ghost Story dungeons, and the next one was indeed the 5th. He had originally thought that leaving early would either be considered a failure by the Ghost Story, and he would have to wait for the 1-month deadline before the time for the next dungeon would be drawn, or it would be considered a successful early completion, and the time for the next dungeon would be drawn as soon as he returned. Or, he would be recognized by the Scary Tales as dead. From then on, he would lose the qualification to officially enter the Scary Tales copies. But to directly start the next Scary Tale copy, without even the step of drawing entry time, this was unexpected for Wang Lin. It seems that his early departure was recognized by the Scary Tales as clearing the copy early, but it was immediately followed by the start of the next copy. It is likely that this rule of the Scary Tale is not some systematic thing. Unfortunately, just as Wang Lin thought of a clue, his figure had already disappeared from the sofa. Seeing Wang Lin suddenly disappear, Xiaohei and Suihua exchanged a glance before silently lying down on the ground. They had long been accustomed to Wang Lin's sudden disappearance. After a moment of daze, his mind cleared, and he found a crowd gathered around him, each face showing confusion, fear, or despair. It's over, I have been chosen. If anyone can live and leave, please help me bring my will back, there will definitely be a generous reward. Little sister, since we are all going to die anyway, I'll write a will for my family to give your family 50,000, come with me. Everyone calm down, as long as we unite together, we can definitely pass the copy. Right, as long as we stay calm and work together, our chances of survival will greatly increase. Immediately, the noisy voices rang out in the crowd. Some were in despair, some shouted loudly, some wanted to indulge, some inspired others, and some had already begun to observe around. Furthermore, some had started to make advances on the beautiful women nearby, but luckily there were many young people and women around, and those types were quickly pulled away and beaten up. Soon, the crowd quieted down. But similarly, the expressions of those observing the environment quickly changed. This place was in a remote mountains and forests, with only a huge dark school nearby. On the arch of the school's iron gate were the words Evil Ghost High School. It's actually a school-type copy, this time we are really doomed. Sigh, I finally made it to graduation, but never thought I would die in a strange school. I'll offer 200,000 to recruit followers. I'll offer 500,000 to recruit female followers, all are welcome, and I'll write a will to be brought back. Everyone stay calm, maybe it's not a school-type copy. Everyone must stay calm, don't panic, as long as we respond calmly and cooperate fully, there is still a high survival rate. At this moment, the crowd became noisy again, and more people spoke in despair. More were shouting. Everyone knew that among the same-level copies, the survival rate of school-type copies had always been very low. Ding, lucky carbon-based treasures, you will soon experience the Scary Tale copy, D-level copy, Evil Ghost High School. At this time, the voice of the Scary Tale finally echoed above the crowd. It's over, it really is a school-type Scary Tale. And it's a D-level copy, this time we are really doomed. Hearing the cold voice of the Scary Tale, the crowd became more desperate. At this moment, even those encouraging words could not be accepted. Now announcing the rules, Rule 1, please report to Evil Ghost High School within 1 hour and study for a month. Rule 2, all subjects must pass the exams at the end of the month. Rule 3, uncover the truth of the Back Mountain within a month. Rule 4, prepare a program for the ceremony after 1 month. Rule 5, there are no sheep in the school, if you see a sheep, please kill it immediately. The voice of the Scary Tale did not care about the state of the crowd, still coldly announcing the rules. 1 month? All subjects must pass. It's over, this time we are really doomed. Hearing the rules announced by the Scary Tale, the crowd felt even more despair, especially a part of those with poor learning abilities or lacking school experience, who were already sitting on the ground in defeat. This copy was simply a dead end for them. In the crowd, Wang Lin, cloaked in a large black robe, also frowned continuously. The first 4 rules were not difficult for Wang Lin, but the 5th rule made him furrow his brow. Again it's sheep, and this time after discovering the sheep, he must go kill the sheep. More importantly, last time he had caused a big incident in the dungeon and left early, leading to the next dungeon opening immediately. And now, he was once again in a dungeon that might have sheep. This made Wang Lin instinctively feel that the bizarre rules were intentionally targeting him. Just as the crowd was chaotic and Wang Lin was deep in thought, over a dozen eerie middle-aged figures walked out from behind the gate of the Evil Ghost School. As these eerie figures arrived, the big iron gate of the Evil Ghost School slowly opened. Seeing this, the crowd quickly fell silent. Even those who were crying in panic stopped sobbing under the persuasion and threats of others. Everyone's eyes turned to the many eerie figures approaching. This was a group dressed casually, of varying ages, but they all wore a uniform identification badge. Amidst the crowd's gaze, a cute girl with twin pigtails stood at the front of the eerie figures, arms wide open, grinning as she loudly said to the chaotic crowd outside the school, "Hee new students, welcome to Evil Ghost School. You can call me Principal Zhao. Before you enter the school gate, let me make it clear, you must adhere to the school's various rules. I will not tolerate anyone causing trouble within the school. If I discover anyone breaking the rules, don't blame me for being merciless. I will make them fully aware that the school's punishment system is far more terrifying than death." Chapter 97, Enrollment. After finishing her threatening words, the girl with twin pigtails strangely announced, "I don't like too much nonsense, and I won't say any sweet words. What needs to be said has been said, it's time for enrollment." With the eerie announcement from the girl, the eerie figures who followed her began to set up chairs at the school gate, placing signs on the tables that read "New Student Enrollment." Seeing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and immediately someone started to step forward to enroll. Rule 1, you must complete the registration within an hour, but there are at least 400 selected individuals here. With so many people waiting to register, if you don't rush to get a spot, you might not get a turn within the hour. If the eerie staff intentionally delayed, those at the back would never finish registering in time. Watching those who scrambled to get ahead, the remaining people also reacted, rushing forward to enroll, fighting, and jostling to be first. Although there were no deadly monsters or guaranteed fatal rules, this slim chance of survival had to be fought for, or even snatched from others. In an instant, many began to fight, and the situation escalated, pulling, punching, and even biting. Everyone was desperate to claim the front position. At that moment, no one cared who was a child, who was a woman, who was elderly, or who was disabled. Even those capable of helping others chose to ignore the situation. Even if they felt uneasy, no one stepped in to stop it, they just focused on being first in line. They all understood that those chosen by the bizarre rules would eventually die. Very few could survive 3 years in the dungeon. If they could choose, they would certainly prefer that those with abilities and strength survive. Because these people were more likely to live longer and become elites. But they also did not want to take away the weak's thirst for life, so at this moment, each of those capable chose to remain silent and ignore, allowing the hundreds of living people on site to fight among themselves. This is really fun. Fight harder, yeah, tear his clothes off. That's it, kick him right in the balls. Wow, bite the artery, this is ruthless. Watching the chaotic scene, seeing these living people fighting desperately for a chance to survive, the girl with twin pigtails muttered to herself, full of excitement. Especially when she saw the group go to any lengths, she trembled with excitement. Enough, my time is precious. In the midst of the chaotic scramble, while the twin-tailed girl watched with excitement, and while the strange staff intentionally delayed time, an impatient voice suddenly rang out. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. In this impatient voice, there was an indescribable evil, which made everyone stop their actions involuntarily and turn their eyes toward the source of the sound. Behind the crowd, Wang Lin took off the hood covering his head, and the soul fire reflected in his eyes revealed an incredible weirdness. Everyone, line up quietly, or I don't mind letting him know my methods. He. As he spoke, Wang Lin gave his habitual laugh and even stuck out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wang Lin's face, the twin-tailed girl immediately widened her eyes. Lich! The strange staff members couldn't help but exclaim, each trembling like a leaf in the wind. The ones who were just fighting quickly avoided Wang Lin's gaze, lowering their heads and quickly lining up. It's him! Someone recognized Wang Lin, but didn't have the courage to look up and meet his gaze. Seeing the reactions of the crowd and the strange staff, Wang Lin's gaze was cold. In my eyes, there are no useless ghosts, only ghosts that haven't been developed yet. If you don't know what to do, I don't mind helping you develop. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the twin-tailed strange girl and the remaining strange ones watching the show trembled all over. They immediately understood Wang Lin's meaning. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, they inexplicably took out chairs from somewhere and placed them at the school gate, setting up signs. They actually started doing the freshman registration job. Seeing this, Wang Lin directly walked towards the table where the twin-tailed girl was. When the strange staff saw Wang Lin walking towards them, they quickly lowered their heads, looking busy, afraid of being noticed by Wang Lin. Sensing Wang Lin approaching, the twin-tailed girl felt an overwhelming bitterness in her heart. She was just a death spirit level strange one, how could she face a lich? This was on the same level as a ghost general, with strength comparable to a ghost commander. When Wang Lin reached her table, the twin-tailed girl could only force herself to face Wang Lin and put on a flattering smile. Sir, is there something you need here? Wang Lin said lightly, freshman registration. Ah. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the twin-tailed girl was immediately stunned. Freshman registration, what does that mean? Could this terrifying lich be one of the chosen ones? Damn, how does the strange talk choose? Isn't it supposed to pick carbon-based life forms? What does this thing have to do with carbon-based life forms? It feeds on strange beings. This is like putting a mouse into a safe rice jar. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the twin-tailed girl's heart instantly filled with countless curses. A lich, this was one of the top hunters of the strange creatures, how could he be chosen into the strange talk instance? Although it was common for necromancers to enter the strange talk instance and cause chaos or even start wars, that was through contract invasions. Unprotected by the rules, once discovered, it can be hunted down with full force. But the necromancer before him was actually selected by the bazaar rules, which meant he had entered the bazaar story legally. As long as the other party didn't violate the bazaar rules, they were protected by those rules, and it would take a great cost to deal with them. Depending on strength. Moreover, even if a huge cost was paid, it was still very likely they wouldn't be able to catch the other party. Wang Lin didn't care what the two-tailed girl was thinking in her heart. He knocked on the table to interrupt her thoughts. Hurry up and register me, my time is precious. Wasting my time is not good, ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the two-tailed girl came to her senses and quickly said, yes, my lord, I will register you right away. Which class do you want to join? Wang Lin, oh, I can choose a class? What classes are there? Ha ha ha. The two-tailed girl quickly answered, there are the Bazaar Arts class, Technology class, Feng Shui class, Mathematics class, Language class, Ghost Tools class. Wang Lin interrupted, then the Ghost Tools class it is, I'm very good at this. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the two-tailed girl couldn't help but shiver, silently praying for the students and teachers of the Ghost Tools class for a second, and immediately said, alright, please tell me your name. Of course, a code name works too. Let's go with Lich. Wang Lin said lightly. Beside them, a girl who was registered quickly said to the one in charge of her registration, hello, I want to choose the language class. Sorry, you're in the Ghost Tools class. The emotionless registrant replied. Chapter 98, Bazaar Classes. Hearing the direct assignment from the bazaar teacher, the nearby girl was instantly dumbfounded. The Ghost Tools class, as the name implies, was a class for making ghost tools. The way to create ghost tools involved using people as materials. Being assigned to the Ghost Tools class, this was not going to school to learn, it clearly meant she was being sent to be a material. But unfortunately, she was not Wang Lin. The bazaar staff member who registered her didn't even ask for her name or code, they directly handed her a paper that only stated Ghost Tools Class 2, with a 3-digit number 328. Except for Wang Lin, everyone else received the same treatment, with no qualifications to choose or even to ask questions. A number became their name in the school. However, with Wang Lin present, the bazaar beings didn't dare waste any time, they completed the registration of all 438 living beings in just 20 minutes. After registration, they would each go to find their own class. As they left, looking at the two-tailed girl who seemed eager to leave, Wang Lin suddenly appeared behind her, leaning close to her ear and whispering. Principal Zhao, you're very cute, I like you a lot, and I hope to see you every day. I want to be able to find you at any time. Otherwise, I might lose my mind. Oh, and if you can't find a few ghost emperors, it's best not to have any thoughts you shouldn't have. After all, I am a witch saint. Ha 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 ha. After speaking, Wang Lin laughed heartily and strode away towards the teaching building. Seeing Wang Lin leave, the bazaar staff members in charge of registration let out a sigh of relief. One elderly woman with gray hair walked up to the two-tailed girl, asking quietly and respectfully, "Principal, what did he just say to you?" Upon hearing this, the two-tailed girl darkened her face and coldly said to all the bazaar beings, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't interfere in matters that don't concern you, or you'll be materials." Also, during this time, any staff and students are strictly prohibited from taking leave, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, the two-tailed girl left with a gloomy face. She indeed had some thoughts, as no bazaar being wanted to be in the same place as a lich, but after Wang Lin revealed he was a witch saint, she gave up those thoughts. Watching the two-tailed girl leave with a stern expression, a group of strange professionals exchanged glances, none daring to make further suggestions. Looking at the crowd that had not yet dispersed, the strange professionals frowned, scolding, "What are you looking at? Hurry to your respective classes for check-in. If you're late and get punished, don't say we didn't warn you." After saying this, the strange staff also left with gloomy faces. The principal's message was clear: no one was allowed to run away or do anything extra, otherwise, they would face dire consequences. On the other side, Wang Lin no longer wore his hood but walked confidently across the campus. Fortunately, it was class time, and the pathways were empty, otherwise, the campus would be in chaos. But chaos was approaching. Soon, Wang Lin arrived at the front of the teaching building. There was a huge poster in front of the teaching building that read, "Rules inside the teaching building. Rule 1, when the class bell rings, you must enter the classroom and sit in your seat. Rule 2, no moving around or whispering during class. Rule 3, when the teacher asks a question, you must answer seriously. Rule 4, you cannot refuse a teacher's reasonable requests. Rule 5, students must help and care for each other. Rule 6, always clean the restroom after use. Rule 7, no swearing is allowed. Rule 8, no matter when, always greet the teacher. Rule 9, after receiving your ID badge, you can never take it off. Rule 10. In total, there were 15 rules. Overall, they were similar to the expectations for students in the living world. However, in this strange school, breaking any of these rules could have severe consequences, even leading to death. With ghost students and teachers who would deliberately make things difficult, these normal rules became matters of life and death. After casually glancing through the rules at the front of the building, Wang Lin stepped into the teaching building. As he entered the teaching building and turned a corner into the hallway, he encountered a stunning female ghost teacher walking toward him while holding books. The ghost teacher also saw Wang Lin, her eyes widened in shock, her body trembling, books falling all around her, and she slowly collapsed to the ground, rolling her eyes back and fainting. Wang Lin stopped, coldly observing the teacher who was too frightened to breathe and pretending to faint. "Get up and talk, or you may never get up again." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the female ghost teacher remained motionless. Seeing this, Wang Lin let a blue flame flicker at his fingertips. "I have ways to make you wish you were dead without breaking any rules. Do you believe it or not?" Upon hearing his words, the female ghost teacher jumped up from the floor and smoothly knelt down. "Lord Lich, I believe." She truly believed in Wang Lin's threat. The methods of a necromancer had no limits, this was already inscribed in the strange enlightenment textbooks. "Which class are you from?" Wang Lin asked lightly. The female ghost replied tremblingly, "In response to your question, I am a teacher of ghost equipment class 1. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin responded, "Perfect. I'm a new student of ghost equipment class 1, take me there. By the way, I should collect my ID badge from you, right?" When the female ghost teacher heard Wang Lin say he was a new student of ghost equipment class 1, she was instantly stunned and began trembling with fear, speechless. She thought it was just a coincidence, but unexpectedly, he was the newcomer in her class. She, a fierce ghost, had to teach a lich. "What's wrong?" Noticing the teacher's silence, Wang Lin asked lightly. "And no, the ghost hurriedly shook her head, her words stumbling. Wang Lin frowned, "You don't want to?" "And no. The ghost teacher quickly shook her head, but immediately felt it was inappropriate, so she nodded rapidly, then feeling it was wrong, she started shaking her head again. "My lord, it's not that I am unwilling, it's just that issuing identity tags is not my responsibility, it is the duty of the guidance director." That's fine. Wang Lin said lightly, "First, take me to the classroom. The guidance director will come find me, keek." "Yes." Seeing that Wang Lin had no intention of getting angry, the female ghost teacher let out a sigh of relief. She quickly climbed up, picked up the books on the floor, and turned around, trembling as she led the way for Wang Lin. "Today, once those new students are settled in, I must make them pay. Yes, let them make mistakes and turn them into ghost tools." I'm still short a human skull for my graduation materials. I was worried about how to find one, but unexpectedly, it's being delivered today. It would be even better if it were a beautiful woman. I could enjoy her before taking her life. Don't hide it. In the classroom, I can surely make her full of resentment, and she will become excellent material. Reaching the outside of a classroom, Wang Lin heard the noisy voices coming from inside. His footsteps naturally stopped. Clearly, the eerie beings inside the classroom were excitedly discussing how to kill the living person chosen to come in this time. Hearing the words coming from the classroom, the female ghost teacher shuddered as Wang Lin suddenly halted his steps. But she didn't dare to say another word or make any movement. Seeing Wang Lin suddenly stop, the trembling female ghost teacher was shaking uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down her face. She knew that the eerie students and teachers in this classroom were doomed, but she didn't dare speak a single word or make the slightest move. Sure enough, Wang Lin raised his eyes to glance at the rules posted on the classroom door and then raised his hand to knock on the classroom door. The rules stated that one must knock before entering the classroom and can only enter with permission. Wang Lin decided to satisfy them. Upon hearing the knock, the classroom fell silent for a moment, followed by an even louder noise. Listening to the renewed sounds of knocking, Wang Lin maintained a blank expression and knocked again. But the classroom remained noisy, with no one uttering the words "please enter." Yet Wang Lin did not rush. He continued to knock on the classroom door steadily and rhythmically. Finally, after knocking for a full 3 minutes, a crowd arrived behind Wang Lin. It was the living people who had completed their registration. They nervously held papers in their hands, trembling as they walked over. Upon seeing Wang Lin standing at the classroom door, most of them looked at him in fear and chose to avoid him, walking along the wall in the corridor. However, about 10 of them looked at their papers, suddenly filled with difficulty and fear as they stared at Wang Lin, who was knocking at the door, each one growing more anxious. Evidently, they were all students assigned to this math class. However, looking at their somewhat dazed expressions, they likely had no one good with numbers. At this moment, the noises inside the classroom finally quieted down a lot, followed by an old voice echoing from within, "Please come in." Hearing the voice from inside, Wang Lin raised his hand to signal those waiting outside to stay, then pushed open the door and walked alone into the classroom labeled Math Class 2. Amidst dozens of malicious, fiery red eyes, Wang Lin unabashedly pushed open the classroom door and stepped inside. Upon seeing Wang Lin enter the classroom, the eerie teacher at the podium froze, then began to tremble uncontrollably. She slumped down in her chair at the podium. Dozens of eerie students of all ages widened their eyes in confusion, looking at Wang Lin with bewilderment. A questioning thought rose in their minds: why did an eerie come in? But as Wang Lin completely entered the classroom, and his eyes reflecting the flames of the soul scanned over them, all the eerie beings were taken aback. The malicious intent and confusion in their eyes instantly disappeared, replaced only by immense fear and shock. Endless terror began to rise in their hearts. One by one, they slumped in their seats just like that teacher. He. Seeing these terrifying and powerless figures, Wang Lin let out a chilling laugh, the flames of the soul in his eyes flickering frequently. "You are pretty good, daring to make me wait outside the classroom for 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Hearing Wang Lin's sinister laughter and words, the strange students and teacher in the classroom felt even more despair and fear. "I'm sorry. It was our fault." In the next second, led by the eerie teacher, all the strange beings in the classroom began to frantically beg for mercy. Some bowed and apologized, others took out ghost money, and even some showed their flesh to Wang Lin. Watching these strange behaviors, half of Wang Lin's mouth curled into a cold smile. "I have to follow the rules and be a good student. You're easily causing misunderstandings like this." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the strange students were confused and could not understand him. But the eerie teacher understood. He quickly said, No, you didn't break the rules, it's us, our regulations are unreasonable." "Oh, I forgot." Looking at the elderly appearance of this speaking eerie teacher, Wang Lin feigned sudden realization. "The rules state that you must greet the teacher at all times." "Hello, teacher." Then, Wang Lin added, "However, I'm not a student of this class, so I shouldn't have to follow the rules of this class, right?" As he spoke, Wang Lin looked at the elderly ghost teacher with keen interest. No. The eerie teacher quickly shook his head and said, "Your words are the rules. Whatever you do does not violate the rules." "That's good." He. Wang Lin nodded slightly, letting out an evil laugh. Hearing Wang Lin's laughter, the strange beings in the classroom felt not the slightest relief, but instead were even more tense. Sure enough, Wang Lin then said, "I like this answer, I will follow the rules, but whether my subordinates will, I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin waved his hand at the classroom. In the next second, black smoke filled the air, and soldiers dressed in ancient, tattered armor, wrapped in bandages, appeared in the classroom. Before these eerie beings could react, bronze-curved daggers, burning with ghostly blue flames, were already pressed against their necks. These undead soldiers were all murder ghost-level mummies. With the properties of soul flames, each one had strength not lower than that of top-tier murder ghosts. "I'm a good student, so I must follow classroom rules, but they are not, their failure to follow doesn't concern me. He, Wang Lin said cheerfully as he turned to leave the classroom. Wait. Seeing this, the eerie teacher became anxious and quickly shouted. Without thinking, if Wang Lin left, their fate was easy to imagine. Oh, does the teacher have any requests? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin slightly tilted his head and glanced at the elderly eerie teacher. Gulps. The elderly eerie teacher swallowed hard, but to survive, he had to muster the courage to say, "Can you spare me? This is a small request from me as a teacher. From now on, I will do whatever you ask. I will never go against your wishes." Humph. Hearing this, Wang Lin sneered, "Sorry, teacher, I'm just a student, I can't fulfill your request." "No, you." Hearing this, the ghost teacher became anxious and desperately shouted. But unfortunately, before he could finish, a dry hand had already covered his mouth. At the same time, the curved dagger against his neck moved. Wang Lin walked out of the classroom without looking back, casually shutting the door behind him. Seeing Wang Lin emerge, the living people waiting at the door quickly lowered their heads, one by one, in fear. They didn't dare to speak, nor did they dare to make any moves. They could only quietly wait. From the noise just now in the classroom, it was clear that something very bad had happened. But in reality, they were all extremely nervous. This was the classroom of a bizarre dungeon. Of course, the sooner they entered the classroom, the better. Being late could cost them their lives. But with Wang Lin leaning against the classroom door, they didn't dare to do anything. Fortunately, Wang Lin only leaned on the door for about 10 seconds before turning around and following the eerie female teacher deeper into the hallway. Phew! Seeing this, the living people waiting at the classroom door instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to the door, carefully reading the rules posted there before knocking. "Please come in." This time, there was an immediate response from inside the classroom. Hearing the voice, the living people immediately relaxed, and the one who knocked quickly pushed the classroom door open and walked in. However, when he entered the classroom and saw the scene inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. He stood there in shock, not knowing what to do. Chapter 100, Change the School's Security. Even the living people standing at the classroom door, ready to continue knocking, were also stunned. Inside the small classroom, shotguns were stuck in the desks. Each gun was topped with a horrifying head, various in appearance, both male and female, old and young. Even the old eerie teacher looked just like that. The entire classroom atmosphere felt incredibly bizarre. It was as if they had walked into a battlefield of cannibalistic alien tribes. Such a scene made everyone tremble, some even felt like vomiting, but they quickly covered their mouths or were covered by those beside them. Some who had experience with dungeons quickly guessed that the classroom hadn't looked like this before, but had transformed in those terrifying few seconds while that creepy guy leaned against the door. A group of people outside the door exchanged glances, and in the end, they had no choice but to steel their nerves. One person took the lead and knocked according to the rules to enter the classroom. After all, this was a creepy narrative dungeon, and nobody wanted to die. Following all the rules was their essential condition for survival. Fortunately, although only one head remained, the elderly eerie teacher still responded to the knocking sound one by one, allowing the chosen living people to enter the classroom. They were even assigned seats. However, his words were very wooden, sounding as mechanical as a program. Of course, this was only the case for this eerie teacher. The other eerie students had completely fallen silent, clearly dead. Trembling, the living people entered the classroom and exchanged glances as they sat in their seats. Remembering the pleas for mercy from earlier, they understood perfectly what had happened to these eries. They had clearly been killed by that terrifying guy. Yet, they still sat quietly in their seats, not daring to move. Nobody knew whether this situation was a blessing or a curse for them, but nobody felt it was a good thing. Instead, they became even more anxious. But among them, there was one person who was slightly bolder. He quietly said to the others beside him, "I know that guy from just now, I've watched the dungeon footage about him. He's also a chosen one from the creepy narrative, and he seems to be a living person, calling himself a necromancer. The Eries are very afraid of him, he can eat ghosts." Of course, despite knowing Wang Lin, the person speaking softly was filled with uncertainty. Clearly, his understanding of Wang Lin was limited to having watched a video of him appearing just once. He knew very little. On the other side, listening to the eerie commotion in the surrounding classrooms, Wang Lin stopped again halfway, frowning as if he was deep in thought. Sensing Wang Lin had stopped again, the leading ghost teacher suddenly trembled and quickly stopped her steps. She knew that the class next door was probably going to have a bad time. Although she didn't know what exactly happened in that class, she could guess it wouldn't be anything good. After all, a lich had gone in. As the ghost teacher prayed for the strange students in the next class, Wang Lin spoke up, "The students are making a racket. I think this school needs a new security and supervision system." He. Underscore. Hearing Wang Lin's muttering, the ghost teacher's eyes widened. She understood the meaning behind Wang Lin's words. This wasn't targeting a single class, it was aiming at the entire creepy school. Sure enough, after Wang Lin finished muttering, he suddenly waved his hand around. In the next second, a massive amount of black-gray smoke rose from the floor of the corridor. One by one, black skeletons, wearing ancient and heavy armor, with eyes burning with deep blue flames, holding various weapons, emerged from the black mist. In just a breath, the corridor was completely filled. Wang Lin commanded, "Go, maintain the environment of this school. I don't want to see any behavior or events that shouldn't exist in a school. I have only 3 requirements: harmony, harmony, and still harmony." Roar! Responding to Wang Lin's command, the skeleton heavy infantry immediately growled lowly and then violently smashed open the front and back doors of classroom after classroom. They surged into the classrooms. "Ah, the undead! Help! The undead are coming!" In the next second, a chorus of terrified screams erupted from each classroom. Some strange students and teachers even frantically rushed out of the classroom windows. But in the next second, pair after pair of bony hands reached out from behind them, like picking up little chicks, pulling them back. They were roughly pushed back into their seats. Clearly, the skeletons under Wang Lin understood his intention, but they would not use harmonious methods to achieve the goal of harmony. Most were just students of evil ghosts, without any ability to resist in front of the top-tier ghost heavy infantry. Even the fierce ghost-level teachers had no choice but to obediently listen in front of the legion of undead. The huge commotion and cries from the first floor immediately reached the upper floors. Hearing the terrifying shouts from downstairs, the strange students upstairs were thrown into a panic, and many students had already rushed out of their classrooms in a frenzy. With so many strange classmates downstairs screaming about the undead, their cries filled with terror, it was highly unlikely to be a prank. There were probably real undead appearing. Even if only one appeared, it could mean that a terrifying undead mage could descend upon this school. And the arrival of the undead mage would not only mean they might be subjected to all sorts of experiments, but a war could break out. Thus, in this moment, all these strange students and teachers were in a state of extreme panic. Their first reaction was to quickly leave the school. But some strange students, fearing being left behind, were overwhelmed by curiosity and rushed to the windows to look downstairs. They could not see the scene in the classrooms downstairs, but they saw thick black smoke rising on the playground and a large number of undead skeletons marching out of the smoke. Seeing this, the curious strange students' interest quickly faded away, replaced by intense fear, and they joined the other strange students in frantically rushing out of the classrooms, not forgetting to shout, "Everyone, don't go to the playground, it's full of undead." Hearing these shouts, the strange students immediately panicked even more, each one rushing out of the classrooms recklessly, fearing that if they escaped too slowly, they would be caught by the undead. But in the classroom, there were those who remained unmoved by the bizarre chaos, and that was the group of selected living students. Bound by the rules scattered throughout the school that demanded them to be obedient students, it was still class time. Despite the bizarre chaos scrambling out of the classroom, they still sat in their seats, one by one, behaving themselves. Everyone was afraid that this commotion was a deliberate act by the bizarre creatures to provoke chaos among them and make them break the rules. In the corridor outside the classroom, many bizarre students were frantically rushing out, fleeing towards both sides of the hallway. However, before they could reach the corridor, a series of orderly footsteps accompanied by the sound of armor scraping came from the staircase. Next, in the fearful eyes of the bizarre students, large numbers of skeleton soldiers wearing heavy armor and wielding long spears and shields rushed out from the staircase, forming a tight shield formation in front of them, with gleaming long spears aimed right at them. Chapter 101, The Desperate Ghost Equipment Class. Seeing the skeleton soldiers blocking the corridor, the panicking bizarre students were horrified and stopped in their tracks, timidly looking at these skeleton soldiers clad in black chain armor, no longer daring to take a step forward. "Those in front, hurry up! Hurry! When the undead arrive, we won't be able to leave. You in the front, damn it, hurry up! Don't block the way!" Seeing the bizarre students crowded at the front suddenly stop, those pressuring from behind had no idea what was happening ahead, only pushing forward relentlessly, anxiously shouting and urging. The bizarre ones in front were being pushed forward by those behind, and as they were forced closer to the tightly arranged undead regiment, the students in front grew even more terrified and shouted, "Those behind, stop pushing! There are undead ahead! Those behind, stop pushing! There are lots of undead up there!" Unfortunately, their shouts were drowned in the chaotic environment, and with their companions blocking their sight, the bizarre students in the back could not see the undead and kept yelling, desperately pushing forward. Oomph! Just as the terrified students in front were being pushed towards the undead shield formation, a cold scoff suddenly echoed. This cold scoff was like thunder, instantly spreading throughout the noisy corridor, making all the bizarre students tremble uncontrollably. In their panic, they all stopped pushing and shoving, trembling in place, gripped by fear. In the next moment, they saw the undead shield formation part, creating a path for one person to pass. A silver skeleton general clad in black chain armor stepped forward, coldly observing these chaotic and terrified bizarre students. "Now everyone return to your respective classrooms and sit down, continue the lessons. Those who defy orders, those who break discipline, will be executed." As soon as the skeletal general's command fell, the group of frightened bizarre students and teachers felt as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, and without hesitation, they began to frantically rush back to their classrooms. Similar scenes occurred on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of this teaching building. Under the undead spear point, the panicking bizarre students had to obediently turn back to their classrooms, sitting quietly without daring to resist. Not only in this teaching building, the entire school was rapidly thrown into chaos under the shout of undead and the undead are coming. Countless bizarre students and teachers rushed out of classrooms, but before the skeleton soldiers' weapons, the entire school quickly quieted down once again. In each classroom, bizarre students trembled as they sat back in their seats. Under the watchful eyes of the skeleton soldiers stationed in the corners of the classroom, the strange teachers stood on the podium, trembling as they held their books, nervously teaching the class. Below the podium, the sinister and evil students, who were once noisy, were now silent, not daring to move an inch. Like the best-behaved students, their eyes were fixed on the blackboard, not even daring to look around. Looking at these suddenly fearful and obedient strange students, looking at the trembling teachers on the podium, and then glancing at the skeleton soldiers holding weapons, filled with killing intent, standing in the corners of the classroom. The chosen living beings also chose to behave well, trying their best to act like excellent obedient students. In just 10 minutes, the whole school had changed. Numerous undead patrolled every corner of the school. On the 3rd floor of teaching building number 1, under the pressure of the undead's weapons and killing atmosphere, the students of Ghost Equipment Class 2 sat trembling in their seats, listening carefully to the teacher's lecture. Under the lead of the female ghost teacher, Wang Lin arrived outside the classroom of Ghost Equipment Class 2. Hearing the only sounds of teaching from inside the classroom, the female ghost teacher stopped, looking timidly at Wang Lin. "Go in. I still need to knock on the door to enter." Seeing this, Wang Lin said calmly. Hearing this, the female ghost teacher could only tremble in obedience to Wang Lin's command and pushed open the classroom door. Watching the female ghost teacher enter the classroom and close the door, the male ghost teacher, who had been teaching, paused his lecture, looking over in confusion. Even the students turned to look. Now the school was filled with fierce undead, and even the principal probably wouldn't dare to walk around carelessly. How could the class teacher suddenly arrive? Knock, knock, knock. But soon, a knocking sound interrupted his speculation. Immediately, the entering female ghost teacher shouted, "Please come in." Creak. With the sound, the classroom door was pushed open again, and Wang Lin walked into the classroom. Lich. Undead mage. Upon seeing Wang Lin enter the classroom, the strange teacher and all the strange students couldn't help but exclaim, their harder and stable emotions once again shrouded in fear, even more than before. Even the living students quickly lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. Although they didn't understand what Lich and undead mage meant, the bizarre reactions made it clear how significant the person was. Perhaps the skeletons that terrified and subdued everyone around were related to him, maybe even his subordinates. The female ghost teacher was not in the mood to care about what the teacher and her students thought. Seeing Wang Lin enter, she quickly said, "Dear students, I am your class teacher, you can call me Du Shalu, you can call me Teacher Du. Any questions, please tell me, I will do my best to help you solve them." The strange students in this class certainly knew their class teacher. The strange female teacher's self-introduction was simply to tell the living beings assigned to her class that she could offer them help. From Wang Lin's behavior, she guessed that he intended to protect the living participants in this instance, which is why the undead were controlling the whole school. Naturally, she also had to play her part to survive. After introducing herself, the strange female ghost teacher didn't care whether the students listened or not, continuing, "This is our new student, the Lich, let's welcome him." After saying this, the female ghost teacher was the first to applaud. Lich. Hearing the female ghost teacher's words, the bizarre students were even more stunned, their fear tripling. Many strange students couldn't distinguish between the undead mage and the Lich, but they knew the terror of the Lich. It was the cream of the crop among undead mages, each one incredibly powerful. Evil beyond imagination, even the weakest among them required a ghostly general to barely deal with it. But now, the homeroom teacher told them that what lay before them was a Lich. At this moment, the strange students were filled with despair. A Lich is a student in their class, and more importantly, they were the ghost weapon class, focusing on the creation of ghostly weapons. Wasn't this clearly showing that they were all just materials? A few unbearable strange students even fainted from their own thoughts. "Welcome, welcome." Looking at the dazed strange students, the teacher quickly reacted and led the applause. "Welcome, welcome." Immediately, the living students also raised their hands to applaud, expressing their welcome. "Welcome, welcome." Seeing this, the ghostly students came back to their senses and also applauded in welcome. However, whether it was the teacher or the living students, or the strange students, the joy on their faces was full of deliberate and forced compliance. In their eyes, there was not a trace of light, only despair and pleading. Chapter 102, What is Harmony? Ahem. Looking at the rigid students clapping in welcome, Wang Lin gently coughed. In the next moment, the entire classroom fell silent. The level of discipline was comparable to trained soldiers. The female ghost teacher quickly said, "Students, now please let Lich student deliver a speech." Ahem. Wang Lin coughed again, cleared his throat, and spoke to all the students. "I am here to study. I have only 3 requests for the school environment: harmony, harmony, and still harmony. I hope you can understand what I mean and do not do anything to make me angry." He. Having said that, Wang Lin habitually let out a sinister laugh. Hearing Wang Lin's laughter, all the strange students, living students, and even the 2 teachers in the classroom couldn't help but shiver. They had a different understanding of Wang Lin's harmony. What I have to say ends here. I also believe that we can happily spend a month together. After delivering his final statement on the podium, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the female ghost homeroom teacher. Seeing Wang Lin looking at her, although the female ghost teacher didn't believe it, she didn't dare to refute and could only say, "Alright, since Lich student has finished his self-introduction, you can find a seat and prepare for class. You can sit wherever you like." In the end, the female ghost homeroom teacher even specially added a sentence. Wang Lin nodded and walked down from the podium. As Wang Lin came down, all the students bowed their heads, each staring hard at the surface of their desks, as if there were amazing works hidden there. They were terrified of being noticed by Wang Lin and having him sit next to them. Fortunately, Wang Lin had a clear target and walked straight to the last row by the window. He politely asked the middle-aged fire ghost sitting here, "Classmate, I think your seat is quite good, can you give it to me?" Faced with Wang Lin's question, the middle-aged fire ghost dared not refuse, and immediately stood up to yield. The hot ghost next to him was sweating profusely. Sitting with a Lich for a deskmate, he felt he wouldn't survive until the class bell rang. Hearing Wang Lin's words, before the fire ghost could act, 2 gleaming long swords had already been placed against his neck. Immediately after, 2 skeletal hands roughly lifted him up. Wang Lin naturally sat down in the seat, not forgetting to scold the 2 skeletons. "I said, it's about harmony. Quickly say thank you." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the teachers and students couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that Wang Lin really wanted to coexist harmoniously. At this moment, hope rose in the hearts of all the strange students. Even the middle-aged male fire ghost was momentarily stunned, looking at the 2 skeletons that were holding him. He was waiting for them to say thank you. Clap. Clap. However, the next second, 2 slaps landed on the male fire ghost's face. Seeing this situation, both the living and the strange creatures were once again stunned. Weren't they supposed to say thank you? Why were they still getting slapped twice? The middle-aged fire ghost was also stunned, but he no longer hoped for the undead to thank him. He quickly waved his hand and said, no need, this is what I should do." Smack, smack. However, upon hearing the middle-aged male fire ghost's words, the 2 skeleton soldiers immediately swung their arms in large circles and started delivering a barrage of slaps to him. Looking at the middle-aged fire ghost being slapped crazily, both the strange creatures and the living were even more stunned. They couldn't understand what was happening at all. Fortunately, the middle-aged fire ghost had lived to middle age before dying, so he wasn't too foolish. He realized that the 2 skeletons clearly couldn't speak. He hurriedly said, "Really no need, this is what I should do, harmony, harmony." Ah! He hadn't even finished speaking when the 2 skeleton soldiers immediately stopped holding onto him. Instead, they kicked him to the ground and began punching him all over his body in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Wang Lin simply watched calmly. Seeing that Wang Lin only looked on indifferently, some of the strange creatures finally understood. Wang Lin asked for a thank you, but those 2 skeleton soldiers obviously couldn't speak. Wang Lin also couldn't be unaware of that fact, so he actually wanted the fire ghost who was being slapped to say thank you. Unfortunately, even though they understood Wang Lin's meaning, each of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. Thank you. Lord Lich, thank you for allowing me this seat." Finally, the fire ghost who had been slapped truly understood Wang Lin's words. He quickly cried out, constantly saying thank you. Unfortunately, now that he truly understood, he spoke a bit too much. This time, it wasn't just the 2 skeleton soldiers hitting him. The skeleton soldiers around them also gathered around, using both hands and feet. Now, the fire ghost truly couldn't speak a word. Enough! Seeing that they had almost finished, Wang Lin finally spoke. Upon receiving the command, the skeleton soldiers who had surrounded the fire ghost and were beating him immediately stopped, returning to their original positions. At this point, the middle-aged male fire ghost had been beaten beyond recognition. Not only was his ghostly appearance exposed, but his charred skin was also cracked, as if it had been subjected to slow slicing. He lay on the ground like a dead dog in mud. Wang Lin raised his hand and spoke, "I've already said it, but I'll repeat it once more. I hope that the upcoming school life can be harmonious, and still harmonious. I hope everyone can be polite and good students." Hearing Wang Lin's words, everyone, both the living and the ghosts, felt heavy-hearted. But on the surface, they still gave very enthusiastic applause. At that moment, they finally understood what Wang Lin meant by harmony. It was truly for them to live together in harmony, but Wang Lin himself was the exception. Looking at the students and teachers clapping madly, Wang Lin turned his gaze toward the podium. Seeing Wang Lin looking at him, the male strange creature teacher shivered and hurriedly said, "Thank you, students, let's continue the lesson." After speaking, the strange teacher cautiously picked up the textbook and said, "Next, we." However, halfway through, he couldn't continue speaking. Because the content of the textbook was about creating ghost tools, ghost sound systems. But asking a powerful ghost to explain how to create ghost tools, especially low-level ghost tools, to a lich was almost asking the lich to gather materials on the spot. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth, everyone in the classroom would become the materials. Seeing the strange teacher stammering and unable to speak, Wang Lin glanced at the book next to the hot ghost. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the strange teacher dared not stutter anymore, and he didn't dare to deceive Wang Lin. Between him becoming material or the students becoming material, he firmly chose the students. He gritted his teeth and said, "Next, we will learn how to make ghost tools and ghost sound systems." Upon hearing the strange teacher's words, the classroom immediately filled with a series of gasps. Teaching a lich how to make ghost tools. This is clearly leading people to be used as materials for ghost devices. In a moment, the heads of the entire class were lowered even further. Each one was afraid of being noticed by Wang Lin and becoming part of the on-site materials. Chapter 103 The First Class. It turned out that the worries of the weird ones were correct. Looking at the content in the textbook, Wang Lin said nothing, simply beckoning with his finger. In the next second, several skeleton soldiers standing at the back of the classroom immediately drew their swords and advanced, grabbing the fire ghost lying on the ground, chopping the middle-aged fire ghost into hundreds of pieces in a single stroke. Then, one skeleton soldier brought the charred tongue of the fire ghost to Wang Lin's desk. Upon seeing this, everyone in the classroom, along with the weird ones, lowered their heads to look at the desk, trembling again. This was not about living in harmony with them, it was clearly about getting rid of them. Taking the fire ghost's tongue, Wang Lin raised his hand. "Report, teacher, we already have the materials, what's next?" Upon hearing this, the weird teacher at the podium stuttered, unsure of what to do. He just looked at Wang Lin with fear and trepidation. Chapter 104 You're really not polite. Is he from the Bureau for Weird Responses? Or is he an evil disciple? While the young man quietly observed Wang Lin was also secretly watching this young man in a suit with gold wire glasses, looking meticulous. However, compared to the other one's stealthy evaluation, Wang Lin was using his mental power to see through the man, clearly noticing every move he made and even what was hidden inside his body. That was a creature somewhat similar to Xiaohong and Suhua, yet still different. It was a demon, not fully a ghost, half alive, with the strength of a death ghost. It was completely on par with the weird principal of this school. As everyone waited anxiously, the female ghost homeroom teacher quickly returned. Accompanying her was a middle-aged ghost lady who looked like she was going through menopause. This middle-aged ghost lady, known for her fierce temperament, even caused the weird students to retreat in fear. Chapter 105 The Weird Math Class. Seeing that the menopausal female ghost supervisor had taken quite a beating, Wang Lin kindly reminded, "Director, our school teaches unity, mutual support, harmony, friendship, civilization, and politeness. You just walked out without saying thank you, isn't that a bit uncouth?" Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Lin's chilling laughter, the menopausal female ghost didn't dare to take this comment directly and hurriedly said, thank you, classmate." Wang Lin nodded slightly. Several skeleton soldiers immediately stopped their punches and kicks. The menopausal female ghost, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly bowed her head to Wang Lin again and thanked him. "Thank you, classmate, thank you." After saying this, she cautiously exited the classroom. However, she did not breathe a sigh of relief upon leaving, as 4 fierce ghost-level skeleton soldiers were following her. Clearly, they were there to supervise her. With 4 skeleton soldiers following her, the menopausal female ghost director could not be free. Chapter 106 They will be here soon. Explosive update for Chapter 2. As the sound of swords being drawn echoed, Wang Lin raised his hand at the right moment. Seeing Wang Lin raise his hand, the weird math teacher hurriedly said respectfully, "Which student, please speak?" "Wang Lin, teacher, we just arrived, and the content of the textbook is still too difficult for us." Hearing Wang Lin's words, the weird teacher quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it was my oversight." After saying this, the weird teacher frowned and thought for a moment, saying flattering, "Which student, how about starting with 1 + 1? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin said nothing. Oh dear. Seeing Wang Lin's silence, the weird teacher acted as if he had suddenly realized, saying, "I was really too negligent. Before learning 1 + 1, we should learn to recognize numbers first. Shall we start with that?" After saying this, the weird teacher cautiously looked at Wang Lin. He couldn't think of a simpler and more basic lesson than this. Chapter 107 The Cafeteria Incident. Chapter 3. Under the threat of the undead, the double-tailed, strange girl principal entered the cafeteria and immediately saw Wang Lin. She was so frightened that she quickly shrank back and lowered her head, afraid of being seen by Wang Lin. Although she was the principal of the ghost high school, it should be her turn to step up and communicate with Wang Lin. But in the cafeteria, she really didn't have the courage to face a lich who was waiting to eat. However, unfortunately, she wanted to hide but was still spotted by Wang Lin. Faced with Wang Lin's gaze, the strange girl principal, knowing she couldn't escape, could only brace herself and put on the most servile look since her life and death. She hurried to Wang Lin's side, squatted in front of the table, showed her cutest and most obedient side, and respectfully said, "Lich Lord, you." However, before the strange girl could finish her words, Wang Lin raised his hand and interrupted her. "Hello, principal, I am now a student of the school." Chapter 108, An Interesting Night. Chapter 4. Under Wang Lin's intimidation, the afternoon classes were as simple as elementary education, either recognizing pictures or reading numbers. Even pens weren't needed. Dinner in the cafeteria was also extremely harmonious. The food was all normal and digestible. There were no weird things, and nothing bloody happened. Even the evening self-study turned into a real self-study. There were no teachers giving lessons, and no one was noisily walking around. When the bell rang for the end of evening self-study, it was finally time for everyone to head to the dormitory. For the living, this was the most dangerous time, and the most anticipated hunting moment for the strange beings. Because there was a rule in the campus dormitories that all dorms would be locked after 10 o'clock, and anyone who did not return by that time couldn't enter the dorms anymore. Although it was not mandatory to return to the dormitory in the rules, anyone who was not back after 10 could only stay in the school's playground, woods, and other areas. Chapter 109, Identity Swap. The sudden noise not only terrified all the strange teachers and students in the school but also caused them to flee in panic. Even the living people in the dormitories were attracted by the sounds outside. When they stood by the window and saw the huge three-headed dog and the soul-eating spirits flying around, they were deeply shocked and terrified. Oh my god! In dormitory 304, when Zhao Rui saw a strange student being chased by two soul-eating spirits right at her window and pressed against it, being devoured, she was so scared that she retreated and fell to the ground, letting out a chicken-like scream. The strange student was covered in blood, screaming miserably, and desperately reaching out toward her, as if saying, "Save me." This scene stunned her, leaving her pale, trembling, with weak limbs and no strength. The other three living people in her dormitory looked at the scene in front of them, also stunned and pale, their hands and feet feeling icy, with chills running down their spines. Chapter 110, Sunshine in the Instance World. After learning the conditions of the undead attack, the strange teachers and students breathed a sigh of relief, each one carefully becoming more cautious, and no matter where they walked, they had to carefully seek and observe the campus regulations. They were afraid that one careless mistake would violate the rules and become food for the undead. Of course, this didn't mean they didn't know where the campus regulations were or what their contents were. On the contrary, in order to hunt the living who entered the instance, these strange teachers and students were practically familiar with the regulations everywhere. They were afraid that the undead would add new regulations on top of the existing ones. For example, in the school's small woods, there were now additional rules prohibiting flirtation and jumping. In some specific areas, there were even more other regulations added. Previously, many teachers and students had encountered problems due to these added or modified regulations. Swallowed by the soul-eating ghost. Moreover, the school park lake has added rules to prohibit touching the water and saying the word water. Chapter 111, Wang Lin's Proposal. In the classroom, the morning's lessons ended amid various nonsensical discussions. For the living students, the bizarre teacher's nonsense was a relief, because it meant the exams at the end of the month would significantly lower in difficulty. This also meant they had a greater chance of surviving this D-level school dungeon. But at the same time, they were worried. Even though they benefited from Wang Lin, the dungeon difficulty had greatly decreased, the threat of the bizarre to them had also greatly reduced. However, Wang Lin's existence itself was a tremendous danger, and the greatest danger at that. After all, the events of yesterday were still fresh in their minds. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was the most terrifying scene they had ever witnessed. This morning, more than a dozen seats were empty, clearly indicating that the owners of these seats were most likely gone. The cause of these was Wang Lin, the death knight that even the bizarre feared immensely. Thus, they were extremely wary of Wang Lin as well. Chapter 112, The Old Campus at the Back Mountain. In the office of the ponytailed girl principal, a silver skull suddenly pushed open the door to the principal's office and strode in. Seeing the skull enter rudely, the ponytailed girl quickly forced a flattering smile on her face. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" The silver skull wasted no time and directly said in a hoarse voice, "Immediately organize all teachers and students in the school to the back mountain." After saying this, the silver skull did not wait for the ponytailed girl's response and turned to leave the office. It seemed he didn't care at all whether the ponytailed girl would follow his orders. Watching the silver skull leave, the ponytailed girl did not try to stop or question him, only reflecting for a moment before dialing the number of the head of the department. Once the call connected, the ponytailed girl directly ordered, "You immediately broadcast that all students and staff must gather at the playground. No one can be absent." Chapter 113, The Dungeon Within the Dungeon. Indeed. I am becoming more and more interested in this place. Wang Lin nodded in agreement and said with great interest, "Principal, beneath this is a mass grave, and not just one, but several, and they are all quite large." Am I right? Confused face? Hearing Wang Lin's words, the ponytailed girl principal looked puzzled. Furrowing her brows, she responded gently, "Death Knight, there is indeed one mass grave below, and it is quite large, but we only discovered this one." She didn't dare to question or doubt Wang Lin's words. After all, there had previously only been 2 ghost generals who visited, and they truly only found one mass grave. And a Death Knight, whether in strength or in the expertise of grave digging, would certainly surpass the ghost generals, and she, as a mere ghost, could not compare or doubt him, even if she had always been part of this school in life and death. Chapter 114, The Secret of the Old Campus. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the suited young man quickly asked the question he had long prepared in his mind, "I would like to ask you, do you know what the situation is regarding the dungeon within the dungeon?" In response, Wang Lin once again looked at the old campus of Lanlin High School, nodding slightly, "I don't know, but I can see some things." The suited young man quickly said, "I beg you, Death Knight, to enlighten me. I would be incredibly grateful." Wang Lin shook his head, "I can tell you, but how will you repay me? You say you will be grateful, but surely it cannot be just words." The suited young man hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, I will offer my life as thanks. After I receive the answer, I will need 3 minutes to arrange my affairs. Would that be acceptable?" Wang Lin curiously asked, "For an answer that may not even matter, are you willing to risk your life?" Chapter 115, The Strange Within the Strange. On the other side, when Class 1 entered the basketball court, a basketball suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rolled to the feet of a strange student. Upon seeing this, the strange student immediately changed his expression, picked up the basketball without a second thought, and silently threw it towards the basketball hoop in the distance. Watching the scene, Wang Lin explained to the young man in a suit beside him, "This strange student has clearly been in this scenario before. He must have been a student of this old campus in life, so he instinctively took the right approach. He threw the ball to join the game. The rules only say not to make noise, but it doesn't say you can't produce sound, you just can't make sound yourself." The young man in the suit quickly asked, "So how do we exit the game?" Rule 15, if a student wants to play with you, please do not refuse as long as it doesn't violate the rules. But. Chapter 116, The Cooperation of Humans and Ghosts. There is only one way to pass through the rubber band at the door, which is to participate in the game and jump to the other side. But obviously, the strange entity holding the rubber band at the entrance of the teaching building would not easily let the strange teachers and students pass. The first strange ghost student who stepped forward to jump the rubber band started off, but the rubber band began to vibrate at an extremely fast speed. Even though this ghost student had the strength of a fierce ghost, he struggled to complete even half a song. After failing, he couldn't exit the game, unable to pass through, nor could he leave, and could only keep jumping the rubber band repeatedly. Watching the scene in front of the teaching building, the young man in the suit turned his gaze towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin repeatedly stated that there was no horror story that couldn't be passed, but in this situation, he truly couldn't figure out how to solve it. Unfortunately, Wang Lin didn't provide him with an answer, he only stared calmly ahead at the teaching building. On the other hand, the long-haired girl with twin ponytails had already walked far away. Chapter 117, The Trap and the Rules. After obtaining the candles and the fire source, the strange teachers and students from 7 classes quickly unified the candles and fire source, handing them all over to the strange teachers and students of Math Class 3. Once the strange teachers and students of Math Class 3 received the candles, they quickly headed to the girls' dormitory on the left. When they arrived at the dormitory building, immediately students were caught up in a strange game. And more students were being caught. However, this time, the strange girl principal with twin ponytails did not allow more students into the dormitory, she just quietly waited. After a while, as some students stepped onto the 3rd floor of the dormitory, the entire dormitory was suddenly enveloped in darkness, becoming pitch black. Faced with this situation, the strange teachers and students who entered the dormitory quickly lit the candles, and the originally dark dormitory instantly lit up with sparkling little lights. Those strange teachers and students who were caught in the strange game also seized the opportunity of the darkness and the light of the candles to escape the entanglement of the strange game. Chapter 118, Truly the Rules. Just as Wang Lin said, after dark, those invisible strangeness immediately acted against the teachers and students who violated the rules. They were like invisible killer monsters. In silence, the first strange teachers and students to enter the school were one by one moving their bodies, even being torn apart. And throughout the process, they didn't disturb any of the other strange teachers and students or living persons who were pretending to be asleep. 5 minutes later, the sky in the old campus brightened again. After the sky brightened, the strange teachers and students and the living people who were pretending to be asleep hurriedly opened their eyes, but upon seeing the surrounding scene, everyone's and every ghost's expression changed. Not only because the ground was littered with fragments of corpses and disintegrating ghost bodies, but also because the dead strange teachers and students were not just those who had entered the dormitory. Everyone who entered the teaching building has died. This shows that the strange teachers and students who entered the teaching building have unknowingly broken some rule. But they have already. Chapter 119, Preparing for Total Assault. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the suited young man instantly widened his eyes, completely baffled. For a moment, he couldn't understand the reason behind it at all. Seeing that the suited young man couldn't comprehend, Wang Lin smiled and explained, "It's..." However, before Wang Lin could finish his sentence, an invisible, formless attack suddenly struck, aiming for Wang Lin's neck. However, even though this attack was unseen and sudden, Wang Lin sensed it immediately. Raising his hand, a blue shield spread from his arm. Buzz! In the next moment, the blue shield vibrated violently, emitting a high-frequency buzzing sound. The sudden change left the suited young man dumbfounded. However, Wang Lin didn't explain to him. After blocking the attack with his raised arm, he swiftly transformed his hand into a blade, striking downward towards a strange student in the distance. In the next moment, a translucent. Chapter 120, No Path Left to Live. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the suited young man immediately fell silent. In his heart, he couldn't help but guess that this powerful lich was probably going to make everyone in the strange beings become scouts and cannon fodder. After all, everyone had violated the rules, and there was no choice but to push forward on this single path. Looking at the strange teachers and students, as well as the living people, who were forced to charge towards the teaching building and dormitory, he gritted his teeth and ultimately stood beside Wang Lin, not following the crowd. Surviving and going back was more important than anything else because he knew too much. Of course, if Wang Lin knew his guess, he would just scoff. Wang Lin wasn't short of subordinates, nor was he lacking cannon fodder. In fact, he had never taken the strangeness here seriously from the beginning. What Wang Lin truly feared was that after breaking the rules, the Ghost Emperor might join forces against him. Making the strange teachers and students forcefully push forward wasn't to turn them into cannon fodder. Chapter 121, The First Mass Grave. Watching the strange teachers and students continually killed by the skeletal undead, the twin-tailed strange girl quietly closed her eyes. She said nothing, did nothing. The suited young man also lowered his head, afraid to show any thoughts. He guessed right, Wang Lin indeed wanted all the strange teachers and students, including other living people, to die, leaving no way out at all. The only ones left alive were him and the strange principal. With undead skeletal beings blocking the way in front, and unseen strangeness crazily slaughtering from behind, the strange teachers and students were left in despair. Many even gave up resistance, either directly lunging towards the remaining living people, wanting to enjoy the taste of life one last time before dying. Or they lunged at their companions, hoping to devour them to enhance their own power. Let's fight! But there were also some strange teachers and students who completely erupted with ferocity. With a shout, they either charged towards the skeletal undead or towards the unseen strangeness behind them. Chapter 122, The Fortress Behind the School. We cannot trigger a conflict between two dead stars? Hearing Wang Lin's words, the suited young man quickly turned his gaze to Wang Lin. According to Wang Lin's words, didn't that mean these strange planets were interconnected? Even the twin-tailed strange girl hastily turned her gaze to Wang Lin. Even she, who had served as the principal for 38 years, did not know that the retention here was not because this copy was difficult to erase, but because they could not trigger a conflict between two dead stars. But Wang Lin's words she did not doubt. After all, this was a lich. Wang Lin said lightly, those unseen strangeness do not fit into this world, they have 2 heads and 4 arms, and their attacking methods differ greatly from you strange beings. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the twin-tailed strange girl instantly widened her eyes. She murmured, that's right. In front of the Ghost King level skeleton, the strange beings in the fortress were indeed no match. With just one sword strike, both the building and the strange beings were cut down. One must say, this wave indeed caught the silver skeleton off guard. Even the suited young man and the strange girl were left dumbfounded. But the next second, half of the silver skeleton's body suddenly vanished, the remaining half shattered. It was as if something invisible had bitten half of it away. From Wang Lin's perspective, a gigantic human head suddenly emerged from underground, biting and shattering half of the silver skeleton's body as it swallowed it whole. Watching this scene, the suited young man and the strange girl nearly bugged their eyes out. Never did they expect that the silver skeleton could be so powerful, yet in the next second, it lost half of its body. Wang Lin timely said, the main dish has arrived. As he spoke, bulges began to rise from the ground, just as that lich, how about we coexist peacefully? You complete your side quest, and we continue our mission, why cause such a commotion? It will only hurt feelings. In the midst of their shared perplexity, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the mountains. Accompanying the sound came a terrifying invisible wave. It turned the strange girl's face pale and made the suited young man spit out blood. Seeing this, Wang Lin waved his hand, casting a barrier for the two. He looked contemptuously into the depths of the mountains, as if he could see through countless layers of rock towards the roaring creature. I never expected there would actually be a ghost king hiding here. Wang Lin's tone was light, yet it echoed like heavenly words resonating throughout the world. That lich, you complete your side quest, and we promise not to interfere. How about we retreat? You know this is a passage between two dead stars, you know what that means, even if you are powerful. Ding, welcome home, carbon-based life form number 87654321, the random next horror tale time is now starting. White for units, black for tens, good luck. As soon as he returned, the voice of the horror tale once again echoed in Wang Lin's ears, followed closely by the appearance of black and white dice and a black box. Still unable to perceive how these items appeared, Wang Lin shook his head helplessly, grabbed the two floating dice in front of him, and tossed them into the black box. The two 10-sided dice rolled, finally stopping at the number 99. 99? Looking at the number that had stopped, Wang Lin couldn't help but frown again and then shook his head. He turned and walked into his small room to enter seclusion. 99 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the forest, the lush and vast grass. Looking at the girl in front of him, who despite her fear still had the courage to face him, Wang Lin smiled, "You are very brave." He. After praising her, Wang Lin lowered his voice and said, "I don't care what others say, but I still consider myself human. So, what is your answer? Are you willing to come with me?" Hearing Wang Lin's words, the beautiful girl glanced again at the crowd that dared not speak. Hesitating for a moment, she asked Wang Lin, "What are the benefits of going with you?" Wang Lin pointed at the crowd behind him, who were silent as mice, and hoarsely said, "I can protect your safety, ensuring that no one bullies you. I can even protect you, helping you survive this side quest." What? Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the beautiful girl widened her eyes in shock. This was an A-level side quest, and no one had ever survived to the end, but the person before her, who resembled a monster, was saying. Now announcing the rules. After Wang Lin led the girl away from the crowd, not long after, the cold voice of the rules horror tale finally resounded again. Rule 1, please arrive at Raccoon City within 3 months. Rule 2, you must kill 150 biobeasts every month. Rule 3, you must kill 100 zombies every month. Rule 4, you must kill 10 lickers every month. Rule 5, you must kill 1 tyrant every month. Rule 6, please find and kill 10 survivors within 100 days. Rule 7, please obtain the antidote for the biovirus within 100 days. Rule 8, please arrive in Tokyo with the virus antidote within 100 days. Rule 9, if you cannot meet all the requirements within the time limit, you will be considered a failure and will remain in the instance permanently. The cold voice of the rule monster quickly announced. Chapter 128, Zombie Village. 8 hellish steeds raced the black carriage at lightning speed, no matter the grass, mud, rivers, swamps, cliffs, or forests, before them all was flat ground, unable to hinder the speed of the hellish steeds. Inside the carriage, Song Sisi leaned against the window, watching the retreating scenery outside, her eyes growing more and more amazed. On the green grass, there were herds of cows, sheep, and horses, and also packs of wolves. In the lush green forest, life thrived with animals and flying birds. In the clear rivers and lakes, there were schools of fish. Everywhere they passed was a scene of beauty. The 8 hellish steeds not only ran on the grass, but could also move as if on flat ground over the wide lake surface, and through the rushing rivers. Even in the densely wooded forest, the hellish steeds could pull the carriage running on the treetops, making her feel not a single jolt in the carriage. With the rapid pace of the 8 hellish steeds, they quickly reached their destination. Chapter 129, Different Results. Under the cleansing of 20 heavily armored skeleton soldiers, the zombies in the village, attracted by noise yet unaware of fear, were quickly cleaned out by the armored skeleton soldiers. But it was not over yet. After slaughtering the zombies, the armored skeleton soldiers kicked down doors one by one, checking for any zombies left behind. After a while, having received the contract reward from the skeleton soldiers, Wang Lin turned back to the carriage. Let's go, the zombies in the village have been cleaned up. We will rest here today. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Song Sisi hurriedly replied and climbed onto the carriage. Amidst the neighing of the hellish steeds, the black carriage moved forward towards the village once more. In the village, after clearing the zombies, the skeleton soldiers chose the most luxurious and spacious house to start cleaning quickly. When Wang Lin's carriage arrived, not only was the house cleaned, but even the weeds outside were gone. They had also started a bonfire, and meat was already roasting over it. Chapter 130, Zombie Horde Assault 1. Under the command of Elder Tang Yi, everyone began to prepare actively. Those with weapons took up their arms, charms, and other items, heading towards the village direction, ready to intercept the bearded middle-aged man and resist the approaching corpses. Those without weapons grabbed various tools, resorting to digging trenches and pits with bare hands, building earthen walls. In the bearded middle-aged man's wild sprint, he covered a distance of 1 kilometer in just 2 minutes, rushing into the defensive lineup of people. But the remaining few were not so lucky. With their legs weakened by fear, they were soon tackled and bitten by the zombies. They could only let out desperate, piercing screams, becoming food for the undead. Open fire. Be sure to conserve ammunition. With the bearded middle-aged man racing back, Elder Tang Yi, standing at the front of the crowd, immediately gave a loud order. Day. With Elder Tang Yi's command, a dozen armed individuals began to fire. Chapter 131, Zombie Horde Assault 2. Although the fireballs from the supernatural beings provided heavy fire support, the dense horde of zombies showed no fear. They continued to rush forward madly. Still, many zombies managed to break through the explosions of the fireballs, getting even closer to the crowd. Fortunately, with the explosions of the fireballs providing some cover, the density of the rushing zombie horde significantly decreased. Let the pressure on those defending with guns be greatly reduced. As the distance closed, those holding the guns found it easier to aim, and for a moment, they truly managed to stop the corpse swarm 50 meters in front of the hillside, preventing them from getting any closer. Amidst the sounds of explosions and gunfire, zombies continued to fall one after another. Before long, the grass in front of the hillside was piled high with the bodies of the undead. I underestimated them. In the village, as he ate grilled lamb chops, Wang Lin suddenly murmured to himself. What? Hearing Wang Lin's words, Song Sisi immediately looked up at him, puzzled. Wang Lin, looking at the incoming wave of corpses, saw that there were at least 1,000 of them, and they were less than 300 meters away, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. It was only the first day, and they were facing such dangerous situations, no one knew how long they could survive, not to mention clearing the dungeon alive. But even facing such an unpromising situation, the crowd still gripped their weapons, ready to welcome a new slaughter. No one ran away, and no one shrank back. Because everyone knew, in this terrifying A-class dungeon, running away or retreating was undoubtedly a dead end. Relying on oneself was absolutely not enough to survive. Looking at the corpses about to rush in, Elder Tang Yi felt heavy-hearted. He actually had no hope of surviving this A-class dungeon himself. After all, this was an A-class dungeon. In such a dungeon, there were likely legendary Ghost King level oddities. Maybe, if I had followed that person back then, I would have. Ah! As soon as Elder Tang Yi finished speaking, a scream suddenly rang out among the crowd. Hearing the sound, all eyes quickly turned to look. In the crowd, under the weak light, a severely injured man suddenly pounced on a little girl wearing medical clothing, biting wildly. The people nearby heard the noise and immediately rushed over to pull the crazed man away. Elder Tang Yi noticed the injured man's condition at a glance, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes whitening, and froth forming at the mouth. Although he didn't understand the exact situation, he knew roughly what was happening. Without time to think further, Elder Tang Yi hurriedly shouted loudly, "Bad news, it's corpse poison. Everyone be careful of the nearby injured and the bodies. Tie them up and contain them. Be careful not to get hurt by them." Hearing Elder Tang Yi's shout, the crowd was suddenly in a panic. The next day, early in the morning, under Elder Tang Yi's direct leadership, a 5-person team re-entered the defeated village. After yesterday's events, Elder Tang Yi no longer served as the team's overall commander. Instead, he made Han Han the commander while he offered some suggestions. After all, someone had to take responsibility for yesterday's mistakes to pacify the people and keep everyone united. With Elder Tang Yi leading, the 5 cautiously entered the village, searching for any useful information and items. Fortunately, the battle yesterday seemed to have drawn all the zombies out of the village and eliminated them cleanly. This time, as the 5 entered the village, no new zombies appeared, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, no one could be certain whether those sci-fi fighters would appear again to help them, but if they faced yesterday's situation again, they might not be able to cope, and survival would be even tougher. After finishing the carefully prepared grilled meat breakfast from his underlings of the Undead Gate, Wang Lin took Song Sisi to the wild grassland outside the village. Yesterday, the wild grassland still showed signs of wild boars and hares starting about, but today, there was no sign of these creatures, not even the sound of insects remained. The appearance and lingering presence of dozens of powerful undead had long scared away all the animals and insects around here. If the little grass didn't have legs, it might even have fled too. Of course, Song Sisi didn't notice these subtle changes. She was just curiously looking at Wang Lin. Then she saw Wang Lin casually wave his hand at the grass. In the next second, black smoke suddenly rose from the grass, and then a multitude of skeletons in armor, wielding various cold weapons, crawled out from the smoke-filled grass. The sheer number completely filled the overgrown wasteland on this side of the village, so dense that it was impossible to count. Outside the village on the cement road, Han Han was already directing everyone to form a fish-scale defensive formation with their vehicles, waiting for the zombie horde to arrive. Everyone, prepare. Watching the 2 pickup trucks returning with sounding horns, Han Han stood on top of one of the cars, shouting loudly to give orders. With Han Han's voice, everyone behind the vehicles nervously gripped their weapons, ready for battle. Fire! As the 2 vehicles rejoined the convoy, Han Han immediately shouted out loud. Under Han Han's command, the sound of gunfire began to erupt, and a large number of bullets started shooting towards the zombie horde trailing just 100 meters behind the vehicles. This time, although they needed to conserve ammunition, they also didn't specify that only those with good marksmanship could shoot. After all, the remaining people needed to practice their shooting skills to face the increasingly challenging battles ahead. However, everyone only aimed their guns at the zombies chasing along the cement road. In the evening, Wang Lin's skeleton army finally arrived at the first city of this instance world, Balan City. Balan City is the capital of the Phalaris Kingdom, once one of the world's prosperous capitals, renowned as a city of tourism, a city of technology, and a romantic city. Within the urban area of Balan City, there are over 8 million permanent residents, with the total population of surrounding towns and villages exceeding 10 million. The number of tourists is simply countless. But now it has become a completely dead city, teeming with zombies, and there are also many eaters and tyrants present, even more terrifying unknown zombies lurking. Nowadays, Balan City is a city that survivors avoid at all costs. Even animals are unwilling to reside in this city, birds even divert their path when flying over the city. As the 50,000 undead skeleton army approached the outskirts of Balan City, the wandering zombies outside the city heard the sound of the marching army, and instantly, it was as if, under the charge of the skeleton cavalry, the originally dense and unending horde of zombies was forcefully broken apart into waves of charging formation, significantly alleviating the defensive pressure on the skeleton infantry's formation. Before long, outside the defensive formation of the undead skeleton infantry, 2 mounds of zombie bodies about 5 meters high pile up, with at least 50,000 zombies killed. However, such a tactical cost was also immense. The skeleton cavalry suffered the greatest losses, with over 1,000 cavalry lost just by charging around the wide square. The arrows of the crossbowmen in the skeleton infantry formation were also rapidly depleting. Even though the skeleton cavalry could ignore the undead toxin, the greatest threat from the zombies, and were clad in armor and wielding weapons while riding warhorses, in the dense mass of zombies, the skeleton cavalry's charging speed slowed down, and cavalrymen were constantly being knocked down by the zombies, torn to pieces under the bites of countless zombies. After waiting for about an hour, the scout Kong returned with several scouting team members. Looking at Kong, who came back with a serious expression, Han quickly grabbed Kang's hand and asked, Kong, how is the situation in the city? Is it a stronghold for human survivors? Or has a great battle occurred inside? After speaking, Han looked at Kong with anticipation, hoping that Kong would say the answer he wanted. Inside is a stronghold for survivors, not a battlefield. If it is a survivor's stronghold, then everyone is human, and there is still a lot of room for change, even a chance to unite. But if a battle has occurred inside, it means there are intelligent zombies among them. That would be bad news. This means that other cities, even villages, might also have intelligent zombies, which means their future journey will become even more dangerous and difficult. In Han's hopeful, even prayerful gaze, Kang's face turned pale. Chapter 140, The Actions in the Night. After hesitating for a full half hour, Han finally decided to take a gamble and issued new orders, leading over 150 of his men into Balan City under the night. When the car light shone into the streets of the city, Han couldn't help but gasp in cold air. The streets were littered with zombie corpses, skeletons, and armor. The number was so vast that a sea of corpses could not describe it. They were piled one on top of the other, even stacked. Looking at this scene of post-battle devastation, everyone else was shocked and horrified. Some even immediately suggested withdrawing from this city and taking a detour. However, Han had worked so hard to make the decision to enter Balan City, how could he easily retreat and take a detour? After all, danger comes with opportunity. Moreover, after this battle, the zombies inside must have suffered heavy casualties, and they might even have. Chapter 141, The Revival of Life. Under the tireless night march of the skeletons, in just one night, they covered a distance of 130 kilometers, sweeping through more than 20 towns and villages, eliminating hundreds of thousands of zombies. They captured 3,000 vehicles of supplies. In the morning, when the sun rose again from the east, the first rays of dawn shone on the land of the Fara country, and the 500,000 skeletons finally stopped their rapid march on the vast grassland. However, even though they had run all night, when the army stopped, the skeletons did not collapse on the ground to rest. Instead, they quickly reorganized their formation, and in no time, they formed more than 500,000 man-square formations. The armored skeletons, with bright armors and waving flags, stood in neat rows on the wide green plain, solemn and dignified, like soldiers waiting for a general's inspection. On the map, this plain was originally a desolate land, but in the loss. Don't they need to rest? Chapter 142, The Zombie Surrounding. Han, there's a situation. Under Han's leadership, after driving for more than 2 hours along the footprints left by the undead, Kong, who was responsible for scouting ahead, suddenly turned back. Seeing Kang's vehicle returning, the convoy immediately stopped its advance. In the lead car, Han leaned out and quickly asked the stopped Kong, what happened? Upon hearing this, Kong immediately replied, Han, the skeleton army has stopped about 20 kilometers ahead. I quietly observed from a high point, and there are at least 500,000 of them. Their formation is tight, and they seem to be waiting for something. Hearing this, Han was startled, thinking that the skeletons might have discovered them, that they were waiting for them to pass by. He quickly asked, were you discovered? Do you have any guesses about what they are waiting for? And Kong shook his head. I observed from a distance. I shouldn't have been discovered. They shouldn't be. Chapter 143, The Zombie Horde on the Prairie. On the vast grassland. More and more zombies gathered, surrounding the army of the undead, confronting the neatly arranged skeletons. Kong and others hidden in the distance were nervously praying, eagerly waiting for the zombies to attack first. After waiting, the night finally came. As the sun completely set, the gathered zombies finally moved. In the darkness, accompanied by roars, countless zombies on the hillside surged like a flood breaching a dam, frantically charging towards the army of the undead 3 kilometers away. Prepare for battle. Seeing the zombie tide attacking head-on, the commanding skeleton general immediately issued the order. With the command and the sound of war drums, the tightly arranged undead skeletons began to move. The already tightly arranged undead quickly shrank their formation, and within 2 minutes. Chapter 144, Victory belongs to the undead. After a moment of hesitation, Han finally gritted his teeth and made a choice, which was to hold on to the position. Although the situation of the skeleton army reported by Pan Air was very unfavorable, thinking of the tall armored warriors and that strange man who could intimidate him with just one glance, Han decided to take a gamble. He had a feeling that the strange man's abilities were definitely not limited to this, otherwise he wouldn't let the army stay and wait for the zombies to gather and attack. What the opponent did was either foolish or confident. Having made the decision, Han immediately began to command everyone to quickly strengthen their defense, but he also left a route for retreat at any time. On the battlefield, amidst the waves of corpses numbering in the millions, mixed with many lickers, tyrants, and giant zombies, the losses of the undead skeletons were undoubtedly tremendous. In just half an hour, the losses approached 100,000. Chapter 145, The End of the Great Battle. Seeing Wang Lin's nonchalant attitude, Song Cici no longer worried and curiously asked, "What about the gains and losses?" Very few people were not curious about the losses and gains of the war, and for someone like Song Cici who experienced it firsthand, her curiosity was even stronger. Wang Lin looked around the battlefield. My humanoid skeleton soldiers lost about 950,000, and now there are about 100,000 left. The bird-type skeletons lost 600,000, with hardly any remaining. The number of zombies exterminated is about 20 million. Hearing this, Song Cici smiled bitterly. You really don't treat your subordinates as subordinates. But this achievement is indeed impressive. Talking to Wang Lin felt like chatting with a friend. Of course, this was also because she was relatively innocent, and Wang Lin had no pretentiousness or temper when communicating with her. Plus, Wang Lin had previously said he needed someone to talk to normally. So she and Wang Lin. Chapter 146, The Coast City. Perhaps last night's fierce battle drew the nearby zombies away, or perhaps it frightened the commanding zombies who were secretly directing. The entire day's march today not only encountered no wandering zombies but even the towns and cities along the way had no zombies left. In one entire day, the tireless million undead marched over 200 miles, finally stopping in a large city to collect supplies. In the city center, enjoying the food made by the ghost chef, Song Cici once again asked her question, "Why are you collecting so many weapons and supplies? I didn't see you use them in such a big battle yesterday. And where did those things go?" "I didn't see them." Wang Lin smiled. They were all teleported away, for other uses. The supplies collected by the undead were regularly teleported to other places by Wang Lin. Song Cici rolled her eyes. Chapter 147, Han's Guess. Hearing Wang Lin's explanation of Lahuacheng, Song Cici's expression was serious. "Are we going to fight?" Wang Lin laughed dismissively. "We need ships. Those clever zombies want to battle me. They are certain that I need the ships in this harbor. Even if we detour to other ports now, they will be prepared and gather their forces too. This war cannot be avoided, and I don't want to avoid it." After speaking, Wang Lin raised his hand and waved it forward. Roar! The next second, the millions of undead behind the cart roared, their momentum grand, like a black torrent rushing towards the city ahead. There were no zombies present on the streets facing inland at Lahuacheng. The skeletal soldiers of the undead easily charged into the dozens of streets at the city's edge. But at the ends of these streets, a large number of zombies had already gathered, waiting. After the skeletal undead charged into the latter part of the streets, these zombies that blocked the streets. Chapter 148, What Secrets Are Hidden? In the evening, the sky darkened. After pondering for a time, Han ultimately ordered people to light the chasm, further hanging lights throughout the village, illuminating the entire settlement like it was daytime. Faced with this action that almost turned them into guiding beacons, everyone was confused and refused to carry out this order. Even Tang Yi, who had always supported and assisted Han in command, and Zhou Lao and Kong also refused this order. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Why not hide like before instead of turning themselves into guiding lights? Wouldn't that attract a large number of zombies for an attack in this soon-to-be dark night? Even if their defenses were strong, under such circumstances, they might still easily be overwhelmed by the arriving zombies. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Han Han immediately provided his own analysis and reasons. Though everyone felt that Han Han's reasons were more speculative, they decided to take a gamble. Chapter 149, Expanding the Battlefield. Looking at the battles on the plains in the southeast direction, Song Sisi was stunned, and after a long time, she finally came to her senses, looking speechlessly at Wang Lin, and finally squeezed out a few words through her teeth. So, you know how to command in battle? Before, Wang Lin's command was obviously incorrect, even though she had never played strategy games or watched war movies. She felt her own commanding ability was far superior to Wang Lin's. Because Wang Lin's previous command was utterly about sending underlings to their deaths. The explanations and reasons Wang Lin told her seemed to be excuses to cover up his terrible tactical command. But only now did she realize that it seemed Wang Lin's actions were indeed intentional. However, she just couldn't understand why Wang Lin, clearly understanding tactics, would deliberately let a large number of his underlings go to their deaths. Wang Lin. Chapter 150, Hard Battles in the Factory. After occupying the paper mill, despite having many weapons and ammunition, everyone still felt uneasy. Under Han Han's command, everyone found more vehicles to tightly surround the factory, blocking all exits, and turned on all usable headlights. They illuminated the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. And Kong also took people in a pickup truck, lighting many bonfires in the distant darkness, further expanding the area of light. Just as Kong was lighting bonfires 300 meters away, zombies appeared. Due to the dark environment, when the dedicated lookout realized, these zombies were already less than 100 meters away from them. And Kong, zombies are coming. The lookout shouted in alarm upon spotting the zombies. Hearing the call, everyone rushed onto the pickup truck and quickly returned. In the truck bed, some people were armed with automatic rifles and machine guns. Zombies are coming from the south. At the shout, without needing Han Han to issue an order, the defenders in the south opened fire at the zombies appearing in the range of the lights. The gunfire, which had never stopped, became even more intense and dense. With the continuous arrival of the zombie horde, there was no need for Han Han to give orders anymore. As soon as zombies appeared in the light's reach, the defenders of that direction would immediately open fire. But this time, the situation was different. The defenders on the south side looked at the much larger mass of corpses than before, and there were even towering tyrants 3 or 4 meters high, along with lick-eaters crawling on the ground at incredible speed. All the defenders in the south turned pale, their fingers pulling the triggers frantically. Some shouted immediately, "It's a large zombie horde, with multiple tyrants and many lick-eaters." Hearing the shout, everyone in the factory changed their expressions drastically. Although in a secluded and dense forest in far Allah country, there was a huge and complex underground space filled with flesh and tentacles. From the inside, it looked terrifying and disgusting, like the stomach of some enormous monster. Within a cavity formed by flesh and tentacles, dozens of screens were embedded in the walls of flesh and tentacles. At this moment, scenes were being broadcast on these screens. The images on the screen showed the battlefield inside and outside Lahui City, with views from tall buildings as well as aerial perspectives overlooking the city. There were also views of city streets and the grassland outside the city. Even the high and parallel perspective from the factory where Han Han's group was situated was visible. Although it was nighttime, the images on the screens were still clear, even allowing a close look at every undead and zombie appearing in the scenes. In front of these screens, there were several rows of sofas made of flesh. In these fleshy. Not only did hope rise in Han Han's heart, but everyone else also felt a surge of hope as they watched the ghostly blue flames light up the darkness in the distance. Affected by Han Han's previous analysis, everyone now believed that the suddenly appearing skeleton soldiers were there to help them. Of course, this was also because they were in a desperate situation, having found no other hope, they clung tightly to this one. In their hopeful gazes, soon large numbers of skeleton cavalry appeared within the illuminated area. These skeleton cavalry roared, charging with spears, swinging long swords and curved blades, rushing into the dense horde of zombies like fierce tigers descending the mountain. "Stop firing, just defend against the zombies that rush in." Seeing this, Han Han quickly shouted, urging everyone not to continue firing into the distance to avoid accidentally hitting those skeleton cavalry and causing unnecessary conflicts. Outside Lahui City, the undead army sent out last night to intercept the zombies was constantly returning. With over 1 million skeleton soldiers already waiting outside the city, after the sun rose, the numbers surged as the intercepting skeleton soldiers returned. When Han Han and his people arrived in their vehicles, they saw an overwhelming army of the undead stretching endlessly across the hills. Moreover, these skeleton troops were lined up in neat formation, their armor glinting, creating a pressure that made everyone swallow hard. It's so shocking. Is he really one of us from Blue Star? Looking at the nearly endless skeleton soldiers, someone in Han Han's vehicle couldn't help but voice their doubts. This was a challenge to their understanding. Hearing the voice behind him, Han Han shook his head, "I don't know. But it shouldn't be, right? If such a terrifying existence truly exists in Blue Star, the world would have changed long ago." Chapter 155, Is holding the ground a trap? Time ticks by, and amidst the continuous onslaught of millions of skeletal soldiers, the zombies defending the city grow fewer and fewer, and the territory they occupy diminishes. As the great battle draws to an end, Wang Lin rides a black carriage into the city. Outside the city, millions of undead skeletons follow Wang Lin's carriage, stepping into the city already piled high with corpses. Upon seeing the mountain of bodies and bones in the city, everyone in Han Han's group is left speechless, deeply shocked once again. At the same time, their hearts swell with relief, thankful that they had bet correctly. Otherwise, considering the cruelty of this battlefield, their hopes of surviving in this instance would be purely a fantasy. Let alone completing the rule requirements of the strange tale. Even with all of them being elite commanders like Zhou Lao, it would be utterly impossible. After the shock, they had no choice but to abandon their vehicles and... Chapter 156, The Demonic Worms from Hell. Song Sisi and the others follow Wang Lin's gaze toward the sea, and new speculations rise in their hearts. Once again, Song Sisi asks, the zombies came through the seabed. Wang Lin shakes his head, the pressure of the ocean would crush the zombies. Song Sisi, did they swim over? Wang Lin shakes his head again, if zombies were swimming over, this country would definitely have discovered it, and they wouldn't be unprepared. But look at this port, is there any defensive preparation? Even the population in the city hasn't evacuated in time. Upon hearing this, Song Sisi furrows her brow, she genuinely cannot figure it out. Wang Lin smiles and says, actually, there is a certain passage here that allows zombies to quickly cross the ocean on a large scale safely. And this speed wouldn't be much slower than a plane. That's how this country was caught unprepared. Also, look at the severely dropping sea level here, so... Chapter 157, Hellhound vs. Hell Demon Worm. When the Hell Demon Worm broke through the ground, it let out an indescribable buzzing sound. Following that, under the horrified gazes of everyone, the Hell Demon Worm twisted its body and charged toward the countless stunned undead skeletons on the seabed. Its enormous body continuously broke through the earth, like a centipede covered in tentacles. 80 meters wide and 3,000 meters long, its body slithered across the beach like an enormous snake, smashing and crushing many skeletons beneath it into dust. Its densely packed tentacles frantically flailed and swept, continuously shattering the undead skeletons in a radius of 500 meters around it. Almost every breath it took obliterated thousands of skeletal soldiers. Roar! Watching the Hell Demon Worm's frenzied slaughter, the undead skeletons on the beach. After holding down the hellish magic worm, the middle head of the Hell three-headed dog opened its mouth, and instantly sprayed dozens of huge souls from its protruding fangs. Chapter 159, The Truth of Disaster. Seeing that Song Sisi did not understand, Wang Lin did not explain the meaning of this sentence in detail. Dragging the souls of these horned demons, he walked back into the black carriage. Song Sisi hurriedly raised her foot to follow, but this time, the two skeleton warriors driving the carriage directly raised their hands to block her steps. The meaning was very clear. Seeing this, Song Sisi could only stop her pace, then looked at Han Han and Kong who were not far away, and walked towards them. Seeing Song Sisi approaching, Han Han quickly asked with a flattering tone, Miss Song, what just happened? Hearing this, Song Sisi did not hide it and immediately recounted everything Wang Lin had explained to her in detail to Han Han and the others. Listening to Song Sisi's narration, Han Han and the others were astounded, especially after hearing a few implicit words from Wang Lin, which stirred up tremendous waves in their hearts. On the other side, the black carriage. Chapter 160, Heading to the Southern Continent. Back inside the carriage, Wang Lin began to think carefully. Through searching his memories, Wang Lin already knew that there was an antidote hidden on the southern continent that could end this disaster. However, there were also some doubts that needed to be clarified first. Firstly, since those horned demons knew about the existence of the antidote, why didn't they destroy it or hide it away to control it? After all, the zombie virus antidote was undoubtedly a deadly threat to them. And for these past decades, the rule monster has not stopped sending the chosen ones in, among whom there are many powerful beings. There could always be situations that would be most unfavorable to them. Destroying or hiding the antidote would undoubtedly be the safest and most stable method for them, and they wouldn't have to work so hard to block their own army from going to the southern continent these days. This indicates what? It indicates that although these horned demons had already known about the antidote's existence, for some reason, over the past few decades. Chapter 161, The First Battle of the Southern Continent. The defenses around the canyon, under the attack of the Sea of Undead, lasted less than half an hour before being completely breached, submerged in the torrent of undead waves. After defeating the zombie army stationed here, the Sea of Undead did not pause but immediately began to spread towards the entire giant forest. However, soon the undead couldn't help but stop, all raising their heads to look at the sky. In the sky, beams of massive blue flames appeared from the distant horizon, tearing through the night sky, plummeting towards the forest like shooting stars. These were hypersonic missiles. Seeing this, the undead skeletons quickly put away their weapons, using both hands and feet to swiftly dig through the soil beneath them, planning to burrow underground for shelter. Most of them were just the lowest level skeleton soldiers, and the power of their soul fire was only enough to maintain their ordinary movements, unable to sustain a soul defense shield. So, facing such a large-scale strike. Chapter 162, The Zombies Changed Tactics. Time passed day by day in the dim, dark blue underground cave, and in the blink of an eye, a week had already gone by. In this week's time, Wang Lin and the others had never left this underground cave, and they hadn't even taken a look outside at the world. In this week's time, except for Song Sisi, who had long been shocked multiple times, others had also become numb from the shock. In this week's time, the space crack opened and closed by Wang Lin had never closed, and the undead rushing out had never stopped or decreased. They no longer knew how many undead had burst out from it, but assuming an average rate of 300 to 500 undead coming out each second. A week's time has already seen at least 180 million skeletons rushing out. Among them, there are not only skeletons of various special colors, but also many different types of beast skeletons. And the information they have gathered about this world. Chapter 163, The Meeting of Demons. Time flows slowly amidst the undead's offensive expansion and the zombies' shrinking defense. Under the command of the ram-horned demons, most of the zombies in the 100-year country are gathering towards Newton State, leaving only a small number of zombies to continue resisting the undead, slowing down their expansion. At the same time, zombies from the entire southern continent are gathering towards the 100-year country. However, these gathering zombies do not launch a counterattack against the undead, but instead huddle in the interconnected states of Newton, York, and Texas within the 100-year country. Tens of billions of zombies crowd into the 7 states, instantly leaving the chosen ones who have been teleported to the southern continent clueless and distressed. Even the powerful chosen ones can only bitterly hide, their mouths full of discomfort. Originally, there were many zombies in these 7 states, so they had to hide cautiously, being careful all the time. Chapter 164, The Meeting of Demons 2. Seeing the resigned expressions on his subordinates, Count Lal let out a sigh of relief. He knows too well the nature of these demons. Like himself, they are selfish, lack morality, have weak family ties, see only benefits, and are cowardly about life. Without a big stick to intimidate, it is impossible to make these guys fight hard with just the temptation of benefits. Count Lal pointed at the changing images on the screen and began to explain. First is the enemy's troop strength. Currently, we do not have a specific number, but based on the previous battles with the Phala country, the number is at least over 300 million. The ram-horned demons remained silent. They knew some information and had a rough estimate and analysis of the enemy numbers. So when they heard the figure of at least 300 million, they were not surprised. Count Lal changed the screen's image, pointing to images of the battlefield in Phala country. Chapter 165, The Undead Have Come. After telling the story, Count Lal said gravely, I believe you all understand that the situation we are about to face will be even more difficult than we previously expected. But I want to say that despite the enemy coming fiercely, we are not without hope of victory in this battle. Our king has drafted a detailed battle plan and has gathered more zombies from other continents for support. However, completing the strategic deployment requires time, so I hope everyone can spare no effort, regardless of personal gain or loss, to resist the enemy's attacks, buying us the time needed to complete our follow-up battle plans. After listening to Count Lal's words, the ram-horned demons stood up one after another, shouting, Yes, we will do our utmost to stop the enemy. Count Lal smiled and nodded, Good, I believe you will all give your best, and I am confident we can stop the enemy's advance. Chapter 166, Attack and Defense. Amidst the dense gunfire, the frontline squads of skeletal undead fall one after another. For a moment, the undead not engaging in a concentrated charge seem to be willingly marching to their deaths, constantly moving forward and then continuously falling. Broken bones litter the ground, scattered soul flames illuminating the gray-white bones scattered across the green grass. Faced with the dense bullets shot from the city, when the golden skeleton cavalry arrives, they immediately change tactics. He halts the charge that feels like a death march. Let the undead dig deep trenches approaching the city of State Del. Faced with the advancing undead army, the defending zombies in the city were finally forced into a corner and could only call for artillery fire. In an instant, not only were cannonballs falling, but also gas bombs and incendiary bombs were dropping into the trenches dug by the undead outside the city. However, the bombardment lasted only 5 minutes before it stopped. Chapter 167, Siege. At the command of the golden skeleton Nides, the sound of horns echoed. The sound of horns rang through the undead army, as 5 million undead surged towards State Del like rolling waves on the beach. However, even though there was only half a day left, Az did not adopt an overly dense assault formation. After all, his task was not only to break into the city and seize positions but also to consume as much of the defending army's artillery and ammunition as possible. A too dense charge would undoubtedly be unfavorable for this consuming task. As the undead launched a massive and dense attack, the horned demons on the rooftops of the city's edge looked grave and issued the order to fire the cannons. Although the density of the enemy was not enough to maximize the damage of the artillery, there was no other choice now. The enemy was launching a full-scale attack, and trying to use the previous trickle delay tactic was obviously no longer useful, only to be crushed by the enemy's forces, quickly pushed. Chapter 168, Entering the City. No. The young man shook his head. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but lower their heads in disappointment. An old woman asked in confusion, "Little Tsong, since it's not an army of the living, then what is happening now?" "It's the undead." Wang Xiaozong replied with a smile. "Undead? What is that? Is it another kind of weirdness? If it really is a battle between different kinds of weirdness, then it would indeed be advantageous for us." Hearing Wang Xiaozong's words, everyone immediately began to discuss again. Especially upon hearing that last sentence, hope sparkled in everyone's eyes. They had never heard of what the undead were, nor had they seen that word in the intelligence they had collected, but they thought it was probably also a kind of weirdness. If it was really a battle between two kinds of weirdness, then it would undoubtedly be a good opportunity for them to slip in and take advantage. Chapter 169, Mutual Consumption. The undead skeletons and zombies collided like two rivers, neither giving way to the other. Both sides crowded the streets, roaring and slaughtering in the buildings. A skeleton swordsman had just beheaded a zombie when he was pounced on by several zombies, his bones shattering into pieces under the zombie's insane strength. One zombie had just pulled off an undead's head when a spear pierced through its skull. Before the skeleton gunman could pull out his spear from the pierced zombie's skull, two nearby zombies had already knocked him to the ground. Several skeleton swordsmen were enclosing a few zombies against the wall, frantically chopping, when one zombie fell from the sky like a rolling stone, smashing several skeletons that were hacking away at the zombies into pieces. The giant tyrant swung the massive log in his hand, sending several skeletons flying, but before he could lift the log again, a flash of a blade severed the tyrant's head. Chapter 170, Goodbye Wang Xiaozong. Under the relentless advance of the undead skeletons, even though the zombies inside the city resisted fiercely, the undead still managed to push 3 kilometers into the city within half a day. They had established a foothold. As the cannon fodder skeletons steadied their ground, the second undead army, which had been waiting outside for a long time, also began to enter the city. They joined the ranks of expanding the battlefield and gradually took over the main attack task. With the addition of elite undead, the battle instantly became smoother. The speed of the offensive is gradually accelerating. However, to prevent being covered by artillery fire, the second undead legion is entering the city in waves, trickling in like water, carefully managing the number of troops on the front lines. Aside from the areas where battles are occurring, there are not many undead in the other occupied zones. This is to avoid being concentrated and covered by the enemy's artillery fire. Damn skeletons! At the highest point on the edge of the city. Chapter 171, The Zombie Trap. Listening to the analysis from the silver skeleton Sachi, Wang Xiaozong and others looked at each other. They did not understand much about strategies and tactics, anything they knew was learned from movies and books, which was very different from reality. Additionally, the combat styles and goals of the undead and zombies differ greatly from living beings, so they did not completely understand but did grasp some parts. In short, the zombies would bomb the tall buildings in the city to inflict greater damage on the undead army. Wang Xiaozong furrowed his brows. Why are those zombies using guns and artillery? The others also quickly turned their gazes to Sachi, waiting for his answer. This was one of their biggest doubts and a vital question concerning their lives. Previously, they had encountered only mindless charging zombies on their way here. They had never seen zombies using firearms, except for the tyrant wielding a huge club. Chapter 172, Dispatching the Real Elite Undead. After the undead had pushed 10 kilometers into the city, the zombies began to adopt this mutually destructive tactic. Now, whether they let their undead advance or retreat, they faced the problem of buildings collapsing. Maintaining the front line would also be directly covered by artillery fire. No matter how they choose now, it is very unfavorable. Just when Saad furrowed his brows, contemplating what tactics to use next to find survivors in the city and flatten this city, as returned riding his golden warhorse. As soon as he returned, with a headache, asked Saad, "Those guys adopting this mutually destructive tactic suffer great losses and it's not beneficial to the mission. How should we fight next? Should we pause for a while?" "We cannot pause." Saad immediately shook his head. "Finding survivors in the city and bringing them will not be kept from those guys. They will certainly speculate that our search for survivors is useful. Once we pause now, Chapter 173, The Invisible Undead. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they realized that they were being played by the goat-horn demons, and they were anxious. With the enemy closing in at this charging speed, it might take at most 3 minutes to burst into the city. Once the enemy breaks through all lines, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although they had many shells, enough for all artillery to bombard for a day, and they even had multiple rocket launchers in use, they did not have so many artillery to bombard the buildings across the board. Once the enemy breaks into the city all at once, what awaits them is a chaotic total collapse. Unfortunately, in just 3 minutes, besides ordering the artillery to fire, there was not enough time for them to make any additional responses. As the undead skeletons approached 300 meters from the city's defenses, a large number of arrows began to shoot out from the charging undead skeletons. These arrows, while not overwhelming, seem to have eyes, precisely penetrating. Chapter 174, Goodbye Wang Xiaozong 2. Watching the monitoring screens, one artillery position after another, and rocket positions, had been slaughtered empty, Count Lar could only weakly say, the situation is irretrievable, let's withdraw and request a nuclear strike. Ha! Hearing Count Lar's words, the remaining goat-horned demons were stunned, looking at Count Lar with shocked expressions. Previously, it was Count Lar who insisted on holding the city firmly, and to eliminate some thoughts that shouldn't exist, he even forced them to take poison. But now, they had held on for less than 3 days, the situation was not at its worst yet, and they hadn't even thought about escaping. How could Count Lar be the first to mention retreat? Seeing the expressions of the remaining demons, Count Lar felt somewhat awkward. He explained, it's not that I don't want to continue to hold on and be loyal to the Emperor, but it's really that we can no longer hold. Count Lar seriously analyzed those look. Chapter 175, The Purpose of Searching for Survivors. Hearing Wang Xiaozong's flattering words, Wang Lin shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect that after more than a year, you had become better at flattering people. Wang Xiaozong immediately took on a righteous stance, stating unquestioningly, what I said is all the truth. Being able to see my elder brother again is something I have always hoped for. I'm just speaking honestly. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Lin laughed. Listening to Wang Lin's laughter, which was different from his usual cackling, Wang Xiaozong's heart suddenly thumped. If Wang Lin still had his previous cackling laughter, although it was evil and mad, sending chills down people's spines, it would make Wang Xiaozong feel relieved, indicating that Wang Lin hadn't changed much and he could still deal with him in the old way. But now, Wang Lin's laughter had changed, though it had become much gentler than before. It meant that Wang Lin had changed, and it was a huge change, leaving Wang Xiaozong unsure of how to. Chapter 176, The Ineffective Nuclear Strike. When Wang Xiaozong stepped out of the black carriage, he felt completely numb. It was that Wang Lin had told him too many things. It was too shocking. It made his heart race. If what Wang Lin said was true, then his departure was undoubtedly a huge loss for Blue Star. But such things were beyond a mere merchant's son like him to stop. He didn't even have the qualification or ability to stop it, let alone participate. If it hadn't been for Wang Lin's regard, he wouldn't even have had the qualification to know all this. Seeing Wang Xiaozong come out of the black carriage, his companions immediately swarmed around him, eagerly looking at him. Seeing everyone's gaze, Wang Xiaozong hid the bitterness in his heart and smiled at everyone, saying, my big brother just told me that he can let everyone hitch a ride and go through the instance together with his army. Hooray! That's great! Chapter 177, The Demon's Plan is Crushed. Time flew by, and with the participation of an elite legion of undead and the continuous summoning of more undead. In just 15 days, the skeletons under Wang Lin had successfully conquered 6 states including Texas and York, and now only Newton was still desperately holding out in the entire century-old country of 50 states. But facing the siege of billions of undead, Newton had already lost more than half of its land, and the remaining half was also difficult to defend. Now, those horned demons were in a frenzy, filled with anger at their companion who had devised the battle plan. Originally, their plan was to show weakness at first, letting the undead attack continuously, relying on gradual defense to wear down the undead strength, while dispatching zombies from other continents, preparing for a major counterattack after the undead were depleted to a certain extent. And in this plan, there was also a strategy to use the undead to consume the zombies. Chapter 178, The Great Showdown 1. In the barren land of the century-old country, in the vicinity of Mozong City in Moro State, there was a densely lined canyon. This was the place hiding the passage to the South Continent and the non-continent. Now, billions of zombies and undead were filling this area. Fighting desperately without regard for anything, even the giant zombies and giant skeletons were densely spread across the battlefield, and the roars of both sides echoed day and night. In the jagged and deep canyons, countless black zombies were continuously surging out from the cliffs. Outside the dense canyons, an endless stream of undead skeletons was pouring out from dozens of passages dug by the earth-dwelling undead, engaging in chaotic battles with the zombies coming from the canyons. Under the billion-level slaughter on both sides, the green grassland had long turned into muddy black soil, mixed with the flesh and blood of zombies and the ashes of the undead. Moreover, in Chapter 179, The Devil's Conference 2. In Newton City, more than 500 horned demons gathered in a super-large conference room that could hold 1,000 people, each with a serious expression. Standing at the podium in the conference room, Duke Morgan looked around at the horned demons, who had not even filled half of the seats. He commanded over 1,000 horned demons, but now, those who had fled or surrendered had left fewer than 500. Moreover, the situation was dire, and he did not dare to force these demons to take poison, fearing it would backfire and incite a rebellion. He could only stabilize the remaining demons by appealing to their emotions and reason. After a survey of the room, Duke Morgan's face darkened as he solemnly said, "The enemy's numbers far exceed our estimates. According to reconnaissance calculations, the enemy has now surpassed 25 billion. Apart from our hold here in the southern continent, all other places have been breached by the enemy." Buzz. Upon hearing Duke Morgan's words, the horned demons were all stunned. The zombie outbreak had been going on for a century, but they had never heard that there was an important spatial passage leading to the four islands hidden in Newton. They had not even detected a hint or trace of it. Seeing the astonished expressions of his subordinates, Duke Morgan couldn't help but snicker inwardly. He maintained his serious face and said, "Time is of the essence now, we must immediately send representatives to negotiate. Even if the negotiations fail, we must buy time for everyone to retreat." As he spoke, Duke Morgan's gaze swept over the demons once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any suitable candidates for negotiation?" Upon hearing Duke Morgan's words, all the demons suddenly became mindful and completely fell silent. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to go for negotiation. It could even be said that it was a trip to certain death. Whether going themselves or recommending others, it was an extremely risky proposal. Chapter 181, Wang Lin, I Want It All. Looking down at the battlefield, Baron Radon and the 5 demons had extremely serious expressions. The enemy's assault was fierce and unrelenting, causing them tremendous losses. The situation on the battlefield was extremely unfavorable. If this continues, it wouldn't be long before, even if the enemy did not breach their defenses, they would not have enough forces left to maintain such a vast area, inevitably having to shrink their defense. Without the natural barrier of the Great Rift Valley, further resistance would have to rely on villages, towns, and forests, which certainly would not be able to hold off the enemy for long. Moreover, these places were not strategically vital. The enemy did not need logistics or rest and could completely bypass to directly target Newton City. In fact, even if reinforcements from other continental passages broke through the encirclement and came to support, it would take at least a dozen days for them to arrive. The brainless zombies could only march on foot. They might not be able to hold out until reinforcement arrived. Even if they could hold out until reinforcements came, the reinforcements would be hindered by the enemy. Chapter 182, What is the Devil's Final Plan? Still in the same conference room, still with those attending horned demons. After listening to Anasha's report, the Duke of Morgan fell silent, and the entire conference room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, with no sound for a long time. The enemy had made their determination clear to them. This was their first reaction. And when they heard Anasha say that the opponent only waved his hand lightly, causing a cold wind that wrapped around them and flew them dozens of kilometers back to the other side of the Great Rift, they knew the enemy truly had them under control. The power of the enemy king exceeded everyone's expectations. Just a wave of the hand creating a cold wind could carry Anasha and the 3 demons away for dozens of kilometers, leaving them completely powerless to resist. This kind of power was beyond their imagination. This was a level of strength beyond their understanding, and even their king probably did not possess such overwhelming power. Even that. Chapter 183, The 3 Demons Betray. Originally, under the idea of encircling and attacking to draw support, the skeletons of the undead were attacking Newton with limited force, aiming to put pressure on Newton City to attract enemies from other continents for support, thus achieving the goal of eliminating more enemies and securing a greater victory, saving trouble for the future. But as the final plan was brought up continuously, even seen by those demons as a potential game changer, and as the enemy focused their defenses on the 4 islands, Wang Lin felt that the previous plan could no longer achieve the desired results, and it became less significant. Curious to see what the demons' final plan was, and to guard against any contingency, Wang Lin directly issued the command for a full-scale attack. With Wang Lin's command for a contract issued, the commanders of the various undead legions, who had been in a stalemate wear down with the zombies, immediately issued orders and began to start their forces. The skeleton army surrounding Newton began a reckless assault, the entire legion, 10 million. Chapter 184, The Effective Nuclear Explosion. After the 3 demons were taken down, Wang Lin frowned and thought for a moment, then began issuing new orders to each legion through the contract. 1. The 50 legions besieging Newton ramp up their assault on Newton City again. 2. The legions clearing out the remaining zombies in various places shall immediately dispatch half their forces to head towards the continental passage leading to the 4 islands. The remaining half will finish clearing out the remaining zombies before immediately supporting the legions blocking the other continental passages. 3. The commander of the Fuan Legion shall immediately deploy all elite undead under his command to enter battle, ensuring the offensive situation towards the 4 islands is opened as soon as possible. 4. The legions blocking the other continental passages should all stand by in place. As Wang Lin's 4 orders were issued, the undead army advancing towards Newton immediately began to push forward with all their might. They even directly abandoned the attack on some small cities around, leaving only a portion of their forces to surround and intercept, while the main army swiftly marched towards Newton City. Already spread throughout. Chapter 185, The Demons' Expectations. Leave 10 drilling undead in 10 legions to clean the battlefield, bury the city, the rest immediately head to the continental passage leading to the 4 islands. Watching the nuclear explosion mushroom cloud rise within the city, Wang Lin lowered the curtain of the carriage and issued orders. After the black carriage left, the 5 legions of the undead immediately flooded into the city, starting inch-by-inch inspections of the city post-nuclear explosion, eliminating any remaining zombies that might still be lurking. One day later, the 10 drilling undead began to act, continuously digging out huge cavities beneath the city, causing the city to fall little by little into the ground. Through their repeated digging, the entire Newton city was sinking underground, step by step falling deeper and deeper down. Eventually, the city sank to a depth of 500 meters underground, and then the 5 legions of the undead and the drilling undead worked day and night, transporting mud and rubble to completely bury the pit left after the subsidence. Chapter 186, The Fantasy of the Demons. Amidst the chilling breath of over 100 bone dragons, the bridge quickly became covered in thick ice at a visible speed. On the bridge, the stunned zombies that had halted their steps were powerless against the icy breath, becoming lively ice sculptures. Then, with the bone dragons' repeated breaths, they turned into thick blocks of ice. Not only on the bridge, but even the seawater below quickly froze with each blast of icy breath, turning those giant zombies into motionless decorations on the frozen sea. In order to prevent the bridge from collapsing under the weight of the frost, the bone dragon even created ice pillars beneath the bridge to reinforce its support. The cold ice of the sea even extended into pillars that spread all the way to the seabed, taking root beneath the ocean. The flying zombies in the sky wanted to counterattack, but under the random icy breath of the bone dragon, they could only turn into ice sculptures and crash down from the sky onto the ice below. Chapter 187, Preparing for the Feast. Looking at the demons rising and shouting, the 2 dukes exchanged glances, both filled with bitterness and regret. If they had known earlier, they would have secretly controlled these kin with poison. Now, as the situation was about to spiral out of control, their regrets were useless. They knew these kin were selfish and would not continue fighting without enough benefits and safety assurances. Even if they had a chance of winning, they would still calculate their own gains and losses. Moreover, in such a situation, they would only surrender and flee. Duke Ross gave Duke Morgan a bitter smile, then addressed all the demons loudly, saying, "The ultimate plan is called the God Rebirth Plan. After 2,000 years of effort and accumulation, it is now very close to completion." Duke Morgan chimed in at that moment. Originally, according to the plan, in another 10 years, the God Rebirth Plan could be flawlessly completed. Chapter 188, The Feast Begins. After the ghostly maid left, the survivors glanced at each other, and someone volunteered to start organizing the distribution of clothing. They quickly elected representatives to discuss the processes and various matters to pay attention to for the banquet. Although many were worried that tomorrow's banquet would be a trap, they had no choice. In front of the massive army of the undead, they had no ability to resist. Moreover, tomorrow, they would likely face the king of these skeletons. Everyone knew that this was undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful existence. Even those who considered themselves strong understood this truth. Time soon reached 1:30 in the afternoon the next day. Under the lead of the ghostly maid, the survivors began to board the vehicle and set off. Along the way, they saw vast armies of the undead marching everywhere. Chapter 189, The Purpose of the Feast. The old butler observed everyone's expressions and small movements, even understanding most of their thoughts. The old butler then spoke loudly. "First, the primary purpose of hosting this feast is that our Lord plans to select 30 people from among you to join our family." Hearing the old butler's words, everyone's expressions froze, and the men became serious. The women also looked worriedly at their male companions. Joining the family clearly meant that men would join the women's family, but joining with these skeletons and ghosts probably wouldn't lead to a good outcome. The old butler quickly scanned the room for everyone's expressions and continued, "Of course, joining our family is not like the kind of joining in a creepy story. After joining our family, although you will die, you will retain your appearance from life, gaining an alternative form of immortality and youth, and the joiners will also receive focused training." Chapter 190, Infiltrating the Feast. Hearing the old butler's final words, none of the survivors raised their hands to ask questions anymore. One by one, they began to ponder carefully, analyzing the rules of the banquet. In a moment, there were all kinds of thoughts among the people. But without a doubt, if they wanted to achieve outstanding results, they could no longer sit quietly with familiar people and whisper as before. They had to get up, move around, interact, participate in various games, and showcase themselves as much as possible. Of course, some people held the idea of eliminating others before the banquet ended. This was another way to increase their own scores. As for rebellion or escape, unless they reached a dead end, no one was thinking of that right now. After all, the old butler had already said that within a radius of 60 miles, there were 10 million elites and 30 million ordinary soldiers. They had all seen the army on their way here. Chapter 191, Banquet Turmoil 1. Looking at the deep blue flame at Wang Lin's fingertips, the surrounding people instantly fell silent. The smile on the face of the middle-aged man in the suit also froze. No one expected that this handsome young man, dressed in a suit and looking sunny, would possess flames just like those of skeletons. At the same time, everyone realized that this young man was likely a member of the undead. "Sir, your display truly astonishes me." The middle-aged man in the suit was the first to react, showing a bitter smile. Even the way he addressed Wang Lin changed to sir, with his tone shifting from kind to respectful. The young man in front had flames like the undead, yet he looked like a normal person. Clearly, his status in the army of the undead was extraordinary. He might even be one of the other son-in-laws. I apologize for the display. Wang Lin said humbly, changing the subject. By the way, you just mentioned cooperation. Chapter 192 Banquet Turmoil 2. From two middle-aged men from different eras, they rushed onto the stage and began to fight fiercely, fireballs, ice pillars, and sword energies flying everywhere. The surrounding crowd saw that both men were powerful and could only watch from below. The girls on stage were terrified and lost their color, all running towards the audience. A few were so scared they stood frozen on the spot, forgetting to run. The battle on stage was intense, and the chaos was rising below. As the two fought fiercely, with girls on stage petrified from fear and the nearby ghosts and soldiers showing no intention of intervening, some in the crowd below began to think of climbing onto the stage to stop it. Although they looked down upon these posing girls to some extent in their hearts, these girls had not done anything heinous. After all, they were still lives. There were also those who thought, while lives were at stake on stage, once the banquet ended, half of the people would be eliminated anyway, so why bother to save someone? Chapter 193 Banquet Turmoil. More than 50 people from an urban supernatural world quietly began to prepare. Especially when they saw that the ghosts and patrolling sci-fi warriors were silently moving away from their position, they were even more determined to act. To be able to command those ghost maids and sci-fi warriors at this life and death banquet proved that Wang Lin held a very high position among these undead. In just a few minutes, the group from the urban supernatural world was ready, splitting into three directions to act quietly at the banquet. Before long, they surrounded the ancient-garbed young man along with over 20 low martial arts modern individuals from the city. In the banquet, some people sensed something unusual and wanted to alert others, but when they saw the ghost maids and sci-fi warriors intentionally or unintentionally moving away or discreetly watching from a distance, they suddenly became anxious, realizing this was. With all the attackers dead, this sudden incident finally came to an end. Thank you, brother. The young man in ancient attire let out a sigh of relief, lowering his defenses and sincerely thanking the youth in front of him who had blocked the rocket attacks for him. You're welcome. Upon hearing this, the handsome young man turned around and responded with a sunny smile. This youth was none other than Wang Lin. Staring at the handsome and sunny young man in front of him, the young man in ancient attire was momentarily stunned, and a tinge of jealousy rose in his heart. But he still tried to suppress the jealousy in his eyes and said boldly, "Thank you for saving my life, I am Yi Fan, and I will repay you in the future." Wang Lin smiled and said, "You're too polite, it is the duty of us martial artists to help when we see injustice." After speaking, Wang Lin's gaze turned to the young man with yellow hair, who was about to sneak away, and he asked, "Brother, may I ask your name?" Seeing Wang Lin and the yellow-haired young man, who were also drinking away their sorrows, Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment before he realized that these two had also been isolated. After a bit of thought, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the two. Since these two helped him, they were now practically like close brothers. Actually, we don't need to be so pessimistic. Think about it, although we have offended the high-ups of the undead did not directly kill us. What does that mean? It means that those undead leaders also have their reservations and dare not act openly. This also shows that the position of those undead leaders is not that high, we still have hope. Just as Yi Fan reached Wang Lin and the yellow-haired young man's backs, he overheard Wang Lin comforting the yellow-haired young man with these words. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned and realized that it was indeed the case, otherwise, why wouldn't those undead directly kill him but instead resort to such despicable means? For a moment, Yi Fan's frustrations began to ease. At midnight, a deep bell suddenly rang out, and then, under everyone's attention, the old butler reappeared and announced that the banquet was over. Hearing the bell and the old butler's announcement, both Yi Fan and the yellow-haired young man couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Over the course of the night, the three of them had at least experienced 500 unexpected attacks, almost at a rate of once every minute. Fortunately, they finally made it through. However, immediately after, everyone's hearts began to tense as they all knew that after the banquet ended, the next part was the announcement of their fate. Watching a ghostly maid deliver the list to the old butler, most people couldn't help but feel nervous. Yi Fan and the yellow-haired young man also clenched their fists tightly, starting to pray, hoping that perhaps having faced so many attacks might count as a bonus. Only Wang Lin still maintained his sunny smile, seemingly unaffected. Under the astonished and horrified gazes of the two, Wang Lin smiled and said, "I still have a way to escape from this copy world." "What way?" Seeing Wang Lin so confident, both Yi Fan and the yellow-haired young man quickly asked. After asking, the two of them instinctively looked around with wary expressions. Seeing that there were no other people around and no undead present, both felt a sense of relief. Yi Fan hurriedly asked, "Wang Lin, what is the method?" The yellow-haired young man also looked at Wang Lin eagerly, waiting for him to reveal the method. After all, this was a way to actively escape from the haunted storyline. Whoever mastered it could not only ensure their life in such stories but also greatly enhance their safety. Moreover, with a little daring and caution, it wouldn't be impossible to become a protagonist like those in novels. However, facing the two's eager inquiries, since those demons were not in a hurry to activate the so-called giant god's weapon, Wang Lin was, of course, very happy to have an easy time. Taking this time, he hurried his subordinates to distribute the already found virus antidote to those who were still alive, and forcibly made everyone wear a terrifying bone bracelet on their wrists. Having done all this, it could be said that these people had met the conditions to clear this weird story instance, as they just needed to enter the Tokyo area, open the biochemical virus antidote, and they could leave this A-class difficulty weird story instance. And Wang Lin indeed did so. After preparing everyone, he immediately arranged for a large number of powerful elite undead to escort them, entering Tokyo from different directions. As beams of light rose in various places around Tokyo City, it also indicated that these people, who had been specially preserved, were clearing the instance and were being continuously teleported back to their original world. And the opening and spreading of the biochemical virus was also taking place. Chapter 199 Recreate God. Under the dragon flames of the Ghost Emperor-level Bone Dragon King, a quarter of Tokyo City was engulfed in grey-white flames. But under the burning of grey-white flames, the city did not catch fire, nor was it turned to ashes. Instead, it quickly condensed into thick blue ice. With nearly 10 meters of thick ice forming every second, the two giant gods trapped inside could only stop attacking and quickly raise a golden triangular shield, speedily fleeing out of the range of the dragon's breath. The speed of the giant gods was extremely quick. Each step fell heavily like a mountain, creating a huge sound and shaking the ground. Moving was to prevent being encased in thick ice forming at 10 meters per second. Under the terrifying power brought by the giant gods, the ice on them kept falling, and the buildings frozen around them continually collapsed in the shaking. But even though they moved quickly and were powerful, the Bone Dragon King's breath was still like a shadow. Chapter 200 This is not God, it's. Wang Lin watched as 15 Ghost Emperor-level undead unleashed their most powerful ranged attacks toward the central sphere of light. Boom! Under the joint attack of the 15 Ghost Emperor-level undead, a huge explosion erupted. The shockwave swept up the blasted earth, breaking through the heavy dark clouds and shattering the sky. The explosion even swallowed the entire Tokyo, including the 15 undead ghosts within it. The terrifying shockwave swept everything on the ground. Buildings turned into dust in an instant under the impact of the shockwave, the ground trembled violently from the massive explosion, and terrifying earthquakes reached the horizon. But this was not the end. After a wave of collective attacks, the 15 Ghost Emperor-level undead immediately continued to unleash ranged attacks, constantly adding fuel to the stunning explosion. Stop! Wang Lin shouted from high in the sky as he swiftly moved a distance away. Chapter 201 The Grand Finale. Every high-level undead mage has at least one life box, which contains part of that mage's flesh and blood. And a large amount of resources. When an undead mage dies, the soul can rely on the flesh and blood in the life box to revive again. Although their power will decrease, it is undoubtedly a way to save their lives. One of Wang Lin's life boxes was hidden in the underworld, tightly protected by billions of elite undead at the lowest white-silver level. After being selected by the rule's weird stories, Wang Lin didn't want to summon the elite undead here for safety's sake, to avoid being discovered by the rule's weird stories about the location of his life box. After all, the rule's weird stories were absolutely masters of space and soul power, and it was not difficult for them to locate his elite army through summoning channels. The world of the undead was a grey desolation. The entire world had no mountains or rivers, no trees, no soil, no wind. No one knows what the underworld is like.